The author of the novel abuses symbols and makes many spelling mistakes, which makes it difficult for me to convert the text into audio. So I hope you all understand if there are any errors. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos, and don't hesitate to make requests for the novels you want to listen to. Chapter 487. High platform on the moon. Lin Xuanji looked at the road underneath his feet, and gripped his Zi sword tighter. Taking another step, on both sides of the road there were two double-petal lotus flowers. They were simple and elegant, pure and holy in color. The green color concealed a concentrated gold, letting people see it from afar away but could not play with it. It's unknown which mechanism he stepped on, but all the lotus flowers on both sides of the road bloomed one by one, spiraling up, facing the ceiling and soaring up. Lin Xuanji stepped on the stairs assembled by the lotus flowers. Walking up the stairs he finally arrived at the high platform on top of the 999 lotus flower steps. When he arrived, he saw a huge lotus lamp with 9 petals. At the center of the lotus lamp, there was a picturesque young man with closed eyes. His hands were folded in front of him and he was lying in that place peacefully, as if he had always been like this for thousands of years. Ice flesh, jade bones. He was wearing a big red shipao, and his loose thick black long hair was bunched together by a hair band that was also a festive red. When Lin Xuanji saw that face, in his heart he already guessed the identity of this man. Because Zhonghua once said that his appearance very much resembled Zan Jushao's. Zan Jushao was a beautiful man beyond comparison. Even the sun and the moon would avoid his glory upon seeing him. It was rumored that because he received too much love from heaven, he would experience humiliation at the peak of his strength and experience decline at the peak of his prosperity. That was why the heavens accepted Zan Jushao many years earlier. There were still rumors about him in the 9 lands, which even now had never faded from history. Lin Xuanji stood beside the teal lotus seat and looked at Zan Lu for a moment. When Lin Xuanji lifted his hand and felt the body, he knew that it was nothing more than a corpse. Who knows where the real soul is right now? Yin Changyu drifted out of the soul plate. He flew up to the teal lotus seat and landed beside the corpse of Zan Lu, appearing to kneel on the edge of the lotus heart, and reached out to caress Zan Lu's cheek. Yin Changyu's expression was close to obsession and also very gentle and tender. Zan Jushao, I found you. Yin Changyu grasped Zan Lu's hand and pressed his palm on his own cheek. He genuinely and sincerely smiled and spoke, I have said I would find you sooner or later. Zan Lu naturally didn't give him any response. Yin Changyu, however, did not care, and continued to speak with a smile. I knew you couldn't bear for me to be alone. I knew you would definitely be by my side to accompany me. Ha ha ha, we can be together. Finally, we can be together. Yin Changyu laughed loudly and was close to deranged for a while, then slowly restrained his smile. The rims of his eyes were slightly red. Lin Xuanji, you have already found the 5th ceiling magic treasure. The yin umbrella hides the corpse of Zan Jushao, and inside the yang umbrella hides the last part of my soul. As long as my soul returns to its original place, I can be revived. Lin Xuanji spoke, congratulations. What is there to congratulate? Yin Changyu forced a bitter laugh with a hoarse voice and put down Zan Lu's hand. He sat on the edge of the lotus seat, took a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled. Even until he died, he never thought of meeting with me again. Yin Changyu's voice was extremely filled with vicissitudes, like he bore hundreds of thousands of years of pain. I have searched for his corpse for millennia, but I could never find it anywhere. He sealed me inside the yang umbrella, yet he died inside the yin umbrella. The yin umbrella and the yang umbrella are equivalent to the realm of the dead and the world of the living. Yin and yang won't meet each other. He wanted to say farewell to me. I repeatedly asked why I couldn't find him, no matter what. So that's why I couldn't find him at all. Yin Changyu cried and laughed for a while, as if he had lost his mind, and mumbled to himself. Some of his words were expressing love, while some of them were resentful of Zan Jushao's heartless cruelty to him, and he seemed to be experiencing a chi deviation due to intense obsession. Lin Xuanji looked toward Yin Changyu, who was acting out a one-man show, and only felt that this thing called feelings was really difficult for people to understand. Zan Jushao was still a sleeping beauty. Nobody knew why his body remained immortal for thousands of years without rotting, and his skin looked as if it could be broken as soon as a gust of wind blew over it. It was a glossy white jade. Lin Xuanji didn't speak. He quietly stood by for a long time, accompanying Yin Changyu as he vented his emotions. After an unknown amount of time, Yin Changyu finally calmed down. He raised his eyes and looked towards Lin Xuanji. His line of sight seemed to land on Lin Xuanji, but he also appeared to see through Lin Xuanji to see another distant person, on the verge of collapse. He actually doesn't like me. Yin Chongyu slowly restrained his emotions and said, after I became a demon, I left the demon realm with a magic treasure that conceals demonic qi. By chance, I met him in 9 Springs Moon Waterfall using the identity, Radiant Sky. At that time, it was the last Myriad Dao era, and he was the most glorious person of that era. I only saw him once and had already placed him in my heart. And he was the core of the stars and moon, and the lights all revolved around him. Naturally, he despised my lowly presence. The 9 Springs Moon Waterfall was an extraordinary phenomenon in the 9 lands, and people who were not destined were not allowed to watch. Yin Chongyu ran away after losing a fight with someone else, and fell from a cliff into the water of these 9 springs. The plopping sound woke Zan Jushao, who was drunk and sleeping in the middle of the water. Zan Jushao opened his eyelids and watched Yin Chongyu, who was drenched in water, muttering swears while climbing up along the edge of Lotus Seat with much difficulty. Unexpectedly, he didn't take out his sword to stab Yin Chongyu at first glance. He saw through the disguise of this demon, but he was in a very bad mood, and it was rare that he didn't have the idea of exterminating monsters or demons. Zan Jushao said, "Little demon, you disturbed my sleep, so use yourself to pay for it." Thus, one person getting drunk became a demon accompanying a person to get drunk. He poured it straight into his mouth. In the end, he poured himself into unconsciousness. He slept for 3 nights. Yin Chongyu's capacity for wine had never been good, but he had a desire for good food and felt that the wine was delicious and was greedy for a cup. When he woke up, Zan Jushao had already long since disappeared. He was still sleeping on the lotus platform in the 9 springs. There was an extra item on his body, a natural silk robe with heaven-embroidered clouds. The second time we met, it was in the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital. At that time, Yin Chongyu found the whereabouts of Yan Kai. He was a guest in the Crown Prince's East Palace. The only reason he had tried so hard to survive was to take revenge for the entire city of Twin Moons. He wanted to kill Yan Kai, even if the outcome might be mutual destruction, even if he had to pay any price. However, he was too impatient and underestimated Yan Qi's strength and overestimated himself. Yan Kai badly wounded him, and also sent people to kill the demon who dared to kill him. Yin Chongyu, who had reached a dead end and had nowhere to go, was about to get arrested, when a cool breeze swept through and took him away from the place of dispute. He arrived at a gorgeous bedroom. Zan Jushao sat cross-legged on the lotus seat, facing the vast bamboo forest sea, fiddling with strings of a zither. Birds were singing in the air, warblers singing and hovering. It was like an image of hope for life. "Do you know where you messed up?" Zan Jushao asked and did not look back. Yin Chongyu rubbed his ankle that was hurt by falling, simply sat on the ground and looked towards the side of his face and said, "Overestimated myself, underestimated him." Zan Jushao smiled gently and said, "Both are not correct." Yin Chongyu was curious, "What was it then?" Zan Jushao said, "Your biggest mistake is that you shouldn't have done it in my palace." Yin Chongyu. Later, he understood, he really shouldn't kill people in Zan Jushao's domain, because Zan Jushao wouldn't allow anyone who didn't deserve to die experience accidents while in his territory, and at that time Yan Kai was actually not that powerful. If Yin Chongyu assassinated Yan Kai anywhere outside the Crown Prince's East Palace, he wouldn't be blocked by Zan Jushao and maybe he could have been successful in getting revenge. Regrettably, there was no what if in life. Yin Chongyu hid in the bedroom of Zan Lu, recuperated for several months, and finally left without saying goodbye. When it was all over, whatever events that happened outside of his control during this period, other than Yin Chongyu, no one will ever know. As if it were fate, Yin Chongyu fell in love with Zan Lu, and Zan Lu also gained another good friend. Yin Chongyu didn't know why Zan Jushao wanted to save him that day, just like he didn't know why Zan Jushao, such a noble and proud man, became friends with a demon. "Shall we become sworn brothers?" One day, Zan Lu asked him that. Yin Chongyu smiled. He looked at Zan Lu, pressed all his love to the bottom of his heart, and said, "Yes." Zan Lu spoke, "We were not born on the same year, same month, or the same day, but I wish to die on the same year, same month, and same day." Yet Yin Chongyu spoke of sharing a bed in life, sharing a tomb in death. Zan Lu turned to him and said with a smile, "Those words aren't the oath for sworn brothers, you're kneeling to heaven and earth in marriage." Yin Chongyu replied, Don't take advantage of me. Later, even when he became a demon venerable and Zan Lu became quasi-emperor, they were still friends. He regarded him as a lover, while Zan Lu regarded him as a confidant. He was still planning his revenge and was close together with his enemy. Until one day, Zan Lu told him that he was going to marry the first daughter of the Yan family, Yan Shuiyi. Yin Changyu's ears listened and his mouth said, "You once asked me what kind of deep and great hatred I had with the Yan family. Do you still want to know?" Zan Lu replied, "As long as you are willing to say, I am willing to know." "If you knew, would you still marry Yan Shuiyi?" Zan Lu asked, "Whether I marry Yan Shuiyi or not has nothing to do with the Yan family, but is only related to one person, right?" Yin Changyu was discouraged in an instant. He curled his lips and smiled, his eyes were clear and light, and he said, "Actually, there is not much deep hatred." He didn't mention his blood feud with the Yan family anymore, and Zan Lu also never asked. At that time, Yin Changyu's cultivation had already reached a very high realm. As long as he was willing to give up his life, he could easily take Yan Qi's dog life. But he was reluctant to part with Zan Lu. Either die, or give up revenge. He could only choose one of the two. So, before making a decision, Yin Changyu went to find Zan Lu to share a jar of wine. When the wine was drunk, Yin Changyu looked at Zan Lu's bright red, moist, and slightly opened lips, and coincidentally kissed him. Zan Lu's body froze at that moment. "I treated you like a brother, but you actually wanted to sleep with me." Zan Lu looked at Yin Changyu in shock, as if looking at a stranger. Yin Changyu completely sobered up and came back to his senses. Although it caused him heartache, he was proficient at wearing a mask that looked as though he was indifferent to people's jeers and mockery. He raised the corners of his lips and said, "Zan Jushao, I've never wanted to be friends with you. I want to be your Dao companion. Will you allow it?" Zan Lu slowly sat up straight, both of his eyes coldly looked at Yin Changyu and said, "I will treat today's affair as though it never happened." Then Yin Changyu knew what he would choose. He stood up, faintly smiled, and revealed an unspeakable weird expression in his eyes. "When did you also learn to believe in your own lies like this?" Zan Lu wanted to get up, but he felt dizzy, and he couldn't even freely use his spiritual qi. "What did you put in the wine?" "It's just something that can make you lose strength for a while and also make you feel very comfortable." Yin Changyu slowly grasped Zan Lu's shoulder, slid his hands downward, hugged his waist, buried his head in his chest, and said, "Divine devils aren't anything good, and I'm the head of divine devils, the worst of them all. You were wrong to trust me." Ever since he was born, Zan Lu had probably never been subjected to such humiliation. Although he had no strength, his muscles were shaking in anger. He spoke, "Radiant sky, don't do anything you will regret." Yin Changyu surrounded the area with a barrier, pulling out the hairpins in his hair, and gently loosened the girdle on his waist. The thin and smooth big red robe just slipped down like that from his shoulder, like falling red petals. Chapter 488. Subdue Yin and Yang. I broke his living body, and he also broke mine. Yin Changyu had a hand on his cheek, an image of innocence and beauty, but I liked the pain he brought me. At that time, I was aware that I had the appearance of being crazy for 2 winters. He said, "I can't do this kind of thing," and he is very opposed, so it caused me a lot of pain. Yin Changyu curved his lips and looked at Lin Xuanji. "I hate him as much as I love him. I can't bear to hurt him, so I have to hurt everything he cares about." On his wedding day I killed Yan Shuiyi. Yan Shuiyi's blood sprayed all over my whole body. To this date I can't forget the way Zan Lu looked at me full of disbelief, shock, and as if he was looking at a madman. What happened later, I can't clearly remember. I only remember that I killed a lot of people. I killed a lot of good people. There were also bad people, monsters, and mortal beings. At that time, I thought they were all so annoying. When I heard a sound, I wanted to make the sound disappear. When I saw color, I wanted it to disappear. I wanted the world to end. It was a chaotic and dark time. Divine Devil Tian Huan killed willfully and without restraint, which ignited a war in all of the 9 lands. At first, people were afraid of him. Later, even devils started to be afraid of him. He killed, until his eyes turned red, he lost his mind, he lost himself. He was possessed, he was even strong to the point where even Zan Lu couldn't suppress him. In the end, Feng Juge, Jushao Monarch, South Emperor Yun Shujian, North Emperor Longyao Kanghai and Northeast Spirit Emperor Rong Qinghan, joined hands with 9 lands Emperor Zan Jushao to lay down their lives down to tear the devil Yin Chongyu into 5 parts, which were suppressed under a great demon sealing array and could never be reincarnated. The disaster came to an end, and the 5 brilliant talents fell to 4. The heavens and the earth fell into darkness, the Milky Way was overthrown, and the stars were dim. The last myriad Tao era ended, the cultivation system declined, and the post-Tao era was coming. Don't want to be born on the same year, same month, or the same day, but I wish to die on the same year, same month, and same day. In the end, it turned out to be a prophecy. But my heart was actually clear, I don't want him to die with me at all, I just want him to live well. Yin Chongyu said that, and in the end his cheeks streamed with tears and choked while sobbing, I only want him to live, I only want him to live. Lin Xuanji looked at Yin Chongyu, who was collapsing. It took a while for him to ask, his body is undamaged, and the big holes have been sealed. As long as his soul is found, he can possibly come back to life. Yin Chongyu sucked in through his red nose and raised his head. When he sealed me, he was so very tired. His soul was fast asleep in his body, and it was only by using the blood of his descendants that he had the capability to wake up again. I have known for a long time that you are his descendant. When I saw you for the first time, I knew that you were the closest person to him, so I asked you to make a contract, waiting for the cause and effect to happen, and let him be reborn. Lin Xuanji sincerely said, it's hard for you to be cautious. Yin Chongyu flashed an unsightly smile and said, you unexpectedly can confront it so calmly. Lin Xuanji said, because what heaven takes from my body is far more important than my life. Yin Chongyu froze. He stared at Lin Xuanji for a long time before asking, what is it? Lin Xuanji shook his head and said, I cannot say. Yin Chongyu did not ask any more. There are some things that he doesn't really need to know, because even if he knows what should have happened and what has happened, he can't change it. It's better to be deaf and blind from the beginning. Lin Xuanji suddenly asked, what are your plans after he wakes up? Yin Chongyu was stunned for a moment and said, I am old. He is obviously a young man, but his heart has gone through many vicissitudes, and he has become a crumpled dead wood, with not a bit of hope for life when spring comes. However, at the moment he saw Zan Lu, all the past things, words and pictures that he deliberately made all rolled into his mind like a tidal wave. They were never cultivation partners, nor lovers. He even killed his beloved, he cost him his throne and life. They are probably enemies. Originally, I thought that after his resurrection, I would live in seclusion with him in the countryside, wandering in 9 lands, not caring about anything, 2 people would be happy together. Yin Chongyu was disappointed and said, but I just remembered that he was not a stranger to me. He didn't like me and was so bad to me. Before his death he thought about how to kill me. How could he be willing to be with me after his death? Otherwise, how did he have the heart to let him become a wandering soul, in such a dark place, where there is no sound from the sky to the ground, alone for thousands of years? Lin Xuanji, where are you going after you have lost your cultivation? Yin Chongyu tilted his head and asked. Lin Xuanji said, I haven't thought it out yet. Maybe I will just roam around and see the outside world. Yin Chongyu asked. Just like you once did in the 9 lands. Lin Xuanji nodded and said, there is nothing wrong with that. Yin Chongyu couldn't help laughing and said, Lin Xuanji, in fact, you didn't want me to erase Yan Tianan's memory, did you? It suddenly occurred to me that there are some things that I didn't need to do at all, however there were other people who would have done something about it. Lin Xuanji embraced the wind. If the result was known, why should he pursue Yin Chongyu so deeply? Lin Xuanji looked at Zan Lu. His long eyelashes were as graceful, radiant and perfect as butterflies' wings, with beautiful and long eyes. The shape was also very beautiful. It was unknown the kind of elegant manner he would open his eyes with. There are countless legends in the myriad Tao era, that Zan Lu, Jushao, is the most amazing one among the legends. Even though he was seen through rapidly, barely a glimpse, his reputation would be passed down through the ages. It was enough to crush Yan Kai, who was on the throne. Lin Xuanji said, when do you want me to unlock his life? Yin Chongyu nodded his head and said, I want to stay here and accompany him for a while. You should also take advantage of this opportunity to say goodbye to your Ahen. I'm afraid there won't be such an opportunity in the future. Lin Xuanji agreed. Yin Chongyu stood up and walked barefoot towards Lin Xuanji, and drew a spell between his eyebrows with his bitten finger. Lin Xuanji's soul sea flashed, a half black and half white, the umbrella of yin and yang fell into his soul sea. From now on, they will belong to you. The yin and yang umbrella were returned to their original place, and all the magic weapons of the 5 continents seal were all there. If nothing happens, the barrier of 5 continents will collapse in a few days, and the passage between 9 lands and 5 continents will be opened. The rare people that have reached the peak of profound realm boundary are bound to take advantage of this great opportunity to leave 5 continents and soar to 9 lands, while those who originally belonged to 9 lands will eventually return. The 5 continents were bound to fall into turmoil, and even the original division of power will be reshuffled. Lin Xuanji felt a little relaxed, also somewhat heavy. He no longer disturbed Yin Changyu's time with Zan Lu, but turned around and walked step by step toward the outside. Step by step with Lotus. Behind him, Yin Changyu gently sang songs, like nursery rhymes and meaningless tunes. It was nice to hear, yet hard to understand. When Lin Xuanji came out, it was already bright. It was the 7th floor of the Lin family's ancestral temple. Looking up, the ranks of the ancestors were all arranged. When Lin Xuanji stepped out, he saw Yan Tianan's tired face fill with unspeakable joy. Eldest brother. Yan Tianan jumped down from his chair and came up to him. Lin Xuanji gently nodded to him, then raised his hand to pull him into his arms, and pressed his chin against his forehead and said softly, "I have kept you waiting." Yan Tianan breathed a sigh of relief and sullenly said, "You were in there for so long, I thought you weren't going to come out and be bound by the yin umbrella." A carp jumped up and said, "I told you that he didn't want to come out. You still have to rely on my little master to dare to be bold, and never deny it." Yu Ming kicked the yin umbrella down again with one foot and said, "There is no room for you to talk here. Shut your mouth." The yin umbrella immediately lost his temper and the yang umbrella had to hold his shoulder. The yang umbrella soothed him with a pair of smiling eyes. "Don't be angry, Xiao Yin. It's good to resolve the misunderstandings. Who let you have a criminal record? I can't blame the others for doubting you." The yin umbrella glared at her yang umbrella and said, "Who the hell are you siding with? What benefits did they give you to have you be on their side?" The yang umbrella blinked and said innocently, "I am clearly on the side of Xiao Yin." The yin umbrella said, "Bullshit. If you're on my side, why aren't you tied to the ground like me?" The yang umbrella said with a strong relevance, "Because the ground is cold, you like cold places, so I won't fight with you, and I will leave you all the good things." Yin umbrella, I really have to thank you. The discussion of IQ between the yin and yang umbrella could be ignored. Lin Xuanji was surrounded by several other people. "Lin Xuanji, you really scared Grandpa to death." Lin Runru's eyes were red with snot and tears, turned his head and said, "Do you know how long you have been in there?" "For 10 months, do you know that if you and Ah Hen had children, they would have been born?" Lin Xuanji, Yin Xingli was really relieved and moved to say, "Nothing happened to the eldest prince. I finally can have the face to give your majesty a report." Yan Zonghua also nodded and said, "My good nephew really has good luck." Even the yin umbrella couldn't bind Lin Xuanji and felt a bit ashamed. The yin umbrella is a magic weapon to dissolve bones and dissipate souls. The people who are taken in will become a pool of muddy water in a few days, and their souls will disappear and they can't enter into reincarnation. After he entered, if it weren't for the magnetic field disturbed by the sleeping Zan Lu inside, he would have turned into water mist. However, now the yin and yang umbrellas belong to him. No matter how he enters, there will be no sea. Yan Tianan said, "Elder brother, you have been in the yin umbrella for so long, I'm afraid you don't know much about things outside. After you went in that day, the 3 elders suddenly became puppets of the Corpse Ghost King, and all the people behaved like monsters. The Corpse Ghost King captured the souls of the 3 elders, using the entire Qing city as an array, and wanted to turn this place into a dead corpse city, offering the people as sacrifices and be reborn. However, we foiled his plot together, and the Corpse Ghost King also died. After that day, Master and Teacher Ah Kai re-divined and found out that the original magic treasure of East Continent Seal was in the Lin family temple, and went outside of the 7th and 1st floors. The other 5 floors were all law circles. Now that the law has been broken, the yin and yang umbrellas have also appeared. It seems the 5 seals have all been already collected." Lin Xuanji nodded and said, "It's all been gathered here." He turned to say, "Why don't I see Mao Mao and Aji Yu?" Yan Tianan scratched his head and said, "After the Corpse King was finally sucked in and refined by Aji Yu, Mao Mao took him to digest because he was afraid of food poisoning." Lin Xuanji. Having said that, Yan Tianan looked at Lin Xuanji with shining eyes and said, "Eldest brother, can we go to 9 lands soon?" Lin Xuanji looked at Yan Tianshan's face, which was already weakened a lot. It was faintly visible that he was elegant and beautiful, and he couldn't help but be happy. He smiled and said, "Yes, you only need to sacrifice the array and then you can break the barrier." Chapter 489. When the dust settled, edited by Molly and Aya. Yu Ming raised his eyebrows and asked, "Sacrifice to an array?" Lin Xuanji replied, "Sky Peak sect has an array connecting to the upper realm. There are already sacrificial offerings in it, and the flow of spiritual qi is also the most dense. We can go there and break the 5 continents seal." Yu Ming nodded. "Let's pick a time and go together." Changing the subject, he narrowed his eyes and stared at the yin umbrella. "After opening the barrier, we will kill this kid. It's simply perfect." Yin Umbrella's back was cold, and his hair stood up. He shouted, "You haven't even crossed the river, yet you already want to fucking tear down the bridge. I'll tell you the truth, if you want to mess with me now, you have to get Lin Xuanji's consent. I, little grandpa, am his person now, so he has the final say." Yan Tianan looked at Lin Xuanji in confusion, and his eyes were stunned and surprised. Yu Ming exploded in anger and asked, "Lin Xuanji, what exactly did you do during those months in the yin umbrella?" Lin Xuanji's face was full of black lines. He was left speechless. When the yang umbrella saw Yan Tianan raise his hand, ready to hit the yin umbrella, he quickly stood in front of the yin umbrella and said, "Don't be angry, he is not, he did not, he cannot possibly be Master's person. Bring out the evidence." Yan Tianan gritted his teeth. Yang umbrella confidently answered, "He is at most Master's umbrella, he is not even human." Yan Tianan was fucking dumbstruck. Yan Zonghua couldn't help laughing and clapped his hands. The yin-yang umbrella actually signed a master-servant contract. Master-servant contract? That's all? Yan Tianan suspiciously asked. Yang umbrella immediately nodded and said, "We were originally a magic weapon contracted with Demon Venerable Radiant Sky, but not long ago, Demon Venerable Radiant Sky actually sold us over to young Master Lin, so we will follow him from now on." Yan Tianan watched the beautiful faces and youthful figures of the Yang umbrella and Yin umbrella, thinking, although these 2 weapon spirits are not human beings, their human forms are still so beautiful. He could not help but feel a sense of crisis. He rolled up his sleeves and said, "I don't care, who knows if you 2 saw how handsome and domineering my Dage is, so you deliberately approached him like this to take advantage of the situation and harbor ideas about my Dage. I promise you that I didn't." The Yang umbrella immediately hugged Yin umbrella, kissed him on the mouth, and solemnly vowed as he stared death in the face, "Little Yin and I already have been married for a lifetime, we are the only ones for each other. We wished to fly in heaven, 2 birds with the same wings, and grow together on the earth, 2 branches of the same tree. We will never take a fancy to anyone else again. Even if he is a heavenly immortal, we still won't look at him." Yan Tianan. Yin umbrella had a face full of black lines. He pushed away Yang umbrella, who was too deep into the play, and climbed up with difficulty from the ground. "Don't fucking talk nonsense. This little grandpa likes big breasts. You are bigger than me down there," the Yang umbrella said, aggrieved. "We're obviously the same size, we've compared it before." Yu Ming sucked in a breath. He could not help but click his tongue a few times as he stared at Yang umbrella's lower half. "Bitch, exceptionally gifted. You can't judge a book by its cover." Yin umbrella widened his eyes. "You are shameless, you actually dared to cheat Yang umbrella." He. Yin umbrella felt the gazes around him get more bizarre. His scalp felt like it was tingling with pins and needles. Yin umbrella could not stand it and shouted, "Shut up for lousy." Yang umbrella ran toward the outside while giggling. "Yin umbrella, everybody." Yin umbrella sneered at everyone with a straight face. "Oh, you think I am abnormal, but do you know why I am abnormal? If you had been facing such a mental patient for thousands of years and didn't turn abnormal, then I will kneel down and call you daddy." Yu Ming looked at Yin umbrella sympathetically and said, "You actually haven't been angered to death by him yet. Indeed, people with holes in their heads can live longer." Yin umbrella, giving you the middle finger. But then again, since the yin-yang umbrella was now owned by Lin Xuanji, it was indeed difficult to pursue the mistakes made by Yin umbrella. Lin Xuanji was definitely not a rigid person. In this world, the cultivation world's law had always been the law of the jungle. Before, they said that the Yin umbrella harmed and killed people only because he killed people on their side. Now that Yin umbrella had changed camps, Lin Xuanji was a little more lenient to him. Go to read the sacred scripts for 81 days to help the souls find peace and send the departed spirits off. We'll leave it at that, Lin Xuanji said to Yin umbrella. Yin umbrella almost jumped up. The sacred scripts to help the soul find peace were not something that could be read as one wished. Rather, it demanded the removal of evil karma and the accumulation of achievements in virtue. It was fine for people who hadn't done anything bad to read it, they would naturally feel comfortable, but for people like him, who had hurt many people, every time he read a sentence, he would feel the pain of being struck by heavenly lightning. He could barely even make it through a single recitation. However, Lin Xuanji turned out to make him read it for 81 days. This was simply a disguised way to kill him. Yin Umbrella protested. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuanji replied coldly, "Otherwise, I will abolish half your cultivation," which is the same outcome. Yin Umbrella had nothing to say at this point, so he obediently went to the 7th floor of the ancestral temple of the Lin family and knelt on the mat to read the sacred script of ceremonies to help the soul find peace. Every time he read it, he was struck by lightning as a pledge, which made him cry bitterly and regret his actions. After 81 days, Yan Zhonghua cast a spell to send those souls back to the cycle of reincarnation. All this was considered as finally sending the departed spirits off. When the door of the ancestor temple opened, Yin Umbrella, who had turned over a leaf, had less death chi on his body. His fine little face was full of shyness and tension. The Yang Umbrella took him by the hand and pulled him into the sun with a smile. The Yin Umbrella at first shrank back, but when he found that the sun was not so difficult to endure, he stretched his neck out. The image was very cute. How come he just went in once and became a little wife when he came out? Yu Ming felt it was very interesting. To tell the truth, these people from the 9 lands, although knowledgeable, had few opportunities to see weapon spirits, and this was the first time they saw twin weapon spirits, so it was a very rare opportunity. Yin Umbrella, not knowing anything, raised his head and looked at the people around him. He couldn't help getting red in the face, but also grasped the sleeve of Yang Umbrella nervously. A little powdered and jade-carved face glanced at everyone, full of fear and reservation, making people feel pity for him. Yan Tianan took a glance, then flattened his mouth and said, "He's actually cuter than me. I don't want him to follow you." Lin Xuanji couldn't help laughing. But in Dage's mind, no one is cuter than our family's Ahen. Yan Tianan said, "That's more like it." The Yang Umbrella held Yin Umbrella's hand and led him to Lin Xuanji as he gave a bow, and said, "Thank you for Master's kindness and mercy. Little Yin and I will try our best to serve Master no matter what it is without objection." Lin Xuanji nodded. How did his mind become like this? The Yang Umbrella looked at the Yin Umbrella and said with a smile, "Little Yin was always childish, but it was only when he was later contaminated with too much demonic chi in the seal that it affected his behavior. After settling his karma, although he has a lot more spirit, his wisdom will fall. He doesn't remember everything completely right now, but after a while, he will return to normal." "Ah," Yan Tianan said with disappointment, "he'll return to normal. The current him looks more pleasing to the eye." Yang Umbrella, however, "It'll be pretty good if little Yin stays like this forever." After the matters of the third elder were dealt with, Qing City was restored to calm and stability. In a few days, Su Mo returned to Profound City with Duan Yuyong and Yuan Tianwen. After all, there were many matters to attend to in Profound Sky Sect and in the Yuan family. Ever since esteemed Qing Yun died during his breakthrough, Yuan Tianwen had become the peak master of breaking sword peak, so naturally, he could not leave for too long. Before leaving, Yuan Tianwen and Duan Yuyong met with Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan to say goodbye. "Has the date for traveling to Sky Peak City been decided?" Yuan Tianwen asked. "The 15th of next month," Lin Xuanji replied. Yuan Tianwen mused, "I didn't think that I would be fortunate enough to personally experience such a great event in my lifetime. If it weren't for breaking Sword Peak and my son needing me, I would really like to go with you to Sky Peak City to see the grand scene of the opening of the 5 continents barrier." Lin Xuanji smiled. "How can the 5 continents barrier look better than your son?" Yuan Tianwen snorted and proudly said, "That's true. As long as I have my wife and son, I'm satisfied." Duan Yuyong rolled his eyes at him. "No ambition." Yuan Tianwen let him say whatever he wanted. "I won't be shaken." Yan Tianan was full of envy and said, "Your feelings are so good, I really envy you too." Duan Yuyong squinted at Lin Xuanji and said, "Your Dage is also good to you." Yan Tianan touched his chin and said, "But we don't have a son. Now I think it is be a good thing to raise a son." Duan Yuyong was happy and winked at Lin Xuanji. "Did you hear that? Ahen's meaning has been clearly hinted at. You have to work hard to sow seeds and strive to harvest a son as soon as possible." Lin Xuanji lightly replied, Ah Hen is still young, let's see in a few more years. But then again, Duan Yuyong said, after the barrier is opened, are you planning to go directly to the Nine Lands? People didn't have to be at the peak of Profound Realm in order to enter the Nine Lands. As long as one could find a method, even a hardened body stage cultivator could pass. It's just that the method was not easy to find, and secondly, the Nine Lands were full of strong people with all sorts of techniques, and danger was everywhere. If one's cultivation wasn't high enough, then going to the Nine Lands was like courting death. Of course, now that they knew the identity of Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan, Yan Zhonghua was no longer low-key. If they wanted to return to the Nine Lands, their safety was still somewhat guaranteed. Yan Tianan nodded his head, supported his cheeks, and said, yes, both my master and father want me to leave with them, and daddy is also in the Nine Lands. My Dage naturally wants to go see daddy. Duan Yuyong lightly sighed and said, if so, then we will probably not see each for many years. Yan Tianan asked, Uncle Mo isn't going to take a look at the Nine Lands? Yuan Tianwen said, my father is planning on going to the Nine Lands in some years when Henger is older. Henger was the birth name of the Yuan family's little young master, whose actual name was Yuan Chuang. This name was personally given by esteemed Lan Yu himself. Yan Tianan also looked at Duan Yuyong rather reluctantly and said, Yuyong Gerger, when I get there, I will miss you very much. Duan Yuyong's nose was slightly sour, but he was very straightforward and clapped Yan Tianan's shoulder. It's not like we won't see each other in the future. You should get along well over there. When the time comes, I will have a big family to support and come hug your thighs. As long as you don't refuse to recognize me as your Gerger, it will be done. We'll recognize. Yan Tianan nodded hastily and vowed, when you go to the Nine Lands, I'll bring you to eat fragrant food and drink spicy soups, everything will be covered by me. Haha, then I'll be waiting for that day. The reunion had to come to an end eventually. The few people made an appointment for the future, and then parted ways for the time being. After a thunderstorm and heavy rain, the weather was clear, and even the spiritual qi in the air seemed to be rich. In addition, Qing City had just suffered a disaster, but there was a feeling of fortune from surviving a catastrophe. The Lin family captured the Corpse King monster and saved the whole Qing City from dire circumstances. The people of Qing City naturally felt more grateful to the Lin family. The Lin family, which was originally on its way to being Qing City's #1 family, had now fully secured the title. Fame followed merit. Lin Runru once revealed his intentions of wanting to pass down the position of family head to Lin Xuanji, but he was rejected by Lin Xuanji. Lin Zontian can receive that great responsibility. Lin Xuanji not only refused, but also recommended another of the Lin family pupils, who had the ability to replace him as the young master. Lin Runru asked, why is that? Chapter 490. Re-entering the reincarnation cycle, edited by Aya and Molly. Lin Xuanji said, if I leave the 5 continents, I will definitely not come back in a short time. The Lin family can't carry on without someone taking the mantle. Instead of letting me occupy the position, it would be better to give it to someone who could really do things for the family. After pondering, Lin Runru gave it careful consideration. He voided Lin Xuanji's status as young master, and directly gave him the title as 6th elder of the Lin family. There had been no Lin family disciple who had ever acquired the status of an elder before the age of 100, but Lin Xuanji would be the first person. There was not even one person in the Lin family who would disapprove of it. Lin Xuanji had already repaired the furnace that could refine the pill to cure the extreme Yang constitution. Ji Lanjin almost shed tears, and she was grateful for Lin Xuanji's kindness, as well as the Lin family. She swore to help the Lin family with all her heart and soul. He had solved all the worries he could think of, and he had also relaxed his mood. Before the day when the 5 continents barrier was lifted, he spent every day traveling with Yan Tianan to visit the mountains and rivers, indulging in his freedom. Yan Tianan was a man who didn't like to hide his emotions. He loved Lin Xuanji very much and had tasted the sweetness of greed and pleasure. From time to time, he would pester Lin Xuanji for intimacy. Naturally, Lin Xuanji would embrace Yan Tianan with an even more enthusiastic attitude. The two people's staminas were beyond people's reach. In addition to Yan Tianan's special physique, although the dual cultivation was laborious, it was also comfortable and ensured great benefits. They took a few days being entangled with one another. Yuming had never hated his hearing as much as he did now. At first, his face was gloomy, as if it were going to thunder and rain, and then he slowly became numb. Sometimes, he could mockingly throw out a sentence like young people really have good stamina nowadays. Then he gave up talking to his son and went on pestering Yan Zhonghua instead. At first, Yan Zhonghua shut Yu Ming out of the door cruelly and ignored him. However, in the middle of the night, he couldn't sleep because Yu Ming was chatting about their happy past outside his door. He opened the door and directly carried Yu Ming in. Since then, Yu Ming had moved into Yan Zhonghua's room, and a silly smile appeared on his face when walking on the road every day. It was not until the day before they left for Sky Peak City that the long-lost Feng Jingyu appeared in front of everyone. The first thing he said when he fell in front of Lin Xuanji was, "I found a piece of Ling Chigu's soul fragment." Ling Chigu followed Feng Jingyu's side, and there was a little more liveliness between his brows. It was obvious that some of his soul had returned to its original place, but he still had no reaction to the normal communication with the outside world, nor could he speak. However, whenever Feng Jingyu turned to smile at him, Ling Chigu also smiled gently in return. This was already a great progress. Feng Jingyu tasted the sweetness, so he was even more determined to take Ling Chigu and continue to search for the rest of his scattered soul fragments in the 5 continents. He came back this time just to ask Yan Tianan for Ling Chigu. Yan Tianan was also very happy for Ling Chigu, but because Ling Chigu was still a corpse puppet with an incomplete soul, he needed Yan Tianan to supply Yin Qi through the contract. Even though the contract couldn't be lifted, Yan Tianan promised not to easily summon Ling Chigu to his side, so that Feng Jingyu could be rest assured and take Ling Chigu to find the soul fragments. Feng Jingyu did not stay for too long and left. Although Feng Jingyu left, he buried a thunder bomb in Yan Tianan's heart. On the way to Sky Peak City, Yan Tianan mentioned the matter in the carriage. He asked worriedly, "Dage, what is the price you have to repay for my rebirth?" Lin Xuanji looked at Yan Tianan's tired eyes and lovingly took him in his arms. He kissed his forehead. "In my last life, I met Yin Chongyu in the 5 elements converging soul plate. He had a cracked revert world mirror in his hand, which was a magic weapon that was left at the beginning of this world, tens of thousands of years ago. If it was repaired, you could turn the time axis back." Yan Tianan listened carefully. "I made a deal with Senior Yin. I borrowed the soul plate, cultivated it for thousands of years, repaired the mirror and made everything start again. In future generations, I will unlock the 5 continents demon sealing array, and let Senior Yin's soul return to his place and return to the living world." "Is that all?" Yan Tianan was full of doubts and said, "I don't believe it's just like this." Lin Xuanji said with a smile, "Of course it won't be so easy. I also promised him to use my blood and cultivation to awaken Zan Lu's soul, which had already lost its way." "Your blood and cultivation?" Yan Tianan was so nervous that he grabbed Lin Xuanji's arm and asked, "Will something happen to you?" "It doesn't need all my blood, nor will it consume all my cultivation, but my body will be weak for a while, and the cultivation will also decline. At that time, it will all depend on Ah Hen to protect me." Ah Hen would not abandon Dage, right? "What's Dage saying?" Yan Tianan patted his chest. "I am very powerful now. My father also said that once I return to the 9 lands, he will unlock the seal in my body, and then I will be more powerful and more than enough to protect you." Lin Xuanji couldn't help but laugh. "Then I have to hold on to young master's thigh well." Although Yan Tianan was worried, he also felt good. It didn't matter if he had a lower level of cultivation. Anyway, it was good that Lin Xuanji could keep his life. At this time, he already began to wonder what replenishing pill he could refine for Lin Xuanji. When they reached Sky Peak City, Yin Chongyu's voice suddenly sounded in Lin Xuanji's sea of knowledge. "Lin Xuanji, I changed my mind." Lin Xuanji asked, "What are you going to do?" Yin Chongyu said, "I want his soul to reincarnate, forget all the past, and turn over a new leaf in the afterlife." After a pause, Lin Xuanji asked, "Don't you want him to remember you?" Yin Chongyu responded gently, "I don't want him to look at me like I'm a stranger ever again. In fact, I regret that I forced him to have a good time with me and cut off all the future roads between us. I also don't want to make life difficult for him. I've thought about it, and he doesn't necessarily want to remember a bad person like me, so let him be reborn." Lin Xuanji frowned slightly. "But didn't you say before that when he sealed you, he told you to wait for him to wake up before you start?" "It's just my wishful thinking." Yin Chongyu said faintly, "It's a fantasy one made up myself. In such lonely and boundless days, I always try to find some ways to amuse me." Lin Xuanji was silent for a moment and said, "What do I need to do? You can support his body with your blood, and I will do the rest." Lin Xuanji was stunned. "The soul is gone. What do you want to do with his body? I will not make him into a corpse puppet, and I will not do anything excessive towards him," Yin Chongyu replied lightly. "I only want him to accompany me, watch the sun rise and fall together, watch the rise and fall of the world, and look at the world of mortals for a long time." Although Lin Xuanji thought this was a great disrespect to his ancestor, since he owed Yin Chongyu a lot and thought that Yin Chongyu was really pitiful, he finally agreed. Even if Yin Chongyu killed lots of innocent people, but in terms of the Yin Chongyu whom Lin Xuanji knew, he held no hatred but kindness to him. On the day when the sleeping soul of Zan Lu was to be reincarnated, Yin Chongyu, whose soul had all returned to its original place, left the soul plate. He stood beside Lin Xuanji and looked at the blooming road of heavy lotus paved by the yin-yang umbrella. His face looked as if some heavy burden had crushed his back and made him old in an instant. He didn't know which baby the soul of Zan Lu would fall into, and he dared not divine it. Nobody knew whether it was because he had truly let Zan Lu go or whether he didn't dare to divine or couldn't divine. Some people's lives were ruined at first sight, while others were only suitable to exist in memory. If only time could stop at the moment when we first met. The news that all the magic weapons to seal the 5 continents had been obtained by Lin Xuanji already spread all over the entire continent. Although some people had devious thoughts to win the magic weapons for their own use, esteemed Lan Yu had already said that he would announce to the world about the situation of the 5 continents barrier and its crisis, which will extinguish the thought of robbing the magic weapons from many people. After all, no one had been able to leave the 5 continents mainland for thousands of years, which was a very serious issue for the cultivators in the 5 continents. Now, someone could finally open the barrier, and no wise man would do bad things to stop it. Of course, greedy and short-sighted people were never lacking. There were still some people who wanted to use Lin Xuanji's magic weapons, but before they could start work, those people were completely destroyed by some reclusive masters who discovered the changes. Are you kidding? They managed to resist the chi deviation just to wait for the 5 continents barrier to open, so that they could ascend to the 9 lands. How could they let these chop suey minions ruin the good thing halfway? Therefore, Lin Xuanji's road to Sky Peak City was unimpeded. There have been some troubles in Sky Peak City these days. It was that the master of Sky Peak sect was found to have suddenly died in the cultivation room one day, and the cause of death was unknown. However, in order to maintain stability, Sky Peak sect claimed that he'd had a chi deviation and died, while only a few people knew the real cause of his death. On the morning of the 2nd day of arriving in the city, Bai Yichen found them by the door. He was not looking for Lin Xuanji, but Yin Chongyu. "I haven't seen you for 1,000 years, but crafting monarch's elegant demeanor remains the same, only he's half a person shorter now for no reason." Yin Chongyu's tone lacked respect, and his content was even worse. He crossed his legs and sat on the chair, and he didn't get up when he saw Bai Wen. Bai Wen looked at him and said, "You have recovered a lot of your cultivation. It's still a little short of its heyday." Yin Chongyu choked, "But it's easy to beat you. Speaking of which, I should have recognized your identity a long time ago, Bai Wen, name Yichen." Yan Tianan was also present. He blinked and said, "Senior Yin seems to have a bad relationship with young Master Bai." Yin Chongyu said, "Of course more than half of the magic weapons that suppressed me in the past were found by him. If it was not, I wouldn't have stayed in the demon sealing array for so long." "So you would rather be consumed by a large array that devours your energy and die of old age?" Bai Wen said without mercy. "You should be glad that Zan Lu loved you badly. Otherwise, I would never let you have the chance to stand here and speak to me again after you killed my Dao companion." Yin Chongyu's facial muscles stirred. He couldn't stop laughing and said, "Don't fucking joke with me. Who did you say loves me badly? Zan Lu. He tore me apart and left me silent in the dark void for thousands of years. Death was better than that. How can he love me? Are you joking?" Bai Wen watched him laugh crazily, and only when he was quiet did he say, "Demon Venerable Radiant Sky, don't you ever wonder why other people's souls were torn apart, but you can slowly absorb the aura of those magic weapons and just be divided into 5 parts, each of them living well?" Yin Chongyu said coldly, "Isn't it this Venerable's talent?" Bai Wen chuckled. "In fact, among the 6 magic weapons, 4 are indeed the 4 directions seal I found, the yin-yang umbrella, the heavenly thunder tripod, and the twin lotus lamp. But there are 2 left, and both of them were found by Zan Lu." Yin Chongyu frowned. How can there be two? I remember that he did find the revert world mirror. What else? Chapter 491. Outstanding Sword Bone, edited by Aya and Molly. The 5 elements converging soul plate, as well as the revert world mirror. Bai Wen's voice was very flat as he said, and the 5 elements converging soul plate did not fall into your body when you were sealed. It followed you as early as when you climbed out from Twin Moon City as a ghost. Yin Chongyu suddenly froze. He could understand every word Bai Wen said, but he also couldn't understand them. Didn't the 5 elements converging soul plate appear after he was sealed? The fact that he was a ghost that came from Twin Moon City was his deepest secret. Except for Lin Xuanji and the others, even Zhan Lu didn't know it. How could Bai Wen know? What exactly do you mean by that? Yin Chongyu stood up, his eyes fixed on Bai Wen. Why don't you explain it to me? Why was the 5 elements converging soul plate on me as early as then? What does this have to do with Zhan Lu? How do you know that I'm a ghost from Twin Moon City? What role did you play in all this? Lin Xuanji frowned slightly but didn't interrupt. Bai Wen leaned back and said, the 5 elements converging soul plate was the magic weapon of the Yan family. It's believed that it could nourish the soul and calm the mind. On the 2nd day after the great slaughter of Twin Moon City, Zhan Lu had already arrived there in a hurry. He saw the tragic situation in the city and saw you die a miserable death. When he thought about the 8-year appointment with you, he was in great pain and remorse. He gathered your bones and asked for the 5 elements converging soul plate for you. He let your vengeful soul condense into a ghost and secretly protected you. He killed the divine devil whose body you later possessed and ensured you a lifetime of peace. Yin Chongyu was dumbstruck in an instant. He murmured, impossible. He would never do this. He had completely forgotten the 8-year appointment. He couldn't have remembered it. Outstanding Sword Bone, a promise is worth 1,000 ounces of gold. How could His Majesty Zhan forget such an important agreement? Just like how he still accepted Yan Shui's engagement in exchange for the soul plate even though he doesn't love women. Bai Wen sighed faintly and paused. He then continued, in fact, it's true that I don't know if he really loves you, but he does feel pity and guilt towards you. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked me to find the revert world mirror for him when you had already reached the point of no return. What was he doing looking for a revert world mirror? Yin Chongyu's voice trembled. He had wanted to start all over again, but unfortunately, when I returned with the mirror, his soul was so weak that he could no longer refine the mirror that was cracked. Before he died, he asked me to put the mirror and a remnant of an ancient crafting manual into your 5 elements converging soul plate, just waiting for you to reunite your soul once again, repair the mirror, and then choose whether or not to go back in time. Bai Wen smiled and looked at Yin Chongyu, who was already shaking all over. A long time ago, probably after you had became sworn brothers with him, I once asked him why he was so attentive to you. He told me that he needed a proper and legitimate identity to protect you from the wind and rain and to protect you from the worries of the world for the rest of your life. At this moment, Yin Chongyu felt as if he'd been struck by lightning, and his body was overcome with a tidal wave of feelings. How did this happen? How could this be? What had Zhan Juxiao done? And what did he do? Bai Wen said, the reason why I told you this is to let you know that your life was saved by Zhan Lu's desperate efforts. If you don't want him to spend so much effort in vain, then don't hurt the land he has guarded for many years. Moreover, in the end, you owe us an apology. Yin Chongyu put his hands over his face and choked so much that he could hardly speak. He sobbed, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. It's all my fault, it's all my fault. Bai Wen gently responded, I forgive you in their place. From now on, you should stop constantly thinking about the past, just carry your burden and move forward. I have already found the reincarnation of the person I love, and a dim light appeared on the West Phoenix monarch Juxiao's soul stone. The South Sovereign is not dead, and Zhan Lu has re-entered the reincarnation cycle. You see, everything has started anew in a new cycle of life. Everything has started anew in a new cycle of life, but his Zhan Lu would never come back. Yin Chongyu's mind was greatly shaken. After crying for a while, he stood up from the ground and walked outside in a trance. After leaving the house for a few steps, the people inside heard him scream Zhan Lu. This sound was like the cuckoo crying blood or the shore ape whining, as if his heart had been pierced by the tip of a blade, making people's scalp numb and causing heartache. Lin Xuanji seemed to have a lot he wanted to say, but in the end, he couldn't say anything. It turned out there were so many so-called cruel and heartless resentments in this world. After removing the surface layer, all of the hate could not hold out against the enthusiasm of the heart. Finally, a chivalrous and courageous man with flesh and blood stood in front of Lin Xuanji. The Ling Xiao Venerable, who stood above all, he really did deserve the honor of standing above all ages. Bai Wen looked at the bamboo grove outside the window and was silent for a moment before recovering his mind. He said to Lin Xuanji, "Now that his affairs have been solved, we might as well talk about your affairs again." Lin Xuanji looked up slightly and asked, "What about my affairs?" Bai Wen replied, "Revert world mirror." Lin Xuanji saw that Yan Tianan was a little confused beside him. "It's better to wait until later to discuss this." Bai Wen was quite understanding. "I didn't expect that the revert world mirror was not used by Yin Chongyu, but it had created opportunities for you instead. However, the revert world mirror is a magic weapon of the Tao of Heaven. When you used it, did the Tao of Heaven speak with you?" Lin Xuanji's pupils suddenly shrank, and then he hid it. "Never," Lin Xuanji said lightly, "maybe because the Tao of Heaven doesn't want to care about me." Bai Wen nodded. "That's for the best. Deceiving heaven and hiding from the world is only a temporary feat. One day, you will pay the price. You should be prepared." Lin Xuanji said, "I'm grateful for crafting monarch's reminder." Bai Wen shook his head. "I haven't been the crafting monarch for a long time. When you return to the Nine Lands, I'm afraid the title of the new crafting emperor will fall on you." Lin Xuanji did not comment. Yan Tianan asked, "Young Master Bai, aren't you going back to the Nine Lands?" Bai Wen looked at Yan Tianan and said gently, "I won't go for the time being. After all, there are still people I am looking for here. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely return to the Nine Lands." Lin Xuanji said, "Wangfu Jin." Bai Wen nodded. Lin Xuanji told him, "I thought about those powerhouses who sealed the demon back then, and only the Northern Emperor, Longyao Kanghai matches. Can Wangfu Jin be his reincarnation?" Bai Wen said, "It's him and it's also not him. After reincarnation, there are still some differences, so I don't understand it. What's the point of me trying my best to find his next life?" Lin Xuanji couldn't help but ask, "I don't understand why you split off a part of your soul into Lang Jishui and made him cultivate the Tao of Indifference. You even made Wangfu Jin become a couple with others. I have sacrificed a lot in order to seal the demon and also to enable Longyao Kanghai to be reincarnated, so my health is not so good up to now. In the past few years, my body has experienced ups and downs with a faint sense of fading away. However, I am unwilling to end my fate with Longyao Kanghai like this, so I created Lang Jishui, this person, to renew my relationship with him. It's just that I didn't expect for Lang Jishui to be an emotionless person. Later, my body became like a dry tree that had sprouted leaves again, and inexplicably became a lot better. I thought about absorbing Lang Jishui back. If I want to live longer, I must have a complete soul. It's just that Ah Jin already has deep feelings for him. I'm afraid that once Lang Jishui dies, Ah Jin won't be able to stand it for a while, and some disasters will happen." Yan Tianan nodded thoughtfully and said, "The reason is actually so complicated. No wonder I always thought you liked my Dage." Bai Wen chuckled. "The reason why I liked your Dage at first sight is because he looks like my best friend Zan Jushao, but you misunderstood." Yan Tianan stuck out his tongue, thinking of the vinegar he had drank before. He was deeply ashamed. Lin Xuanji said, "But you can't let him marry others. Do you know who is in charge of guarding the 5 elements converging soul plate?" Bai Wen then answered his own question. "In the hands of the Wangfu family. What you don't know is that the Wangfu family is a chess piece buried in the 5 continents by the Dragon Palace from the North Land of the Divine Clans. They are a reclusive family, and their only mission in coming to the 5 continents is to guard the 5 elements converging soul plate. However, one day a few years ago, the soul plate disappeared, and the news was revealed. Other reclusive families all planned on singling them out for this crime. I don't know how the head of the Wangfu family knew of my identity, but he begged me to shelter the Wangfu family from the Divine Clans. He was willing to let the Wangfu family serve the Bai family for many generations as a price." Bai Wen smiled coolly. "I naturally refused. The 5 continents Bai family is merely a small branch of our Bai family in this smaller realm, while Wangfu Jin is from a noble divine clan. How could I let him serve others? I could only let the Bai family marry Ah Jin. In this way, the Bai family has become the brother-in-law of the Wangfu family, and those reclusive families would always have to weigh the consequences of offending a craftsman family." Yan Tianan always felt that something was wrong. When he thought about it, a light suddenly flashed in his mind. But you are so powerful that you can protect the Wangfu family even if they don't marry. Bai Wen said, that's only when I'm alive. Yan Tianan was stunned. My time is coming. Bai Wen said softly, only by taking back my soul can I continue to live. However, the present situation doesn't allow me to take it back. After I die, no one can protect him anymore. I always have to leave him with a back road. With a complicated expression, Lin Xuanji looked at the man in front of him, whose sickly countenance still couldn't hide his elegance. Have you told Wangfu Jin about these things? No need to let him know. In the past life, I became his inner demon, the tribulation on his cultivation road. Let him not remember me from beginning to end in this life. There was an indescribable affliction in Yan Tianan's heart. Bai Wen didn't stay too long on that day. He was never the kind of person who could express his mind thoroughly, so it was very profound that he even spoke this much. When Bai Wen was sent away, Yan Tianan looked unhappy. He didn't understand why there were so many helpless people in the world. They were all so powerful. With a wave of their hand, they could overturn the clouds and stop rains, but when it came to love, they were afraid of their hands and feet and became hesitant. However, it was Yin Chongyu and Zan Lu who made Yan Tianan suffer the heaviest impact. It was unknown where Yin Chongyu went. They never saw him again, even when they went to Sky Peak Sect. Lin Xuanji summoned Yin Chongyu's soul with the soul plate, but suddenly realized that the 3 souls and 7 spirits of Yin Chongyu had already been integrated into one, and he was no longer that sliver of wandering soul in the soul plate. August 15th, Mid-Autumn Day. On this day, Sky Peak City was crowded with people, and the scenery was hard to see. Cultivators from all over the 5 continents came in order to witness this historical moment with their own eyes. It was just that they could only stand in the distance and watch from afar, but they dared not approach at will. Chapter 492. The 5 continents barrier behind Sky Peak Sect was the sea, with waves crashing on the bank. Lin Xuanji listened to the wind, birds, waves, and the flutter of butterflies dancing around. He listened to the long sound of bells coming from nowhere, and finally set foot on the last step. With the boundless sea in front of him and the mountains stretching for miles behind, the earth beneath his feet and the heavens above, Lin Xuanji held the 5 elements converging soul plate in charge of life and death. Suddenly, his heart gave birth to an indescribable feeling of excitement and boldness. He remembered that many years ago, when he had repaired the revert world mirror in the soul plate, an abrupt existence appeared faintly in his consciousness. There are 3,000 roads in the great Tao, and life and death depend on fate. By opposing the Tao of heaven and changing your life, cause and effect will be inverted, you shall part forever, and the life stars will fall into chaos. Are you ready for that? Lin Xuanji's heart did not fluctuate at all, but asked lightly, will I die? That consciousness said, the Tao of heaven will always give life to those who are at the end of the road. Life and death are fated. You should think of yourself. Therefore, when the revert world mirror was about to be opened, 1,000 words condensed into one meaning in Lin Xuanji's sea of knowledge. Obliteration. Once he used the mirror and went against the heavens, he would be completely obliterated by the Tao of heaven. He didn't know what it meant to be erased, but he firmly let the revert world mirror take him back to the past. He returned to the fighting arena of Qing City. When he was almost beaten to death, a boy whose entire heart thought of him sold off the white tigers that had accompanied him for many years and exchanged them for money to save his life. When he opened his eyes and vaguely saw the image of a tender little face full of worries, he knew that his long-cherished wish had been achieved, even if he paid the price with his life. At the same time, it wasn't like he didn't think about what would happen if he treated Yan Tianan very well and made Yan Tianan fall in love with him again like in the previous life. If he then cruelly left him forever, was this fair to Yan Tianan? But after thinking for a long time, Lin Xuanji finally figured it out. He had already died, so what was the point of thinking so much? The 5 elements converging soul plate was thrown in the air, and the originally palm-sized soul plate suddenly grew extremely large, almost covering the sky and blocking the sun. Then the 4-direction seal, yin-yang umbrella, twin lotus lamp, and heavenly thunder tripod were also thrown into the air one by one. The 4 magic weapons spun in hundreds of circles under the soul plate, and finally found their respective directions, settling in the grooves of east, south, west, and north, the 4 directions. At this moment, a huge sound came from the sky, and the entire 5 continents seemed to be shaking violently. Many houses collapsed to the ground, and countless trees were uprooted and destroyed. Tsunamis suddenly gushed, and Lin Xuanji raised one of his hands to erect an invisible wall in front of him, completely stopping the tsunami that was about to flood the whole Sky Peak city. The sky was overcast with thunder and lightning, heavy rain pouring down. However, at this time, a thick thunder strike fell from the sky and struck at the zenith of Lin Xuanji's head, penetrating throughout his entire body. He suddenly burst apart into pieces, turning into bloody rain and dissipating in the air. Dag, Yan Tianan was clearly seen in the mirror. He was stunned at first, then realized something, and suddenly cried bitterly. "You son of a bitch, you liar!" Lin Xuanji he vomited a mouthful of blood and was knocked out. Everyone was astonished. No one could have imagined that Lin Xuanji would pay such a price. To die and end one's Tao, to die for a just cause. Yan Zhonghua lightly sighed. Unlocking this barrier could never have been done so easily. After all, when the 5 continents was sealed, 4 of the 5 great powers fell to the afterlife or were seriously injured from it. This situation did not last long, but gradually calmed down after the smoke of Lin Xuanji's death. The fallen trees sank into the soil and broke out at the speed visible to the naked eye. After a while, they grew into towering green trees with birds tweeting and summer cicadas chirping. The clouds of vitality reappeared, and the sun showed a golden on. Every dead person in all corners of the 5 continents was reborn, and their cultivations inexplicably improved a lot. It seemed that this was a blessing given by the Tao of Heaven. All living beings were born facing Yang. Suddenly, a purple thunder exploded down in the east, and the roar was deafening. Everyone looked toward the east. Under 81 strikes, a laugh wandered from the sky of the 5 continents, followed by a golden light that rushed up and disappeared into the sky. By the time this kind of magnificent spectacle died down, it was already after March. The barrier was completely broken, and his mission had been completed. Yu Ming laughed heartily. He was drunk on a balcony, raising his cup to invite the moon and dancing to his own shadow. Rarely did Yan Zhonghua see him so happy and wanton, Yu Ming jumping around on the ground, bare feet, before finally turning and falling into his arms. Yan Zhonghua encircled his slender body, listening to his soft and coquettish tone. "I really love you so badly that my heart hurts." Yan Zhonghua kissed Yu Ming's cheek and said, "When you ran, you never thought whether I'd be heartbroken." Yu Ming tightly hugged Yan Zhonghua's neck and sobbed. "I will never leave you again, never leave you again." And Yan Zhonghua said, "If you dare to run again, I will break your legs and tie you to the bed." On the second day, Hai Kuanglang came with Zan Fengting to bid farewell to esteemed Lan Yu. "Master, martial uncle, I'm going to leave the 5 continents today." Hai Kuanglang saluted esteemed Lan Yu and Yu Ming and grinned. "I came here to say goodbye to you first." Esteemed Lan Yu looked at him and Zan Fengting and nodded. "After returning to the 9 lands, go back to Fuyao sect first. Your martial uncle and I will go back in a few days. If we don't see you then, be careful of your bums." Yu Ming also nodded, and his eyes rolled a few times, saying, "I haven't returned to Fuyao sect for many years. I'm afraid my house has already become dusty, so please help me clean it by the way." When Hai Kuanglang's smile stiffened, he had to answer with unshed tears, "Don't worry, master and martial uncle, this disciple will sweep it clean and won't run away." Zan Fengting chuckled, "I will definitely watch little Lang for master and martial uncle." At this time, Yan Tianan ran in and saw Hai Kuanglang and Zan Fengting. He smiled. "Eldest martial brother, second elder martial brother, are you here to say goodbye?" They both nodded together. Hai Kuanglang raised his eyebrows. "Younger martial brother, if you come with me, elder martial brother will take you all over the East Lands." Without waiting for Yan Tianan to answer, Yu Ming sneered. "You want to kidnap my son in front of me? I think you need to sweep clean the entire Fuyao sect." Hai Kuanglang dared not even talk. At the same time, he thought that there was still such a father who treated his child like his life. He didn't know whether younger martial brother could find a Tao companion smoothly in the future. Yan Tianan said with a smile, "I'll go back to the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital with my father and dad first. I haven't seen it for many years, and I still miss it very much. I don't know what happened to my playmates when I was a child." Yan Zhonghua looked warmly at him. "They all miss you very much. The Gu family's boy is doing fine, and although the Qi family's boy is naughty, his cultivation has never been hindered." Yu Ming said, "The boy of the Qi family lingers among the flowers every day and has almost slept all over the pink field. Don't let Ah Hen contact him, he will be a bad influence to our families. Ah Heng Yantianen rolled his eyes. All that glitters is not gold. Little Chi was a round, fat fellow at the beginning, like a dumpling. Yan Zonghua said, now he has lost a lot of weight. I am afraid that if you see him now, you will not recognize him. Yan Tianen couldn't wait to leave the 5 continents and go to the 9 lands to meet his old friends. At this moment, a gorgeous man with bare feet and wearing a wide robe walked in. He looked around the happy crowd and asked, what about Lin Xuanji? Senior Yin, even Yu Ming dared not make a mistake in front of this person. After all, this was an ancestor-level divine devil. Who is Lin Xuanji? Asked esteemed Lan Yu, who frowned slightly. Yin Chongyu wanted to say, isn't he your youngest disciple? But suddenly, a ridiculous idea flashed through his mind. He looked at Yan Tianen. You don't know him either. Yan Tianen was puzzled. I've never heard of this person. Yin Chongyu asked, what about Lin Zan? Yan Tianen said, he's my adoptive father, and he's already in the 9 lands. Yin Chongyu said with a tight throat, where is his own son? Yan Tianen suddenly became more inexplicable and said, since when did my daddy have a biological son? I have been around him for many years, and I never knew that he had other sons. Daddy regarded me as his own son. I think it was me whom you heard about. Yin Chongyu almost wanted to laugh wildly, but he was also full of sorrow. What is your relationship with esteemed Lan Yu? I am his closed-door disciple. Yan Tianen looked at Yin Chongyu with great concern and said, Senior Yin, you already know this for a long time. Why are you just asking some strange questions today? Our daughter, you okay? Who opened the 5 continents barrier? Yin Chongyu asked the last question. Yan Tianen shook his head and sighed. His eyes were full of longing and worship when he said, I don't know where the great powerhouse came from. He always got these magic weapons one step ahead of us, and opened the barrier by his own strengths. He disappeared completely without leaving his surname or name. I really want to see such a genius with my own eyes. Yin Chongyu slowly raised his hand, swayed a little, and turned back to the exit. So the obliteration that Lin Xuanji once mentioned meant that all of the people in the world had completely forgotten him, and no one could remember Lin Xuanji's existence among heaven and earth. But, why did he still remember? Yin Chongyu walked on a long street, only feeling that the temperamental nature of Tao of Heaven was really confusing, and he remembered that Lin Xuanji entrusted him to seal the memory of Yan Tianen. In fact, from beginning to end, he was just an audience. Lin Xuanji had probably already known that once he unlocked the seal of the 5 continents, he would disappear from everyone's memory forever. This was the true obliteration of the Tao of Heaven. No relatives, no friends, no lovers. He was alone and independent with no sons and daughters. He was born without death and turned into nothingness, turning into void from heaven and earth. From then on, dust would return to dust, and soil would return to soil, and later generations would have no other legends of him, let alone mention his name. Yin Chongyu couldn't help but shed tears. How could Lin Xuanji, who was so precious to Yan Tianen, be willing to let him feel sad because of him? Under this circumstance, it was good that Yan Tianen was not unhappy because of such a person as Lin Xuanji. After all, he didn't even know who this person was, and it was impossible for other people to mention him again. It was a thorough erasure, with everything figured out. It turned out that you had already laid out everything. Yin Chongyu staggered forward, and the world was empty, but there was nowhere to go. From dusk to sunset, from sunset to rising, and then from rising to sunrise, he didn't know how many days and nights he walked. Finally, one day, Yin Chongyu remembered that Lin Xuanji had not given him the 4 directions seal. Yin Chongyu used the power of the contract, and suddenly tore a black hole in front of him. He went in without thinking, and came into the soul plate space which had been separated from him for a long time. A lotus platform was in full bloom on the water of the soul plate, and a naked young man laid on it. His figure was extremely beautiful, and every inch of him was a work of heaven and earth. Just like his appearance, one point couldn't be increased or decreased, which made people forget common customs. Yin Chongyu was stunned at first. Then he flew to the lotus platform and sat next to the young man. You've actually been hiding in this place. I have been looking for you for so long. I thought you were dead. Young crow feather eyelashes trembled and slowly parted. A pair of dark eyes that shone like a vast sea of stars appeared, opened in a small smile. Heaven always left behind a glimmer of hope. Yin Chongyu stared at him and said, You are a man who can do great things. You are so cruel to yourself. I have only seen you Lin Xuanji laughed, but said nothing. I've come to ask for the 4-direction seal. Yin Chongyu looked at Lin Xuanji's eyes and whispered. Lin Xuanji said, after I recover, I will return it to you. Yin Chongyu said, now that it's become like this, I'm not afraid that you will run away. After muttering, Yin Chongyu said in a dull voice, well, I have been with you for the longest time in the previous life, and it is 1,000 years before and after. I don't know how long we have to face each other in this life. Say, if the person I love is you, how nice it would be. Lin Xuanji said with a smile, then I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint your kindness. Yin Chongyu scolded, bastard. You are far inferior to him. Lin Xuanji said, you are also far inferior to Ah Hen. Yin Chongyu, so why did they hurt each other? In the end, Yin Chongyu laughed, relieved, and placed his forehead on Lin Xuanji's shoulder. He said in a soft voice, Xuanji, from now on, no one will remember you in this world except me. And I don't have anyone to remember. Now we both have nothing. Let's share each other's company. Lin Xuanji raised his hand and pressed it gently on the back of Yin Chongyu's head. He said, okay. Chapter 493. Prince returns under the golden sunshine, glowing with boundless radiance, 2 towering gates opened to both sides. Some people on top of the city wall anxiously looked in the distance. Moments later, they saw a few young people riding demonic beasts and rushing towards the city gates. They were as fast as lightning, arriving at the door in the blink of an eye. They were led by a black-haired youth in red, who had a bow in one hand and the reins held firmly with the other as he rode a magic foal with a black horn. There was an evil smile on his beautiful and peerless face when he arrived at the gate first. After him were several young masters who were full of vitality and an air of arrogance. Aya, the crown prince has returned. Go and tell the prince and princess. The housekeeper of the palace, who had been anxiously waiting by the city walls, hurriedly ordered the youths around him to quickly go back. Okay, a boy replied. He turned and disappeared from the city tower. Passers-by on both sides of the broad white jade street couldn't help but stop to cheer, and the many ladies threw their flowers toward the youth on the foal. However, these spiritual foals were roaring by, and the flowers could not fall on them. This didn't stop the girl's infatuation though. Those people just now are really arrogant. In the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital, they dare to gallop on demonic beasts. What are their identities? Upon hearing this, the person next to him knew that he was from the outside, and he explained while chuckling, you don't know about this. These are the most noble and respected generation of youths in the dynasty. The boy in white riding the red foal is Jiyu Ruyu, the son of the Jiyu family. The boy in yellow robes riding the black foal is little Marquis Qi, and the one at the front is the youngest prince of King Yi, Yan Tianan. After listening to the identities of these 3 people, the foreign visitor gasped. So it was them. Although Qi Fiqing ran fast, he still caught some flowers thrown at him and threw a wink at the girl. He raised his voice. You two are so boring. What are you doing running so fast? They wanted to give me flowers. Yan Tianan was running in front, but when he heard this, he turned around and smirked. If you're not afraid of being surrounded, then you should slow down. Anyway, I have to slip away first. Qi Fiqing asked, will you directly go back to the palace? Yan Tianan answered, yes. Qi Fiqing gave a tch. Would you like to come out and play in the evening? Yan Tianan replied, yeah right. My father has already sent an order to urge me 3 times. I'm sure I'll be beaten up when I go back this time. I don't think you guys will see me for a while. Ha ha ha. Qi Fiqing laughed gloatingly, I thought you weren't afraid of anything. What the fuck? Qi Fiqing's face suddenly turned green, and he almost fell off his horse. He was shocked and angrily said, you guys are going to get me killed. Ha 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 ha. Yan Tianan laughed happily. Jiyu Ruyu watched the 2 people bicker next to each other, and very calmly continued to ride his horse home. Towards the inner city, flowers suddenly fell from the sky, and the pink and red were lightly spread on the ground. It turned into a road paved with petals. Yan Tianan felt a terrible premonition in his heart and immediately tightened the reins to get the magic foal to stop. 2 front hooves were raised high, and the sharp single horn on its head drew a silver arc. After a loud cry, Yan Tianan pulled the reins firmly and let the magic foal settle down. The other 2 people also stopped. After a million flowers, a veiled girl with long hair and a slim waist descended from the sky, her clothes fluttering around her. She looked very charming. Yan Tianan cursed her mother in his heart. When Qi Fiqing looked at this spectacle, he said sympathetically, that girl came to see you again. I can't help you, brother. This Gerger will leave first. You fucking stop. The longbow in Yan Tianan's hand turned into a whip and immediately wrapped around Qi Fiqing's neck. Qi Fiqing couldn't slip away, so he had to stop with a bitter face. The girl had already landed on the ground. She raised her eyebrows and smiled at Yan Tianan. Tianan Gerger, you've returned. Yan Tianan nodded modestly and said, I haven't seen Princess Yuqing in a long time, but I didn't expect to meet her as soon as I came back. But Princess Yuqing didn't even bother with the pleasantries. She raised her voice, this princess has been waiting for you here. Can't you see the flowers I spilled for you? Do you think just anyone deserves these flowers? Qi Fiqing laughed. Since Princess Yuqing has especially prepared them for Tianan, then we won't spoil these flowers. It's best that we leave first. Princess Yuqing nodded and gave him a meaningful glance, as she said with satisfaction, very perceptive. I have something to say to His Highness Tianan. If you are smart, you should leave quickly. Although Yan Tianan loosened the whip clamped around Qi Fiqing's neck, he didn't mean to let them go early. He urged the magic foal forward and glanced at Princess Yuqing, saying, I've been away from home for many days, and my father and his wife are anxious to see me, so I can't stay here. If you have some business with me, you should go to King Yi's palace and deliver a courtesy letter first, then see if I'm free. It's really out of line to block the road like this. I'll take my leave first. After he finished, Yan Tianan pulled on the reins, and the one-horned magic foal suddenly spread a pair of broad wings, leaping over Princess Yuqing and flying toward the sky. Qi Fiqing was overjoyed with laughter, and also had his magic foal spread its wings too and fly in another direction. Ji Ruyu glanced at the ugly expression on Princess Yuqing's face and said faintly, Please give way, Princess. Princess Yuqing looked annoyed and glared at Ji Ruyu, saying, It's all because you guys instigated His Highness to leave the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital for half a year, which made him act so strange to me. Ji Ruyu replied, If His Highness likes someone, how can time and distance change anything? His Highness has always liked dignified, noble, and elegant people. Princess might as well think about how to change herself. Princess Yuqing angrily snapped, You dare mock this princess for not being dignified, noble, and elegant. How dare you? Ji Ruyu coolly said, Farewell. His magic foal had accidentally hurt its wings when hunting monsters, so Ji Ruyu didn't want to let it spread its wings. However, Princess Yuqing clearly would not make way for a short time, so he had to let the magic foal fly away from this land of dispute. Princess Yuqing took out a whip and slammed it to the ground. Her hands shook with anger. I worked so hard and prepared for so long, but he didn't even look at it. Princess Yuqing was feeling very wronged and a little maid next to her said, I think His Highness was in a hurry to get home, so he ignored Princess. Shut up. Princess Yuqing hit the maid with a whip and said sternly, How are you allowed to talk? The maid immediately fell to the ground and no longer breathed in the blink of an eye. Several other maids and guards behind Princess Yuqing were calm and normal. Every time Princess Yuqing was angry, she had to kill people to relieve her mood, so whenever she came looking for Yan Tianan, these old servants would send several new people to follow her for venting purposes. After Yan Tianan and the others disappeared for a period of time, the guards behind them came on horseback. A moment later, Yan Tianan had already broken into King Yi's palace. Before he could stop the magic foal, he was heavily brought to the front by a strong gust of wind. Yan Tianan immediately jumped up from the back of the magic foal and suddenly hung upside down on the branches of a big tree. You finally remembered to return. Yu Ming stood standing under the tree with brows raised and hands on his hips. He shouted, Get down for lousy. Yan Tianan hurriedly shook his head. I don't want to, you'll beat my ass. I'm already so old, yet you still beat my ass. How can I go out and be a man? Yu Ming sneered, Why, do you want me to slap you on the face? Yan Tianan couldn't beat Yu Ming, so he came down obediently. Yu Ming didn't really spank him. He went over and pulled out the 2 petals attached to Yan Tianan's hair. Crazy and running out of home. Do you still have me as a father in your heart? Yan Tianan was very good at playing cute. He cried out to his father affectionately. Naturally, your child has his elders in his heart. I went to Yingzhou to hunt beasts this time, and I got a lot of good things. There are a few kinds of spiritual plants that are rare even in the royal heavenly capital. I made a special trip to find them for Dad. I'll show them to Dad later. Yu Ming snorted and looked very proud and awkward. He said, Who cares about your trinkets? Yan Tianan smiled. I know, You don't want mine at all, you only want father's. Yu Ming stared at Yan Tianan and smiled. Son, you just went out for a trip, how can you get such a glib tongue? This is the seed of love, isn't it? Have you taken a liking to someone? Yan Tianan raised his eyebrows. That's not it. Yu Ming began to get to the bottom of things. You are not young. According to your age, you should be able to find a Dao companion. Last time you went to the banquet of flowers, there were people who arranged a matchmaker to be with you. During the time you left, scrolls of appointments were stacked 3 feet high. Dad Yan Tianan felt his head about to explode when he heard this. If you talk about this anymore, I will run away. Yu Ming rolled his eyes. Okay, we won't talk about this if you don't want to. However, exactly what kind of Dao companion does my baby son want to find? Yan Tianan learned from Yu Ming and also rolled his eyes, looking exactly the same as Yu Ming. Other people's parents are urging their sons to cultivate diligently and not think about finding a partner every day, but my dad is urging marriage all the time. I really don't know what you think. Yu Ming glared at Yan Tianan. Don't you know your own constitution? The more you dual cultivate, the faster you improve, and you can gain greater benefits. You are different from others. Marrying too early harms themselves and their partners, but you'll be helping yourself. As soon as Yan Tianan heard Yu Ming was about to lecture him again, he quickly raised his hand and held Yu Ming in his arms. I was wrong. I'll go find the right person for me. Yu Ming said, both men and women are fine, but they must be of young constitution. Yan Tianan nodded. All right. Yu Ming asked again, which type do you like? Dad will also help look for you. Yan Tianan thought about it and said, good looking. The person I'll marry in the future must be the greatest beauty in the world. Ow, Dad, why did you hit me? Chapter 494. Go to the southwest together. Yu Ming slapped Yan Tianan on the back of his head and sneered, so you want a great beauty? Yan Tianan said, that is a must. Yu Ming slapped him again. Then you can continue being a loner. Why even marry a wife? Yan Tianan, was it his fault that he liked good looks? In the early years, the territory of King Yi's palace was located in the former palace site where there was rich spiritual energy outside the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital. But after Yan Zhonghua returned to the center of power and Yan Tianan was recognized by the emperor, they moved back to the inner city now. Although the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital was only a capital of the central divine world, it covered a large area, which was comparable to that of a whole continent from the 5 continents. Although King Yi's palace was in the city, it was still thousands of miles away from the temple. Because the consort liked luxury by nature, and King Yi doted on this exotic consort very much, he decorated the whole palace with extravagance. Just a casual decoration in the house was a rare treasure. 2 boys suddenly came out to speak to Yu Ming, and Yu Ming's face changed slightly. He said a little gravely, Ah Hen, something happened to your elder martial sister. Yan Tianan was stunned. What's wrong? Yu Ming said, do you still remember why your elder martial sister betrayed her master? Yan Tianan's eyes dimmed, and he nodded. Master despises the lover she found, saying that he is not the one for her. Master asked her to stop dealing with him, but she didn't listen, so she had a big fight with Master and followed the man anyway. Dad, but what happened to her and the man? Yu Ming said, Bei Shishang did a stupid thing. Do you know the identity of the Dao companion she found? Yan Tianan replied, my eldest martial brother and I specially checked, but we found nothing. Yu Ming told him, he is from the Fu family, a main branch of the Southwest Beast clans. His name is Fu Yu. Yan Tianan looked awe-inspired. Southwest Beast clans, no wonder I couldn't find out his identity. Although the land was divided into 9 parts with the 9 lands unified and all 9 divine clans obeyed the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital's orders, this was only nominal. In reality, every single one of the 9 lands had already formed their own independent laws and rules. Their class structure had already been solidified, which made them equivalent to small countries. It was rare for the divine clans to completely obey the orders of the Yan family. In addition, there had been an agreement among them. Except for some rules that must be observed, they would not intervene in the internal government affairs of other lands unless absolutely necessary. Yu Ming said, Fu Yu is going to marry someone else as the main wife. Yan Tianan exclaimed, what? Fu Yu was naturally romantic. Although he was keen on Xiang before, in fact, he never thought of making Xiang his legitimate wife. After all, Bei Shiying merely came from an ordinary royal family from a small world and had no status at all in the strict hierarchy of the 9 lands. Since Fu Yu wanted to compete for the Beast King's throne in the southwest, it was naturally impossible to marry such a person who was of no help to him. However, if Fu Yu knew that Bei Shiying came from the Fuyao sect, how could he still dare to treat her as a chess piece that would be discarded at any time? A few days ago, Fu Yu proposed to the West Lands Peacock clan, the clan currently in charge of imperial power over all the bird clans. How could Bei Shiying's temperament accept sharing a husband with others? She made a fuss, but Fu Yu, who was a shameless man, actually locked up Shiying. If she hadn't left a successful backroute by letting a paper crane run to Fuyao sect for help, who knows how bad her situation would be at this point. Motherfucker Yan Tianan was angry after hearing this. Fu Yu doesn't want to live anymore. That shameless thing dares to bully my elder martial sister. Dad, let's hurry and go save her. Yu Ming said, your father still hasn't returned from the Dao Assembly, which is in the East Lands. Here, who knows what kinds of sly tricks Yan Zizhong will stir up, so I also cannot leave. Therefore, people from the sect will have to go to the Southwest Beast clans together. You can go, and have a look. After all, the title of King Yi's heir is also easy to use. Yan Tianan naturally nodded and promised, rubbing his hands together. Don't worry, Dad, I will definitely beat Fu Yu's head bloody. Yu Ming said, the most important thing is to let your elder martial sister come back safely. Yan Tianan agreed, of course. Yu Ming patted Yan Tianan on the shoulder. In any case, you must come back after 3 months. The Myriad Dao Academy entrance selection is just around the corner. If you miss this year's, you will have to wait another 7 years. After 7 years, you will be in your 30s. I can't afford to lose this face. There was no age limit for accepting disciples in Myriad Dao Academy. However, those disciples of great families who were the same as Yan Tianan as a divine clan or subordinate officials of a divine clan would be assessed together for entrance in the Myriad Dao Academy. Moreover, half of them were under the age of Yan Tianan, so he was already considered relatively old. Yan Tianan smiled. Don't worry, Dad, it will definitely be resolved in 2 months. He had just taken a step home but another task was already at his heels. Yan Tianan couldn't help saying that his dad didn't really care about him at all and was just looking for him to do things. Yu Ming said calmly, although you are young, when your father and I were as old as you, we had already gone out to travel. These years, whenever you wanted to go to mysterious lands or dangerous places to gain experience, I have never restrained you. After all, no matter how high your cultivation is, none of that will matter if you lack practical experience. So you'd better run outside more. Yan Tianan curled his lips up. Dad, you only say this because you think I disturb you and father kissing at home. I know, I understand. Yu Ming, this dead brat is getting more and more presumptuous. So Yan Tianan didn't stay at home for a few days. He decided to leave for the southwest border and seek revenge. Before he left, he specially found Ji Ruyu and Qi Fiqing. As soon as Qi Fiqing heard that it was a fight against a scum man, he immediately shouted excitedly and shamelessly wanted to go with Yan Tianan too. However, Ji Ruyu said, things are busy at home these days, and the Myriad Dao Academy entrance selection is just around the corner. My dad wants to prevent me from running around, so I will not go. Although Qi Fiqing said he had no sense of loyalty, he was still willing to forgive Ji Ruyu this time. The next day, Yan Tianan and Qi Fiqing left Purple Emperor's heavenly capital together, but they didn't make too much of a publicity stunt. They both rode their swords instead, flying straight to the west. Before long, the two were in a tower, meeting with Hai Kuanglang and the others, who had been waiting here. Yan Tianan first swept a look around and raised his eyebrows. Isn't eldest martial brother here? Hai Kuanglang and Zan Fengting could be regarded as an inseparable pair, and it was rare to see the two of them sailing separately. Hai Kuanglang said, Master can't leave when he's in the middle of a divination in closed-door seclusion, so someone must take care of the sect. Yan Tianan said thoughtfully, yes, there are very few things that can make us go all out. After all, Bei Shiying is a core disciple of esteemed Lan Yu. Even though she had a bad time with our sect before, the tendons are still connected, even though the bones may have already broken. She was wronged by an outsider, so all of Fuyao sect will never give up. This time, he sent all the other disciples except Zan Fengting to the southwest land to ask for an explanation. Wan Yidong also jumped over with a smile and looked at Yan Tianan for a moment. He said, "Ah hen. Darling, I heard that Princess Yuqing, who was personally conferred that title by the Emperor, is deeply in love with you, and she can't wait to commit herself to you. What do you say?" Yan Tianan rolled his eyes to the sky. "Elder Martial brother, if you mention that crazy woman again, I am going to rearrange your face." Wan Yidong blinked. "I heard she's quite good looking. After all, the Emperor is so obsessed with her sister that he can sing every night." Yan Tianan pushed Wan Yidong away. "Do you think I've never seen a beauty before? I heard that Warong Sword Immortal is the #1 beauty in the world. Can anyone compare to him?" "Tisk tisk, little martial brother, you take things too seriously. You really are incredible. You can mention anyone, but you just had to mention him." Wan Yidong raised his eyebrows and said, "Be careful not to let the disciples of Myriad Tao Academy hear you, or else you will be drowned by spit." "That's right." Qi Fiqing heavily patted his shoulder. "Those immortal figures are not something we ordinary people can covet. I've heard that he grew up drinking fairy dew and bathing in nectar since he was a child. When he spits out a mouthful of saliva, he can materialize spirits. With a wave of his sleeve, he can make it rain. Isn't making rain the Dragon Clan's ability?" Yan Tianan expressed his doubts. Qi Fiqing cleared his throat and said, "Anyway, it's the thought that counts. He is the person most likely to ascend as an immortal in recent years. No matter who you covet, it still can't be him, otherwise you'll be sad." Yan Tianan became angry from embarrassment and pushed Qi Fiqing. "Who coveted him? I just mentioned him casually." Qi Fiqing also didn't mind Yan Tianan's reaction. After all, Yan Tianan was still a boy with no passion, and suckling on milk. He was obviously just a child. Qi Fiqing had a very clever baby face. He had a good relationship with Yan Tianan, and so he, of course, knew about Yan Tianan's martial brothers. Qi Fiqing said hello to all of them, and his smile was lovely. Bei Shishan still stood by with his sword in his arms and said nothing. His whole person seemed to want to blend in with the shadows, but everyone was already used to his behavior. After the round of greetings, they took a magic boat together and went to the southwest land. It was a long way to the southwest, and they sailed in the sky for more than half a month before it reached the southwest lands. Because the southwest land was a world of beast clans and the king of beasts was the White Tiger clan, the name of the imperial city was simply and roughly called White Tiger City. After passing through the city gate with their travel documents, Yan Tianan breathed in the rich spiritual qi and said, "Nevertheless, this southwest land has many spiritual trees and the spiritual energy is pure." Wan Yidong said, "It's not just because there are many spiritual trees here. The White Tiger clan is the boss of the place. Of course, they chose the head position of the dragon spiritual vein to live on. Below this place is a natural spiritual vein, which wraps around the whole evil tiger ridge. Naturally, it's full of spiritual qi." Yan Tianan nodded. "I see." Qi Fiqing looked at everything and was in awe. He couldn't help but curiously look around. Most of the beasts were warm and open, and the demonic beasts who could transform into human forms were barely dressed, showing off their breasts and buttocks to the fullest. It made for a dazzling sight. Qi Fiqing said with emotion, "I heard that the brothels here are full of demonic beast races. I haven't tried the taste of a demonic beast race yet." Yan Tianan replied, "Don't worry, every move you make here, I will truthfully report to your eldest brother." Qi Fiqing, bitch, I want to cry. After entering the city, Hai Kuanglang found the largest inn in White Tiger City and booked a guest room. He then walked to the Southwest Palace without stopping. The White Tiger Palace in the Southwest Land was majestic and entrenched on a whole mountain that stretched for tens of thousands of miles. It occupied half of the whole White Tiger City. After explaining their intentions, Yan Tianan and the others were respectfully invited in. It was the Beast Emperor Fu Baya who came to welcome them. When he saw Yan Tianan, the Beast Emperor was very surprised. Why did the prince suddenly show up at the Southwest Land? What's the matter? Yan Tianan raised his brows. I'm here for your family's Fu Yu. The Beast Emperor Fu Baya raised his own eyebrows. Fu Yu will hold a wedding ceremony at the beginning of next month. Are you here to attend the ceremony? Chapter 495. Young Master of Reincarnation Palace. Though he asked this, Fu Baya couldn't help but wonder in his heart. Although Fu Yu was considered a somewhat talented member of their White Tiger clan's main branch with succession rights, his reputation wasn't very prominent in the entire clan, so he didn't even have the qualification to send invitations to people in the royal heavenly capital. But this Prince Yan was the second-ranked successor to the entire 9 lands, and right now, when they still didn't know the first-ranked successor's whereabouts, he was the most powerful and influential person. How could Yan Tianan give Fu Yu such a big face? Could it be that Fu Yu, this boy, privately had some kind of friendship with people in the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital? Yan Tianan was just about to say, participate, yeah right, when he felt someone press down on his shoulder using spiritual qi. Naturally, Hai Kuanglang leaned against the chair and spoke with a wanton smile. Today, we just came to visit in greetings first. We'll formally pay our respects to the Tiger Clan's Fu Yu another day. Fu Baya smiled. Since esteemed guests have arrived at my southwest land, this king will naturally act as host. It's better to bump into a date than to choose an auspicious date. This king will take you to the palace for a tour. Yan Tianan didn't know what kind of medicine was in Hai Kuanglang's gourd, so he nodded. Since Beast Emperor is so hospitable, it will be impolite to refuse. The Beast Emperor took them around the Beast Palace. Most of the Beast clans were undisciplined in nature and didn't like rules and restraint, so the conversation along the way was harmonious, and they didn't make any distinction between superior and subordinate. After Yan Tianan introduced several other disciples and friends who came along with him, the Beast Emperor's entire attitude immediately changed a little when he heard Fuyao sect's name. The gaze he used to look at Hai Kuanglang and the others also held some admiration. After all, Fuyao sect was the most mysterious sect besides Myriad Dao Academy. Although it had very few people, it never produced any bad sprouts. In the earlier generations, there was a person who stirred up chaos in the 9 lands and eventually became King Yi's consort, pampered and spoiled under the heavens demon venerable Yu Ming. There was also esteemed Lan Yu, whose divination was able to prevent the outbreak of mountain fires from killing all the plants and vegetation in the South Lands. In the later generations, there was the Godslayer Sword Immortal Bei Shishan, who had won first place in the Sword Conference and surpassed all the other heroes there, as well as Yan Tianan, who had both high status and authority. In any case, Fuyao sect, which was cut off from the rest of the world and whose traces couldn't be seen through, had already become a sacred existence in the people's hearts. The Beast Emperor repeatedly sighed and felt that heroes truly did spring forth from the young generation. But then he looked at his own lonesome self, whose children and grandchildren all ran outside one by one to declare themselves kings of some small territories and never returned home. The Beast Emperor couldn't help wanting to shed 2 lines of clear tears when he thought of that. Just when he was complaining that his family's children ran without any regard to their home and were disobedient, a guard strode forward and informed, "Your Majesty, Reincarnation Palace's young palace master has already reached the palace gate." When they heard Reincarnation Palace's name, the faces of Yan Tianan and the others all changed. Qi Fiqing, in particular, turned green. "You guys have dealings with Reincarnation Palace?" Yan Tianan's eyes instantly became cold. Although Fu Baya was somewhat embarrassed, he had still been an emperor for many years, so he forcibly held up the atmosphere and answered vaguely, "Nothing more than some transactions for magic treasures." Wan Yidong narrowed his eyes and sneered, "Reincarnation Palace is a den of thieves that the imperial capital wants to hang on the wall to whip their corpses. The royal heavenly capital has sent down a decree expressly forbidding the divine clans, royal families to engage in any dealings with it. Is the Beast Emperor not too brazen?" However, when someone tentatively made a deal with Reincarnation Palace, people soon noticed that what Reincarnation Palace said was indeed the truth. After all, although the information they wanted to find, the treasures they wanted to obtain, and the people they wanted to kill looked extremely difficult to ordinary people, Reincarnation Palace completed all the requests in a short time. It still would have been fine if it was just that. However, 3 years ago, Reincarnation Palace accepted a job to take the head of Royal Heavenly Capital's Marquis Qi. At that time, Marquis Qi's cultivation had already reached Earth Realm's major perfection stage, and the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital also had the Black and White Crow Guards, as well as the Imperial Guards defending it, so everyone thought it was an impossible job. However, just when all the people were waiting to see Reincarnation Palace make a joke of itself, Marquis Qi was decapitated that very night, and even his soul was crushed into pieces. People in the 9 lands were suddenly stunned, and the Emperor was furious. He ordered a thorough investigation of the matter. In the end, they did not find the murderer but found traces left by Reincarnation Palace. In reality, it was true that Reincarnation Palace didn't refute any rumors from the outside world. Even the Qi family in charge of criminal law could be easily beheaded by Reincarnation Palace, so other families in the royal heavenly capital all felt alarmed and uneasy. At this point, Reincarnation Palace completely became the object of suppression by the 9 lands' divine clans, and the clans had once joined hands to suppress it. However, because the whereabouts of Reincarnation Palace members were too secretive and difficult to find, plus every member who appeared had extremely high cultivation and was a person of outstanding talent, nobody had been able to successfully eliminate them thus far. Reincarnation Palace continued to do its business as usual and carry out assassination missions, but the fees they charged were said to have increased due to the crackdown, which caused many people to hold a bad opinion of the divine clans. After rubbing his hands, the Beast Emperor said awkwardly, the White Tiger Fu clan would never have made deals with them if they had another choice. Moreover, the Fu family did not pay them to assassinate anyone or find out any information, but we merely wanted to obtain a medicinal pill from them. Yan Tianan glared at him. What kind of medicinal pill do you want? Can't you go to the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital to find my Yan family? Why must you trade with this kind of trash? The Beast Emperor answered, it's the 9 ranks return soul pill. Yan Tianan was stunned and couldn't help but ask, 9 ranks return soul pill? Why are you looking for this? Whose soul was lost? The Beast Emperor sighed, this matter concerns the future of the White Tiger clan and the safety of the entire Southwest land. If not for the fact that you just happened to encounter this, I wouldn't have said a word. However, there is only so much I can say. Even if you ask again, I won't reveal another word. Qi Fiqing's face, which looked like a young baby, showed a cold smile as he bared his white teeth. I've never seen Reincarnation Palace's people with my own eyes before. Come on, let's take a look together. The Beast Emperor had no choice but to take them to the gate of White Tiger Palace to meet Reincarnation Palace's envoy. They saw a perfectly blue bird circle over the palace gate several times, chirping. Flames spewed from a long white beak. Baifeng. Yan Tianan was very surprised and looked at the beautiful bird with bright fur. There was a young man in white sitting on Baifeng. He placed his hand on Baifeng's back and jumped down from the high air, landing on the limestone floor. The young man carried a broadsword on his back. The sword's body was wrapped in cloth and couldn't be seen. He wore a black jade crown on his head, with long hair reaching his waist. His eyes were full of a willful and flamboyant heroic vigor befitting of a youth, which was really extraordinary. Who is the Beast Emperor? The young man asked as soon as he landed. Yan Tianan studied the young man but couldn't figure out the depth of his cultivation. The Beast Emperor hurriedly stepped forward. Dare I ask whether this one is Reincarnation Palace's envoy? The teenager glanced at him with a pair of black eyes. Precisely. I have brought what you want. You should pay the remaining half of the commission. The Beast Emperor was overjoyed and nodded again and again. The sparrow spirits have already been prepared, I'll have someone present it immediately. Wait, Yan Tianan swept a glance over the boy who looked only 15 or 16 years old. Don't you know that sparrow spirits are spiritual items belonging to the divine clans and cannot be exchanged freely? The teenager narrowed his eyes, as if he had just noticed Yan Tianan. His attitude was very cold and proud. So what if I know? Go and tell the Beast Emperor about this matter. After all, the sparrow spirit is not from my hands, so I don't bear this responsibility. Qi Fiqing couldn't hold back anymore. He drew his sword and cursed, Dog of Reincarnation Palace, leave your life behind, why don't you try? Although the teenager in white was young, his cultivation wasn't low, and he drew his sword to directly block Qi Fiqing's attack. Several trees on both sides were hit squarely by the sword Qi, causing a lot of tremors. Yan Tianan frowned slightly, took out the longbow that had already been materialized with yin flames, and drew back the bowstring to shoot at the teenager. Baifeng, which was originally playing in the air, saw this and let out a cry as it dived down towards Yan Tianan. Yan Tianan turned and shot towards Baifeng instead. Baifeng didn't retreat but instead advanced, opening its beak and spewing a mouthful of fire towards the spiral yin flame arrow. The two flames collided. Although the yin flame arrow had melted a lot, the tail of the arrow still brushed Baifeng's wings as it flew past, taking off a few bloody feathers. Baifeng immediately cried anxiously. When the teenager saw that Baifeng was injured, his gaze suddenly became angry. He gnashed his teeth at the Beast Emperor. Very good, since you were not sincere in making a deal with us and even sent people to besiege me, then this deal is off. Once he said that, the boy jumped onto Baifeng's back, opened a medicine bottle, and poured the liquid into Baifeng's wound, intending to leave this place. When Yan Tianan below saw this, he raised his sword. Want to run? Wan Yidong and Bei Shishan followed closely by stepping on their swords, planning to capture this person. The Beast Emperor was stunned by this change and shouted again and again, "I'm not with them, it's all a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Ah, Taoist friend, don't go. Taoist friend, please stay. Taoist friend, let me explain." Ah Hai Kuanglang pressed a hand on the Beast Emperor's shoulder and looked behind him. He couldn't help but curl his lips. "Your fox tail has been exposed. It seems that your southwest land hasn't been very peaceful recently." When the fox disguised as the Beast Emperor was exposed, he stamped his feet anxiously and angrily. "You have ruined an important event." Hai Kuanglang responded, "It's everyone's responsibility to catch evil and crooked people. I'll talk to you again after my junior martial brothers have taken down that boy." Yan Tianan chased Yin Nian all the way to the countryside outside the city. White Tiger City was a mountain city, there were mountains everywhere. From time to time, trees that had become spirits would release vines toward the sky, catching passing birds and turning them into nourishment. One of Baifang's wings was injured by the yin flames, and the bird was nearly entangled by a tree vine, so its flight speed slowed down considerably. Yin Nian secretly regretted not listening to his master's words and insisting on breaking into this sinister White Tiger City alone. He forgot how malicious people's hearts were. The people behind him chased him very urgently, and from time to time they even shot arrows at him, which almost made him cry. Yan Tianan's cultivation was obviously higher than his. If it wasn't for the fact that Yan Tianan wanted to capture him alive, he probably would have been killed a long time ago. "If you run again, this prince will not be polite." Yan Tianan stood on the sword with his bow drawn into a full moon shape. The arrow was directly pointing at Yin Nian's heart. Chapter 496. Palace Master of Reincarnation Palace. However, just as Yin Nian was planning to use a magic treasure to save his life, a jade pendant engraved with lotus flowers hanging from his waist suddenly flashed. Yin Nian immediately exclaimed excitedly, "Master, save me!" The instant Yan Tianan's long arrow shot forward, a firm sword chi descended from above, gently nipping the flower in the bud and deflecting the yin flame arrow. The yin flame arrow brushed past Yin Nian 3 inches away from his ear. With a loud bang, it burnt the entirety of a thick tree vine in front of him to ashes. "Yin Nian, Mama, Master must be scaring him like this on purpose." Baifang excitedly let out a cry and carried Yin Nian as it dived to the ground, rolling and crawling until it was hiding behind the man standing on the ground. Baifang chirped a few times, then turned into a bird the size of a crane and stood on its single leg. It even rubbed its head into the man's hand, looking very wronged, while it flicked its other injured wing, as if being coquettish. "Injured?" The young man's voice was full of magnetism, with the final tone being somewhat higher, which was very pleasant to the ears. Chirp chirp. Hearing this, Baifang became even more energetic. Yin Nian yelled, "Master! I knew you wouldn't leave your disciple on his own. That bitch Beast Emperor dared to shamelessly set me up. This disciple was almost ambushed and killed. Fortunately, I escaped quickly, or else Master wouldn't have been able to see me again." When the young man heard this, he said impassively, "Continue practicing your basic swordsmanship when you return. You will do 3 additional sets every day from now on." Yin Nian looked as if he was struck by lightning. "Heavens, kill me instead." While they were speaking, Yan Tianan and the others had already landed. Just now, Yan Tianan felt a majestic and boundless aura that could completely crush him. His mind was shocked, and he landed at this time. When he saw the man who had batted away his attack with a casual move, he immediately felt a sense of danger. The man in front of him wore a mask that covered the upper half of his face, so Yan Tianan couldn't see his true appearance. However, even if only the lower half of his face was revealed, it was enough to faintly see the person's outstanding appearance from the perfect curve of his lower jaw. However, appearances were easily suppressed by one's imposing aura. This was especially true for the person in front of them. Cold and dangerous. Yan Tianan saw his long silver hair hanging behind him and somehow suddenly thought of the snow silkworms that only spat out silk once every 100 years and died soon after. "I'm afraid that not even the highest quality silk produced by the oldest snow silkworm will be able to compare to this man's white hair." Bei Shishan gripped the sword hilt in his hand as he stared at the man with narrowed eyes. "Someone from Reincarnation Palace." The man's line of sight remained on Yan Tianan for a while longer, then he spoke faintly. He only said one word, "Farewell." After saying that, he was ready to leave with Yin Nian and Baifang. However, Yan Tianan suddenly came to his senses and stepped forward. "Stop!" For this Prince Yin Nian turned his head and sneered, my master spared your lives, yet you still want to court death. While saying that, he even gave Yan Tianan the middle finger. Yan Tianan responded with a cold expression, I am the heir of King Yi and am thus at odds with Reincarnation Palace. Since I met you today, how can I let you leave so easily? He couldn't see how high the black-robed man's cultivation was, but for some inexplicable reason, he wanted to test it. Yin Nian showed a rare expression of interest. He twisted his face and looked at Yan Tianan. If I was alone, you would have been able to stop me. Now that my master is here, all of you guys together can't even compare to a single finger of his. Did you rush here from thousands of miles away just to deliver us your heads? Yan Tianan's eyes sank, and he stared at the back of the white-haired man's head, as if trying to bore holes into his skull. You don't even dare to show your face, timidly cowering and hiding away. Could it be that you have no face with which to face the world? Yin Nian's expression immediately turned dark. He rolled up his sleeves and looked like he was about to beat someone up. But before he could speak, he was stopped by the man's gaze. I have a repulsive face that makes people unable to bear looking at me. Indeed, it's difficult to face people. The man said lightly, the miasma here is spreading, and the humidity is too heavy. It is better for little Prince Yan to leave early. Yan Tianan asked, do you know me? The man answered, few people are ignorant of little Prince Yan's reputation within the 9 lands. Since you know who I am, isn't it unfair that I don't know who you are? The man seemed to smile at that. If you want to know my identity, then why beat around the bush? Yan Tianan felt a little ashamed that his intention had been exposed, but he didn't care about these details, so he said bravely, that's precisely right. This prince just wants to know who you are and what your relationship with this reincarnation palace is. The man's words were clear, shattered jade. It sounded like the tinkling of spring water as he responded, I am the head of Reincarnation Palace. Demonic Spectre Venerable. Wan Yidong suddenly raised his voice and rushed to stand in front of Yan Tianan, blocking him from sight. His hair stood up on end and he stared at the man intensely. He didn't dare to blink his eyes. He was afraid that the man whose mere rumors could stop crying children at night would become temperamental and attack Yan Tianan. Bei Shishan also secretly started to build up a big technique and began to prepare for the worst. Yan Tianan was stunned. It was rumored that the master of Reincarnation Palace was ferocious looking and 8 feet tall. It was said that he looked like a fierce specter. If he saw a person, he'd kill the person, and if he saw a Buddha, he'd kill the Buddha. His natural disposition was malicious and ruthless, and even ghosts would be scared into crying when they saw his appearance. Thus, the outside world called him Demonic Spectre Venerable. Although they couldn't make out the appearance of the person in front of them, beauty was in the bones, not in the skin. Just from the curvature lines exposed right now, it could be concluded that this person was definitely a beauty. Moreover, there was no stench of blood on him at all, and they couldn't even sense any killing intent. However, there was a feeling that he was akin to an elegant spring breeze free from vulgarities, and whose nature and form wouldn't change no matter how the moon moved, which made it hard for people to feel wary. You are the palace master of Reincarnation Palace. Yan Tianan felt somewhat incredulous, so he asked it again. Yin Nian curled his lips. The title, Demonic Spectre Venerable, sounds too unpleasant. Go back and tell those people that the palace master of Reincarnation Palace is 10,000 times more beautiful than them. If my master is a ghost, then you people are the remnants left behind after the death of a ghost. I don't care who he is, I also don't care whether he's beautiful or ugly. Chi Fiqing came forward with bloodshot eyes and pointed his sword at Demonic Spectre Venerable, shouting in a low voice, you guys committed evil deeds, wantonly buying and selling human lives. You killed my father. I want all of you to pay for it. Yin Nian looked at Chi Fiqing. And who is your father? We've killed too many people, so I don't know which one you're talking about. Chi Fiqing's shoulders shook. He was clearly trying to suppress his impulse. He answered through gnashed teeth, my father is Qi Wanshan, the criminal law commander of the Royal Heavenly Capital. He was harmed by you all 3 years ago. Even now, my father's head still hasn't been found. Oh, so it's you. Yin Nian heard this without any surprise. He sized up Chi Fiqing. That father of yours, let me think, who did we give his head to back then? Who was it? Yin Nian smiled nastily. Sorry, I can't remember. You. Chi Fiqing's hands trembled with anger, as if he was very anxious to kill Yin Nian. This person actually used such an attitude to treat his father, as if he were treating a toy that could be abandoned anytime. However, These people were clearly murderers. Yin Nian's attitude also annoyed Yan Tianan. Yan Tianan said with a dark expression, "Although I can't kill you today, remember that I will make you pay this debt of blood in the future. You should find me for the debt of blood." Demonic Spectre Venerable suddenly opened his mouth. This Venerable was the one who personally severed Marquis Chi's head. Why? Chi Fiqing's eye sockets looked as though they were about to crack open. He wanted to impulsively rush up, but Wan Yidong firmly grasped his shoulder. He howled, "Why did you guys kill him? Why?" Demonic Spectre Venerable's behavior was in sharp contrast with his. He spoke indifferently, "People who should die always have a reason to die." "Master," Yin Nian said. "Let's go." Lin Xuanji took Yin Nian's hand, made a hand seal, and disappeared. Instant teleportation. Yan Tianan clenched his fist. He dashed forward a few steps to see if there were any barriers or traces of arrays around him, but he couldn't find anything. Yan Tianan's heart was heavy, as if he couldn't breathe because he was pressed down by the weight of a huge rock. He didn't know whether this was because the man just now had too imposing a manner so that his nasal cavity was still haunted by that man's smell, which resulted in his revulsion and breathing difficulties, or whether it was because of other reasons. That was actually the demonic spectre Venerable himself. Wan Yidong gasped, "How high do you think his cultivation is?" Bei Shishan was silent all the way, but he was willing to say a few words when cultivation was mentioned, too high to reach. Wan Yidong. Yan Tianan went to Chi Fiqing's side and patted him on the shoulder in a placating manner. "One day, we'll get an explanation from him and settle this blood debt." The rims of Chi Fiqing's eyes were red. He clenched his fist desperately. "We are no match for them at all. They are so arrogant that they even dared to kill my father, decapitating him as soon as they said they would. This won't do, I must tell my Dage this news." Yan Tianan nodded, "I'll stay with you, and I'll also spread the news to Royal Heavenly Capital. My dad's friends are all over the world, so perhaps he can find help there and deal with that demonic spectre Venerable." Chi Fiqing nodded solemnly. "Let's go now." Demonic Spectre Venerable took Yin Nian and suddenly appeared outside an inn on the west side of White Tiger City. There were red lanterns hanging at the entrance of the inn and candles burning quietly. The inn looked very small from the outside, only 4 stories high. It was very unobtrusive amongst the tall and magnificent buildings in White Tiger City, which were made from boulders. When the 2 people walked in, someone greeted them respectfully, "Greetings to Palace Master and young Palace Master." Demonic Spectre Venerable didn't respond and instead directly led Yin Nian upstairs. Yin Nian said, "Why don't you get up?" The 2 rows of people kneeling on the ground didn't stand up until the 2 figures had disappeared from view completely. One of them asked in a whisper, "Don't you think that the Palace Master seems to be in a bad mood today?" Chapter 497, Honorable and Glorious Person Right. The Palace Master originally sent 2 protectors together with the young Palace Master to deliver the goods, but he shook them off halfway on the road, which was why the Palace Master was in such a hurry to leave. Who knows what kind of accident happened? It seems that the young Palace Master will be miserable again. Say, why do you rejoice in others' misfortunes? Aren't you the same? Ha ha ha. Once he closed the door, Yin Nian no longer seemed to have a glib tongue like he did earlier. He was as quiet as a chicken, standing against the door and not daring to move at all. Demonic Spectre Venerable did not remove the mask on his face. He quietly and calmly sat on the only chair in the room. "Do you know the identities of those 4 people today?" Yin Nian nodded and took a small step forward to report, "I once saw Bei Shishan at the sword conference. The Killing God sword is very powerful. A preliminary estimation of his cultivation level is Profound Realms Return Origin Stage. The one next to him is called Wan Yidong. He's a member of the Wan family from the Northwest Lands. It's just that he doesn't cultivate music but cultivates the sword path instead, so his relationship with the Wan family is very poor. It seems that ever since he withdrew from worldly affairs, he had even fought the Wan family once. As for the one with the dead father, the heir of Royal Heavenly Capital's Chi family, he's nothing. As for the red-robed black-haired Yan family prince who wore countless top-grade magic treasures on him." Yin Nian dragged out the final syllable. "His background is the greatest, and his cultivation should also be the highest. I feel that he has even reached Earth Realm's small perfection stage. It's very puzzling. He's only in his 20s, isn't he? To reach the small perfection stage in his 20s, that's a little too excessive." "Not necessarily." Demonic Spectre Venerable shook his head. "It's merely because his technique is special and he is very experienced in actual combat. His cultivation level has not reached the Earth realm yet. Yin Nian nodded. Exactly. How can there be someone who has already broken through the Earth realm before the age of 30? Even the most powerful East Sovereign was still 100 years old when he reached Earth realm's small perfection stage. There may be, Demonic Spectre Venerable said, it's just that you have never seen them with your own eyes. Yin Nian smiled. Master, I've always wanted to know exactly how old you are in your esteemed old age this year. You're already calling me an old man, yet you're still asking me how old I am. Yin Nian, Demonic Spectre Venerable changed the topic. The 9 ranks return soul pill wasn't delivered, right? Yin Nian's face froze. Master, who would have thought that a Yantianan would pop out of nowhere? He really isn't simple. I didn't expect his temper to be so wild. He started fighting as soon as we had a disagreement. We were also a little unlucky to have actually chosen today of all days to make the trade. A pity, those sparrow spirits. Yin Nian grieved and lamented while knowing that it was too late for regrets. Demonic Spectre Venerable, however, curled his lips. When you encounter Yantianan, you definitely won't be able to send the item out. Why, can't we just schedule another time? Demonic Spectre Venerable explained. Do you know what Yantianan's other title is? But Demonic Spectre Venerable only smiled when he heard this. Prince Yan is the most honorable and glorious person in the entire 9 lands. He has half demon blood and half orthodox Taoist blood, so both the righteous and demonic paths have to give him face. There will naturally be someone to present him whatever he wants with both hands. It's nothing more than a pill formula. If he wants it, he always has a way to find it. Moreover, the reason why he's called Little Pill King is precisely because he can refine pills higher than his own realm, so it is not impossible for him to refine a 9 ranks return soul pill. Yin Nian still didn't believe it. I don't believe that he can refine it. Master, you searched for this pill formula for a long time before you got it. It was easier said than done. Your master has already told you that there are countless talented people in the world. It's just that you've never seen them before with your own eyes. Yin Nian couldn't speak for a while. Is he really so incredible? Yin Nian still felt incredulous. In the future, there will be opportunities to see for yourself. Demonic Spectre Venerable changed subject again. In fact, it doesn't matter even if he can't refine the 9 ranks return soul pill. Yin Nian, because the Beast Emperor's problem cannot be resolved by the 9 ranks return soul pill at all. Yin Nian, the fuck, then why did you still sell them the pill? Demonic Spectre Venerable explained leisurely. Since they won't tell the truth and only want the 9 ranks return soul pill, then naturally, I will pretend to be deaf and dumb, as if I am ignorant of everything. Yin Nian secretly wiped away some cold sweat. He felt that his master was becoming more and more unpredictable. Although he thought so, Yin Nian still glibly spoke words of flattery and praise. After Yin Nian ran his mouth, he felt his mouth get dry and became thirsty. Demonic Spectre Venerable went on to say, however, we will put this matter on hold for the time being. We didn't make this trip here just for the sake of the 9 ranks return soul pill. Yin Nian nodded. I know, that Fu Yu's wedding date is set at the beginning of next month. Will we leave as soon as we rescue the person? Of course. Or do you want to wait for someone to catch you? Yin Nian, of course not. Yin Nian asked, Master, this is obviously not a difficult matter. Why did you come here in person this time? Demonic Spectre Venerable glanced at him. Ever since you started following me, you haven't left my side even half a step, and you haven't suffered any hardships either. Sooner or later, you'll have to go out and train yourself to gain experience and become independent. Yin Nian sighed. All right, they never mentioned whether or not Qi Fiqing would seek them for revenge. After all, some matters weren't worth mentioning, and some people couldn't even enter their eyes. Inside the White Tiger Divine Palace, when Hai Kuanglang, who didn't chase after Yin Nian, heard that one of the 2 people Yan Tianan met was the Palace Master of Reincarnation Palace Demonic Spectre Venerable, his entire person seemed to fall into a state of depression and mania. He dearly regretted not following them. After all, these junior martial brothers' cultivation levels were not as high as his. If something went wrong, he would probably have to apologize with his life. However, Demonic Spectre Venerable never leaves witnesses. Hai Kuanglang frowned and pinched his chin. Almost all the people who had seen him are dead. Even if they survived, they still went insane, or became idiots or cripples. You guys were actually able to get away completely unharmed. This is not normal. Yan Tianan said, those may just be rumors. From beginning to end, demonic Spectre Venerable had no intention of killing anyone. He didn't put us in his eyes at all, Wan Yidong complained. Laozi has never seen anyone more arrogant than him. Hai Kuanglang shook his head. It's definitely not a rumor. Master has been investigating Reincarnation Palace in recent years, so I'm still somewhat certain of demonic Spectre Venerable's nature. Yan Tianan frowned. Don't tell me that he really thought we were too weak to be worthy of fighting him. Hai Kuanglang felt that this possibility was the greatest, so he nodded. Being weak also has its own advantages. Yan Tianan, I'm not comforted, and I'm even a little angry. Why does he think I'm weak? If he has the ability, then let's fight it out. Qi Fiqing swayed as he walked over. He was probably the one who had been hit the hardest. When Yan Tianan saw that his friend was slightly more normal, he came over and patted him on the shoulder. Don't feel bad. Qi Fiqing shook his head. I just feel sad. I once vowed to avenge my father, but now that I've seen my enemy, I couldn't do anything about him. I can't even compare to a single finger of his. How can I talk about revenge? You are not fighting alone, we will always help you. Qi Fiqing said, he is too powerful. I can't sense the fluctuation of his spiritual qi at all, yet he had already disappeared before my eyes. Yan Tianan clenched his fist. Perhaps he's a 1,000-year-old monster. You and I are still young. As long as we live long enough, we can kill him sooner or later. In a short while, we will go to Myriad Dao Academy. When you get there, you must cultivate diligently and not slack off. Qi Fiqing nodded heavily with teary eyes, like he was determined. Wan Yidong couldn't help commenting, this youngest martial brother really is a positive little ball of sunshine, shining bright rays of holy light everywhere. Bei Shishan glanced at him. Take your arm off my shoulder. Wan Yidong pouted as he put his arm down. We've already gone through so many life and death situations together. With our current relationship, I can't even lean on you. How mean. Bei Shishan was expressionless and silent. A little while later, the old fox who had taken off his imperial robes walked towards them. His expression was livid. He had an aggressive and angry aura, as if he really wanted to crush the stone slabs on the ground with his foot. And beside him, there was a beautiful woman with a healthy and vigorous figure, fair white skin, and long blonde hair. Compared with the fox official's anger, the tiger empress next to him was much calmer. When the fox official saw these boys who had ruined his matters, he got angry and pointed to them. Your Majesty, they're the people who suddenly rushed out to interrupt the transaction and even chased down the envoy from Reincarnation Palace. Now Reincarnation Palace will never trade with us again. I don't know what to do. Yan Tianan couldn't help but curl his lips and cross his arms. What you said is really a reversal of right and wrong. You clearly know that Reincarnation Palace is a forbidden organization decreed by the Royal Heavenly Palace, yet you still have dealings with them. This is the first crime. Sparrow spirits belong to the divine clans and are used as sacred objects of tribute and exchanged in trade amongst the divine clans. Others are not allowed to trade it in private, yet you used it to exchange for the 9 ranks return soul pill. This is the second crime. Pretending to be the Beast Emperor is the third crime. Of course, the third one didn't have to be counted, but Yan Tianan always felt that something was wrong if he didn't mention 3 things at once. After Yan Tianan finished talking, the Beast Empress's amber eyes fell on Yan Tianan. These are indeed the faults of my White Tiger clan. However, everything has a reason. All matters have a degree of flexibility, just as King Yi's consort is a divine devil, yet could still marry into a divine clan. I ask Little Prince to forgive these transgressions. This person actually brought up Yu Ming, she had guts. Yan Tianan nodded and curled his lips. There is some truth in Beast Empress's words, but if there is a reason for this, I wonder what it is. The Beast Empress swept a glance at the guards around them. Let's talk somewhere else. Yan Tianan readily agreed. The Beast Empress said, it's just that this matter is very critical right now and concerns the safety of my White Tiger clan and the entirety of the Southwest land, so it's not convenient for this Empress to talk about it with the others here. Wan Yidong frowned. You want the prince to chat with you in private? The Beast Empress responded, don't tell me you're worried that this Empress will use violence against the prince. No, Wan Yidong said without thinking, I'm worried that you will take advantage of him. Beast Empress, Yan Tianan, Chapter 498, Beast Emperor's Secret. The Fox Minister slapped the table and stood up. Such impudence! Wan Yidong shrugged. A man and a woman alone, if you later run out with messy clothes and make a fuss, who can tell what truly happened? Even after being so offended, The Beast Empress smiled frankly, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Little cubs, this Empress also disdains little cubs who still smell of milk. This Empress has already done her courtesy just now. If you all speak any more nonsense, don't blame this Empress for getting rough. Wan Yidong asked, you even intend to use force? The Beast Empress chuckled. Her red lips were very charming. If it weren't for your special identities, this Empress would have knocked him out and carried him away. Where can I get so much free time to waste talking with you? Yan Tianan. So that's why he felt like something was strange just now. His dad used to say that the Beast Clan's Empress was a tigress, in all senses of the word. Yan Tianan's heart trembled a few times as he smiled. My Shishong was just joking. Empress is noble and clean in character, so this prince is naturally very assured. Beast Empress sneered, and the atmosphere suddenly changed. Come with me. They walked into a secret room. Array formation diagrams were hung all over the room. They were surrounded by inlaid illumination pearls, so it didn't seem dim. As soon as the Beast Empress closed the door, she sighed. Originally, I wanted to settle in private and didn't want anyone outside to know, but you chanced upon this matter. It seems that this is fate. I want to ask for a 9 ranks return soul pill. I wonder if your Royal Highness will agree. Yan Tianan raised an eyebrow. You're asking me? I don't have any divine level pills in my hands. Empress thinks too highly of me. The Beast Empress swept Yan Tianan with a sharp glance. If you really don't have it, then I'm afraid that today, this Empress will have to offend her superiors. How will you offend your superiors? The Beast Empress replied, run out with messy clothes and shout, indecent assault. Yan Tianan. Indeed, women can't be easily provoked. This will sound strange, but it is true. The Beast Empress frowned slightly. It's in Baya's nature to like wine, so he agreed to an appointment with an old friend and went to a banquet. When he came back, he woke up every day and told me that in his dreams, an immortal invited him to drink wine, and someone would send the wine to the palace on that day. After drinking it, Baya said it tasted the same as the one in the dream. I thought this matter was strange, so I sent someone to investigate, but the drinks really had no problems, so I was a little relieved. I wanted to track the source of the wine, but the wine was sent through a box, and we simply couldn't find the origin at all. I didn't expect that after a while, a problem would actually occur. His Majesty slept for longer and longer, and seemed to be addicted to the dream world. The Beast Empress showed sadness and remorse when she spoke. I should have seen the clues earlier, but in those days, I had already long since ignored him because of other matters. By the time I discovered the problem, he was already in a deep slumber and wouldn't wake up. Yan Tianan's expression changed a few times. Finally, he said with a heavy voice, if this is the case, then it's useless for you to find me. The Beast Empress paused, then asked urgently, why? Yan Tianan explained, because this is definitely not something that can be solved by the 9 ranks return soul pill. After looking at the stunned Beast Empress, he continued, it's not the first time I've heard about the condition you mentioned. Many people in the royal heavenly capital went into their dreams and never woke up, even now. Furthermore, they can't find the reason. The Beast Empress gasped, then immediately seemed to have caught a lifeline and asked a series of questions. Who are they? What did they dream about? Do you have any good methods to alleviate this? Since this matter is not unique to my southwest land, can we share resources and find a way to resolve it together? Yan Tianan knew that she was anxious, but anxiety was not the solution. After all, this had been going on for a long time. At that time, Yan Zhonghua and Yu Ming even made a special trip to personally check the situation, but the problem was really incredible. Even the two of them could not find out anything. They just didn't expect that the head of the White Tiger clan, the famous Beast Emperor of the Southwest Land, also encountered this incident. Yan Tianan first appeased the Beast Empress and then asked, how long has it been since the situation transpired? The Beast Empress sighed, and she also knew that she had been too impatient before, so she calmed down and said that it had been more than 7 years. Yan Tianan was shocked. 7 years? No one found out that the Beast Emperor was fake for 7 years. The Beast Empress said with a wry smile, members of the White Tiger clan are naturally free and unrestrained, and usually, no one will disturb anyone else, they will all simply mind their own business. The Emperor is the same. He usually won't summon anyone, so I had the Fox Minister act as the Emperor, so that he wouldn't be easily discovered. However, 3 years ago, I found that some people in the Tiger clan were getting more and more restless, and they beat about the bush and indirectly asked me many times if something had happened to my husband. I knew more or less which part had become exposed, however, it's also hard to say. The Beast Empress didn't speak too thoroughly, she just gave a vague summary. To tell the truth, the 9 divine clans all had their own borders. Although they were supposedly subordinate to the royal heavenly capital's Yan family, in reality, they had actually gone their own way for a long time by self-governing. In their hearts, no one believed they were below anyone else, and they all looked after their own interests. In reality, the Yan family's relationship with the Tiger Clan Fu family was actually average. If it weren't for the Beast Empress's worry that Yan Tianan would pass on the information after returning, which would lead to the capital's deepening doubts about Southwest Land and result in someone being sent over to inquire about the situation or secretly impede the Southwest Land's workings, then the Beast Empress wouldn't even be willing to tell him the entire story. That was why she was willing to share this. But this didn't mean that she was willing to let outsiders intervene in internal clan strife. Yan Tianan had stayed in the royal heavenly capital for a long time over the years, so naturally he knew the gravity of matters. Since the Beast Empress didn't want to say, then he didn't want to know. After all, knowledge about certain matters would only invite trouble, Yan Tianan said in a roundabout way. Status and authority are tempting. The Beast Empress nodded, having obviously thought of the same thing as Yan Tianan. Yeah, Yan Tianan thought of something again and suddenly started to gossip. Speaking of which, how many main branch members does the Tiger Clan have? The Beast Empress gave him a look, then replied, I'd estimate 10 to 20. Yan Tianan was dumbfounded. You can give birth to so many. What are you talking about? Yan Tianan clarified, what I'm talking about is the legitimate direct branch. The Beast Empress calmly responded, I am also talking about the number of legitimate heirs. The Tiger Clan has always judged the legitimacy of an heir based on inheritance. Anyone who can awaken the ancient White Tiger Emperor's bloodline can become part of the Fu family's main branch. We demonic beasts are different from you humans. Yan Tianan rubbed his head. So that's it. Then let me ask Gigi another question. Has Fu Yu awakened more or less of his bloodline than his peers? I'm in the same generation as your father, yet you're actually calling me Gigi. The Beast Empress felt incredulous, but being called elder sister was very lethal to a female demonic beast, and the Beast Empress's mood improved a lot. Yan Tianan chuckled. All the beautiful girls are Gigi. As expected, the Beast Empress became even happier. Then what about the ugly ones? Then they're called whatever they should be called. The Beast Empress smiled. You're young, but you have a glib tongue. Yan Tianan said, I'm only telling the truth. The Beast Empress felt that Yan Tianan was more and more cute, so she was a little jealous of Yu Ming. When I see you, I keep thinking about how good it would be if I can also have a son. Yan Tianan blinked. Then have one. I believe that the Beast Emperor will definitely wake up. Besides, you are female, so it must be much easier to give birth than my dad. Back when Yu Ming was giving birth to Yan Tianan, he expended so much effort that Yan Zhonghua became determined not to let Yu Ming experience this kind of suffering ever again. The Beast Empress glanced at Yan Tianan faintly. Now you don't understand again. The spiritual White Tiger clan is the king of all beasts. We inherit the White Tiger Emperor's bloodline. But I wonder if you've ever heard of the rumors about the mother being devoured if a tiger cub with an innate divine bloodline that has been recognized by the White Tiger Emperor's soul is born, it will devour its mother. His Majesty won't allow me to conceive children because he is afraid an accident will happen. Yan Tianan's expression looked like he had learned something today. He couldn't help but say enviously, you and the Beast Emperor really are in love with each other. A hint of sweetness appeared on the Beast Empress's face. Aya, he is too narrow-minded. Think about it, tiger cubs with an innate divine bloodline haven't been seen for tens of thousands of years. How can they be born so easily? Yan Tianan, you guys are clearly white tigers, so why do you insist on feeding me dog food? The Beast Empress probably became saddened after she thought of the Beast Emperor. Her smile lessened considerably, and she asked, what are you bringing up Fu Yu for? Do you know him? Yan Tianan thought, how can this prince know such a scummy fellow? We have some conflict, Yan Tianan replied vaguely. Conflict? You're not here to pick a quarrel with Fu Yu, are you? Yan Tianan answered, of course, but if Gigi thinks highly of him, then I won't kill him. Unexpectedly, the Beast Empress smiled. Pick a quarrel with him? Good. Picking quarrels is good. Just because you called me Gigi, I won't pursue this matter any further as long as you don't kill him. Yan Tianan. After thinking about it, the Beast Empress added, it's also no big deal if you really do kill him. In any case, there are many main branch heirs in this generation. One death won't change much. Yan Tianan. It seems that Fu Yu hasn't been getting along well here. Ever since people in the clan probed for information about the Beast Emperor's situation, the Beast Empress no longer held great affection for these main branch heirs. Moreover, she felt that the reason why those brats thought about the throne was because they were too idle all day long and had nothing to do. She felt that someone should come to their door to pick a fight and distract their attention. Does he have a high possibility of inheriting the throne? Yan Tianan asked. Fu Yu's inheritance ranks 8th. The Beast Empress said, he just knows how to interact with people and get along. His strength is not comparable to that of the heirs before him. Yan Tianan asked, then what if he marries the Peacock family's main branch? The Beast Empress side-eyed Yan Tianan. Ever since the West Phoenix monarch disappeared, the Divine Parasol Mountain Range has been occupied by the Peacock clan. Right now, the head of the Peacock clan is temporarily assuming the position of ruler of the West Land, and there are forces supporting them behind the scenes. There are rumors now that Peacocks want to become the new Divine clan and replace the Phoenix. So, does GG want to say that Fu Yu's chances have increased? Yan Tianan asked. Chapter 499, Pernicious Dream Ghost's Number. The Beast Empress mercilessly refuted as she calmly explained, we beast clans never decide based on familial ties or social relationships. The strongest gets to be the boss, while the weaker ones get lost. We rarely think up these kinds of crooked schemes. Yan Tianan gave a thumbs up. Admirable. After thinking about it, Yan Tianan then continued, however, if the Yu family is willing to support Fu Yu, his influence will truly increase, this is undeniable. That's inevitable. The Beast Empress curled her lips. The fact that he can obtain the Yu family's support also counts as a type of strength. This is a rule that people tacitly acknowledge. However, we won't give him extra points just because of this. The Beast Empress looked at Yan Tianan. I was muddled before, to actually use sparrow spirits to exchange for a 9 ranks return soul pill. Fortunately, you came in time, otherwise I would have been defrauded. Yan Tianan asked, how many sparrow spirits were you guys planning to trade? The Beast Empress said, 3 jade green pieces, 9 crow purple pieces, 27 dark green pieces, and 81 yellowish orange pieces. Yan Tianan gasped, and the air plunged straight into his lungs, causing him to cough violently. This is the very definition of a foolish spendthrift. This reincarnation palace is shameless. How dare they demand a lion's share? And they're even defrauding people who told you that the 9 ranks return soul pill can wake the Beast Emperor. Yan Tianan asked. The Beast Empress coughed softly as she answered, our witch doctor. Yan Tianan. Fine, if you defraud yourself, then I don't have much more to say. In the end, Yan Tianan couldn't give a good solution, and the Beast Empress could only think of other ways to solve the matter by herself. Once they left the palace, they went to the inn. Hai Kuanglang asked whether the Beast Empress had said anything important, but only heard Yan Tianan say 2 words both vaguely and clearly. Dream ghosts. Hai Kuanglang was silent for a moment. Then he asked with disbelief, it's the Beast Emperor. Yan Tianan nodded, and his thoughts were not as relaxed as they were in the secret room. He asked, say, Shishang, this matter is involving more and more people, and now even the Beast Emperor has fallen victim. What does that dream ghost want to do? Hai Kuanglang answered, he wants to force Warong's sword immortal to appear. Yan Tianan also became silent, then said, so, let's pretend we don't know about the Tiger clan's matter. If the Beast Empress finds out the cause of the disease, she will look for the Warong sword immortal sooner or later. Moreover, if the number of the dream ghost's victims continue to grow, then Warong sword immortal will eventually have to make an appearance. Yan Tianan spoke with a dark expression. Warong sword immortal is a person who wholeheartedly cultivates the Tao. He lives in secluded cultivation in the Myriad Tao Academy all year round. Why should he come forward to solve something on the outside as soon as a problem occurs and people shout his name? Hai Kuanglang rubbed Yan Tianan's head. I know that you admire him and worship him. You don't want him to become entangled in the karma of the material world. In fact, Martial Uncle also thinks so, which is why he has always kept it a secret, even now. He merely treated the deceased victims of the Dream Ghost's attacks as encountering a sudden and accidental death. But you should always prepare for the worst. Yan Tianan was a little unhappy, but he also didn't know what he could do for the Warong sword immortal, so he went back to his room discontentedly. In the early years, Several strange cases happened in quick succession inside the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital. The Qi heir at that time, the current Marquis Qi, was ordered to investigate the case, and Yu Ming found it interesting, so he also followed. The case seemed to be very simple. The victims all started sleeping for longer and longer periods of time ever since they first dreamed of their favorite scenery, until eventually, they suddenly fell into a slumber and never woke up. Although it was normal for cultivators to sleep for a long time, and some people could even sleep for 1,000 or so years, the problem was that Yu Ming and Qi Ruoang's investigation revealed that the victims were all missing one soul and one spirit. This was a big deal. With one less soul and spirit, if they couldn't be woken up in time, then some people might never wake up again. Yu Ming brought over magic treasures used to summon souls in an attempt to bring the soul over, but he didn't expect to actually attract the culprit himself, who took victims into their dreamland and made them fall into a deep sleep. The culprit seemed to be floating and didn't look human. The culprit's face was also blurred. It first burped, then spoke, "If you want them to wake up, let Lin Huarong come to see me." At that time, Lin Huarong had long since entered Myriad Dao Academy without an entrance exam due to esteemed Lan Yu's recommendation. Furthermore, he broke through Myriad Dao Academy's most difficult array in a single move, which made him famous all over the world. The outside world began to call him Huarong Sword Immortal. Yu Ming was genuinely confused. "Do you have a problem with that boy?" The ball of shadow cried sharply, "I want to eat him, I want to devour him. Let him come and see me within 10 days, or else I'll devour this poor thing's entire soul." After saying that, the ball of shadow suddenly entered the dreamer's body again. After Yu Ming left the scene, he told Qi Ruoang, "I can't see through this thing's origins, but also do not let Huarong Sword Immortal hear wind of this." Qi Ruoang nodded. "A matter pertaining to the Imperial City will be settled by the Imperial City." However, a few days later, someone reported to Yu Ming that the previous sleep-bound victim had died. Yu Ming rushed to the scene and took out a magic treasure to summon souls, trying to see if he could ask whether a person could still remember past events after becoming a ghost, but unexpectedly, that person's entire soul had already been eaten. At night, that thing entered Yu Ming's dream, trying to seduce Yu Ming with bustling and beautiful scenery, but Yu Ming saw through the ploy at first glance. That thing became so embarrassed that it got angry and changed its face. It once again told Yu Ming to get the Huarong Sword Immortal to come see him, or else he would devour the souls of those victims one after another. Only when Yu Ming had awakened from his dream did he find out that he had been sleeping for 3 days and 3 nights. His expression was both disappointed and frustrated. When Yan Zhonghua asked him what he saw in his dream, he said that he saw his heart's desire, a blissful paradise. After this, Yan Zhonghua intervened in this matter. He first checked whether there was any connection between the victims, then personally went to Myriad Dao Academy to check the records from the classics in order to find out the cause of this matter. In passing, Yan Zhonghua also inquired about some matters regarding Huarong Sword Immortal. Coincidentally, Huarong Sword Immortal happened to be in closed-door cultivation on Penglai Island during those years, so Yan Zhonghua gave up on the idea of asking him to step outside for the time being. However, he also didn't intend to truly have Lin Huarong make an appearance. After all, matters involving divine clans were resolved by the divine clans themselves. Over the years, many forces had tried to attract Huarong Sword Immortal to their sides, but he always tactfully declined on the grounds that he was temporarily unwilling to exit seclusion. It was precisely because of his neutral attitude that the various forces had never sent people to secretly assassinate him. If Yan Zhonghua rashly pulled him to the royal heavenly capital, then from the outside world's point of view, Yu Huarong would have become involved with the materialistic world. If that happened, Yan Zhonghua was afraid that the other families would also become restless. In order not to look for each other's troubles, Yan Zhonghua easily made a choice. Yan Zhonghua learned from the ancient texts that this thing was called a dream ghost, which was a kind of non-physical entity similar to ghosts. It could enter the dreams of all living beings and grant them everything they desire within the dream. When those people could no longer tell whether they were dreaming or awake, they were destined to be entangled in their dreams by the dream ghost and have their souls devoured bit by bit. When all of a person's 3 souls and 7 spirits were eaten by the dream ghost, it would then leave and look for the next target. The dream ghost would also grow stronger and stronger during this process. 7 people had already died in the royal heavenly capital, 1 death every year. This year was the 7th year. However, Yu Ming still hadn't been able to find a way to kill the dream ghost. Similarly, He also hadn't looked for the Hwarang Sword Immortal. But if news that the Beast Emperor had fallen victim to the Dream Ghost reaches the royal heavenly capital, who knows what the people in positions of power will choose. After pondering for a long time, Yan Tianan finally decided to give a detailed report to Yu Ming, reporting the story from beginning to end. The sky was high and the road was far away. There was a naturally formed barrier between the various lands, so it was very difficult to transmit a message. Yan Tianan went to the post relay station in White Tiger City, rented a bird that could fly out of the South Lands, and hid a voice transmission talisman under its feet. When the bird flies past the South Lands boundary, the voice transmission talisman will automatically ignite and transfer his secret message to Yu Ming. This was the best he could do. After Yan Tianan returned, he sat in a chair and took out a little rabbit jade that was hidden close to his chest. This was a little rabbit that Hwarang Sword Immortal personally carved for him after he saved Yan Tianan from a demonic beast and wanted to coax him into feeling better. Since then, he had never seen Hwarang Sword Immortal again, but no matter how much time passed, it was still impossible for him to forget the man who cut the demonic beast in half at the waist with a single strike yet still remained untainted by specks of dust. It would sound ridiculous if spoken aloud. He had seen Hwarang Sword Immortal only once, yet Yan Tianan became obsessed with him for so many years. But he never told anyone these feelings of his, he could only keep them suppressed in his heart. After all, Hwarang Sword Immortal was the successor to the Sword Venerable's legacy, a reincarnation of a great powerhouse and someone acknowledged by the powerful masters. Rumors had it that he only came to the 9 lands to pass a tribulation. When the time became ripe, he would ascend from the 9 lands and return to heaven. Therefore, even if he didn't touch worldly matters and didn't join any forces, no divine clan would take the initiative to attack him first. This was the so-called darling of heaven. Time and time again, Yan Tianan wanted to go to Myriad Dao Academy's Penglai Island to find Hwarang Sword Immortal, but ultimately, he silently dismissed these thoughts every time. If Hwarang Sword Immortal truly came to the 9 lands to train and gain experience, then naturally, the less he was involved with the affairs of the mortal world, the better. Certain things were nothing more than his own wishful thinking. It was just a dream and couldn't become reality. Not surprisingly, Yan Tianan had insomnia at night. During this period of time, besides going to Fu Yu's residence to inquire about Bei Shishang, Yan Tianan and the others also wandered around White Tiger City. Fu Yu probably didn't expect anyone to rescue Bei Shishang, so he casually locked her in a place that could easily be found. Yan Tianan found her without much effort. There was a person outside guarding the door, and there were hidden mechanisms inside the door. Yan Tianan released a bee that he had personally raised to fly in through the window seemed to let Bei Shishang know that they had already arrived and would be rescuing her in a few days. When Bei Shishang saw the cute little bee that bobbed round and round before her eyes, her dim gaze suddenly brightened. Chapter 500. The Yu family arrives. Yan Tianan passed a paper man talisman to Bei Shishang, and the little paper man bounced back and forth and whispered, "Senior Martial Sister, don't panic. We plan to teach Fu Yu this boy to be a new man at the Dao Companion ceremony. I might have to trouble Senior Sister for a few more days." Bei Shishang smiled with a cheerful sneer. Since Fu Yu dared to lie to her, and dared to restrain her here, and humiliated her in many ways, he couldn't blame her for becoming ruthless. It was only a few days, she could still afford to wait. Within a few days, the Peacock clan from the West Land came to send off their bride. It just so happened that the first step to the marriage ceremony of a main branch member was to meet the clan first, and get the approval and blessing of the clan leader, which was true in any family. Therefore, when the Peacock clan arrived in White Tiger City, the first place they had to go was not to Fu Yu's mansion, but to the Beast Palace. Coincidentally, for some reason, the Beast Empress also invited Yan Tianan and the others into the palace as guests, and she also wanted them to take a look at Fu Yu's future wife. Yan Tianan naturally came happily. Just after entering the palace, he actually saw Yin Yen following the Beast Empress. Yan Tianan's face turned black. "Empress, it's not very kind of you to do this," Yan Tianan said, staring at Yin Yen with his lips curled. The Beast Empress glanced at Yan Tianan and said, "I can't help it. Looking at the whole 9 lands, who is more strict with secrets and reliable than the Reincarnation Palace? If you don't want to help me, I have to find my own way." Yin Yen was very cold before, and now when he saw Yan Tianan meet trouble, he couldn't hold on to the fake deep coldness. He said with a smirk, "This prince, if you cut off people's financial resources, you will be struck by lightning." This is a matter between me and the Empress. Please cut your comments and willful interventions. You can't help others, and you will not allow them to invite foreign aid. Isn't this too unreasonable? Yan Tianan said coldly, scheming with tigers. Yin Yen nodded and said, yes, it is indeed a matter of the tiger clan. Yan Tianan. This boy is really mean. However, it was true that Yan Tianan couldn't help much, and he didn't bother to pay attention to the servants of Reincarnation Palace. Anyway, it was not too late for a gentleman to avenge himself, even after 10 years. His earlier actions were merely done to show his attitude. In fact, there was no need to shout and kill every time he met Yin Yen. It just so happened that he was the only one invited to come this time, and Qi Fiqing was not with him, otherwise he would have to leave now. The Beast Empress smiled and invited Yin Yen and Yan Tianan to sit on both sides of her, while she was sitting in the position of the Beast Emperor. The Beast Empress said, there are not so many sparrow spirits in the Fu family to pay your palace master. Yin Yen said, if there is no sparrow spirit, we can ask for other things. Yan Tianan said, shut up. Yin Yen and Yan Tianan despised each other and bickered with one another. They even tried to draw their swords several times, but finally both calmed down for a while under the regulation of the Beast Empress. An hour later, he heard a burst of immortal birds singing outside from far to near. Yan Tianan knew that the Peacock clan had arrived. The Beast Empress stood up and planned to meet them outside. She realized that after walking a few steps, Yan Tianan was still sitting on the stone chair covered with thick fur, without any intention of moving. She said, people from the Yu family have come. I received the news that it was the Yu family's heir who personally escorted his sister. You are the heir of King Yi. Don't you need to greet him? Yan Tianan did not change the expression on his face. He tilted his head and said, the Yu family is a subordinate of the West Phoenix monarch in the West Lands. I am the second heir to the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital. It is reasonable for him to give me 3 kowtows, 9 obeisance, and give me a big gift. As far as sentiment is concerned, I have never had any interactions with the Yu family. Don't even think that putting on a yellow robe makes them think they have become a divine clan. I'm in a heavenly clan. Both logically and emotionally, is there a problem with me sitting here? The Beast Empress thought about it, and it was really like this. In fact, she also despised the Peacock clan's Yu family, but she couldn't help it. There were many things in the Southwest land, but there was very little sparrow spirit. Every year, they also had to pay tribute to the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital, and they had to rely on this thing to suppress the Southwest land. In addition to other important uses, the Southwest land would inevitably have long-term cooperation with the South land, which had an abundance of sparrow spirits. In the past it was the West Phoenix monarch who reigned. Now the Yu family had become the quasi-emperor. Even if the Fu family didn't like the less popular Yu family in their hearts, they would always have to give them face. Speaking of cultivation, if one was truly able to remain untainted by worldly matters and only seek the immortal fate, then why could no one successfully ascend to the heavens in these years? However, she indeed had no control over Yan Tianan. Thinking of this, the Beast Empress ignored Yan Tianan and let him go do whatever he wanted. Yin Yen also did not get up and follow. After the Beast Empress walked out of the main hall, Yan Tianan stepped on the chair in a more unrestrained manner. He raised one eyebrow and looked at Yin Yen and said, don't you want to curry favor with your employer? Yin Yen said happily, little Prince Yan, do you have any misunderstanding about me? Even if it's about flattering, it should be the employer who should flatter this young master. Moreover, the Yu family are so underhanded. Honorable me is very disdainful of them, so I don't want to give them this face. Yan Tianan was a little curious about how the Yu family offended Reincarnation Palace, so he asked, what kind of underhanded things have they done? Is it because of the West Phoenix monarch? Yin Yen looked at Yan Tianan with a smile and said, it's you, not me, who has unsavory opinions about the Yu family because of the West Phoenix monarch. But it's okay to tell you. The Yu family clearly knows that Fu Yu has a person beside him who is about to become his Dao companion. But they still made a deal with him and asked their family's daughter to come over and be his main wife, forcing an innocent woman to be the concubine. Don't you think it is disgusting? Yan Tianan's heart changed rapidly, and his killing intent surfaced for an instant, but he was no longer the boy of 7 years ago who would easily show his emotions. Yan Tianan didn't change his expression, but made a look of interest, and asked, who is that woman? Yin Yen said, I can't tell you this. After all, After the girl escapes out of this quagmire, she has to start a new life. The less people know about this, the better. Hearing this, Yan Tianan was stunned for a moment. He felt very surprised. He didn't expect this. In his view, Reincarnation Palace's reputation was already like a rag, yet the kid who had been raised by it could even think so well, which showed that there was still kindness in his heart. But the Reincarnation Palace's style of doing things really made people disagree. However, this didn't stop Yan Tianan's opinion of Yin Nian from increasing. When the atmosphere of fierce tension disappeared, Yan Tianan remembered that he didn't know his name, so he asked, after talking for a long time, "I still don't know your name." Yin Nian rolled his eyes and said, "I have found out everything about you, even the 18th generation of your ancestors. I can't believe you don't even know my name. Do you look down on your enemies like that? This young master's surname is Yin, name is Nian. My character is Si. This lord is the young master of Reincarnation Palace. If you want to do business with Reincarnation Palace, you just have to give them my name and the subordinates will give you a discount if they hear it." Yan Tianan looked at the boy who was naturally good at familiarizing himself to people. He was speechless for a while, and then said, "I will not do business with people like you. Evil people will not do good things." Yin Nian snorted, but did not explain, and said, "If you disdain us, be that way. This young palace master was willing to give you some benefits only because you hate the Yu family. Besides that, I don't care about you." Yan Tianan, speaking of the Yu family, he didn't know before that they were doing such under-the-table deals under the premise of knowing the relationship between Beishi Xiang and Fu Yu. This hatred was originally formed with Fu Yu alone. If it could be proved that the Yu family was indeed underhanded and unkind, the hatred between him and the Yu family would also be formed. The Beast Empress led the disciples of the clan to the palace gate to greet the Peacock clan. Peacocks were naturally extravagant and liked showing off. Every time they went out, they had to shine. Hundreds of birds greeted them, and the scene was very large, although a bit exaggerated, but it was indeed a feast for the eyes. A carriage pulled by Luan birds rode in. The sunshine, and the sky was full of all kinds of wonderful birds. They were surrounded by 8 flying unicorns in the middle of the Luan carriage, which highlighted the status of the Yu family. The Beast Empress stood with her hands behind her back and looked up into the air. She couldn't help saying, "This ostentation and extravagance is really big. I'm afraid the entirety of White Tiger City knows now that the peacocks have come to White Tiger City as guests, right?" Although the fox minister was not young, he looked very tender, with a pair of erect fox ears on his head. His tail swung up and down. He snorted and said, "Their ostentation and extravagance is really bigger than the West Phoenix monarchs. At first glance, it is the nouveau riche content with their own insignificant success." The Beast Empress looked at the fox official and said with a smile said, "I know that you and the West Phoenix monarch have a good relationship, but now the West Phoenix monarch's life and death are unknown and he is missing. When there is no tiger in the mountain, the monkey can be the king. This is inevitable." The fox minister snorted again and said, "I don't want to show them a good face." The Beast Empress reached out her hand and pulled the fox minister's ear. With a smile on her face, she said, "Don't make trouble for Liaoniang, or else I'll make you regret it." The fox official nodded in a hurry. His ears were pulled and his eyes were red. After the Yu family felt that they had enough display, they finally landed on the square at the gate of the White Tiger Palace. The Luan carriage stopped, and 2 handsome teenagers opened the bead curtain full of exotic treasures towards both sides, and the people sitting in the car came down one after another. A young man, and a young girl. The young man wore a long hairpin of peacock feathers on his head, holding up the black hair behind his head, and the long lock of hair falling on his forehead was peacock green. Coupled with the incomparably gorgeous robes, the whole person looked very extravagant. As soon as he got out of the carriage, many of the bird clans who had already turned into human figures looked at him with adoring eyes. Immediately afterwards, a girl with stunning beauty and perfect figure in an aristocratic formal dress also moved away from the carriage. The girl also attracted the attention of many bird clan members. The bird clans were born to love beauty, and every few years they would hold a beauty contest, and various birds compete for beauty. That scene was so beautiful. The 2 people who got off the Luan carriage were the 2 descendants of the Peacock clan, who were famous for their beauty. They also inherited the Peacock bloodline a lot. Naturally, it was not a problem to have a large number of people around the Peacock clan, also the huge number of clusters were used as a capital to show off. Chapter 501. The Yu family's siblings. The young man's name was Yu Tufeng, and the girl's name was Yu Lingxi. They were the eldest son and youngest daughter of the Peacock King. The bird clans had a long childhood period, plus there wasn't much inheritance granted to them during that time, and their cultivation was low. Thus, there were not many members who could smoothly grow up into adulthood. It was very easy for them to die before ever reaching maturity. Therefore, everyone who could survive the thunder tribulation and heavenly fire and take human form was extremely favored. The same was true of the Yu family. Therefore, Yu Tufeng was a little arrogant by nature, but he did not seem to be annoying. On the contrary, it only made people love him more. When he saw the Beast Empress, he cupped his hands and saluted, "The southern Yu family, Yu Tufeng with my younger sister Yu Lingxi, has come to greet the Empress of the Southwest Fu clan." The Beast Empress showed a reserved smile, with a maternal attitude. "On behalf of the Beast Emperor and the people of the Tiger clan, this Empress welcomes your visit." Yu Tufeng smiled, and slowly glanced around. "Why don't I see His Majesty the Beast Emperor?" The Beast Empress said. "His Majesty happened to be in closed-door cultivation before Prince came. Now he is at a critical stage. I am afraid that he will not be able to come out in a short while. However, this Empress is here and can say a few words on his behalf. When His Majesty leaves secluded cultivation, I will have him personally go to the West Land to make amends." Yu Tufeng turned his eyes slightly and said, "What is Tiger Empress saying?" For the Beast Emperor to enter secluded cultivation at such a critical moment, he must have encountered a breakthrough and will advance soon. This is a very good thing. It is much more important than my sister's wedding ceremony. Seeing that Yu Tufeng smiled sincerely, she couldn't tell whether his words were secretly mocking or whether they were sincere, but it felt like it wouldn't be the latter. The Fox official smiled, though his eyes were cold. In the past, it was said that the West Land is the most fertile place in the entire Nine Lands. Now I see that just the extravagance alone is really extraordinary. This Luan chariot must probably be driven using sparrow spirits. The West Land is really rich. Yu Lingxi curled her lips and said proudly, "This is natural. Everyone knows that the West Land has the most sparrow spirits in the Nine Lands, and even the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital can't match it." Yu Tufeng's complexion changed slightly, and he reprimanded in a low voice, "What nonsense, how can the West Land compare to the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital?" The Fox minister smiled cunningly. It seemed that this girl was easy to deal with. Yu Lingxi also realized that she had made a mistake, but she was secretly annoyed with her elder brother refuting her. After the Beast Empress glanced at them, she said to her bodyguards, "You take those friends who have come from afar to go down to have a rest. Heir of King Yu, Princess, we might as well go ahead and talk while eating." After entering the palace hall, Yu Tufeng saw two people sitting on both sides of the throne eating food. When he saw Yan Tianan, he couldn't help but stop his feet. He said in surprise, "King Yi's heir." Yan Tianan slowly put down the snacks in his hand. He snapped his fingers and cleaned up the cake dregs on his hands. He said, "It is precisely this, Highness." He narrowed his eyes and sized up Yu Tufeng. "Who are you?" Yan Tianan glanced at him. Only the descendants of the 9 divine clans dared to be called a princess. Heir of the Yu family, if this prince remembers correctly, the Yu family is only the temporary ruler of the West Land and has not yet become part of the divine clans yet, right? Yu Tufeng's expression distorted for a moment. Then he said, "It was a mistake in my words. I still hope for your Highness, understanding." Actually, Yu Tufeng was already extremely dissatisfied with Yan Tianan in his heart, and he couldn't help but curse him for his nosy meddling, trying to catch a mouse even though he was a dog, not a cat. The West Land was so far away that even the venerable emperor couldn't control the West Land. He was just a mere prince who had no real power. What right did Yan Tianan have to teach him a lesson? However, Yu Tufeng wouldn't give people the chance to use this kind of verbal slip-up against him so easily. He still needed to go through the motions of propriety and etiquette. However, Yu Lingxi stared at Yan Tianan but remained silent. "Dare to ask, then who is this person?" Yu Tufeng squinted at Yin Nian, and said to the Beast Empress, "It seems that the rules in the Beast Palace vary from person to person. I am a distant cousin of the Beast Emperor." Yin Nian took the initiative to answer, glanced at Yu Lingxi, and continued to nibble at the snack in his hand. He could still endure if it was only Yan Tianan acting so arrogantly in front of him, but Yu Tufeng suddenly became unhappy. He didn't even know who this kid was, but he dared to put on air in front of him. Isn't this just slapping him in the face? The Beast Empress saw that Yin Nian had no good impression on Yu Tufeng. Before Yu Tufeng's face darkened and was about to sneer and ridicule, she cut in, "This is His Majesty's relative from the mountains. He had been living in the mountains since he was a child and had very little contact with the outside world, so he is not well versed with etiquette. The son of King Yu grew up in the Peacock clan, so you must be very experienced in human relations. If he caused any offense, I still hope that prince will not mind him." When Yu Tufeng heard this, he suddenly felt comfortable in his heart. The Beast clan had always been free, arrogant, and unrestrained. There were also many poor relatives living in the mountains and wild forests. They were not only reckless by nature, but their upbringing was also very crude and vulgar. Even if it was the Beast Emperor in command of one of the 9 lands, his brutish nature that came from the bones still couldn't be changed. Compared with an elegant and noble race like their Peacock clan, the difference was really striking. Yu Tufeng was too lazy to argue with a wild tiger cub, so he pretended to be magnanimous. Since the Empress's words have come to this point, naturally this prince will not care about anything related to a wild relative. Yin Nian sneered and continued to nibble at the cake without putting Yu Tufeng in his eyes. Yu Lingxi frowned and looked at Yin Nian with disgust. Upon seeing this, the Beast Empress invited Yu Tufeng and Yu Lingxi into the guest seats for refreshments. The Beast Empress said with a smile, "These refreshments were all specially made by the West Land's food cultivators. I don't know if they are to your tastes or not. Most of the food here is rough and not very particular. It can't compare with the exquisite delicacies in the West Land. This Empress thinks that if Lingxi marries in the future, I would like to invite more food cultivators, so that she can adapt to the environment." Yu Lingxi picked up a piece and tasted it. She chewed it slowly. Her movements were very elegant. When she swallowed the food, she said mildly, "Tiger Empress doesn't have to worry too much. I've been very particular about food since I was a child. I only drink spring water, and I won't eat it if it's not prepared by food cultivators. When I came here this time, I brought 8 food cultivators with me. They have served me for many years and naturally understand my taste." A princess belonging to the family of a minister to the West Land could actually have 8 food cultivators serving her. This showed her great extravagance. Hearing this, Yan Tianan took a sip of the spiritual tea and chuckled lightly. It seems that the Peacock clan really has a deep love for His Majesty, the West Phoenix monarch, and is very obedient, to the point where you even want to imitate his preferences. Yu Lingxi pinched the cake tightly and crushed it. Drinking spring water and eating food prepared by food cultivators were what the Phoenix liked. Although the Peacocks coveted the Phoenix's position and held treasonous intentions, they had to admit that the Phoenix was the most noble and elegant model of all the bird clans. Even if they couldn't stand him, they would still compete to imitate him. However, when others mentioned it, it seemed like they really didn't have face. Yu Lingxi was displeased, but still smiled. Prince must be joking. Is His Majesty the West Phoenix monarch's preferences actually something we can easily know? There are many things in this world that are just mere coincidences. Oh, Yan Tianan couldn't help but feel that this was laughable. The Phoenixes indeed only drank spring water and ate special food ever since they were born. But in Feng Jingyu's opinion, what you eat and drink are determined by the nature of your species, just like how sheep eat grass, tigers eat meat, and people eat grains. It was that simple. However, in the eyes of peacocks, a phoenix's innate nature had become the object of imitation. I wonder if Feng Jingyu would find it funny after hearing about this. After the Beast Empress had a few conversations with these people, she vaguely mentioned the word sparrow spirit. Yu Tufeng glanced at Yan Tianan and Yin Nian, and saw Yan Tianan yawning. The Beast Empress also knew the meaning, so she asked kindly, "Prince Yi, do you want to go to another place to have a look first?" Yan Tianan nodded, got up and stretched his muscles and bones, and said, "I have to go around and walk, it's really boring in here." Yin Nian also jumped up. "I'll join you." Yan Tianan glanced at him, said nothing, and walked straight out the door with a grin. The two went out and walked a distance. Yan Tianan turned to stare at Yin Nian and asked, "Why are you following this prince?" Yin Nian blinked innocently. "This young palace master didn't follow you. I just happened to be going this way too." Yan Tianan ignored him. When Yin Nian's eyes turned, he lowered his voice and leaned over and said, "They are doing the trade of sparrow spirits in private. You are the prince who came from the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital and the second heir to the dynasty. Don't you have any opinion at all about this? Are you going to pretend that you didn't hear it?" Yan Tianan looked indifferent. "Speaking of privately doing sparrow spirit trading, shouldn't I settle accounts with you first?" The trading of sparrow spirits between the divine clans is not prohibited. There are few sparrow spirits in the southwest land, but they must nevertheless pay the same amount of tribute. There are many sparrow spirits in the west land, so it is normal to sell some to the southwest land. In any case, they are looking after their own needs. Yin Nian narrowed his eyes and smiled, saying, the sparrow spirits in the southwest land are barren, and the northwest is in a similar situation as well. Nowadays, the most abundant in sparrow spirits are the south land, the west land, and the east land. Within the 9 lands, the number of sparrow spirits in each land is different, yet the royal heavenly capital has the other 8 lands indiscriminately pay an equal amount of tribute in sparrow spirits, which is unfair. Yan Tianan couldn't help but say a few more words when he heard him suddenly analyze the unfairness of trading sparrow spirits. Losing fairness is not the most pressing problem. The most important thing is, those regions that are trading sparrow spirits amongst themselves can easily form alliances with each other, and once they have treasonous intent. Yan Tianan stopped talking. Yin Nian raised his eyebrows and said, you guys are worried about this. Other lands that trade sparrow spirits are also worried about what you will think after you know of this. So the fact that the southwest land and the west land actually mentioned the problem of sparrow spirits in front of you, I don't know whether they are confident in their backing or whether they truly don't have a guilty conscience. The west land has always been honest and scorns to ally with other clans, Yan Tianan said. Yin Nian said with a smile, that's when the West Phoenix monarch was still here. The West Phoenix monarch can live for thousands of years alone. He doesn't care about who is sitting on that throne. Don't think I'm easy to fool. Yan Tianan looked at Yin Nian and said, you are a traitor. What are you discussing this with me for? Yin Nian first expressed his displeasure with the word traitor, and then said, there is a way to solve this problem. Do you want to listen to it? Yan Tianan said, let's hear it. He didn't believe that this kid could say anything good. Chapter 502. The so-called win over. Yin Nian grinned and said, since every region's tribute is equally unfair, and it makes it easy for them to trade privately, it is better to find out about the approximate reserves of sparrow spirits in these lands, and then collect them according to proportion. Where there are a lot of sparrow spirits, collect more, and collect less in the lands with lesser sparrow spirits. What do you think? Yan Tianan nodded. This is a good method. Yin Nian said happily, incredible, right? Like hell it is. It's wishful thinking. Yan Tianan almost couldn't help rolling his eyes and said, my father had already proposed this method a few years ago. But do you think those lands with more sparrow spirits reserves were stupid and willing to share more of these sparrow spirits that should be shared by the other realms? There would be a war if we couldn't do it well. Moreover, every year, some ministers would go to various lands to collect sparrow spirits and they're afraid some of them won't be able to return. It's not just fear, it's inevitable. Even now, with the collection of sparrow spirits like this, every year, ministers died inexplicably on the road, and a portion of the sparrow spirits were lost. Of course, under normal circumstances, not all of it would be lost. After all, they still had to give some face to the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital. As long as the amount of sparrow spirits collected was within the acceptable range, most of the time, the royal heavenly capital would also turn a blind eye. However, in recent years, there were fewer and fewer ministers willing to collect sparrow spirits. Yan Zizhong was originally in charge of the collection of sparrow spirits, but since Yan Zizhong entered closed-door cultivation when Yan Zhonghua returned to the eyes of the world 8 years ago, the responsibility of collecting sparrow spirits every year fell into Yan Zhonghua's hands. Yan Tianan even suspected that Yan Zizhong had deliberately chosen to go into secluded cultivation at this time. After all, the matter of collecting sparrow spirits was the easiest way to offend people in the 9 lands. Fortunately, Yan Zhonghua knew when to be appropriately lenient and strict, and he had many friends in the various lands, so he had never caused any major disturbances. Of course, minor disturbances would still occur no matter what, and this was hard to avoid. Yan Zhonghua had already mentioned in the early years that the proportion of sparrow spirits should be divided according to the actual situation within the 8 lands. However, the one above was afraid of big trouble, and none of the lower officials dared to be the villain, so the method had to be put on hold temporarily. It was said that someone had leaked the news, which led to the constant assassination attempts on Yan Zhonghua during that period. Although King Yi's palace was heavily guarded and Yan Zhonghua was absolutely a strong person, so nothing had gone seriously wrong, but it was still very disturbing. Once, after being extremely furious, Yu Ming hanged the assassin at the gate of the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital. Not only did Yu Ming cut him apart slice by slice with a knife, he also had some corpse Gu devour that person's soul bit by bit. Probably because the scene was too horrible, from then on, Yan Zhonghua's palace was quiet again, and this round of disturbance was extinguished. All in all, if no one wanted to be the villain, then their goal couldn't be reached, but how could it be easy to be the villain? They would lose their little lives if they were even slightly careless, arousing public anger and becoming a target of public criticism. Yin Nian chuckled. Since all of you can think of this kind of thing, so can my master. Yan Tianan asked, what does it have to do with your master? Speaking of my master, he is the most extraordinary person in the earth and sky. There is nothing in this world that my master does not know, there is no countermeasure that my master cannot think of, there is no one my master can't defeat. Shut up, stop talking nonsense and get to the point. Yan Tianan was angry. Yin Nian shrunk his neck, thinking, this little prince has a very bad attitude. So he no longer boasted about demonic spectre venerable. With a serious face, he said, actually, my master has a solution. I just don't know if you dare to listen. Yan Tianan's first reaction was that he felt that all the people in the reincarnation palace had lost their minds, to actually have ideas about their Yan family. His second reaction was that he could not help but gasp. Bitch, they're too bold and are so thick-skinned. Yin Nian knew what he wanted to say just by looking at his eyes, so Yin Nian curled his lips and said, I know what's going on in your mind, but I'm afraid you can't pick a more suitable candidate besides us. Yan Tianan was angry and laughed. Do you still remember that the emperor issued a royal decree 3 years ago to execute all reincarnation palace members? Yin Nian said confidently, my master said that there are no eternal friends nor eternal enemies, and all other love and hatred have to stand aside in the face of benefits. Only fools can hold on to bitter hatred. Yan Tianan's face sank down. He stared at Yin Nian for a moment. Reincarnation Palace has killed so many people, and many people are in a panic because of you. They're afraid that one day, they will lose their heads in their sleep. I don't make deals with people like you who have done countless bad things. Yin Nian was not very happy when he heard the speech. Although our reincarnation palace deals in the assassination business and takes money to kill people, that's just a few cases out of our many businesses. Moreover, those who haven't done bad things will not be afraid of ghosts knocking on the door at night. How do you know that the reason those people lost their heads isn't because they've done too many bad things? Yan Tianan sneered, are you telling me that you guys are subduing monsters and eliminating evil for the sake of the people? Yin Nian nodded and said, in everything, making money is the primary task, and taking care of solving the world's injustice is the second task. Yan Tianan didn't believe it at all in his heart, and his disgust was beyond words. Then let me ask you. The former Marquis Qi was an upright person with fair judgment who rewarded and punished accordingly. He had a good reputation in the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital. Everyone admired and respected him. Why did your reincarnation palace accept the job of assassinating him? Yan Tianan's eyebrows were cold, and a bit of fierceness appeared on his extremely gorgeous face. Yin Nian cheed. I know, you just wanted to ask for your stupid friend about the cause of his father's death. I naturally want to know the reason. If you guys want to collect money in exchange for giving me the information, I will give you money. Yin Nian glanced at him. I don't care about your money. And we have regulations not to disclose any employer's information, so who the employer is and why they bought Marquis Qi's life, I will never tell you, unless the palace master himself speaks. However, I can tell you the truth for that assignment, my master only accepted the price of a low-grade spirit stone from the employer. Yan Tianan felt a shock, his scalp was numb. When Reincarnation Palace did business, they could be said to seize any opportunity to profit, eager to empty the pockets of the buyer and their entire family. Since when had he ever heard about them only charging the price of a piece of low-grade spirit stone? This was equivalent to doing the work for nothing. But it was precisely because of this, it was all the more obvious that there were quite a few deeper problems within this matter, so much so that Yan Tianan couldn't help wondering what Marquis Qi had done to cause widespread indignation and discontent, which made Reincarnation Palace so easily accept such a job with such unimaginable consequences. Yan Tianan thought about it for a while and asked, what did the former Marquis Qi do? Yin Nian put his hands behind his head, and said, he has done too much. Although there are many private matters in this world, it's only a matter of time before they're exposed. Yan Tianan felt like a cat's paw was scratching in his heart. He wished to open Yin Nian's mouth to get the truth. But Yan Tianan thought about it again. Why should he trust Yin Nian so much? It was obvious that Yin Nian was a dog of Reincarnation Palace, and he was even the #1 dog. He shouldn't have believed him so easily. However, when Yan Tianan didn't have time to think about it clearly, he was attracted by what Yin Nian was holding. What are you doing? Yan Tianan saw the above picture clearly, and he was shocked. Yin Nian glanced at the patrol guard who was looking their way, and suddenly pulled Yan Tianan away and pressed him down to squat in the grass. Hush, don't say anything. Yin Nian took out a round mirror the size of 2 palms, glared at Yan Tianan, and said, "This is a magic treasure my master has specially crafted, which is used to inquire about information." Yan Tianan felt it was extremely rare. Although there were many magic treasures for inquiring about information, remote surveillance magic tools with such clear picture quality that even the sound could be heard were really rare. In this mirror, from a bird's eye perspective, the whole White Tiger Palace appeared. Yin Nian fiddled with the mechanism on the magic tool, and he changed the viewpoint and size. The whole mirror only showed the face of Yu Tufeng. Although Yu Tufeng was quite handsome, if you only saw his nostrils, it would be hilarious. Yan Tianan couldn't help but to laugh. This thing is really interesting. Yin Nian was very proud and said, "Right. This centrifugal mirror is crafted with my master's unique skill. Other craftsmen can't refine it at all." Yan Tianan thought of Yin Nian's master, the man with black robes and white hair, and there was an indescribable feeling in his heart. Although it was light, it couldn't be ignored. He also couldn't tell where this feeling came from and what caused it. He just felt strange. Yan Tianan pretended to ask unintentionally, "Your master is a craftsman as well?" Yin Nian nodded and said, "Yeah, my master is amazing. I have never seen a craftsman more incredible than him." Yan Tianan was unable to believe, and asked, "What about the pavilion master of Heaven and Earth Pavilion?" Yin Nian didn't even need to think before blurting out, "It must be my master who is better. Then that pavilion master or whatever has to stand aside." After hearing this, Yan Tianan knew that the boy worshipped his master blindly. He frowned and didn't go on talking to him about it. Inside the centrifuge mirror, he saw Yu Tufeng's nostrils moving. "Can you change the view? It's too awkward to watch." Yin Nian brought the picture back to the bird's eye view. Yin Nian fiddled with it in the mirror again. Before long, there was a voice. "Why is this year's sparrow spirit 1/3 less than last year's?" This was the voice of the Beast Empress, and he could hear she was a little upset. Since 10 years ago, the number of sparrow spirits has been decreasing every year. Last year it dropped to 50% of the original. This year, it has suddenly decreased so much. We simply cannot justify this to the royal heavenly capital. There are so many sparrow spirits in the West Lands, this small amount really shouldn't matter to you, right? You can't say that. Yu Tufeng made a helpless look and said, "We also want to do a good job in buying and selling this sparrow spirit with the Southwest land. However, the mining of sparrow spirits has become more and more difficult in recent years, and there are fewer high-grade sparrow spirits. Let alone you, even we have to pay a lot less tribute in sparrow spirits to the royal heavenly capital this year. This is also a helpless thing." Yin Nian snorted and said, "They're really shameless. When they came, they obviously used the Luan chariot powered by sparrow spirits." Yan Tianan frowned, as if full of thoughts. Chapter 503. The Disaster of Sparrow Spirits. The Beast Empress then said, "Prince must be joking. Although His Majesty has been in charge of sparrow spirits all the time and this Empress knows nothing about mining, I still know how much each of us will save and store every year in warehouses after mining for the next year's needs. I heard that the warehouses in the West Land can hollow out the entire Parasol Mountain, so the amount will never be too small." Yu Tufeng said, "How can we continue to eat into our storage? To be honest, I am very ashamed. In fact, we have been eating away at our savings since a few years ago, and the warehouse has become a lot emptier. This year, there was really no way to do it, so I personally came to the Empress to confess our guilt. What's more, the Yu family is also willing to marry the Pearl of Ri to the White Tiger clan. You can also see our attitude from this. If the two families are united, how can the West Land be willing to watch the brother-in-law suffer if they are really helpless?" Speaking of this, the Beast Empress didn't want to make a fuss with them. She directly asked, "How many more spirit stones do you need to change this to last year's quantity?" Yu Tufeng shook his head. "I have said that it is just an issue with the stocks. You can't change this no matter how many spirit stones you spend." After he said this, the Beast Empress said with a smile, if it is really the lack of sparrow spirit, it's fine. But if there was no shortage of sparrow spirit, and the West Land will use it for other purposes, it's hard to say what will happen if Purple Emperor's heavenly capital knows and finds out what the problem is. Yu Tufeng's voice became colder. What does the Empress mean by this? The Beast Empress said, you can understand the reason why you are guilty. The Central Divine Land collects tributes of sparrow spirits from the 8 lands every year. I don't know whether the younger generations are clear about it, but the Lord of the Land must know it clearly in his heart. If there are more sparrow spirits, you will have the capital. You may have heard about how the current clan drove the Zan clan back to their hometown in the East Lands and how they were able to safely sit in that supreme position. Ever since, if you haven't heard of it, I suggest that you go back and ask the seniors in the clan to find out. There are some things that are convenient for others and for yourself, which are mutually beneficial. Hearing this, Yin Nian couldn't help turning his head to ask Yan Tianan, hey, how did the Yan family drive out the Zan clan in the first place? A glint flashed through Yan Tianan's eyes, and he had some ideas and schemes in his heart. Nothing more than a disaster brought on by sparrow spirits. In the past, sparrow spirits were all managed by each clan. There was no mention of paying tribute, and there was no rule that the sparrow spirits could only be traded within the divine clans. Thousands of years ago, the Yan family usurped the throne where the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital Zan clan had sat for 10,000 years. It was partly because the 5 rulers of their lands, led by Zan Jushao, all fell when sealing the divine devil. The other, more important reason was that the Yan family had been secretly accumulating sparrow spirits for many years and had formed a powerful and invincible ghost army. Sparrow spirits were heaven-sent divine items, and just a single piece could support the operation of an entire large array. It was the powerful spiritual power backing the Yan family that defeated the Zan clan, and the Zan clan retreated to the East Lands, thus living in seclusion isolated from the world, so they were not exterminated. Since then, the Yan family, probably because they themselves used the sparrow spirits to usurp the throne, began to worry that other divine clans would also use this method to usurp the throne and seek rebellion, so they began to exert absolute control over the business of sparrow spirits. Yin Nian's eyeballs turned, and he said with deep meaning, I really don't know if the South Lands truly didn't have enough sparrow spirits, or if they have other ideas. If it is the former, it would be better to say, if it is the latter. He didn't go on. Yan Tianan was a prince of the emperor's family, and he naturally had more ideas in his heart than outsiders. Yan Tianan, however, had a look of disregard, and he was very arrogant and honest. So what even if it's the latter? If it's discovered that they have untoward intentions, don't tell me we'll just sit still and wait for death. Yin Nian saw this and stopped talking for the time being. In the mirror, after the Beast Empress had finished speaking, Yu Tufeng and Yu Lingxi's attitudes changed clearly. To put it bluntly, they absolutely did not have any intentions of treason. After saying that the Beast Empress should refrain from instigating discord, where a third party could take advantage of it, they hurriedly said goodbye and left, with expressions and behavioral reactions as if they had been insulted. Yin Nian snapped his fingers, and all the pictures on the mirror disappeared. It became an ordinary mirror that merely looked pretty. Yin Nian wiggled out of the grass, stretched out his waist, and said, my master is still waiting. I won't talk to you more. I will leave first. Before Yan Tianan had time to stop Yin Nian, he took out a magic treasure in the shape of a shuttle. After standing on it, he disappeared. Yan Tianan suddenly wanted to meet the demonic specter Venerable, whose crafting abilities were rumored to be even more powerful than the Pavilion Master of Heaven and Earth Pavilion. Who knows how far his Dao attainments were and what his purpose was in sending the young Palace Master of Reincarnation Palace over to sound out Yan Tianan's intentions and tried to win him over. However, the fox would always show his tail eventually, and Yan Tianan was not in a hurry. He had plenty of time and patience, enough to wait for the fish to slowly take the bait. In White Tiger City's branch of Reincarnation Palace, Yin Nian stood at Demonic Spectre Venerable's door and listened to the sound inside. After a long time, he bent his finger and lightly knocked on the door. The door opened without wind. Yin Nian went in. He closed the door with the back of his hand, and looked at Demonic Spectre Venerable, who had half of his face covered and was now single-handedly refining equipment with his eyes closed. Yin Nian stood still and said, Master, you guessed it correctly. This year, the Yu family in the West Land has reduced the output of sparrow spirits in large quantities, and they're also much more arrogant than before. Their disloyal intentions are abundantly clear. Demonic Spectre Venerable didn't even lift his eyelids and made a closing motion. The magic treasure floating above his palm lit up for an instant, then quietly landed in his palm. "What's the attitude of the Beast Empress?" asked Demonic Spectre Venerable. "The Beast Empress didn't seem to like Yu Tufeng very much, and from what this disciple can see, she is a sensible person and doesn't intend to associate with the Yu family." Yin Nian walked to Demonic Spectre Venerable's side, pulled another futon, and sat down cross-legged, curiously looking at the cup in his hand. "Master, what good things have you crafted this time?" "Nothing more than a wine cup." He put the cup away and said, "Right now, the Southwest Land's Fu family is too busy worrying about themselves, and the Beast Emperor's situation is still unclear, so naturally, the Beast Empress doesn't want to cause more trouble. However, the Yan family is not stupid. The excuse given for the decline of the tribute of sparrow spirits in the West Land has been becoming more and more creative year by year. Of course, there is a problem here." Yin Nian asked, "Can't it really be because the sparrow spirit mine has been hollowed out?" Demonic Spectre Venerable said, "You pay a visit and see for yourself." Yin Nian sighed and said regretfully, "It's a pity that little Prince Yan is not willing to do business with us. If he does, I can tell him a lot of useful information." Demonic Spectre Venerable seemed to lift the corner of his lips, and said, "He is very clever and naughty, he has countless schemes and ideas. You can't rope him in with just a few words. If you are smart, you must tell the Purple Emperor Heavenly Capital. Then, there will be a good show to watch. If he's smart, he will definitely tell Royal Heavenly Capital about the Yu family's situation. When that happens, there will be a good show." Yin Nian held his cheek, smiled cunningly, and said, "However, this matter has already been revealed to him." Yin Nian was still young. He had been following Demonic Spectre Venerable ever since he was a child. His cultivation was much higher than those of his peers. He also had countless magic treasures and medicinal pills on him. Therefore, he had developed a fearless nature. He was simply afraid that the world would not be chaotic. He wasn't worried at all about being caught in the crossfire if great powerhouses fought one day, he was just afraid of life being too boring. Yin Nian imagined the scene of the Royal Heavenly Capital looking for trouble in the West Land for a while. He grinned darkly and chuckled twice, then immediately sat up under the gaze of Demonic Spectre Venerable, his expression serious. "Speaking of which, what method do we have to resolve the dream ghost plaguing the Beast Emperor?" Yin Nian frowned, very lost. Demonic Spectre Venerable said, "The Beast Empress only asked us to find a solution, but did not ask Reincarnation Palace to save the Beast Emperor and wake him up." Yin Nian paused. "Does Master already have a solution?" Demonic Spectre Venerable said indifferently, "A few years ago, the same incident happened in the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital. Consort Yi personally investigated and found that it was a dream ghost. When the dream ghost talked with Consort Yi, he asked for a person by name." Yin Nian's eyes lit up. "Who is it?" "Warong Sword Immortal." Yin Nian was stunned. "Why does the dream ghost want to find Lin Xuanji? He is far away in the Immortal Island overseas, and he has never been involved in worldly matters. The dream ghost has no reason to target him. The reason for this is unclear." Demonic Spectre Venerable got up. "Out of many considerations, Consort Yi and the others have suppressed the dream ghost's request. We just need to let the Beast Empress know who to look for to solve the problem. We don't need to interfere too much." Yin Nian also stood up and followed Demonic Spectre Venerable. "But we have no evidence. How can the Beast Empress listen to our one-sided statement? Isn't it true that you also never doubted whether what your master told you was true or not?" Demonic Spectre Venerable asked back. Yin Nian answered, "That's because Master has never lied to me." Demonic Spectre Venerable said deeply, "Reincarnation Palace's reputation is much more effective than any evidence." Yin Nian was stunned for a moment and clicked his tongue thoughtfully. "Master is right. In the past few years, Reincarnation Palace has never said a word of falsehood to the outside world, and the news that was found was eventually confirmed to be true. Even though Reincarnation Palace is both good and evil in the eyes of the world and not easy to get along with, no one doubts its credibility." Yin Nian felt that he was more upright. "It's a pity that little Prince Yan still doesn't like us." Although Yin Nian said it was a pity, his tone held no trace of regret. Demonic Spectre Venerable smiled slightly, pinched a little of spices ground from the South Sea's 10,000 years old driftwood, and put it down in the exquisite and small incense burner. His movements were very elegant. "Regarding the matter with the sparrow spirits, he will find us again sooner or later." Just you wait and see. After Yin Nian left, Yan Tianan also left the Beast Emperor's palace. He thought that the Beast Empress would not be in a good mood now, so he would not disturb her for the time being, and would pay attention to the situation in the southwest land some other day. After going back, Hai Kuanglang and Wan Yidong were out. Bei Shishan was meditating. Qi Fiqing looked out the window in a daze. Yan Tianan walked over and said, "Fiqing, what are you thinking?" Qi Fiqing returned to his senses, turned to look at Yan Tianan, and frowned. "I was wondering whether or not to tell my elder brother about the private contact between Reincarnation Palace and the White Tiger clan." "I'm afraid your brother already knows," Yan Tianan said. Qi Fiqing narrowed his eyes. "Since he already knows, why won't my brother give me any indications?" Chapter 504. Old friends. Yan Tianan patted him on the shoulder and said, "You are still only at a profound realm, and we don't even know what the cultivation level of demonic specter venerable is. You can't even beat Yin Nian. Even if Brother Ruwang has anything to do, he still won't give those matters to you." Qi Fiqing's shoulder suddenly dropped down, and his whole person fell into a kind of depression. Yan Tianan wanted to comfort him, but suddenly, Qi Fiqing raised his ears and stared at Yan Tianan. "How do you know that boy's name?" Yan Tianan coughed softly and said, "Today at the White Tiger Palace, I saw him when I arrived and quarreled a few words with him." Qi Fiqing was obviously very excited. He stood up and clenched his fist. He actually dares to appear in the White Tiger Palace. His attitude is too domineering. Does he think we can do nothing about him? Bitch it, this kind of evil and devious people should be wiped out of the nest as soon as possible. And the Tiger clan, they are in collusion with Reincarnation Palace again and again. They're really not decent. Yan Tianan originally wanted to say that Yin Nian even wanted to form a business with him, but now he thought about it and didn't want to mention it again. In case Qi Fiqing couldn't control his emotions and stabbed a hole in the house, wouldn't it be too sinful? "I also asked a couple of things about your father by the way," Yan Tianan said. Qi Fiqing was stunned for a moment and then calmed down and said, "What's the news?" Yan Tianan touched his nose and said, "He didn't tell me who your father's enemy was. But he said, they only charged the price of a low-grade spirit stone for your father's killing." Qi Fiqing took a deep breath and said, "It must be my father's political enemies who bought the murderer." Yan Tianan said, "But it is very suspicious. The asking price of Reincarnation Palace is notoriously cruel. Just this time with the 9 ranks return soul pill, look at how much they needed to pay to Reincarnation Palace. If they were really the political enemies of Marquis Qi, I don't know how much money they would charge. So I always feel strange about this matter." Qi Fiqing almost cried and said, "My father's head is so worthless." Yan Tianan, there seems to be something wrong with this focus. Yan Tianan said, "We may as well think about it. Under what circumstances will a stingy guy be willing to help others kill for free?" Qi Fiqing's family was the Department of Criminal Law. He had been familiar with this since he was a child. Naturally, he was somewhat clear in this regard. Qi Fiqing blurted out, "There are many possibilities, but the most likely are 2 kinds. First, they know each other and are good friends, so this is simply doing that friend a favor. Second, the person killed is guilty of great crimes and full of evil, so much so that even the greedy and stingy guy, who can only see money, wants to eliminate harm for the people." Yan Tianan nodded and said, "That's very reasonable." Qi Fiqing sniffed and said, "The second one is definitely impossible anyway. My father was so upright that he won't do anything bad. It seems that they did a favor for a friend." Yan Tianan said, "You are right." Although he heard Yin Nian's tone, former Marquis Qi most likely had done something bad, but in the face of Qi Fiqing, he still could not say such words. Although Yan Tianan was emotionally biased towards old Marquis Qi and didn't think he had done any evil deeds to anger the Tao of Heaven and cause thunder to strike down, he still had enough reason. "We just have to wait for more information." "No way." Qi Fiqing suddenly raised his voice and said, "I can't trade with Reincarnation Palace no matter what. In any case, they are my father's enemies, and I'll have nothing to do with them. Even if I want to regain my father's head, I will follow them to their den." But they had to kneel with both hands to offer it, especially the demonic specter venerable. He is the most hated. Listening to Qi Fiqing's heroic words, Yan Tianan thought that demonic specter venerable was not a person who would kneel down. It was impossible in his lifetime. Yan Tianan just wanted to cheer him up, but Qi Fiqing sighed and said, "Forget it. In fact, it's no use thinking about these things. Anyway, my father is dead and can't be saved. The dead are long gone, and the living still has to live. Yan Tianan was very pleased. He was afraid that Qi Fiqing would be immersed in his father's death, and it would be difficult to get out, even his mood was bad. However, what he didn't expect was that Qi Fiqing's words turned and his eyes also turned, and said, "Little Prince Yan, I went to the east street of White Tiger City to observe, there's a whole red light district over there. You see, we've all come here. If we don't appreciate the local customs, doesn't it seem that we've come here in vain? Yan Tianan, how do you do it? 1 second, you were talking about your father's head, and the next, you turned to the red light district, you ungrateful son." Seriously, Yan Tianan could never understand Qi Fiqing's brain circuit. No wonder Qi Ruoang often beat Qi Fiqing and grounded him in a dark room. Yan Tianhen's aide with a look of disdain, "I see right through you." Qi Fiqing asked, "Will you go?" Yan Tianan said, "Let's go." Qi Fiqing grinned. Bei Shishan, who was meditating, suddenly opened his eyes, stared at the two of them, and said, "Going to the red light district." Yan Tianan felt a kind of pain that he was caught by his elder martial brother doing bad things. He couldn't help but touch his nose and said, "No, we're just going out and have a look at the local conditions and customs here." Bei Shishan stood up and said with a straight face, "Let's go to the red light district instead. Come, let's go together." Yan Tianan, as the first main city in the southwest land, White Tiger City was naturally striving to do its best in all aspects, and the main city had a similar feature, that is, it covered a large area. The outrageously big White Tiger City was a mountain city, hidden in the mountains. The built road was not as straight as the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital. The most famous brothel in the city was called Wishing Lane. He heard that it not only gathered unique beauties from all over the 9 lands, but there was also a rare sight of someone with a furnace constitution, and he didn't know how many people were here for the body of the furnace cauldron. Although the opening time was by no means long, it was an instant hit, so many famous talents and nobles had come to Wishing Lane to observe. At the beginning of the light, the whole red light district was lit up. The broad street was crowded with people, and many men showed their chests. There were also half-animal-shaped young men and girls dressed in revealing clothes, scratching, and posing poses. Yan Tianan couldn't help but click his tongue. This southwest land territory is indeed the territory of the beasts. This folk custom is also very fierce, completely different from our style. Naturally, there were many brothels in the royal heavenly capital, and all of them had their own characteristics and beauties emerging in large numbers. There were also beauty contests every year. Many beauties who had both talent and beauty have found partners of high status and nobility, which could be regarded as a good match. However, no matter who came to go whoring, or who was whoring, they all took noble and reserved elegant routes. Their slogan was to go whoring with grace and temperament, so don't even mention being on the street. Even in the brothel, it's not easy to see people with bare breasts. Yan Tianan was suddenly subjected to a great visual impact, and the whole person was a bit confused. Qi Fiqing muttered, see no evil," while looking around at the boys and girls who were half beasts and half humans. After feasting his eyes, Qi Fiqing couldn't help but sigh and said, "It's better to be in the southwest land. It's really my heaven. It's easy to come to this kind of place. It's not like the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital. It's chaotic and serious. It's very annoying to look at it." A person next to him glanced at Qi Fiqing. Bei Shishan narrowed his eyes and said, "When you are out, don't mention that place." Qi Fiqing knew that he was wrong, and covered his mouth and said, "I was wrong. Purple Emperor's heavenly capital was the real divine capital of the 9 lands, and gods naturally wanted to maintain their own sense of mystery. Therefore, as far as the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital was concerned, not everyone could enter. For the vast majority of people in the 9 lands, they had never touched a brick on the wall of the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital in their entire life. The fairyland Purple Emperor's heavenly capital where the immortals lived was just a legend to them. They couldn't even be sure if there really was such a place in the world. So when Yan Tianan and the others went out, some places and some people could not be mentioned easily. There were also many brothels here, but the most high-end one seemed to be Wishing Lane, which had opened all over the 9 lands. Qi Fiqing couldn't be regarded as a frequent visitor to Wishing Lane because he was poor, and Wishing Lane was so expensive that he could go bankrupt overnight. Today, however, Bei Shishan stopped at the gate of Wishing Lane and said, "Let's go inside to Wishing Lane, I will treat you." Yan Tianan couldn't help raising his eyebrows and looking at Bei Shishan. Qi Fiqing was stunned at first, then happily said, "Thank you, Elder Martial Brother Bei Shishan took the lead in the entrance. Qi Fiqing was whispering with Yan Tianan at the back, "This elder martial brother of yours, he looks cold and incomprehensible, but I didn't expect him to play such a big hand. I admire him." Feeling puzzled, Yan Tianan pushed Qi Fiqing aside and said, "What do you know? My fourth elder martial brother will never come to such a place. There must be something matters he has to take care of." "I know, taking care of personal matters." Qi Fiqing laughed and narrowed his eyes. "Go your own way and don't talk nonsense." 3 people walked in one after another, so that many people in the brothel squinted towards this side. The madam in charge was a snake demonic beast. She had a gorgeous appearance and looked very young and beautiful. She wore a gauze that exposed half of her chest. She had a hairpin ring on her head and made a nice sound when she walked. "Does the 3 Taoist masters come to Wishing Lane for the first time? I haven't seen you all before." Madame May laughed enchantingly, but she was not like the pimps in other places, leaning on the guests as soon as she saw them. Although she was not enthusiastic enough, her words were very helpful. Qi Fiqing was very good at dealing with this kind of occasion. He opened a fan that came from somewhere. He fanned the fan in a romantic way. "Wishing Lane in the White Tiger City of Southwest Lands. I don't know whether the beauties here are hot enough or not." Madame May knew that this kid was an old hand when she heard it. She let out a silver bell-like laugh, then raised her hand and held Qi Fiqing's hand holding the fan. She cast a wink at him and said, "Young master is a thorough person at first sight. What type do you like? Tell your big sis about it and she'll make sure she can find one that satisfies you." Qi Fiqing was just about to say that he likes plump and bountiful ones, but before he opened his mouth, he saw a woman wearing a plain robe and simply holding a fair jade on her head, looking extremely cold. She was like the orchid in the flower house. She looked independent from the world and had a subtle fragrance. She was extraordinary and refined. Qi Fiqing couldn't help pointing to the woman who lacked any soft or coquettish gestures and saying, "I like her type." "Which one?" Madame May asked, turning her head. She saw the person pointed at by Qi Fiqing's fingers, and the smile on her face was suddenly distorted. Madame May swore in her heart. This boy can pick anyone, but he just has to point to the owner of these 42 brothels. He simply doesn't want to live. Yan Tianan also saw the person, and couldn't help but be stunned. His chin was about to fall. "Ah hen." The woman also saw Yan Tianan. She couldn't help pausing for a moment, then sped up her pace and walked down. "Why are you in such a place?" Qi Fiqing immediately touched Yan Tianan's shoulder with his shoulder, frowned and quipped, "Do you know her?" "You actually know her? When did you meet? You didn't tell me." Chapter 505, Private Meeting. Yan Tianan was also very surprised. He walked over and studied Lin Yufan, who was dressed in women's clothing. "Yufan Jie. Ahem, Gigi, why are you here? When did you come to the Nine Lands?" That woman was Lin Yufan dressed in women's clothing. He came here naturally because he learned the news about his master and rushed to meet his master to discuss some important matters. But he didn't expect that he could still see Yan Tianan in the Southwest Lands Wishing Lane. Lin Yufan carelessly sized up Bei Shishan and Qi Fiqing. "I've only just arrived for a short time, and my journey is a long story." Yan Tianan blinked. "Yufan Gigi, are you here to enjoy yourself?" Hearing this, Lin Yufan immediately laughed. His voice was different from that of a woman. It was a little hoarse, which sounded like there was a hook. Qi Fiqing's bones almost turned to crisp. "I'm here to accompany people so they can enjoy themselves." When Lin Yufan mentioned this matter, he was calm. Forced by life, one has no freedom to act based on the heart. Yan Tianan was so surprised his chin almost fell off. He frowned. "Why didn't you come find me if you came to the Nine Lands? That's treating us like strangers." Lin Yufan said nonchalantly, "The royal heavenly capital is not easy to find, and the road is very difficult. I am afraid that I will be killed before I even get there." Yan Tianan couldn't watch Lin Yufan fall into hardships. He immediately said, "I will buy your freedom and never let you be bullied again. I signed a death contract." Yan Tianan. Qi Fiqing finally found his own voice. He snapped his fan close and stared at Madame May. "This sister, it is possible for a death contract to become a living contract. Why don't you name a price? Everything is easy for us to discuss, right?" "Right. Yeah, right." Although Sister May had a smile on her face, she was almost crying in her heart. If this boy had a crush on any other person in Wishing Lane, she could make the decision to let that person get their freedom at a good price, but this fellow just had to take a fancy to the owner of Wishing Lane. She would have to be utterly foolish to dare to open her mouth and accept. When Qi Fiqing saw that she didn't make a sound, he said, 100 high-grade spirit stones. Sister May wanted to take a breath. However, Lin Yufan's pressure was right beside her, and Sister May did not move. Qi Fiqing frowned. 200 pieces. Sister May's eyes blinked. She was very tempted. Lin Yufan nodded. This young master, don't worry about me. If you really want to help me, you might as well order my brand for the time being. Otherwise, I will have to accompany a fat pig who always likes to abuse women tonight. Qi Fiqing listened to Lin Yufan's speech to him, and suddenly his whole person was in high spirits. His 3 souls and 7 spirits seemed to have summoned great momentum, and he boldly waved his hands. Today, Honorable Me has reserved her. However much money you want, ask this big brother for it. Bei Shishan, showing off using other people's stuff. Lin Yufan smiled. He was tall. When he walked over and stood beside Qi Fiqing, he seemed to be half a head taller than him. Lin Yufan hooked his arm around Qi Fiqing's shoulder and lowered his voice. Little gentleman, let's go inside the room and have a good talk. Yan Tianan could only watch Lin Yufan lead the dizzy Qi Fiqing away. Sister May blinked at Yan Tianan and smiled. That little Taoist lord is really quick. Yufan is our Wishing Lane's #1 courtesan and won't come out to see guests easily. Yan Tianan frowned, threw her a pack of high-grade spirit stones, and spoke as he looked at Sister May's shocked expression. The big sister just now is my old friend. Since he remained here, he must have his reasons, so I'll have to bother Gigi to take more care of him in the future. Sister May's heart pounded. Someone who could take out so many high-grade spirit stones casually was definitely not an ordinary family's child. Moreover, this young man had a clear gaze and an exceptionally brilliant appearance. All his clothes and accessories were magic treasures of the highest quality, so she knew that she couldn't offend this young master. Furthermore, since he was an old friend of the Lane Master, she naturally couldn't neglect his words. So Madame May smiled. What is Taoist Lord saying? I have a good relationship with Yufan. Since you call her sister, I naturally can't accept so many spirit stones from you. These things are too expensive. Taoist Lord should keep them. White Tiger City is unstable, so don't let people with ill intentions see them. When Yan Tianan handed Madame May the spirit stones, many people had already glanced over here. Yan Tianan said, I'm afraid that Gigi doesn't know my habits. I never take back what I give out. Madame May knew that some Taoist lords were very stubborn, so she could only nod and accept it for the time being. Bei Shishan said lightly, call a few companions for this little master. They must be good-looking and sensible. Madame May said with a smile, naturally. We are short of everything except sensible, clever, and good-looking ones. However, I'm afraid that since this Taoist lord sees his own face every day, nobody else will catch his eye. It was a generally accepted fact that Yan Tianan looked nice, but when he heard himself being praised by people, his heart naturally felt good. He also didn't delay and followed Madame May into the top-class waiting room. Madame May clapped, and a group of girls as beautiful as flowers and as pure as jade, each with their own merits, floated into the room like a cool spring breeze. Madame May said, these are the best girls in our Wishing Lane. Taoist Master can see if he is satisfied with them. Yan Tianan swept them a glance and raised his eyebrows. Indeed, they're extraordinary. All the girls laughed sweetly, and they couldn't help looking towards Yan Tianan and Bei Shishan one after another. These two men could be described as each having their own charms. Yan Tianan looked distinguished and gorgeous as soon as he smiled, so it was very easy for the girls to take a liking to him. Although Bei Shishan had a cold expression, his appearance was first class, and he also seemed composed and mature, which made him easy to like. For such guests, the girls didn't know whether they were going to the brothel to hire prostitutes or to prostitute themselves. Madame May winked at a girl in a pink dress with a lotus pattern embossing, and the girl perceptively and leisurely walked over, sitting down beside Yan Tianan. She gave him a playful wink. This little lord looks so kind. Leonor's heart is thumping. Yan Tianan raised a brow, and his eyes were full of romantic feelings. I think Leonor also looks very kind, but it's just that Leonor will have to check her thumping heart herself. Leonor couldn't help laughing while covering her mouth. Taoist Lord, you're so mean. Madame May knew that this boy was probably a frequent visitor of brothels when she saw Yan Tianan flirt with such ease. Madame May asked, what kind does this Taoist master like? Bei Shishin's cold eyes swept through these girls, and finally his eyes fell on Madame Mei's face. How can they compare to you? Madame Mei was stunned, then smiled. It turns out that Taoist Lord likes my type. There are some female disciples whom I personally taught. Why don't I let them come out and meet Taoist Lord? Bei Shishin said, when a teacher successfully teaches a student, the teacher will go out of business and starve to death. How can your level be comparable to those of the others? Madame Mei was truly shocked this time. Could it be that Taoist Lord is determined to have me today? Bei Shishin picked up the wine glass beside him and twirled it in his hand. Why, you don't want to? Yan Tianan couldn't help feeling shocked. This Shishong of his had always been a cold-hearted and emotionless person. He had no other hobbies besides cultivation. Today, he didn't know what happened, but Bei Shishin actually became so keen on Madame Mei. Don't tell me that Bei Shishin had been suppressing himself too hard over the years, so in Wan Yidong's absence, he turned to such a business. Madame Mei smiled very enchantingly. She looked into Bei Shishin's eyes with a pair of narrow and charming eyes, twisted her snake waist, and walked over to him. She suddenly sat down on his lap, and her hands even wrapped around his neck. Since Taoist Lord thinks so highly of humble me, then naturally, humble me will respectfully obey. Bei Shishin gave her a cold stare. Madame Mei raised frowned and curbed herself a little. Yan Tianan was so scared his chin almost fell off. Although he sometimes came to such a place to learn and gain experience, he was not really a true romantic, and this was doubly so for Bei Shishin. But Bei Shishin's current behavior seemed as though something was wrong with him and he was possessed by some demon. How could Yan Tianan not be shocked? Shishong, little martial brother will come back soon. Yan Tianan beat around the bush to remind him that he couldn't be too unrestrained. When Bei Shishin heard this, he said coldly, even if he knew, he still wouldn't care. Madame Mei blinked and looked like she understood something in her heart. She said with a smile, this Taoist Lord doesn't understand. Everyone says that the wife is not as good as the concubine, and the concubine is not as good as someone who's stolen. When going out, food that's stolen always tastes the best. If people don't show off their intelligence when young, it would be a waste of their youth. Taoist Lord, isn't this the reason? Bei Shishin didn't agree or deny it. He pushed Madame Mei aside without leaving a trace. Open a separate room for this lord alone. This lord will spend the night here. Yan Tianan suddenly felt pained. He didn't expect that even though Bei Shishin usually didn't come to such a place, he would get straight to the point as soon as he arrived. Yan Tianan suddenly stood up, startling Leonor, who was about to lean toward him. Yan Tianan thickened his skin to say to Bei Shishin, Shishong, if you are like this, life will be hard for me. If little Shishong finds out when he comes back, he will surely scold me to death. Bei Shishin glanced at him. So you might as well leave first, as if you have never been out of the house. If he asks you anything, you can just pretend not to know. Yan Tianan smiled bitterly. Fourth senior brother, you're making it difficult for me as your junior brother. When Madame Mei heard this, she couldn't help laughing. Taoist Lord looks like a young man. Don't tell me that the person in your Shishong's house is a vinegar jar or a tigress. Even if they are a tigress, they still can't control their husband's outside affairs. Bei Shishin didn't want to talk much, so he took Madame Mei and walked out. Yan Tianan put his palm on his forehead. His face was full of bitter regret. I really shouldn't have agreed to Qi Fiqing's request to visit the red light district today. They went upstairs, turned left, and went to the last room. It was tastefully decorated, without the garish colors in the reception room below. The light fragrance was very pleasant, and it smelled refreshing. Before entering the door, Bei Shishin said to Madame Mei, that junior martial brother of mine has a distinguished and noble status, so have your girls behave better. Madame Mei said with a smile, you've already begun to change your face before we even entered the bridal room. Humble me really can't understand you men. Don't waste words. Has your master arrived yet? Madame Mei answered, it's not yet the appointed time. I asked Taoist Lord to please wait inside for a moment. Bei Shishin found a place to sit down. Madame Mei backed out and closed the door. This floor was very considerate in protecting the privacy of guests, and even the servants couldn't come up easily. After waiting for a moment, Bei Shishin saw the incense holder on the table vibrate, and a silver-haired man in black appeared in front of him. Bei Yishin stood up and studied the man he was waiting for. Demonic Spectre Venerable. Demonic Spectre Venerable nodded slightly, and the cold eyes behind the mask swept across Bei Shishin's face. How is your master these days? Bei Shishin wanted to frown when he heard demonic specter Venerable greet his master as soon they met, but he still endured and replied, "Master has always been well." Demonic specter Venerable didn't say anything more. He was not a talkative person to begin with. "We have already gotten results for the matter you wanted Reincarnation Palace to investigate." Chapter 506. He so annoying. Bei Shishin's expression was fierce and spoke, "You already know how the dream ghost came into existence." Demonic specter Venerable replied, "How it came into existence, this was not the domain of this Venerable's investigation. However, there is some progress on how to analyze and resolve it." However, Bei Shishin spoke, "If you don't know its origins, how can you resolve it?" Demonic specter Venerable said, "If you are strong enough, it is possible." Bei Shishin, demonic specter Venerable said, "A dream ghost is not a ghost, nor a person, nor a demonic beast, nor a demon, but rather a body of energy produced by the resentment of the world, so it is difficult to catch it, and even more difficult to destroy it. After this Venerable searched for people to try destroying it, I discovered that there is only one way to eliminate the dream ghost, that is to chase it into a dream and completely kill it in a dream." Bei Shishin frowned and said, "Entering a dream and killing it?" Demonic specter Venerable said, "It's just that in a person's dream, the dream ghost always takes a role of their inner greed and desire. If the dreamer is in the dream, they will try his best to protect the dream ghost. As a result, the difficulty of killing will multiply. Fortunately, the number of dream ghosts is small. I learned that now there are less than 10 in total." Bei Shishin was almost amused by the words of the demonic specter Venerable. Is less than 10 considered a small number? One dream ghost alone caused the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital to be alarmed, and even the Southwest Land's Beast Emperor of the Fu family fell victim to it. Bei Shishin raised his head and said, "Is this the only method to kill the dream ghost?" "That is correct." Bei Shishin looked at the indifferent person and said, "Can you destroy the dream ghost?" Demonic specter Venerable glanced at Bei Shishin and said, "Not possible." Bei Shishin paused. He frowned and asked, "Why not? Even with your cultivation level and the power of Reincarnation Palace, you still can't destroy this bitch thing." Demonic specter Venerable said calmly, "You never paid me to destroy the dream ghost. Why would this Venerable go asking for trouble?" Bei Shishin, unexpectedly, he was speechless. It's just that these words were coming from the demonic specter Venerable's mouth, which always gave Bei Shishin a feeling of confusion. Bei Shishin unconsciously said, "Master asked you to find a way to resolve the dream ghost. How many spirit stones were you given?" Demonic specter Venerable seemed to smile, but his smile is very mild. To talk about spirit stones is a bit too vulgar. Esteemed Lan Yu and this Venerable have a friendship between gentlemen. Bei Shishin's hope rekindled, so Reincarnation Palace didn't receive spirit stones. Bei Shishin's line of sight jumped. "You even know this kind of thing?" "There is no wall that doesn't let in wind in the world," said demonic specter Venerable. Although this one still can't comprehend why the Yan family is unwilling to ask Hwoarang Sword Immortal for help. Bei Shishin raised an eyebrow and said, "There is something in this world that the demonic specter Venerable can't understand. After all, people's hearts are unpredictable, and this one is not a worm in the belly of another." Bei Shishin, "You clearly didn't say that just now." Bei Shishin was very calm. Youngest martial brother is very doted on. Demonic specter Venerable slightly paused, as if sighing, and said, "A kind and pure heart." Bei Shishin nodded and said, "So, if you dare to let out the matter of Hwoarang Sword Immortal being named by a dream ghost, be careful that my youngest martial brother will defy death to find you." Demonic specter Venerable raised his lips and said, "This Venerable is not afraid of the claws of a little cat who hasn't been weaned off milk yet. Reincarnation Palace is not a place to talk about human feelings. It depends on how the person asks and how to exchange the information." Bei Shishin's expression saddened and said, "I don't know why Master is willing to cooperate with organizations like you, but with all due respect, some people, it's better if you can avoid offending them. Large trees attract attention and invite trouble. You will always get wet when walking by the river." Demonic specter Venerable said while carefully avoiding mentioning the secret, "It seems that your youngest martial brother has a deep affection and feelings towards Hwoarang Sword Immortal, but I don't know if Hwoarang Sword Immortal knows it." Bei Shishin suddenly rose up, and his eyebrows scrunched up. The words deep affection and feelings are used too lightly. Everyone knows that Hwoarang Sword Immortal is the savior of youngest martial brother. Youngest martial brother is deeply concerned about Hwoarang Sword Immortal. Is there any problem with that? That's what this Venerable means. Why is this gentleman so excited? Bei Shishin, there's a dirty word that I don't know if I should say it. Speaking of it, Yan Tianan absolutely did not dare admit what he thought of Hwoarang's Sword Immortal. After all, Hwoarang's Sword Immortal was not only indifferent to the mortal world and fate, but in addition, he was a man dedicated to seeking the truth. He had been titled the Light of the Nine Lands, and was predicted as the person who was most likely to ascend to the immortal realm. His heart was like nirvana, like a towering mountain standing unshakable, and the great boundless vast sea. He was the only person in 10 million years who could talk genuinely with the myriad Tao Academy's heart stone without any fear, love, passion, or greed. Therefore, myriad Tao Academy made an exception so that he was recorded as a named disciple under esteemed Lan Yu's disciple on one hand, and was also given special treatment on the other hand as soon as he entered the sect, which was analogous to the position of a sect elder. In myriad Tao Academy, one only looked at strength, not at birth. Who dares to covet such a person? Who dares to try to invite him into the world of mortals and become such a big sinner? Yan Tianan didn't dare, and others definitely didn't dare. Demonic Spectre Venerable said faintly after a moment, "Is there anything else young Master Bei wants to ask?" Bei Shishin came to his senses and looked at the perfect jaw of Demonic Spectre Venerable. He said, "Will you be sure to save my elder martial sister?" Demonic Spectre Venerable said, "You can rest assured about Reincarnation Palace's ability to handle matters." "Do you need help?" Demonic Spectre Venerable said, "No need, after all, the sparrow spirit was given." Bei Shishin, "This person is so annoying, can you leave faster?" It seemed that there was still something he wanted to say, but suddenly there was a noisy sound outside. A secret door opened from the inside of the room. Madame May came in with her head down, bowed in front of Demonic Spectre Venerable, and said, "The two gentlemen of Fuyao sect came and asked us to hand over their two younger martial brothers." Bei Shishin's expression changed. Demonic Spectre Venerable chuckled and said, "Two younger martial brothers? Fellow Bei really is interesting. It's not enough to just come to this place by yourself. You actually came with your younger martial brother. If you have your own bite of meat, you won't let your younger martial brother not have wine. It's really appropriate for you." Bei Shishin was inexplicably guilty after hearing that. Moreover, why did he always feel Demonic Spectre Venerable's freezing irony and burning satire? Is there any relation to him? Bei Shishin felt strange, but he quickly glossed over it. "It's better to not let my other martial brothers, especially youngest martial brother, know that Fuyao sect has contact with you, or else youngest martial brother will definitely make a fuss." After all, Yan Tianan was surnamed Yan. He represented the divine clan's nobility and glory, and the reincarnation palace that Demonic Spectre Venerable belonged to was an existence that had challenged the status of the divine clans time and time again. Yan Tianan certainly didn't want to have anything to do with them. To be honest, if esteemed Lan Yu didn't insist on giving this matter to Reincarnation Palace to investigate and even picked Bei Shishin as the contact for inexplicable reasons, then even Bei Shishin himself would never have any dealings with Reincarnation Palace. He was really worried that Yan Tianan would know of this business. According to his temperament, he would absolutely make trouble. Demonic Spectre Venerable slightly hooked his lips and lit an incense, the smoke curled upwards. Demonic Spectre Venerable disappeared from the drawing room, as if he had never been here before. Bei Shishin could not help feeling that Reincarnation Palace was really deep-pocketed. It was just a few steps, but he used a transmission array. This was just burning money. Madame May walked leisurely, stroking her delicate hand on Bei Shishin's shoulder, smiling at him and saying, "Taoist Lord, if we don't do anything, the people who come in later might get suspicious." Aiya, Taoist Lord, there are guests upstairs. You can't just rush up, get out of the way, hurry up and come." Somebody There was a bead in Wan Yidong's hand. The bead was soaked in the blood of Bei Shishin, so he could feel some response from it. Wan Yidong sent a few people who blocked the path flying as he violently rushed to the floor where Bei Shishin was located and arrived at the end of the hall on the left side, and with a cruel face was ready to kick the door open. However, at the moment when he had already kicked towards the door was opened from the inside. Wan Yidong kicked empty air, and his body also jumped forward to follow the strength of his foot. Bei Shishin calmly watched Wan Yidong throw himself into his arms. Wan Yidong. Bei Shishin held Wan Yidong with one hand and tilted his head to him. Wan Yidong's eyes were almost red. He grabbed the front of Bei Shishin's clothes and said, "You went to visit a brothel?" Madame May tidied up her loose hair while coming out, saying, what this mister is saying is wrong. We don't only work as prostitutes here. You even ordered people. Wang Yidong was about to cry. He stared at Bei Shishin in disbelief and said, how many times has it been? How many times is this? Bei Shishin swept the hand that gripped his front tightly and said, are you angry? If you have any thoughts we might as well go back and talk. Wang Yidong ruthlessly looked at him for a moment, loosened his grip on Bei Shishin's collar, and drew his sword and cut directly toward Madame Mei. Bei Shishin didn't expect his reaction to be so extreme, so he directly started to take out his scabbard and blocked Wang Yidong's sword. Clank! Wang Yidong's sword was pushed back. Madame Mei's expression went white, and she didn't dare to flirt anymore. She went back a few steps and sat on the couch. This was the Taoist Lord's tigress. He really was fierce. Wang Yidong breathed through his nose, looked at his hand with red eyes, and looked up at Bei Shishin, said, as long as you're happy. When he was done, he put away his sword and turned and walked away quietly. Bei Shishin frowned and wanted to catch up and say something, but just as he took a step, he stopped again. Downstairs, Wang Yidong rushed out of Wishing Lane, and Hai Kuanglang tutted, raising up his eyebrows, and walked calmly upstairs. He asked, have you seen a black-haired young man in red who looks gorgeous and seems very proud? The woman shivering next to him said, yes, elder sister Leonor and elder sister Alan are with him. Hai Kuanglang spoke, take me there. The woman rushed to nod. After all, no matter who it was, they wouldn't easily resist after having an icicle pressed against their waist. The poor little maid brought Hai Kuanglang to the drawing room where Yan Tianan was located. As soon as Hai Kuanglang lifted his sleeves, the door that was locked from the inside was opened from the outside. Chapter 507. Warong Sword Immortal. As soon as Hai Kuanglang entered, he heard Leonor, who was deceived by Yan Tianan into not knowing what was happening today, saying, there are many important people coming every day, but the young masters and ladies in Wishing Lane also need to be separated into grades, and Leonor's grade is still a bit short, and usually can't greet those important people. Of course, Leonor doesn't mean that elder brother is not important enough. Could it be that even with his two fragrant Nephrites by your side, Mr. Elder Brother is actually still going to discuss these boring matters? Alan held a mouthful of wine and wanted to feed it to Yan Tianan, mouth to mouth. At this moment, Hai Kuanglang entered. When Yan Tianan saw Hai Kuanglang, he immediately stood up, and seamlessly pushed Leonor and Alan away. Bitch, these two women are really part of the Beast clan. They're seriously bold and unconstrained to the point that I am embarrassed. Hai Kuanglang glanced at them and had a smile that did not reach his eyes. Youngest martial brother is indeed a playboy, I really didn't expect it. Yan Tianan gave two nervous chuckles. I'm only playing along. Elder, martial brother, don't misunderstand me. Hai Kuanglang spoke, there are only two beautiful women in this room. Who are you putting on a show for? Yan Tianan winked and said, it's precisely because there are two beautiful women accompanying me that there won't be any problems. Hai Kuanglang stared at him. Yan Tianan went on to cheerfully state, who let this heir be a homosexual? PFF Alan didn't swallow the mouthful of wine, but directly sprayed it out. Leonor stared at Yan Tianan in shock, feeling her coquettish glances were thrown in vain. Hai Kuanglang couldn't help laughing. He knocked Yan Tianan on the head and said, you are being naughty. Yan Tianan nodded and said, how did Elder Martial Brother find this place? Hai Kuanglang and Yan Tianan departed together. Hai Kuanglang answered, I came back with Ah Tong, and Ah Tong found that you guys were missing, so he used that sensing bead to find little Tien. I didn't expect us to walk and finally come to such a place. I can understand that you and Chi Fiching coming to the red light district, but how could little Tien, that living ice cube, also come here? Yan Tianan clicked this tongue twice, spreading out his hands and shook his head, expressing that he also didn't know what was going on, only stating, I suppose he had been suppressing himself for a long time. Elder Martial Brother Bei will have a hard time tonight. Hai Kuanglang said, what will be so hard for him? I haven't seen him care about Ah Tong all these years. The one who has a hard time should be Ah Tong. Ah Tong hasn't been angry with him yet. I don't know if today will be an exception. Yan Tianan shook his head and said, Elder Martial Brother really is scum. Hai Kuanglang said, one wishes to beat and one wishes to be beaten. As outsiders, we can't evaluate this kind of affair. Yan Tianan said, that could be the case, but you're still a slag. Hai Kuanglang. Sometimes Yan Tianan felt it unworthy for Wang Yidong, but Wang Yidong took pleasure in it and couldn't extricate himself. It might be that he had been chasing for too long, and it had turned from a habit into a part of his nature. However, this was not a long-term solution after all. Yan Tianan, he wants to die. All of the sudden, Yan Tianan's eyes widened, and he pulled hard on Hai Kuanglang's sleeves. Hai Kuanglang also turned to look, unable to refrain from revealing an astonished expression. Warong Sword Immortal. Hai Kuanglang was somewhat befuddled. How could he meet Warong Sword Immortal in such a place? The person who entered here had white clothes surpassing snow, black hair like ink, and was carrying a slender sword around his waist. His long hair, which was like silk, fell from his temples. He had jade white flesh, eyes like lacquer, and red lips stained with rogue. All in all, he looked like a person coming out of a painting. As soon as he came in, the luminous pearl that lit up the entire room seemed to darken. However, those who should have been attracted by him seemed to have never seen such a person. Those who were joking, joked, and the ones who solicited customers continued their activities. Just as before, no one looked twice at Warong Sword Immortal. Warong Sword Immortal moved his eyes around slightly and stood tall. He lightly said, "I didn't expect to meet you around here." Yan Tianan suddenly shivered and realized what kind of vulgar place this was. He immediately desperately shook his head and denied, I did not. Hai Kuanglang, looking at Yan Tianan, Warong Sword Immortal said, "I haven't seen you for 7 years, but it seems that you have grown up." What does he mean, grown up? Isn't he just alluding to my newfound interest in romance? Yan Tianan was crying with anger and said, No, I'm still a baby. I don't understand anything. I just watched second Martial brother come to this place for romance and in my heart it felt very inappropriate, so I thought I had the responsibility to save the youth before he went down the wrong path, which was why I set foot here. Otherwise, I would never have set even half a step into this place. Hai Kuanglang, are you fucking playing with me? So happy to throw all the blame on me. Hai Kuanglang thought, I'll settle accounts with you after we get back, and said, how come Warong Sword Immortal came here? Warong Sword Immortal just gently waved toward the top, and a white furball ran down the stairs and rushed into his arms. When he turned around again, an amethyst white tiger with a round head and round eyes shook its tail at Yan Tianan. Auwu, my family's beloved pet, ran around recklessly and accidentally ran into this wishing lane, so I chased it over here, Warong Sword Immortal lightly explained. Yan Tianan said dryly, so it's like that. Just as he thought, how could an immortal character like Warong Sword Immortal easily set foot in such a place as the Red Light District? It turned out that he was looking for his own pet. When Yan Tianan didn't yet finish thinking about what to say, he saw Warong Sword Immortal saying, goodbye. He then turned around and walked towards the outside, and in a blink of an eye, he could no longer be seen. Yan Tianan, wait, let me explain, please don't go. Hai Kuanglang pinched his chin and thought, shouldn't Warong Sword Immortal be in secluded cultivation on Myriad Dao Academy's Penglai Island? How can he suddenly appear in the Southwest Land? This is a diagonal line from Myriad Dao Academy. Tisk, but this one is really an immortal character. It's simply just a few words, waving his sleeves and not taking a cloud away, say, little Martial brother, why are you scared? You don't owe him anything. Yan Tianan was about to cry. He pulled the sleeves of Hai Kuanglang and said, second Martial brother, do you think Warong Sword Immortal might have misunderstood me? Hai Kuanglang swept his eyes at him and asked, what did he misunderstand about you? Misunderstood that I like to visit brothels and that I'm lecherous. Hai Kuanglang smiled coolly and asked, then, did you not go to the brothel and have Leonor and Alan accompany you? Yan Tianan, my life is over. Yan Tianan couldn't help feeling anxious in his heart. He wouldn't have done anything out of line when he visited the brothel even if they hadn't been interrupted. Most of his motivation was to find out whether these brothels were a pure money-squandering establishment or had some other mystery behind them, especially this Wishing Lane. Rumors said it had some inseparable connections with Reincarnation Palace. However, he didn't expect to be caught red-handed by Warong Sword Immortal. He also couldn't abruptly pull Warong Sword Immortal aside to explain in an illogical way. He guessed that Warong Sword Immortal would think he was crazy. Yan Tianan suddenly felt that the heavens and the earth were dark and life was dim. His mood was overcast like a cloud, and the whole person was not good. The worst thing in the world is to lose face in front of someone you value. Yan Tianan felt very ashamed. The other party was here to pick up a tiger cub, yet he was here to pick up girls. The more Yan Tianan thought, the more miserable he felt, and he almost cried out loud. Hai Kuanglang looked at his almost crying face and said, I say, youngest martial brother, are you really this sad? Is it not just him seeing you visiting the brothel? We are all men, and it's nothing shameful. What do you understand? Yan Tianan sniffed and said with grievances, I wanted to leave a good impression on Warong Sword Immortal, but now it's even less likely that he'll take a fancy to me, and he will definitely think I am a frivolous and unreliable man. Hai Kuanglang, no, you misunderstood. He will only think that you are still a little boy. No, that's not right. What do you mean by, he won't take a fancy to you? Tell me clearly. Yan Tianan turned grief into strength and rushed to the guest room Qi Fiqing took. He pulled Qi Fiqing, who drank until his entire face was drunk, away from Lin Yufan's body. How long have I left you? You son of a bitch, yet you already look like this. Yan Tianan tried to hold up Qi Fiqing, who was as soft as noodles, but he failed. Lin Yufan faintly smiled and adjusted his clothes, then got up and said, this little friend of yours is quite good at chatting. Yan Tianan's eyelids jumped up and he asked, what did he talk about? Lin Yufan curled his lips and said, talked about his father, his eldest brother, Yu, and a young master surnamed Ji Yu. I even know what incense his brother used for his inner clothes every day. Oh, yes, I heard that his eldest brother is quite big down there. Yan Tianan, oh bitch it. Although he had long known that Qi Fiqing's mouth didn't have a filter, he didn't know it was to this extent. He fucking said everything, both what could be said and what couldn't be said. The expression on Yan Tianan's face was hard to explain in a few words, just like his mood. Lin Yufan yawned and said, let's just leave it at this. I'm sleepy, too. You should go. Yan Tianan handed Qi Fiqing over to Hai Kuanglang and said to Lin Yufan, Yufan Gerger, you really won't come with us? Lin Yufan waved at random and said, let's talk about it later. I think it's pretty good now. Yan Tianan said, then, if you ever want to leave, tell me and I will help you. Lin Yufan's cold face revealed a slight smile and said, I know. Take care of yourself. Yan Tianan nodded. He suddenly looked at Lin Yufan as he started to speak, but then stopped. Lin Yufan asked, what's the matter? Yan Tianan thought for a moment and said, Yufan Gerger, do you still remember in the years when we were on the 5 continents, we attended the 100 families gathering together? Lin Yufan nodded his head and said, I naturally remember it, it's only been 10 years. Yan Tianan held many emotions between his eyebrows and asked, who took me to the 100 families gathering? At that time, Daddy was no longer in the 5 continents. If I had no backing in the Lin family, I would not have been qualified to attend the 100 families gathering. When he heard this, Lin Yufan was slightly shocked and said, why do you ask about things from long ago? At that time, I remember that you suddenly became very powerful and suppressed the other disciples in the clan and got the approval of 5th elder. Because of that, you received this qualification. Yan Tianan seemed somewhat disappointed and gently shook his head. I don't think things were that simple, but still, many thanks to Yufan Gerger. Lin Yufan smiled and said, you don't have to be so polite. After all, we used to be friends. Yan Tianan was about to leave, but he suddenly paused and whispered, but Yufan Gerger, you always appear to people dressed as a woman, and I never realized you were a man, but why did I recognize that you were a man? I think someone told me, but I can't figure out exactly who told me. And you are not surprised when I call you Gerger. It seems that you already knew that I have seen through your disguise. Lin Yufan touched his chin and said, what you said is true. It's just that it's been some time since then. If I talk about the details, I can't think of it. Maybe you suddenly found out one day that I was a man, but you just forgot about it. Some things really were difficult to explain. If Yan Tianan didn't understand it himself, then others couldn't understand it even more. Yan Tianan nodded and said, that is also possible. Chapter 508. Yidong and Shishin, edited by Molly. Yan Tianan left on foot afterwards. Lin Yufan sat with his feet up on the couch and thought for a moment, only his eyes flashed to a different emotion. Lin Yufan murmured, is it possible there is something wrong with his memory? How come he suddenly doubts things from before? Oh, I still have to tell the palace master about this. Hope nothing bad happens to this boy. After Yan Tianan returned, he began to pour wine into his mouth with a depressed mood. When Bei Shishin saw it, he frowned and asked, what happened to him? Hai Kuanglang somewhat shunned it, saying, he was caught in a brothel by his sweetheart, and after saying a few words, he switched to this revolting behavior. Bei Shishin was surprised and asked, Warong Sword Immortal also came to visit the brothel? Hai Kuanglang glanced at him. The other person was there looking for a pet. It's just an accidental meeting. It could be said that Bei Shishin was very sympathetic to Yan Tianan. Although it was nothing much for a man to visit a brothel, if he was caught by his beloved, then it became a big deal. Hai Kuanglang said to Bei Shishin, "Don't worry about younger martial brother. What's wrong with you today? Normally, you are not this rash, not to mention openly playing around." At the top of Bei Shishin's mind, he had esteemed Lan Yu's warnings. No matter what happened, no one could know that he contacted Reincarnation Palace. Otherwise, when he went back, his master would beat him to death. Bei Shishin said, "I suddenly wanted to eat meat." Hai Kuanglang stared at him with deep meaning. "Is having one Wan Yidong not enough meat for you? Is it that Ah Tong can't compare to those people who use rouge and powders?" Bei Shishin sighed, holding his killing god sword and not saying a word. Hai Kuanglang said, "These years, you and Ah Tong can be considered to have gone through life and death together. You have to really think about it. If you are willing to let go of those feuds with him, just properly be together with him. If you don't want to, you should tell him clearly early on and let go of his hand. Don't torture each other like this." "I know." Bei Shishin pressed his forehead. "The other day, we weren't getting along well. I just wanted to stir up his emotions. I didn't actually think about doing anything that would be unfair to him." Hai Kuanglang nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. "It's good that you understand. It wasn't easy for anyone on this road, especially Bei Shishin and Wan Yidong. It had been quite painful over the years. He, as their senior martial brother who'd been watching on the side, felt tired for them. His family's Fengting was still the best. When Hai Kuanglang thought of Zan Fengting, it brought a joyful smile to his face. Yan Tianan was still submerged in the sad reminder of being caught visiting the brothel by his sweetheart, unable to free himself. After drinking enough, he looked up in grief and indignation and said to Bei Shishin and Hai Kuanglang, "Elder martial brother, I will never visit the brothel again." Hai Kuanglang touched his head and said, "Didn't you swear to live among thousands of flowers before, without having any of them touch your body?" Hai Kuanglang patted Yan Tianan on the shoulder and said, "It's getting late. Let's go rest first. If there is anything we can talk about it tomorrow." Yan Tianan had acted spoiled long enough, so he obediently went back to the house to sleep. After Bei Shishin and Wan Yidong went out, they lived in the same room. Anyway, since Wan Yidong was completely separated from the Wan family, Bei Shishin's psychological defenses collapsed, and the two of them finally talked and rolled around together. Although Bei Shishin was still cold and taciturn every day, he was obviously a little more human than before. The light was not lit in the room, and Wan Yidong was looking at the moon outside the open window. As soon as Bei Shishin came in, he saw that sight of a lonely back. He suddenly felt as if his heart had been gripped by someone. His breathing ached as he drew in one breath at a time. When Wan Yidong heard the sound, he stood up and looked at Bei Shishin across a round table. He pulled out a smile as if nothing had happened. "You came back, it's pretty late. Let's rest." Bei Shishin frowned and closed the door behind him. He wanted to light the lamp in the room, but he heard Wan Yidong say, "Don't light the lamp." Bei Shishin didn't listen to him, pinched his fingers, opened a fire, and the light lit up the whole room. Wan Yidong had no time to cover his face, catching him red-handed with his reddish and slightly swollen eyes by Bei Shishin. There was nowhere to hide. Wan Yidong felt very embarrassed. He turned around to clean up the bed, not wanting Bei Shishin to see his weakness. He knew that Bei Shishin didn't like these kinds of people. "Ah Tong." Bei Shishin held Wan Yidong from behind, hugging him to his chest, and placed a chin on his shoulder. "You are angry with me, why don't you lose your temper at me? When did you become so patient? In the past when you were angry with me, you would directly raise your sword and cut me." Wan Yidong froze and looked down. "That's because in the past you loved me. I thought no matter what I did, you would not leave me behind. Now, that won't happen anymore." Bei Shishin's arms tightened. "In the past, only just in the past." Wan Yidong sighed lightly and said, "Let's not mention these things." After a moment's silence, Bei Shishin said, "Ah Tong, all these years, did you always think I have no love towards you?" Wan Yidong closed his eyes, looking a bit agitated and a bit weary. "I'm very tired. Talking about these things has no meaning. It's my own choice. It's me who foolishly insisted on sticking to you, not letting go. So no matter what you do to me, I ask for it. What qualifications do I have?" "Ah, Bei Shishin, what are you doing?" Wan Yidong looked at the Bei Shishin, who pushed him down onto the bed. He couldn't help but be surprised in his heart. He wanted to get up, but his body was pressed on the bed by the Bei Shishin, and he was unable to move. Ah Tong. Bei Shishin's voice was a bit hoarse. He seemed to be enduring something, and his eyes were glowing blood red. Wan Yidong was a bit afraid, and he suddenly thought of their first time. That day, he just came back from the Wan family, and it was rare for Bei Shishin to get drunk. He accompanied Bei Shishin to talk about their past, and the atmosphere was just right, so he went to bed with Bei Shishin. After getting drunk, Bei Shishin was out of control, and managed to directly make him bleed. Although Wan Yidong's cultivation was not low, and his body would not be easily injured, he was still unable to withstand his softest and most delicate parts being mercilessly invaded by an iron pillar. When he woke up the next day, Bei Shishin was already gone. Just as Wan Yidong thought wryly that they probably wouldn't even be martial brothers in the future, Bei Shishin suddenly came back with a bowl of hot medicinal food and said with no emotion, "Let's be together." Wan Yidong's heart only felt full of joy at that time. How could there be a reason to not agree? Okay, it's exactly what I was looking for. Two people were together just like that, and 5 years passed. Wan Yidong could say that he understood Bei Shishin slightly, and this action of Bei Shishin was maybe because he wanted it. Wan Yidong took the initiative to lift both his legs and encircle Bei Shishin's waist. Did that woman not serve you well today? A fire was ignited in Bei Shishin. He tore Wan Yidong's pants down and slapped him on the ass. Pa Wan Yidong was dumbfounded. What the fuck? The rest was easy to deal with, but why did he just spank him? When Wan Yidong wanted to open his mouth, he was suddenly hit again. Pa Bei Shishin, are you fucking crazy? Do you think this father is easy to push around? I am telling you, I have tolerated you for a long time. Wan Yidong lifted his foot and kicked him. You tolerated me for a long time. Then say it. What is it that you held back in your heart, huh? Say it if you dare. Bei Shishin grabbed his ankle, pressed his legs against his head fiercely, and slapped him mercilessly. The strength of his hand was absolutely not small, and Wan Yidong's tears suddenly burst out. He hadn't received this kind of humiliation before. Bei Shishin, this son of a bitch, why was he treating him like this? Wan Yidong cried out, fuck your ancestors, Bei Shishin. Why the fuck are you doing this to me? You're raising a child bride outside. Did I fucking say anything to you? What have I ever done to make you trample on me like this? Human hearts are made of flesh, Bei Shishin, doesn't your conscience hurt? Get the fuck out. I don't want to be with you. I don't want to be with you anymore, woo woo woo. Bei Shishin loosened his hands and held Wan Yidong in his arms, saying, if you are not good to me, who else do you want to be good to? Over the years, you didn't even dare to be angry with me. When you felt wronged, you kept it to yourself, always compromising. Don't tell me you thought that when I saw this, I would feel better in my heart. You just want to see me fucking suffer. You've always relied the fact that I like you. Bei Shishin replied, yes, I'm precisely relying on the fact that I like you. Wan Yidong sniffed and said, you dare still admit it, you have no sense of shame, dignity or heart. Wait, what did you just say? Wan Yidong was so scared that he forgot to cry and shout while making a scene. Did he hear wrong, or did Bei Shishin say it wrong? Bei Shishin pinched his face and sighed. A few days ago, you found out I brought a 15 or 16-year-old girl from outside and hid her in an idle courtyard in the sect, and you were angry with me, weren't you? Wan Yidong gritted his teeth, and his eyes were red to the point it was not good. He said indignantly, you still dare bring this up, Bei Shishin? Tell me, what do you think? Wan Yidong originally didn't plan on mentioning this. There was nothing too bad with being an ostrich, but since Bei Shishin took the initiative to speak, he had no interest in playing dumb. Wan Yidong took a deep breath, calmed down, and asked, now that you have talked about it, I will ask you what you were thinking. Is it really important what I think? Bei Shishin sneered, knowing that I raised a mistress, and not daring to do anything about it. Wan Yidong, don't tell me this is what you feel towards me. I fucking thought you and I were already in that kind of relationship. Why? Are you going to entrust me to someone else? Wan Yidong did not think Bei Shishin would unexpectedly counterattack. He wanted to jump up and fight with Bei Shishin, only to find that he was still crushed by him and could not move. Wan Yidong struggled fruitlessly and lost his strength, seemingly hopeless. I wanted to pretend that I didn't know. Bei Shishin, it's really not easy to be with you. I have liked you for so many years and chased you for so many years. Now I don't even have the Wan family. To be honest, no matter what you do, I don't want to be angry with you. What if I seriously married her? Bei Shishin gazed into Wan Yidong's eyes. Wan Yidong was silent for a moment, looked up at Bei Shishin, and forced a sad smile. That day I went to departing Du courtyard and saw you together with that woman. You taught her to play the zither while holding her hand. You treated her as gently as water, and you even smiled warmly and sincerely at the time. I thought, in fact, it's good like this. What is good? Bei Shishin asked. When she grows a bit older, you can marry her. Wan Yidong closed his eyes, turned his face away, and said, I won't compete. I admit I lost. Why should I marry her? Bei Shishin extended his thumb and gently wiped the liquid out of the corner of Wan Yidong's eyes. His heart hurt to the point that he could not stand it. He reached out and kissed Wan Yidong's forehead and eyelids, feeling his gentle trembling. She is my younger sister born from the same parents. She calls me Gerger, and you are her sister-in-law. Do you really want to give me to her? Chapter 509. Misunderstanding is resolved. Edited by Molly. Wan Yidong was suddenly dumbfounded. He suddenly opened his eyes, stared at the close at hand, rarely gentle Bei Shishin, and asked, What do you mean? Bei Shishin rose and said, What I mean is, she is my reincarnated younger sister. Master found her for me and never thought of restoring her memory. She also treats me as an elder brother. She knows my relationship with you and always talks about meeting you. Wan Yidong took a long time to relax. It was hard for him to believe it. It's like that, she is your younger sister. Bei Shishin glanced at him and said, Otherwise, what did you think it was? I fucking thought you had found true love. You would pass a few years playing around then throw me away. Wan Yidong's mood was very agitated. He didn't know whether he was angry or relieved. His emotions were very mixed. She is your younger sister, Bei Shishin, she is actually your younger sister. Why didn't you tell me the truth? Weren't you glad to see me jealous and unhappy? Bei Shishin warily smiled and said, I did want to see you eat vinegar. I didn't expect you to turn out to be so tolerant. If Azu had not told me that you would talk to her occasionally, I would not have known that you had already met her. I had already made a plan for you to come and demand an explanation, but you acted like it was none of your business and even instilled my preferences in Azu. I don't know whether to say that you are generous or not set on me at all. I am not set on you. Are you blind or is your brain damaged? Wan Yidong was angry. Bei Shishin sighed and said, It's that you care about me too much and believe that I don't care about you. Wan Yidong sniffed. He felt that something was not quite right. Bei Shishin pressed him down on the bed, and pulled up the quilt and covered him well, then hugged the man and said, If you don't understand, sleep on it. You are good at seeing things in hindsight. Wan Yidong. After a while, Wan Yidong suddenly turned over and pressed Bei Shishin down. These days you were indifferent to me, ignored me, and gave me looks. Is it because after I found out that you raised a woman, I didn't show any obvious jealousy? Bei Shishin snorted. Wan Yidong felt he was more Tsunere than before. Wan Yidong's mind quickened. He thought about the words Bei Shishin just said, and suddenly he had some confidence in his heart. He sat on Bei Shishin's stomach, grabbed his clothes and said, Bei Shishin, do you like me? The kind of like that makes you want us to be together. Bei Shishin faintly looked at him and said, If you ask another word of nonsense, I'll throw you out. Wan Yidong's mind exploded and he burst into tears and said, Do you actually like me? You aren't together with me because you felt sorry for me nor because you wanted to retaliate against the Wan family. To tell the truth, at this moment Bei Shishin was so angry that his skull hurt and he wanted to whip someone, but he looked at this Wan Yidong and couldn't bear to. How bad was he to Wan Yidong before that could cause him to say such a thing? Bei Shishin had many mixed feelings in his heart. He pulled Wan Yidong down and let him lie on his body. Wan Yidong hastily nodded and said, I know everything. Bei Shishin said, You know nothing. If you know it, you shouldn't always make things awkward for me. Wan Yidong, obviously, you asked first. It's also because you were always making things difficult for me. Bei Shishin lightly sighed and said, Ah Tong, every decision I made is not necessarily the best or the most correct, but it was made after careful deliberations. That night, I had physical intimacy with you because I had already decided to throw everything away and be together with you. Wan Yidong had a sobbing tone and said, You are lying, you were obviously taking pity on me. Bei Shishin asked, What do I pity you for? You pity me for being driven away by the Wan family. Since then, I haven't had a home. No one cares about me, and no one loves me. You're worried that it'll be too tragic. Bei Shishin's heart thought, if I didn't later hear that Wan Yidong made a fuss at the Wan family, and he personally crossed his name from the family tree and threatened not to be part of the family anymore, I might have really thought it was the Wan family who abandoned him. Moreover, everyone in Fuyao sect was fond of him. Even their youngest martial brother was fond of him. However, Bei Shishin knew that while he pretended to be pitiful, he was also still miserable. He said, that day, I didn't know that you had already separated from the Wan family. I wanted you only because I wanted you. Wan Yidong's heart was distressed, and his tears couldn't stop flowing out. After he spent so many years, today it finally paid off. He was distressed that Bei Shishin, since an early age, had carried so much bloody hatred. From then on, he didn't have parents, brothers, sisters, and friends. He secretly vowed to love him and protect him for a lifetime. He wants Bei Shishin to live for himself, instead of a puppet who only practiced swordsmanship and had thoughts full of revenge day and night. However much he loves him is how tolerant he is. Even if in the end the person who was together with Bei Shishin was not himself, Wan Yidong felt that he could accept it as long as Bei Shishin had human feelings, he would do anything at any cost. Didn't Wan Yidong feel wronged? Of course he was wronged. But these feelings of being wronged, if Bei Shishin didn't care, there was no need for them to exist. Therefore, over the years, Wan Yidong very seldomly complained or cried. However, today, he couldn't bear it no matter what. Why did you suddenly change your mind? Wan Yidong used his teeth to grind Bei Shishin's neck. The words were clearly hard to ask. Because I was afraid. Bei Shidian sighed. Before that day, you went back to the Wan family, and I hadn't heard from you for a whole month. I was afraid that you were really too disappointed in me and missed your family, so you completely gave me up. At that time, every day I was afraid. I feared that you would never come back. When he remembered those gray days, he felt cold in his heart. He lived every day in fear. He didn't even want to practice the sword. Every day he waited at the mountain gate for a long time. At that time, Hai Kuanglang laughed at him and said, if you had known it would come to this, you would have acted differently back then, wouldn't you? Yan Tianan also said, fourth senior martial brother, I'm not scolding you. It's just that with your rotten temperament, it's not easy to find someone who has such a blind and unchanging infatuation. If I were you, I would have already accepted him. A single thought decides whether one becomes a Buddha or a demon. Success or failure was decided in an instant. Wan Yidong held back tears. How could I not come back? How could I abandon you? Since the year when he was saved by Bei Shishin, who stood by him, he knew that in this lifetime he would never abandon him. His fate was given by Bei Shishin. Even if he was as low as dust, he would still want to hold Bei Shishin up high, and then protect his feelings, not letting anyone bully him. Wan Yidong's grief and joy accompanied each other. His mind was shaken, but after the dust settled his thoughts were very clear. He thought that he would not get even a bit of a response for his whole life. He had prepared for the worst, but unexpectedly, through the twists and turns of life he could influence his man whose heart dripped with blood. That night, Wan Yidong didn't know when he fell asleep, and he also didn't know how long Bei Shishin stared at him after he fell asleep, but finally there was a day, he could be certain that the person who slept on the same bed with him was his lover he could wholeheartedly rely on. Young master. Lin Yufan went into the room and looked at the man standing with his back towards him. Yesterday evening, little Prince Yan asked this subordinate some strange questions. Demonic Spectre Venerable, dressed in a black robe, stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He turned his head and said, what did he ask? Lin Yufan frowned and said, he asked about the things of the past at the Lin family, and he seemed to be aware that his memory was somewhat missing. Demonic Spectre Venerable was silent for a moment and said, if he only just noticed it, then it's nothing. Let him think about it for a while. Lin Yufan looked at Demonic Spectre Venerable and said, young master, why are you unwilling to let him know your true identity? Clearly before the two of you were. That was also in the past. Demonic Spectre Venerable interrupted Lin Yufan and said, right now, he has everything, but half the time it is inconvenient for me to show my true face to him. He and I shouldn't necessarily be together at all times. Lin Yufan took a deep breath and said, young master, I never asked before. How many people can remember your past identity? Demonic Spectre Venerable was Lin Xuanji, but he couldn't be completely regarded as Lin Xuanji. The number of people who remember me are not little, but also not many. Lin Xuanji said flatly, at least my dad remembers me. After all, father and son are connected to each other. People who have made contracts with me also remember me, the yin-yang umbrella, Yin Changyu, and you. Lin Yufan felt a slight fright in his heart and asked, does third uncle also remember young master? Lin Xuanji nodded and said, otherwise, how did you think I expanded his estate under his eyelids without being discovered by him? Lin Yufan paused and said, what about the East Sovereign Zan? Lin Xuanji said, my dad should not have told him yet. Not because it was difficult to accept, but because of Lin Xuanji's request. He wouldn't easily let people know his true identity unless he had no other choice. Although Warong Sword Immortal was the side of his identity walking out in the open, in the end, it was still Demonic Spectre Venerable that was more suitable for moving stealthily in the dark. Lin Yufan sighed and said, it's really hard for you and Ah Hen. Lin Xuanji took off his mask, pressed on his eyebrows and said, in the future, don't let him enter Wishing Lane frequently. Lin Yufan couldn't help laughing. Young master is really mean. You recovered your identity as Warong Sword Immortal and ran in to scare him. However, whenever Ah Hen came to Wishing Lane, he had never found someone to spend the night with, he just casually chatted with others. Lin Xuanji also faintly smiled and said, you were tricked by someone, yet you're still putting in a good word for him. Do you seriously think he wanted to go find a girl or a young master? Wishing Lane has a total of 84 branches, half of which are places that just do business with no information gathering capabilities. I think Ah Hen has discovered this clue, so he wants to find out which places are really dealing with intelligence. From the beginning to the end, he was fishing for information from the girls in Wishing Lane. Even if the girls don't know the truth, from some descriptions, you could begin to see an outline. It has to be said that his family's Ah Hen is extremely clever. Chapter 510, Couple Ceremony. Lin Yufan touched his chin. Actually, he should know that when I was in the 5 continents, I was already a person from Wishing Lane and worked under you. At that time, young master did not hide anything from little master. He must have had a lot of thoughts in his heart when he saw me appear in Wishing Lane yesterday. Unlikely. Lin Xuanji shook his head and said, he doesn't remember Lin Xuanji anymore. He only knows that when you were in the 5 continents, you followed a very powerful person and handled matters, but that person wasn't me, just like he knew someone had broken the 5 continents barrier, but he didn't know who that person was. Lin Yufan sighed lightly. These years, it has really been hard for young master. Lin Xuanji said, it's not too difficult. Lin Yufan looked at Lin Xuanji's white hair and thought, if his heart and mind were not burned and his thoughts hadn't become disheartened, how could his hair turn from black to white at such a young age? After a pause, Lin Xuanji continued, next time, if Ah Hen asks you about the past, say that you can't remember clearly. He has a lot of thoughts, and every word you say may be weighed out by him. Now is not the time to let him know too many things. Lin Yufan nodded. Okay. Early the next morning, after Yan Tianan got up, he found that in one night, Wan Yidong and Bei Shishan seemed to have opened up to each other, and the two people now constantly stuck to each other, making others want to go blind. Yan Tianan touched his hungover head and looked at them with difficulty. I say, 2 elder martial brothers, is it really appropriate for you both to kiss and hug in front of me? Wan Yidong was leaning against Bei Shishan's arms when he heard him speak. His eyebrows rose as he replied, what's wrong? Haven't you seen anyone in love before? Yan Tianan, a smelly dog man. Bei Shishan took Wan Yidong's hand. When I get back, I'm going to pick a time to marry Ah Tong. Yan Tianan's eyes suddenly lit up. This is very good, elder martial brother. You two have talked about everything. Elder martial brother Bei, your dead brain has finally turned around. Congratulations. Bei Shishan nodded and said with a rare good temper, yes, after being together for so long, I naturally want to give Ah Tong a proper identity. Hai Kuanglang happened to come in at this point. Little Tien, what do you plan to do with the girl you raised in the sect? Wan Yidong smiled and said, be the concubine Hai Kuanglang. Yan Tianan was stunned. You still have an outside mistress in the sect? Bei Shishan pursed his lips and looked at Wan Yidong, who was smiling lopsidedly. He said, stop making a fuss. Elder martial brother, that girl is Ah Zhu, Bei Yuju, whom master found for me. I plan to raise her up and send her into the Myriad Dao Academy. You found your sister? Hai Kuanglang asked. So that was actually your sister. Why didn't you say so before? He thought it was a mistress Bei Shishan was raising outside. He had been unhappy with Bei Shishan for some time because of it. This is a great thing. Hai Kuanglang laughed. I'll tell the sect so that they can prepare in advance. Bei Shishan smiled. Thank you, elder martial brother. Hai Kuanglang told him, over these years, you have developed some human feelings. Wan Yidong grinned. There will be some more in the future. In the evening, Qi Fiqing woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he was going to visit Wishing Lane at night with Yan Tianan. Qi Fiqing was very excited. You don't know how interesting that sister is. She doesn't think my chatty mouth is boring, and she listened to me from beginning to end. It's the first time I've seen such an understanding woman. Yes, Yan Tianan said emotionlessly, right now, that person even knows what size your brother is down there. Qi Fiqing, Yan Tianan said, don't come up with any more ideas about him. Qi Fiqing got up and said, you don't think a prostitute is good enough for this young master? Actually, this young master doesn't care, he really doesn't care at all. Yan Tianan thought expressionlessly, no, this prince is worried that he will be even bigger than you down there. However, he would not expose Lin Yufan's disguise just like that. After all, in general, Lin Yufan appeared as a woman to people. Yan Tianan was looking forward to the day when Qi Fiqing found out that Lin Yufan had something down there to scare him. Yan Tianan said, your eldest brother will break your legs. Qi Fiqing's legs trembled. He was not afraid of anything in the world, except his cruel eldest brother, but he still held on to his dignity. The dead duck said with a stubborn mouth, even if he kills me, I will still take Fanfan back. I am challenging authority for love. Even if I die, I will die with song and tears. Yan Tianan looked indifferent. You can make your own decision, but I won't go with you. Qi Fiqing reacted, why won't you go? Didn't you like to go to such a place before? Go, your ass. In this life, this prince has decided that he should not set foot in the red light district again. If you want to go, you can go by yourself, I won't come along no matter what. Qi Fiqing couldn't understand why he suddenly refused so vehemently. Thinking that he might have a bad stomach, he touched his face and said, well, at least if you don't go, no one will rob the girls from me. Yan Tianan, Qi Fiqing then cleaned up and ran to Wishing Lane alone. At first, Qi Fiqing thought that Yan Tianan was just having a sudden convulsion in his brain, so he only said a few words. Later, he discovered that Yan Tianan kept his promise and really was not going to Wishing Lane. When he asked him why he had changed so much, Yan Tianan admitted that he had psychological trauma. This made Qi Fiqing wonder about what inhuman torture Yan Tianan had suffered in Wishing Lane that day. But in the next few days, while thinking about Warong Sword Immortal probably still being in the area of White Tiger City, Yan Tianan holed up in the inn every day as quietly as a chicken. Not to mention prancing and fooling around outside, he was even unwilling to go near the door. Hai Kuanglang couldn't help but click his tongue. He mentioned that Warong Sword Immortal's deterrence was so great that it was possible to scare that part of youngest martial brother into being soft from now on. Yan Tianan blushed. Elder martial brother, don't talk nonsense. That place of mine works very well. There is absolutely no problem in using it, although I haven't had the opportunity to use it yet. Bei Shishan entered the door and heard the conversation between the two, and his whole person felt like drifting off. This was not Yan Tianan's home court, and he was not sure whether his father's sphere of influence had extended to the southwest land, so it was not convenient to inquire into many things, such as why Warong Sword Immortal suddenly appeared in the southwest land. What tasks did he have? Was he going out for experience? How long ago did he leave? When will he go back? And so on. Sometimes, Yan Tianan even secretly thought that perhaps the man had known Yan Tianan was coming here, so he followed. Of course, with this kind of fantasy, Yan Tianan admitted that he thought too much. Hai Kuanglang couldn't stand Yan Tianan grinding around, so he had to ask people why Warong Sword Immortal left Myriad Dao Academy. Warong Sword Immortal had already left seclusion 3 months ago. Hai Kuanglang said to Yan Tianan, he came here to hunt down a disciple who stole a secret scroll of the Myriad Dao Academy and fled. Now the task should have been completed. As for where he is, nobody knows. Yan Tianan said with a little sadness, so he really didn't come for me. Hai Kuanglang, his youngest martial brother has gone crazy from obsession. What should he do? After thinking about it, he could only ignore it. He could only wait for when Yan Tianan lost interest in Warong Sword Immortal completely. A few days later, it was the day of Fu Yu's wedding ceremony. This day was a good day among the beast clans. It was decorated with lights everywhere, and the flow of people in the city had obviously increased. The sky was clear and cloudless, making it a good day to get married. Although Yan Tianan and the others were not invited, as long as they wanted an invitation, it was a simple matter. After all, no one would be willing to offend the descendants of the divine clans, who came from the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital. Before leaving, Bei Shishan said, "When the ceremony is about to be finished, we will wait and see what happens, and then act according to the plan." Yan Tianan said, "Okay. Anyway, it's important to rescue Elder Marshall's sister today. This prince wants to tear down the mask of the crooked pair in front of the whole world." He planned to sneak into Fu Yu's mansion to save Bei Shishan first, and then set fire to Fu Yu's dog nest when there were many people. Then, after being masked and dressed in disguise, he would take advantage of the chaos to fight Fu Yu wildly. If Fu Yu was killed, then forget it. If he was not, then Yan Tianan would also sue this bastard after returning to Purple Emperor's heavenly capital. It was impossible for Bei Shishan to come forward. After all, it was not a glorious thing. It was best for no one to pay attention to her, so Yan Tianan tried to minimize the impact on Bei Shishan. And they also couldn't come forward as the Fuyao sect. After all, once they were noticed, they would know the identity of Bei Shishan, and would still let her be the center of criticism. Therefore, the simplest option was to disguise their identity and beat Fu Yu. The original plan was good, but when Yan Tianan and the others stepped into Fu Yu's mansion, he knew that things were not quite as simple. Fu Yu's face turned out to be so thick that among the guests, there were people from the North Land's Longyao family and the Northwest Land's Wan family. Wan Yidong first met the Wan family members. Fu Yu's qualification was not high enough. Although he could invite the Wan family, he could only invite a junior, even though that junior was much older than Wan Yidong. One of the younger generations of the Wan family was Wan Lianshan, who was Wan Yidong's cousin. After seeing Wan Yidong, his complexion changed, and he glared at Bei Shishan as if he didn't see Wan Yidong at all. With him, there were several other young people from the Wan family, all younger than Wan Yidong. One of them had a good relationship with Wan Yidong. The boy wanted to greet him, but Wan Lianshan reprimanded him. "Do you still want to have any interaction with him, such a heartless member of the family who deceived his teachers and destroyed his ancestors? He is no longer our family, and Wan family's disciples are not allowed to interact with him." That boy had to retreat in a passive manner. Wan Yidong glanced over there with an emotionless face and acted as if he didn't see them. Bei Shishan grabbed his hand and squeezed it a few times, as if to comfort him. "Don't think too much." Wan Yidong couldn't help but laugh and took the initiative to say, "In fact, I don't feel much pain in my heart. My philosophy with the Wan family has always been inconsistent. It was a matter of time before I left the family, and it has nothing to do with you." The more he was like this, the more distressed and guilty Bei Shishan felt. "How can you say it has nothing to do with me? Although you don't agree with the method of your clan, it will always be the place where you were born and raised. Your parents, your older brothers and sisters, your younger brothers and sisters, and your clansmen are important to you after all." Wan Yidong found that since that night when they talked, Bei Shishan was becoming more and more talkative, unlike the wooden indifference and dullness from before. Wan Yidong was happy in his heart and his words also became sweeter. "Although it is important, it is not as important as you. You are the most important." Bei Shishan couldn't help but be happy. Yan Tianan was about to be blinded by these two people. Hai Quanglang touched his chin and said, "I should have brought eldest Marshall brother here." Chapter 511. Longyao Lingdong. Yan Tianan felt worried and said, "I'd better inquire about the situation first." The Wan family members were still easy to deal with. But before long, a dragon chariot raced across the sky and landed straight in front of Fu Yu's residence, making Hai Quanglang's expression turn ugly. Yan Tianan also didn't have a good look on his face when he saw those Dragon Clan people. Over the years, he had heard a lot about the conflict between Hai Quanglang and the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan was the ruler of the seas, so their reputation wasn't small. Moreover, the newcomer was the first son of the Longyao family. This was a great honor for Fu Yu. Longyao Lingdong got off the dragon chariot, looking distinguished and elegant in appearance. His body was dressed in shark line robes decorated with shark beads from the Sea Clan. He was surrounded by many followers, which seemed to have the image of stars twinkling around a bright moon. As soon as Longyao Lingdong came down, Fu Yu greeted him, dressed in a wedding robe. "It's really brilliant for Prince Longyao to come to my wedding ceremony." Fu Yu's own appearance was also handsome and extraordinary. He smiled with curved eyes and looked sincere. Looking at his face, one wouldn't be able to tell that he was an unfaithful lover. Longyao Linggong always looked cold and proud, and he didn't care about the flattery of others. He swept his eyes over Fu Yu and said, "If it was just you, this one wouldn't have made this visit." Fu Yu's face changed slightly. Before he had time to dwell on Longyao Linggong not giving him face, his future brother-in-law, Yu Tufeng, passed by him and walked over to Longyao Linggong. Yu Tufeng smiled and held out his hand. "Linggong Gerger, I haven't seen you in a long time." Longyao Linggong's expression changed slightly and also softened somewhat. He held his hand and replied, "Don't know if brother Yu has been doing well since that day we bid farewell to each other." "Of course, it's all good," he said with a smile. "It's even better after seeing the prince." The two people just looked at each other for a moment, but it seemed to confirm a lot of rumors and information. Yu Tufeng said, "This is not the place to speak. Let's go in first." The official groom of the night felt left out. It seemed that Yu Tufeng was the real master. Fu Yu's face sank. Fine, let him be arrogant for a while. Once Yu Lingxi really married into the Fu family today, wouldn't the entire Yu family depend on him? As Fu Yu thought so, his face became better again. "None of your business," replied Hai Kuanglang with scorn. Longyao Linggong glanced around and couldn't help laughing. He lowered his voice. "The bitch who warms your bed didn't come with you." Hai Kuanglang clenched his fists and his lips hooked into a sneer. "Aren't you already here?" Longyao Linggong was furious and raised his hand to wrap around Hai Kuanglang's neck, saying, "You're just a dirty bastard. How dare you say such a thing to this prince? Believe it or not, this prince can have your tendons torn out and your skin flayed with just one order, and you'll die without a burial place." Hai Kuanglang hissed, but ignored his actions. "Do you really think this is your North Land? Try giving an order and see if you can pull my tendons and peel my skin. I'll even wash and wait for you. Whoever doesn't peel it will be the grandson." With that, Hai Kuanglang took Longyao Linggong's arm and roughly grabbed the hand holding his neck. This strength Longyao Linggong was deeply shocked. Although he inherited the blood of the true dragon lineage, it was not a lot. The dragon clan was a race that paid the most attention to bloodlines. Whoever inherited the most blood of the true dragon could become the next dragon emperor. This was easy to explain. The true dragon lineage was the strongest out of all the dragon lineages, and the person who inherited the dragon blood must be the strongest person in the clan. When Hai Kuanglang was born, the ancestral stone clearly showed that his lineage was the strongest. However, Longyao Linggong shook off Hai Kuanglang's hand and said with disgust, "Dirty and cheap thing." Yan Tianan just snuck away to the place where Beishi Xiang was being held captive. At this time, he happened to return and encounter the scene of Longyao Linggong insulting Hai Kuanglang. Yan Tianan immediately moved in his anger, walking up behind Longyao Linggong and slowing down. He looked like a second-generation young master with his chin held high and glaring at Longyao Linggong. This one wondered who was barking and stinking up the spiritual qi here. Didn't expect that the faraway North Land would attend a ceremony in the Southwest Land. This one didn't know the relationship between the two lands was already this good. When Longyao Linggong saw Yan Tianan, he was taken aback at first, and then a set of storms swept in his heart. Yan Tianan, the prince of the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital, should have nothing to do with Fu Yu in the Southwest Land. When he had communicated with Yu Tufeng, he did not hear Yu Tufeng mention this matter, so what was Yan Tianan doing here? Although Longyao Linggong also had the right of succession to the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital, he was ranked behind 30, and the Yan family sat in that position. Even if other divine clans ranked higher, they would not dare show the slightest interest. According to this ranking, Yan Tianan was much more distinguished than him. Longyao Linggong took a deep breath and said, "How can Crown Prince Yan be here?" Yan Tianan smiled with profound meaning. His eyes glanced back and forth between Longyao Linggong and Yu Tufeng for a moment. If one doesn't come in person, how can one know that the relationship between the Prince of the Dragon Emperor and the Prince of the Yu family was so good? It was said that the Northern Emperor recently discovered a sparrow spirit mine on the seabed. It just so happens that the sparrow mine in the West Land has not been abundant in the past 2 years, and a large amount of production has been reduced. It'd be better for the North and West Lands to cooperate with each other. It's not bad for you to sell them some sparrow spirits. If Yu Tufeng didn't have pale skin to begin with, Yan Tianan would surely have seen the change in his complexion at this time. Yu Tufeng pressed down his panic and said with a forced smile, Prince must be joking. Let's not talk about the matter of the sparrow mine. It's such an important matter, I can't buy or sell it privately. Although I want to make friends with Prince Longyao, I am only an acquaintance. I really don't have much personal feelings. This matter of the sparrow mine, I'll have to trouble Prince to please put in a good word with Prince Longyao. Longyao Linghang was quite arrogant, and he was also used to wantonly running around in the Northlands. Had anyone ever dared to talk to him with such a threatening air? Longyao Lingang smiled sardonically. Crown Prince Yan, even though you are sitting in the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital seat, my Northland is also a divine clan. Even if you are a member of the Yan family, I also have absolute autonomy and can rule my own kingdom. When Crown Prince Yan suddenly mentioned the sparrow mine, could he want to intervene in the internal affairs of my Northland? Yan Tianan couldn't help but sneer, saying, in the whole world, is there anywhere that isn't the Emperor's land? In the land the Emperor rules over, is there anyone who isn't the Emperor's subject? As the second successor to the Qianyuan dynasty, can't this prince inquire about the sparrow mine? The Northern Emperor really raised a good son. One day, this prince will ask him whether the matter of the Northland sparrow mine is something the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital is in charge of. Hai Quanglang's lips hooked up. The other matters were related to internal affairs, and it was indeed difficult for the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital to intervene in those. However, when it came to the sparrow mine and the sparrow spirits, there was the threat of it stabbing the powerful Yan family in the heart. A disaster of sparrow spirits was not a casual matter. The Yan family had taken this as a warning for generations, and it had reached the point of madness. Longyao Lingang had been in a high position for too long, he actually forgot this truth. Yu Tufeng grew even more pale, and he came forward to plead guilty. Prince, please calm down. It's just a little squabbling. Why bother taking it to the heavenly capital's court? Why don't I play the host someday and invite you two to play together, turning wars and attacks into jade and silk? The more serious this became, the worse it would be for them. Who knew what Yan Tianan would say with his mouth? If it involved the North and West lands, it would not be worth the loss. Yan Tianan pointed to Longyao Lingang's nose and said, if you let this one hear you say another dirty word about my elder martial brother again, be careful that this one will peel off your dragon skin, tear out your dragon tendons, cut off your dragon horn, and smash your dragon bones. Longyao Lingang was so livid that his expression was furious. After a moment, he endured it and sneered, don't tell me that if this prince doesn't say it, then Hai Quanglang won't be a bastard with mixed blood anymore. But facts are facts, and birth is birth. Although Crown Prince Yan is unwilling to admit it, it can't be changed. Yan Tianan's eyes were cold, and the spiritual qi surged. He really wanted to tear Longyao Lingang's naughty mouth. Fuck, do you want to be beaten? Wan Yidong spoke. Yu Longyao Lingang's eyes were staring straight ahead. He didn't expect that everyone would be a decent person, but Wan Yidong was so rude in public. You, what you? This prince has been unhappy with you for a long time. Yan Tianan held the sword at his waist. Today, if you talk nonsense again, Laozi will tear out your dragon tendons. Now that it had come to this, Longyao Lingang also moved in anger, holding his sword darkly. Do you think this prince is afraid of you? Yan Tianan cursed, whoever gets scared is the grandson. Longyao Lingang, where the hell did these local ruffians and hooligans come from? This was the so-called the weak people suffer when immortals fight. Yan Tianan and Longyao Lingang created an atmosphere like this, and other people around dared not to reveal their feelings. Who among them would have thought that a ceremony for young couples, whose names were not too big, could invite these two noble people who seemed to be quite unmanageable? Fu Yu's whole face was horribly dark and frightening. This was his wedding ceremony, but it was turning out to be regarded as a place for quarreling in the streets. Of course, he was the most ashamed one here. However, his status was absolutely inferior to the two men in front of him. After all, one was the second heir, and the other was the Northland's crown prince whose title was personally granted by the Northern Emperor. Even Yu Tufeng of the Yu clan seemed to have a higher status than him. At least Yu Lingxi didn't have to go out and see the guests, thus avoiding this embarrassment. In this tense moment, a female voice full of power and prestige spread over everyone. What is this noise? Fu Yu's wedding ceremony is really lively. The crowd looked where the voice came from and found the Beast Empress walking in person, dressed in rare and elegant clothes. Beside her stood a man in white clothes with black hair. That person was Warong's sword immortal. Yan Tianan was suddenly so nervous that his sword, which had been half drawn, was stuffed back in at once. He immediately made a smart and cute face. Motherfucker, everything is that Longyao Lingang's fault. Warong Sword Immortal held a tiger cub with purple eyes in his arms. When the tiger cub saw Yan Tianan, he stuck out his tongue and his tail wagged at the same time. Its appearance suddenly turned very cute. The Empress actually personally came to the ceremony. It seems that she still very much approves of this princess-to-be. The Empress came in time, otherwise, they would have fought. Oh, I really want to see what they look like after fighting. Does that young crown Prince Yan look like a tough guy? The Northland's prince has been cultivating for 60 years, this Prince Yan is too self-confident. Speaking of which, who is the man beside the Empress? Yan Tianan answered in his heart, Warong Sword Immortal. He is so handsome. Oh wait, no, handsome isn't enough to describe him. I have never seen such an unforgettable person. Yan Tianan thought, yes, as long as your eyes are not blind and your brain is not full of water, you will feel this way. I don't know if he's married. If not, Yan Tianan turned towards the little fox spirit who'd been whispering to him, and gave him a death glare. The little fox spirit, who'd been wagging his tail, was suddenly frightened by this look. He secretly took one look at Yan Tianan and then immediately hid behind another big fox demon that could completely transform his shape. That man's eyes scared the fox to death. Chapter 512. Beauty could lead one astray. Longyao Lingang was the first to react. His face was still not very good looking, but his tone was normal. Longyao Lingang, the prince of the Northland, greets the Beast Empress. Under normal circumstances, Longyao Lingang was very polite. With a smile on her face, the Beast Empress said, I really didn't expect that the eldest son of the Longyao family and Fu Yu had a good personal relationship, and this boy Fu Yu never told me. The status of Fu Yu's parents in the Beast clan was not high. It was precisely because Fu Yu, a descendant who had some of the White Tiger Emperor's bloodline, was born that they were able to gain a little status. The two of them just greeted the guests outside, so they didn't know what happened in here. At this time, after welcoming the Beast Empress, they naturally followed the Beast Empress. Fu Shanlin stepped forward and said, Empress, not to mention you not knowing, as his parents, we didn't know either. This boy always likes to make friends, so he can be considered to have friends all over the world, ha ha ha. Fu Shanlin laughed brightly. It was very loud and spread far away, which many people heard. Fu Yu felt a little embarrassed and frowned crossly. Fu Yu's mother didn't even dare to speak. She was always timid and didn't look like a tiger at all. The Beast Empress smiled. It's always right to make more friends. Now that young Crown Prince Yan is here, he should sit on the throne, and there are these disciples who came from the Fuyao sect. Yan Tianan originally wanted to say that this prince didn't want to sit with Longyao Lingang, but he felt that it was not good to mess around in front of Warong Sword Immortal. Otherwise, it would leave a bad impression on him. Hence, he nodded reluctantly. Although Warong Sword Immortal was the most famous person in recent years, there were very few people who had seen Warong Sword Immortal with their own eyes, and even Longyao Lingang didn't recognize him. The Beast Empress respectfully said to Warong Sword Immortal, please come first. Warong Sword Immortal nodded slightly and said, please, Empress. This one is Myriad Dao Academy's Warong Sword Immortal. Longyao Lingang's face changed slightly. Warong Sword Immortal nodded, saying, greetings to the Prince of the Northland. Longyao Lingang, for a time, seemed very excited, his pair of eyes about to shine. I've heard a lot about you. This year, my younger brother will go to Myriad Dao Academy for its entrance examination. I hope he can successfully enter Warong Sword Immortal's tutelage. Just as Yan Tianan wanted to scold him for being shameless, he heard Warong Sword Immortal say faintly, I have no plans on accepting disciples. I am afraid I will have to disappoint your highness. Longyao Lingang took a deep breath. It's already good to be able to enter the same peak. Warong Sword Immortal replied, I've heard for a long time that the young prince in the Northland has good qualifications. At the age of 18, he has already reached the profound realm. I think there are no problems. That's true. Longyao Lingang was very pleased, saying, my brother is the genius of my dragon clan, and Warong Sword Immortal will certainly like him after seeing him. Bah, what bullshit, Yan Tianan thought. Warong Sword Immortal was noncommittal, looking impassive and unspeaking. He didn't intend to continue talking about this topic. Although Longyao Lingang wanted to make friends with Warong Sword Immortal, if he said more now, he would be suspected of acting like a presumptuous guest usurping the host's role. Therefore, Longyao Linggong planned to establish a relationship with Warong Sword Immortal at the dinner after the wedding ceremony. Yu Tufeng was also given more face. After all, it was half the face of their Yu family. Yan Tianan watched Warong Sword Immortal talk with Longyao Linggong, and he had already cursed Longyao Linggong in his heart 100 times. However, he became such a scaredy cat whenever he saw Warong Sword Immortal. His heart thumped like crazy, so much so that he didn't even dare to talk to him. Hai Kuanglang pushed Yan Tianan's back, but his body was set in place like a reinforced iron pillar. Hai Kuanglang rolled his eyes. When everyone was ready to leave, the purple-eyed white tiger in Warong Sword Immortal's arms suddenly broke free and fell onto Yan Tianan's feet. He opened a mouth of baby teeth and bit at Yan Tianan's robes, demanding to be hugged. The Beast Empress laughed when she saw this. This little tiger cub really likes young Crown Prince Yan. Warong Sword Immortal's expression changed a little and he said, after all, this tiger cub used to be kept by the young Crown Prince. As soon as he said this, the Beast Empress raised her eyebrows. You two knew each other before. Warong Sword Immortal's line of sight swept to Yan Tianan holding Ah Bai in his arms. Naturally, I know him, but I haven't seen him for many years. I'm afraid we're a little unfamiliar now. Yan Tianan suddenly felt wronged and hugged Ah Bai. I can't go to Myriad Dao Academy, but don't tell me that Warong Gerger also can't leave Myriad Dao Academy and come to the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital to find me. Ah Bai and Hu Po are identical brothers from the same mother. They have never been separated before. Now one is with me and the other is with you. Even if Warong Gerger doesn't want to see me, he must still think about Ah Bai. After he spoke out, Wan Yidong's eyelid began to twitch crazily. Who said that Yan Tianan was a scaredy cat? He was very bold. He was blatantly describing Warong Sword Immortal as a chief culprit in separating blood brothers, but it was clear that he had been the one to forcibly stuff the tiger cub into Warong Sword Immortal's hands. However, Warong Sword Immortal was very graceful and smiled faintly. That's true, I was thoughtless. Yan Tianan grabbed the opportunity and looked at Warong Sword Immortal with burning eyes. If not, after today, Warong Gerger can take Ah Bai back to the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital with me to reunite him with Hu Po. Warong Sword Immortal thought for a moment and said, I'm afraid I can't go with you because of other arrangements. The disappointment Yan Tianan felt was beyond words. But, Warong Sword Immortal said, when you enter the Myriad Dao Academy, you can bring Hu Po to the island to find me. Yan Tianan's eyes lit up again. Warong Sword Immortal looked at his bright almond eyes and continued, I haven't seen you for a long time, so sit next to me. Let's talk and catch up together. Yan Tianan nodded cleverly, following Warong Sword Immortal's lead. He was like a dog clinging to his master's leg, looking for care and attention. Wan Yidong touched his chin. A few days ago, Consort Yi was worried that Ah Hen would not take the Myriad Dao Academy entrance examination. Now it seems that this boy may even crawl and climb to get in. Hai Kuanglang shook his head. This boy is unreliable. I don't know if he still remembers to disguise himself and make a scene later. Wan Yidong. Bei Shishan sighed. Beauty could lead one astray. Fortunately, however, he had a backup plan, and they didn't need to do it themselves. The group of people from Reincarnation Palace were supposed to be professionals at ruining occasions. Speaking of which, Bei Shishan suddenly felt that his master should have expected today's scene, so he made preparations for it and handed it to others. Warong Sword Immortal was bound to sit on the throne, but he was low-key and modest, unwilling to overtake the host's role, so he sat on the seat next to Yan Tianan. Yan Tianan asked, why did Warong Gerger suddenly come to the southwest land? Warong Sword Immortal said, a disciple took a secret script and fled here. I'm taking him back. Did you catch him? Warong Sword Immortal replied, he has been escorted by my younger martial brother. When will Warong Gerger go back? Warong Sword Immortal said, I will return soon after the ceremony today. What are you going back to? There will be the new annual sect entrance examination in another month. Naturally, there are many things to do. Is Warong Gerger really unwilling to accept disciples? In response, Warong Sword Immortal said, if you are willing to betray your sect, I will accept you as a disciple. Yan Tianan, don't tempt him, he will be shaken. Wan Yidong pinched Yan Tianan next to him and smiled at Warong Sword Immortal. Warong Sword Immortal must be joking. My Fuyao sect has no traitors. Yan Tianan, Warong Sword Immortal smiled. It's just a joke. Ah Hen is not suitable to be my disciple. Yan Tianan was suddenly dejected. I know my talent is slow-witted. Hwarong Sword Immortal shook his head. It has nothing to do with you. I am not qualified to teach you. With Yan Tianan, he couldn't be cruel-handed with him. When Yin Nian followed him to learn sword cultivation at an early age, he was bullied by him every day to the point of tears. He couldn't bear to let Yan Tianan suffer this kind of torture. Yan Tianan said, "Don't comfort me, I know it's all my fault." Hwarong Sword Immortal didn't speak but raised his hand to touch his head. Yan Tianan, he decided not to wash his hair for a month. The ceremony of marriage started soon. Different from ordinary people, couples didn't need too many miscellaneous customs and rituals, and they didn't have to pay homage to their parents. They just needed to stand on a high platform, exchange their blood, and swear to the Tao of Heaven. As for vows, there were many kinds of vows, some of which shared the same life and death, while others simply told the gods that they were willing to become Tao companions, and were only married as Tao companions. The Tao companion vows of Yu Lingxi and Fu Yu sounded more like an alliance of blood. Hundreds of birds flew together, singing and dancing with fireworks exploding in the sky. It was a lively and peaceful scene. Fu Yu's mother wept with joy. Looking at her daughter-in-law standing on the high platform and joining hands with her son, she said, "Fu Yu has finally settled down. This mother can be relieved in the future." Fu Shanlin frowned and said with some embarrassment, "But the girl that Fu Yu brought back before." The smile on Fu Yu's mother's face dimmed. "We will secretly let the girl go after some time. After all, it's our family's fault." Fu Shanlin sighed. "He will be punished by the heavens for doing such a thing." Yan Tianan saw that it was almost time, so he planned to sneak away and take his elder martial sister, then fight from the inside out with a mask. He could make as much chaos as possible. However, just as he was about to get up, Hwarong Sword Immortal's jade white hand pressed on his shoulder. "Yan Tianan," Hwarong Sword Immortal said, "in the eyes of the public, you are sitting on the main seat, so there are eyes fixed on you wherever you go." Yan Tianan was calm and responded in a low voice, "I have something very important to do. I'll have to leave for a while, but I promise to come back soon." Hwarong Sword Immortal's hand moved, hooking around Yan Tianan's shoulder, and he whispered into his ear, "Sit here, don't go anywhere today." "Yan Tianan, elder martial sister, I'm sorry. I'll apologize with my death when I get back." Wan Yidong hated that Yan Tianan, this unrefined lump of iron, couldn't become steel faster, and even had the urge to lift Yan Tianan and beat him up. Above the high platform, the two couples wearing bright red wedding robes went to the last step. Together, they picked up a candle and lit the black incense with the thickness of a baby's arm. The incense column lit up a curl of smoke and flew straight to the sky. This meant the heavens were listening, but in fact, it was just an act. Just before the ceremony was completed, there was a commotion in the front hall. A young man with a broad-backed sword and 10 masked black-robed men knocked the guards out of the door and stepped on their bodies. "Who are you?" Yu Lingxi was the first to speak coldly before Fu Yu. Although she didn't expect much from this marriage, it was still a beautiful day for her. If someone came to smash the venue, it would be slapping her in the face. Chapter 513. Singling out Yan Tianan recognized Yin Nian at a glance, and his eyeballs were about to fall off from shock. Yin Nian carried a blade and lifted up his face to say, "Reincarnation Palace, young palace master, Yin Nian." When the name Reincarnation Palace was revealed, all the people attending the ceremony had varying expressions. It was Reincarnation Palace. What are they doing here? How did Fu Yu offend Reincarnation Palace? Everyone began talking a lot. Yu Lingxi looked gloomy and walked a few steps forward. She gazed at Yin Nian condescendingly and said, "Reincarnation Palace is a kind of evil that everyone has to punish. You are not invited to our wedding ceremony. Please leave on your own, otherwise, don't blame this one for not giving face." Yin Nian laughed a few times and said contemptuously, "Calling yourself, this one? Do you think you are the Empress of the West Land? According to this young master's knowledge, you tried to climb the bed of West Land's monarch, Feng Jingyu, many years ago, but he kicked you out and you had to recuperate for many years. You can't afford this title." Yu Lingxi suddenly turned red, as if she had been slapped severely. Back then, she had become a joke to the whole Yu family and even to the entire Bird clan. Her father locked her at home for 10 years before releasing her again. After that, her father replaced Feng Jingyu and became the regent of the West Land. Since then, no other Bird clan dared to talk about it. But Yin Nian uncovered her scars in the presence of so many people, How could this not make her angry and resentful to the group of people below watching like it was a show? Everyone exchanged glances and the scene was very quiet. This kind of gossip wasn't something you heard every day, and it was said that Reincarnation Palace never spoke nonsense, which meant that it was true. What are you talking about? Yu Tufeng said, today is a good day for my sister. I don't know what your intentions are, but it turns out to be full of nonsense. To pick this moment to make a scene, you're really despicable. Servants wait, Yin Nian interrupted Yu Tufeng's words and maliciously smirked. This young master is not here to fight today, but to get justice for some girls. After that, he clapped his hands and 5 young women who had been hidden behind the men in black all rushed over and cried at the same time. Fu Yu, you're a god-bitched bastard. You clearly said that you wanted to marry me, so I committed myself to you. Who would have thought that you're really a wolf in dog's clothing? I even had a child, but once you showed your true colors, you wanted to kill me and even took away my child. If it weren't for Reincarnation Palace's help, I would be dead by now. Where is my child? Curse you to a horrible death. You give me back my baby, give him back to me, you bastard with a human face and a beast's heart. Your conscience has been eaten by dogs, but you spend your seed everywhere and are irresponsible. My son survived through hardship, but you dug up his internal core and refined his bloodline. You are a devil. I want you to pay with your life, said another woman who had a beautiful face, but her eyes were red, like she couldn't wait to swallow Fu Yu's flesh and bones. After she finished speaking, she instantly turned into a long-tailed cat demon and rushed to the stage as fast as lightning. She then clawed at Fu Yu's stunned face. Ah! Everyone gasped. Fu Yu's face hurt, but his heart was furious. He raised his hand and tried to crush the cat demon to death. However, he was hit by a stone and his elbow bent. The cat demon took the opportunity to flip over and scratch his neck severely. When Yin Nian saw that it was about enough, he said, "Come back." Yin Nian said, "Bullshit. We, in Reincarnation Palace, obviously love to chivalrously help the people when there is injustice." Fu Yu, Warong's sword immortal, narrowed his eyes and looked quite satisfied. Yan Tianan was shocked to see Warong's sword immortal's reaction as the man took his hand back slowly. He didn't expect Warong's sword immortal to make a move. However, even if Warong's sword immortal made a move, it was so silent that people were unable to find the trace of the person who threw the stone. If Yan Tianan wasn't by his side and closest to him, he wouldn't have noticed a familiar and slight fluctuation of spiritual power. The other one who also noticed was the Beast Empress sitting on the other side of Warong's sword immortal. Seeing this, the Beast Empress couldn't help but frown and look at Warong's sword immortal. Warong's sword immortal explained, "I don't want to see blood shed." Beast Empress. But Fu Yu's entire face was bloody now. The Beast Empress naturally wouldn't criticize Warong's sword immortal for saving lives. Her voice was somewhat dignified as she said, "What's going on? Why did Reincarnation Palace bring these women to demand an explanation for a crime?" Yan Tianan originally planned to rescue his elder martial sister, but looking at this situation, he decided to wait and see. Anyway, Hai Kuanglang was nowhere to be seen. He probably had already gone to rescue Beishi Xiang. Longyao Lingung from the North Land watched this farce like it was none of his business. After all, his real purpose for coming here was not to participate in the wedding ceremony. He didn't have any friendship with Fu Yu, it was all for Yu Tufeng's sake. Fu Yu immediately knelt on the ground and complained to the Beast Empress, begging Your Majesty to make a decision. Today, this Reincarnation Palace must have collected a client's money and deliberately brought these unruly people from nowhere to make trouble at my wedding ceremony, which will damage our family's reputation. Yin Nian sneered, "Beast Empress, there are many visitors from the 9 lands today. It depends on whether the Beast Empress wants to settle it in private or solve it in public." The Beast Empress couldn't help but release a sigh. Why settle it in private? Yin Nian held his head high and answered, "I'm afraid that after a public settlement, the reputation of the Beast clan might plummet and become the target of public criticism." "You willingly dare to threaten the Beast Empress?" said the Fox Minister. Yin Nian shrugged innocently, "I don't want to threaten her either, but who let the younger generation in her family not live up to expectations and forced me to take action? Our Reincarnation Palace also has so many mouths to feed. If you don't take charge, you won't know how difficult it is to raise so many capable thugs." The Fox Minister's fur was about to explode, and he angrily said, "We will never be in cahoots with you again." The Beast Empress had the urge to support her forehead. However, Yin Nian obviously didn't mean to make a good private reconciliation with the Beast clan from the start, otherwise, he wouldn't have made such an aggressive effort to make things happen in a special wedding ceremony, and even blatantly stated that he wanted to make a private reconciliation. If they really did settle it privately right now, then the face of the Fu family might be completely lost within the 9 lands from now on. One was because they were being threatened by Reincarnation Palace to make a deal, and the second was because it was dirty business. No matter which reason people believed, the Beast Empress was absolutely unwilling to see either happen. So the Beast Empress said, "If you have anything, let's resolve it in public. If it is really Fu Yu's fault, I will never cover for him." Yin Nian showed obvious regret and sighed, "I wanted to extort money, but since the Beast Empress is so honest, let's talk about it next time." The Fox Minister, "There will be a next time, my ass." A look of fear flashed on Fu Yu's face. He clenched his fist and took a half-step backward. Yu Lingxi looked at his scratched face with disgust and said in a low voice, "Fu Yu, what on earth have you done?" Fu Yu said coldly, "What I did was just throw away all my former bed warmers after I got engaged to you." Yu Lingxi was suspicious and asked, "Is that all? What's the matter with the children they talked about?" Fu Yu's expression looked a little unnatural, but he said impatiently, "How should I know?" Fu Yu thought, "In any case, after I did those things, I didn't leave a single trace. These people are all talk, but they have no evidence, so they can't do anything to me after all. Moreover, I have the backing of the Yu family, and the Yu family made friends with the North Land. If I ask Longyao Lingdong for help, he won't stand by coldly." Another woman gave a sharp cry, threw herself on the ground, and pointed to Fu Yu on the high platform with a shrill voice, "He is a man with a beast's heart. I saw with my own eyes him actually cutting up the guts of the poor child I just gave birth to, snatching the child's inner core, and swallowing it raw." Rot in hell! Everyone was in an uproar and looked to Fu Yu in amazement. Fu Yu roared, "You're talking nonsense." The first woman cried, "Your Majesty, please thoroughly investigate this matter and give us justice. The children we gave birth to are also cubs of the Tiger clan. Do you really have the heart to see the children of the Tiger clan treated like this?" Several other women also shed tears and nodded, knelt down, and begged the Beast Empress. The Beast Empress was livid, with her fists clenched under her wide sleeves and nails digging into her palms. She knew what these women said were true. This was because this was a long taboo method to improve the cultivation ability of the Tiger clan. The poisonous tiger eats its own offspring, and the father and son eat each other. As long as they swallowed 100 inner cores of tigers with the most intimate relation to them, drank their blood, and ate their flesh, they could become a white tiger demon beast with a bloodline strength that reached its peak. However, this method had long been destroyed by the Beast Emperor for fear that someone would be really crazy enough to do this. But it was still passed on. The Beast Empress looked at Fu Yu, her eyes cold as if she were already looking at a dead man. Fu Yu was frightened by this look and said with a pale face, "Your Majesty, you can't believe this nonsense, can you? Not to mention that I don't recognize these people at all. Even if I did, I would never do such a thing." "That's right." Yu Tufeng stood up, "You can't listen to one side of the story. Reincarnation Palace may be stirring up dissension. You should never be taken in by them. Yes, Reincarnation Palace has always been in conflict with the divine clans. Maybe there's some deeper meaning. They didn't come early or late, they just had to come at this time. The heavens would strike them down with lightning for ruining one's marriage ceremony. That's right, what's the use of just finding a few people to cry for a while? Is there any evidence?" They talked in succession, their eyes bright and obviously curious about what was right and wrong. "The evidence is of course here." A woman's voice came, and everyone looked toward the side of the platform, only to see a beautiful woman with simple and delicate makeup and in plain clothes, walking out with Hai Kuanglang. Chapter 514, Two-Faced, edited by Aya and NZ. Rose Yan Tianan raised his eyebrows and said, "Elder Martial Sister." Bei Shishang's face was cold, but she showed no signs of grievance or looking haggard, as if it was not her who Yan Tianan had met in the secret room that detained her before. Bei Shishang walked to the front of the stage, glanced coldly at Fu Yu, and looked toward the Beast Empress and Warong Sword Immortal. She bowed, "Greetings, Beast Empress." She made another courtesy call. "Greetings, Warong Sword Immortal." Warong Sword Immortal was a man from the outside world and seldom got involved in earthly affairs. Therefore, when Bei Shishang faced him, the etiquette she performed was pure Taoist rites. As for the Beast Empress, she had entered the secular world as soon as she became the Beast Empress of the Southwest Land, so Beishi Xiang's etiquette became a secular courtesy instead. For some people, this was very particular, but more people didn't pay attention to these details. Seeing Beishi Xiang's words and deeds, it made people feel appropriate and courteous. When the Beast Empress saw Beishi Xiang, she was caught by surprise by her beautiful appearance. Regardless of other people, it was difficult to hide her good looks even in plain clothing. She was a peerless beauty. The Beast Empress said, "This honorable one is polite. Dare I ask who this girl is?" Beishi Xiang answered humbly, "I'm a core disciple from Fuyao sect, the third martial sister, and Empress may call me Xiang. A year ago, when I was cultivating in the Southwest Land, I came across a Beast Clan woman who was being pursued. I rescued her and helped handle her pursuers. The woman told me that the Beast Clan's Fu Yu made the woman conceive his child and gave birth to it so that he could cook the child's bones, eat its meat, drink its blood, and refine its core to improve his cultivation. This woman was one of many victims. Once she gave birth to the child, the woman would no longer be useful and was, thus, hunted down." Having said this, Beishi Xiang gave a hard look at Fu Yu and said, "I thought that those women were too pitiful, and what Fu Yu did to them was shocking and outrageous, so I decided to inquire about it myself. If it was true, I would expose this hypocritical prince in public and let him pay for his actions. If it was not true, I would correct Fu Yu's name. Therefore, I broke away from my sect and went to White Tiger City, where I met Fu Yu and developed a relationship with him. Unexpectedly, Fu Yu was really a two-faced fiend in human shape. He kept saying that he wanted to marry me as his wife, and in my diet, he would give me pregnancy pills." Hiss. Pregnancy pills? Someone in the crowd gasped. Pregnancy pills couldn't be easily found, because it was a pill medicine of divine level. There were probably only a few people who had the ability to refine it, and the premise was that you had to have found a certain kind of spiritual grass that was difficult to trace, but it was said that Fu Yu could take these things out easily, which made people feel really doubtful. "Girl, you can't be mistaken, can you?" Someone said playfully. "Pregnancy pills are not a treasure that can be handed out casually." Beishi Xiang looked at the man. "I just said that I come from Fuyao sect. I had to learn how to identify medicinal pills, spiritual herbs, and all kinds of magic treasure materials since I was a child. It was difficult and complicated, and ancient books were numerous. I naturally can recognize the pregnancy pills." The name of the Fuyao sect was really powerful. As soon as this name was brought out, the number of people who suspected Beishi Xiang suddenly decreased by more than half. In Fu Yu's eyes, there was like a storm surging, brewing bigger and bigger. Yu Lingxi had a stiff face, and her gaze when looking at Fu Yu had changed a few times. Although she wanted to join hands with Fu Yu and seek a lot of benefits for the Yu family, if Fu Yu really did such a thing, she absolutely wouldn't accept it. After all, she was still a person and not a ruthless demon. Yan Tianan, however, was relieved. His mood was also quite good. Hearing that Beishi Xiang broke away from their sect and was bullied by a slag rat had made him uncomfortable at the time. He didn't think Beishi Xiang was actually merely putting on a show. As such, she certainly won't let herself suffer any losses. However, he didn't expect that Fu Yu would commit such a heinous thing. Compared to others, Yan Tianan naturally believed in his elder martial sister. Beishi Xiang said, "If you don't believe me, go and search Fu Yu's storage bag. I think there are more than 1 or 2 pregnancy pills on him, but I don't know where these pills came from. Yes, the origin of the pregnancy pills is even more doubtful and cannot be thought deeply. If there was a great backing behind him to refine those pills, it would be very shocking, something far more harmful than Fu Yu himself." The scene at once fell into a buzzing discussion. Fu Yu looked on coldly. Anyway, Beishi Xiang didn't have any strong evidence, and the Beast Clan would never listen to this woman's side of the story. However, he didn't expect that Beishi Xiang, a minor extra, would deliberately set a trap for him to dig into it. Of course, when he thought about what he had done with this bitch, his mind was a lot more balanced. It's just that she found out about the pregnancy pills but did not get pregnant, so he had some regrets about that. The Beast Empress took a deep breath and calmed down her confusion. She said, "Miss Beishi, now that you have roughly stated your side clearly, if you have any evidence, you might as well take it out directly, which would make it more convincing." Beishi Xiang nodded. Of course. She clapped her hands and said, "Yi Fang, come out." As soon as she spoke, a woman with a veiled cloak came out from behind the people of Reincarnation Palace. In fact, she hadn't been among the women who had cried for justice earlier, but in reality, she was the only real victim here. Yi Fang took off her cloak and a pale face appeared in front of everyone. Fu Yu's expression suddenly changed and said, "You're actually not dead." However, there was a louder voice. A strong man suddenly stood up and walked towards Yi Fang, holding her hand and saying, "Sister, is that you?" "Sister, sister, you're not dead." When Yi Fang saw the man, she began to cry. "Gerger, sister has been badly hurt. If it weren't for Sister Xiang's rescue to send me back to the southwest land and hide me away, I'm afraid I'd already been a piece of Lois under the cliff by now." The man's eyebrows furrowed and his arms were shaking. He asked, "Quickly tell me, what happened?" Yi Fang's hateful eyes turned to Fu Yu, who was surprised and appalled, and pointed to him. "It was he who took advantage of my feelings in my body, and gave me the pregnancy pills to make me conceive his child. And that's not all. When I gave birth to his child, he took the child away from me. I was very suspicious, so I followed him secretly, and actually saw him cut out my poor child's core. Gerger, my child was still so small, his core only the size of a thumb, he was so pitiful woo-woo-woo." The Wolf Clan brother's eyes immediately grew wide, looking almost bloodshot. He gnashed his teeth and glared at Fu Yu. Fu Yu said coldly, "I don't know you at all. What are you talking about?" "Don't know, ha ha ha." She laughed and continued, "I discovered your secret and knew that I couldn't save my child, so I tried every means to follow you and find out more secrets. Unexpectedly, I found the place where you dealt with the children's corpses. Go to the bottom of the mountain at the back of Fu Yu's mansion to see if there are dozens of baby skeletons there." The Beast Empress gestured with her eyes to the Fox Minister nearby, and the Fox Minister walked towards the backyard with his bodyguard. Yi Fang's elder brother, full of grief, resisted the impulse to kill Fu Yu and said, "Sister, what else have you found?" Yi Fang sobbed a few times before saying, "A few days later, I was going to sneak back home and tell you about it. I didn't expect him to find out my plan and actually try to kill me. I was afraid and I used the magic treasure you gave me to save my life. First, I escaped, and then I was chased all the way to the West Land. I was already at the end of my strength and was in danger. I didn't expect Sister Xiang, who had been training in the West Land, to give me a helping hand. If it wasn't for her, I would have fallen to his schemes at this time. Fucking absurd." The anger of several Wolf Clan members was beyond words. Yi Fang's elder brother was called Yi Lan, and he also had a considerable position in the Wolf Clan. Yi Lan stepped forward and stood in front of the Beast Empress, kneeling on one knee as he said with gritted teeth, "Your Majesty has heard what had been said. If what my sister said is true, I ask the Beast Empress to please let me take revenge myself." The Beast Empress sighed, "If Fu Yu really did such a terrible thing, I will allow you to execute him yourself." Yi Lan showed a fierce light in his eyes and responded, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Two guards walked onto the stage and stood by Fu Yu from left to right. They said, "We'll have to offend you, please take out your storage bag and let us check it." Fu Yu hooked his lips and said, "Okay." He stretched out his hand and moved to reach for his storage bag. Suddenly, something silver flashed out, and the two guards had no time to open their mouths and before their heads were cut off by sharp tools. Yu Lingxi screamed. Before she could turn into a bird to escape, she was choked by Fu Yu, who was very close to her. Yu Tufeng exclaimed, "What are you doing? Let my sister go," Fu Yu hissed, and the strength of his hand increased. "Let her go. How could I leave if I let her go?" Yin Nian said, "This cornered dog has reached a dead end and is desperate." The Beast Empress's expression shifted, and she stood up. "Fu Yu, you have already committed a monstrous sin. Don't add more crimes and make more mistakes." "Ha!" Fu Yu made a scornful sound. "Since I already have no way out, why do I have to wait and die here? I'm doing this for the sake of the prosperity of the Tiger Clan." "Bullshit, you're just doing it for your own sake," Fu Yu retorted, "what do you know? The Tiger Clan has not produced pure white tiger blood for 10,000 years, and its position with the divine clans has fallen to rock bottom. Even a peacock bird could bully and humiliate us at will. My clan lacks sparrow spirits, and every year, we have to pay tribute to the capital, so we had to turn to the West Land." "But what about the West Land?" He stared coldly at Yu Tufeng, who looked grim-faced. "For this reason, our tiger people had to subject themselves." The eyes of Southwest Land's Beast Empress suddenly became sharp and said, don't talk nonsense. This is something that never happened before. You've always ignored political affairs. What do you know? Fu Yu stared at the Beast Empress. Then, why do you think the Beast Emperor wouldn't leave secluded cultivation for many years and didn't want to meet with the people from the West Land? He didn't want to bow down, so he could only avoid them. The ambitions of the West Land are very obvious. The Purple Emperor's heavenly capital has been strictly controlling the submission of sparrow spirits over the years, and now they're getting more while we're getting less. The days when the West Land dominates the country are not far away. Yu Tufeng was about to vomit blood, and he angrily said, "Don't you dare sabotage our relations with the Southwest Land. Who exactly is the mastermind behind you? Beast Empress, please let the Beast Emperor come out and explain clearly. My West Land has no such plans." Things are heating up. Also, I'm really sorry about leaving things on this cliffhanger, but because of 2 exams and a family emergency, Thursday's chapter will be moved to Friday, so there will be 2 chapters released on Friday. Chapter 515. Executed on the spot. Yan Tianan, however, thought it was very interesting. According to the Beast Empress, the Beast Emperor hadn't made an appearance for many years because the dream ghost caused him to fall into a deep slumber, but when this reached Fu Yu's mouth, it became the Beast Emperor is unwilling to become subservient to the West Land, so he deliberately avoided making an appearance. Speaking of which, these were both possibilities, but obviously the former was more likely. The Southwest Beast Empress already wanted to kill Fu Yu. Of course she knew that the West Land was not so stupid as to have the Southwest Land serve them as subordinates. She could also clarify the situation with the Beast Emperor, but she could never tell the world that the Beast Emperor had fallen into a dream and hadn't woken up for many years. Otherwise, there would certainly be great chaos in the Southwest Land, not to mention the demon clans might take advantage of this opportunity to launch a big invasion. Even the other lands wouldn't pretend to be ignorant either and might grow restless. Yan Tianan curled his lips. It seems that your 2 families are very interesting. Originally, you were about to become related by marriage, but now you've turned against each other at the crucial moment. This one really wants to know, since this is the case, why in the world did you want to marry someone from the Yu family? Marriage was not my original intention. Fu Yu narrowed his eyes and explained, if this brother and sister pair hadn't used the position of the future Beast Emperor of the Southwest Land to tempt me over, how could I have colluded with them? Bullshit. Yu Tufeng was about to explode on the spot. He could finally see the clear picture now. Clearly, this Fu Yu knew that he himself couldn't live any longer, so he wanted to drag them down with him and die together. Yu Tufeng was so angry that he was about to transform. Hurry up and let my sister go, or else I'll definitely make you pay with your life. Yin Nian also smiled and clapped. A dogfight. I like watching this kind of play the most. It's really interesting. Yan Tianan glanced at Yin Nian speechlessly. This boy really isn't afraid of being beaten. The Beast Empress's expression was calm as she asked, Fu Yu, what do you want? Fu Yu was a little crazy as he answered, you all are not allowed to chase after me. When I leave the Southwest Land, I will release Yu Lingxi. If even one of you comes after me, I will kill Yu Lingxi. Yu Tufeng came to loathe him. Bastard. He truly regretted making a deal with Fu Yu. Originally, he thought that this person was ambitious but also very easy to control and was a good puppet, but unexpectedly, he was a madman. He really pushed his sister into a pit of fire. Yu Lingxi was already full of tears. Gurgur, save me. Just then, the guards led by the Fox Minister had also returned, and their expressions were extremely ugly. Several guards held a piece of cloth in their hands, and there was something wrapped inside. After they entered, the guests could smell a rotting stench. It went without saying that people realized what those things were. The expressions of everyone present all changed. Fu Yu didn't expect the Beast Empress to behave in such a manner. At first, he stared blankly in shock, then he took out his sword and suddenly stabbed Yu Lingxi's arm. After listening to Yu Lingxi's screams, he asked, do you really not care about her life? The Beast Empress sneered, what does the Yu family have to do with my tiger clan? Kill and cut her up as you like. This empress would rather die than be threatened. Guards, take him down. Yu Tufeng almost swore out loud. Just as he was about to point a finger at the Beast Empress and vehemently curse her, Longyao Linggong pressed a hand on his shoulder. Longyao Linggong curled his lips thoughtfully. Just watch. I have a feeling that nothing will happen to your sister. Since the hostage was no longer a hostage, Fu Yu became flustered. He held on to the idea that it was better to drag some people down with you than die alone and directly dug out Yu Lingxi's inner core. Then he discovered that the inner core in his hand was actually a stone. How did this happen? How can this be? Fu Yu's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He took another glance at the woman in his hands. How was she a person? She was clearly a mere puppet made of cloth and bamboo. Yin Nian curled his lips and smiled. He spread open his hands and moved his fingers toward Fu Yu. 10 lines that were hard to see with the naked eye flashed cold gleams under the sun. Puppet arts, isn't it interesting? Yin Nian pulled the silk thread in his hand, and the puppet turned around like a living person and hit Fu Yu. Only then did Yu Tufeng see Yu Lingxi, who no longer had her wedding robe and had been hidden in the crowd by Reincarnation Palace. He immediately went over and hugged her in his arms. Yu Lingxi burst into tears, feeling very wronged. People had surrounded Fu Yu on all sides. Fu Yu let out a tiger's roar and turned into a white tiger with gleaming fur who had a faint Wang character on his forehead. His body was 3 meters long, with a thick and powerful tail. A single sweep of his tail smashed the puppet at the waist. Fu Yu jumped up, electricity crackling on his claws. One swipe of his claw covered the entire platform with lightning element Taoist techniques. The guards couldn't even block and were turned into charred corpses. This cultivation level was absolutely not something that Fu Yu should have. Fu Yu made a tiger roar, which passed through the entire White Tiger City as a powerful sonic attack. Most of the guests present were affected by the roar. Many of them directly vomited, and the ones with shallower Dao attainments even spat out blood. Some people bled from their 7 orifices, some people were wailing in anguish, and some people suffered internal injuries. Earth Realm. Warong's sword immortal narrowed his eyes slightly. Yan Tianan also felt so terrible that he almost spat out blood, but a hand pressed on his back, and spiritual chi poured in, stabilizing his violent and chaotic blood and Dantian chi si. Yan Tianan felt much better, coughed a few times, and took a deep breath as he turned around to say thanks. Fu Yu had already planned to soar into the clouds and escape right after releasing a mass attack, but unexpectedly, a teal light flashed by, and a sharp sword blocked his path. Warong's sword immortal stood in front of Fu Yu with a sword, his posture slim and upright. Even though there wasn't a single trace of killing intent on him, it was still enough to make Fu Yu tremble. Fu Yu, you have committed many evil deeds, which would already be a death sentence. If you confess the name of the person behind you today, I can come forward as a guarantor and let you be detained in Myriad Dao Academy's prison for 100 years. After 100 years, you will still be free, Warong's sword immortal said lightly. Ha ha. Fu Yu laughed a few times. How will you guarantee that? Warong's sword immortal, although others are afraid of you, I, Fu Yu, am not. Myriad Dao Academy's prison is not a place where people can stay. Even if I die, I still won't go to that prison. Warong's sword immortal also didn't care. He said indifferently, since you are so stubborn, then I will not be polite. Just give it a try. Rumor had it that Warong's sword immortal rarely drew his sword, but every time he did, blood was bound to be shed. Yan Tianan once saw Warong's sword immortal draw his sword. That year, he had nearly been chewed up into food by a fierce beast that escaped from an ancient beast tower. At the crucial moment, a flash of teal sword light fell from the sky and directly cut off the sharp and thick fangs of the fierce beast, and also lifted him up from the ground. The glint of the sword back then was just like it was right now, elegant, sharp, confident, and natural. It contained the vast sword intent capable of unifying all thoughts. Between light and darkness, glory and decline, it had already driven the enemy to a dead end. Even when he died, Fu Yu probably still didn't understand why the man in front of him was so powerful. The sword light sealed off all of Fu Yu's retreat paths, so that he could not see which sword was the one that could really kill him. He roared and summoned his thunder and lightning, but it seemed that he could not do any harm to Warong's sword immortal. Warong's sword immortal seemed to be isolated from him, as if he was in another world. His features were solemn, with some imperceptible compassion and pity on his stunning complexion. Fu Yu was in a trance, and a strong sense of sorrow suddenly emerged in his heart. It was precisely this flash of thought that pierced his heart with a sword. The huge tiger corpse laid on the ground, a pool of blood spreading out on the platform. Warong's sword immortal didn't like the color and smell of blood. He didn't even give Fu Yu another glance before turning around and settling back into the seat again. Most of the people present were still almost deaf and vomiting blood because of the tiger's roar. They sat on the ground and began to meditate with bated breath, while Warong's sword immortal had already dealt with today's battle. After Yin Nian climbed up from the ground, he struggled to look up at Hwoarang's sword immortal, whose face was like a jade plate. The corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching. His master really is great. He always shows off using the identity of Hwoarang's sword immortal while doing bad things using demonic specter venerable's identity, so it's not unreasonable for Reincarnation Palace to have a bad reputation. Yin Nian rubbed his ears, took out a bottle of medicinal pills from his storage bag, and stuffed it into his mouth, swallowing it to calm the churning Dantian qi. The higher one's cultivation, the less they were affected. However, that tiger's roar just now had almost killed a few people with lower cultivation levels. It was supposed to be a good wedding ceremony, but it turned out like this in the end. One didn't even have to think to know that after today, the entire 9 lands would know what kinds of shocking things happened to the Southwest Tiger clan. Fu Yu was executed on the spot, so his marriage with the Yu family naturally couldn't continue. The people present were quickly sent away by guards, and the Beast Empress also didn't bother to seal people's mouths. After all, rumors were like the vast flowing water, difficult to block. After the farce, the silence was restored at Fu Yu's residence. The Beast Empress had long since left and returned to the White Tiger Divine Palace. Inside the palace, the Yu family came to say farewells. Yu Tufeng appeared. Yu Lingxi had probably gotten a scare and was resting somewhere else. Yu Tufeng looked at Yan Tianan with a pale face. Today's affairs are all nonsense made up by Fu Yu. Prince must never listen to slander intended to sabotage relations. Yan Tianan sat on the throne with a gloomy expression. His finger gently tapped on the armrest of the chair. This prince still needs to make a careful investigation into whether or not he was trying to sabotage relations. However, apart from ostentation and extravagance, the Yu family doesn't have any other problems. You are at the heart of the conflict right now, so you should pay attention to matters. Yu Tufeng was reprimanded face to face by a person who was much younger than himself and suddenly felt like he had no face at all. But at this moment, he really couldn't afford to offend Yan Tianan. Just based on what Fu Yu had said today alone, if Yan Tianan ran back to the royal heavenly capital and told King Yi an embellished version, their Westlands Yu family would suffer severe consequences. Yu Tufeng took a deep breath and responded, "Thank you, Prince, for reminding this humble one that there are other things to deal with, so I will leave first." Longyao Linggong, who came to watch the excitement, also got up. "There are still matters to attend to in this prince's family, so I will also take leave now." The Beast Empress nodded and said to the Fox Minister, "Escort the guests out." Yu Tufeng declined, "No need." After Longyao Linggong and Yu Tufeng left the White Tiger Divine Palace, the two looked at each other and saw the complicated expression in each other's eyes. Longyao Linggong said, "You said before that Fu Yu is absolutely easy to control, but I didn't expect for this to happen." Yu Tufeng's expression was dark as he replied with extreme anger, "How could I have known that he actually knew such a taboo method? If I had known, even if it was for benefits, I would still never push my sister to a pit of fire." Longyao Linggong mused, "It's just that don't you think this matter is very strange? It is clear that such taboo techniques should have been sealed away long ago, and Fu Yu's status in the Tiger clan is not high enough, so he must not be able to easily obtain such forbidden techniques. So who told him the method? Moreover, the pregnancy pill is something that not even my dragon clan can get, yet we actually found 3 in his storage bag. He could never accomplish such a big matter by himself." Yu Tufeng's eyes sank and he asked, "You mean there is someone behind Fu Yu?" Longyao Linggong nodded and recalled, "When Hwoarang's sword immortal attacked him, I vaguely heard him ask who the mastermind behind Fu Yu was, but Fu Yu did not say, so Hwoarang's sword immortal killed him." Yu Tufeng gasped deeply, "If there really is someone behind him, this matter will be difficult to deal with." Longyao Linggong chuckled lightly, "If there really is someone behind him, then that will be interesting. All the alchemists in the world, apart from the Yan family, are from Myriad Dao Academy's Pill Limit Palace. Both of them are righteous path organizations, but who could have expected? He. Chapter 516. Returning to the imperial capital. Yu Tufeng almost gasped out loud. If it truly came from the Yan family or Myriad Dao Academy, then it wouldn't be so easy to explain. Yu Tufeng calmed himself down and asked, "Who can it be? If you don't even know as the brother-in-law, then how can I know when I don't even have any friendship with Fu Yu?" He glanced at Yu Tufeng with great meaning. However, the Yu family has been in the limelight for many years, and now this kind of thing has happened. As for this year's Sparrow Spirit, the Yu family should consider a little and pay the tribute properly. Otherwise, I'm afraid those people in the royal heavenly capital will not give up easily. Yu Tufeng answered with a dark expression, I know. It's all that bitched bastard Fu Yu's fault. He couldn't accomplish anything but was very talented at messing things up, which made life hard for their Yu family. Yu Tufeng thought darkly for a moment, then slowly eased his mood and spoke to Longyao Lingang, it seems that our plan will have to be postponed. Longyao Lingang said nonchalantly, in reality, it's not hard to hide sparrow spirits for private use. It just depends on whether or not you have the courage. If all the divine clans can unite against the rules of the Yan family, it won't be difficult. Besides, geniuses have been born in all the divine clans over the years, and they're no worse than the Yan family. Although they have a Yan Tianan, he is young and frivolous, with half-demon blood and also an exceptional furnace constitution, so I'm afraid his identity alone is enough to cause him death. He won't be a problem. A glint flashed through Yu Tufeng's eye. That's true. The Yan family will not have a successor in the future. But it's not entirely true. Don't forget, the Yan family also has a main branch family member who is very popular in Myriad Dao Academy. Yu Tufeng narrowed his eyes. Indeed. But he doesn't have the right of succession. Longyao Lingang spoke with profound meaning, the right of succession is not fixed. It may change in the future. Now that he had said this, there was no need to continue saying more. Longyao Lingang changed the subject, the Yu family will also send people to Myriad Dao Academy this year. You must remember to cultivate a good relationship with Warong Sword Immortal. Although he hasn't stepped foot into the secular political world, according to my guess, he will be deeply mired in mud sooner or later, and he can never be independent and detached from the world. Yu Tufeng frowned slightly. Where on earth did that Warong Sword Immortal get such a reputation? The divine clans seem to be in great awe of him. Longyao Lingang looked at Yu Tufeng with profound meaning. 8 years ago, the Yin family's divination emperor tried to divine the secrets of heaven and found that this Warong Sword Immortal is the star of salvation. Moreover, he was born with an innate sword bone, and his destiny and fate were not contained within heaven and earth. In the words of the divination emperor, he was a person who had come from the immortal realm to pass a tribulation, so he is the chosen son of heaven and has an excellent fate. Nobody knew where he came from, nobody knew how old he was, and nobody knew how high his cultivation was. He was personally recommended by the sect master of Fuyao sect, esteemed Lan Yu. When he passed the Myriad Dao Academy's Heart Stone test, not even the Heart Stone, a spiritual item nurtured by heaven and earth, could sense his inner fear and greed. This person had no fear and no desire. He was born to cultivate the Tao. Do you dare to offend such a person? Besides, you also witnessed today's scene. Even I was hurt to the point of nearly vomiting blood. Let alone fighting back, it was difficult just to protect myself, but Warong Sword Immortal wasn't affected at all. It turned out that Fu Yu was killed in just a few moves. Such a cultivation level is extremely terrifying. For those outside of the divine clans, the most they had heard of Warong Sword Immortal's reputation was from rumors. In the past, the social ranking was not so obvious. Cultivators wholeheartedly sought the Tao, so how could they have the energy to engage in schemes and political intrigue? However, ever since people found out that it was impossible to ascend, and that one's cultivation journey came to an end once they reached Sky Realm, cultivators began to become impure. Even if they couldn't ascend, their lifespans were still very long. They longed for pleasure, power, and all the innate desires in the human heart. As a result, the divine clans' status became more and more supreme, and schemes and political intrigue became more frequent. After the establishment of the Qianyuan dynasty, imperial rule slowly took shape, and the 9 lands became a huge secular and worldly playing field. The secular dynasties of those small worlds that were born later were nothing more than microcosms of the 9 lands dynasty. At this time, there suddenly appeared a person who could supposedly ascend. How could it not cause a great uproar? Yu Tufeng took a deep breath and kept the matter of Warong Sword Immortal firmly in mind. He decided to go back and discuss this with the clan elders and family head, so as to decide the family's future direction. Inside the palace, Yan Tianan turned the spearhead to Yin Nian. Yan Tianan asked, "Why did you suddenly get involved in this matter?" Yin Nian answered indifferently, "We took a client's money to eliminate disasters for them." Yan Tianan frowned and looked towards Bei Shishang in confusion. Bei Shishang had replaced her plain clothes and put on a gorgeous robe. Her hair was also full of luxurious hairpin and rings, with exquisite makeup. She was also painting her eyebrows in front of the mirror with an eyebrow pencil. Her whole person looked radiant and gorgeous. She looked at Yan Tianan out of the corner of her eyes. This has nothing to do with me. I clearly hid Yi Fang in an inn, but I don't know how she ended up with these people from Reincarnation Palace. Yin Nian laughed. You don't have to guess anymore. In any case, I won't tell you. Reincarnation Palace has its own ways. You guys won't be able to guess. Yan Tianan seemed to be able to see a wagging tail behind Yin Nian. To think such a rascal would be demonic spectre Venerable's disciple. This personality gap is a little too big. Yan Tianan murmured in his heart, yet his line of sight constantly shifted towards Warong Sword Immortal. The Beast Empress had a headache. It was just supposed to be a nice wedding ceremony, but now it had become like this. She felt so wronged. Speaking of which, Fu Yu really was courting death. If he hadn't already been killed by Warong Sword Immortal, she would have personally pulled Fu Yu out and whipped his corpse 10,000 times. He caused such a mess, so much so that the entire Beast clan, especially the Fu family, had lost all their face. Moreover, if it wasn't handled well, then the Yu family might also have some bones to pick with the Fu family too, and she was afraid that Yu Lingxi had already become the laughingstock of the 9 lands. Plus, there was the Beast Emperor's current situation. It's simply an awful mess. After pressing her forehead, the Beast Empress said, originally, this Empress wanted to entertain you all and host a good dinner, but now this shocking event has happened. Some matters in the clan need to be verified, and people in the clan are still waiting for this Empress's explanation, so I will not keep you here for the time being. There was no need for the Beast Empress to speak. Yan Tianan and the others had already planned to say their farewells. Yan Tianan said with a face full of regret, I'm deeply sorry that such a thing happened, and I hope that the Tiger clan can clear their name as soon as possible. The Beast Empress nodded. As for the private dealings between the Southwest and West lands, I still hope that Prince will not misunderstand anything. It truly is just a need for sparrow spirits. Yan Tianan waved his hand. The Yu family won't be able to cause any waves. Beast Empress need not worry about it. The Beast Empress breathed a sigh of relief. Many thanks to Prince for your understanding. The Beast Empress naturally needed to investigate why the taboo method that had already been burned was still being circulated. If not handled well, this might hurt the Fu family's foundations and implicate many people. Yan Tianan and the others also didn't want to get involved, so they soon left the White Tiger Divine Palace and prepared to return to the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital together. As soon as they left the palace gate, Yan Tianan originally wanted to pull Warong Sword Immortal aside to say a few words, but when he turned around, he saw a flash of sword light in the air. Warong Sword Immortal had already disappeared. Yan Tianan stamped his foot in disappointment and sighed, he comes and goes without any trace. When will he get along with me? A delicate hand felt Yan Tianan's forehead. Bei Shang came over and arched a slender brow. Say, Hen darling, you still haven't woken up yet. Why are you dream talking in broad daylight? Yan Tianan grabbed Bei Shang's hand and rolled his eyes. Elder martial sister, you have gone too far. You actually kept us in the dark from beginning to end. I thought you actually took a fancy to Fu Yu, that bastard, and didn't even want your other martial brothers anymore. When you act, you have to act completely. But speaking of which, why are all of you here? Yan Tianan responded, didn't you send a distress signal to the sect asking us to come and save you? Bei Shang was baffled. How is that possible? Why would Liaoniang ask you all to come over and slow me down for a matter I can handle myself? Yan Tianan. The martial brothers looked at each other, but none of them could figure out the identity of the person asking for help. If the person wasn't Bei Shang herself, then that person must have sent the sect a distress signal using Bei Shang's identity. But why would someone do this? What was their motive? After thinking for a while, they still couldn't guess that person's identity or motive. However, after all, there was no big loss, so they decided to suppress this information for the time being and wait for an opportunity to verify it later. On the way back, Yan Tianan couldn't help commenting, it's said that not even a poisonous tiger will eat its own children, so that Fu Yu really isn't anything good. Bei Shang spat, when I was around him, I discovered that he had found a lot of Beast Clan girls and had them give birth for him. Originally, I didn't need to conceal my identity for so long, but I couldn't find any evidence, so I could only rescue those girls in secret. Later, Fu Yu was probably suspicious of me, so he climbed the big tree called the Yu family and even locked me up. Behind her, Wan Yidong touched his face. Elder martial sister, your saliva landed on my face. It's a little disgusting. Bei Shishang, Hai Kuanglang asked, was the Yu family truly ignorant of Fu Yu's secret? Yan Tianan touched his chin thoughtfully. Who knows? In any case, after this trip to the southwest land, I can confirm that the Yu family is dishonest and extremely ambitious. Wan Yidong mused, if only the West Phoenix monarch was still in the Nine Lands. He is very lazy, so he doesn't like to cause a mess. The Phoenix clan was the king of all birds. When this world's birds saw a phoenix's true form, they would subconsciously submit to him due to their bloodlines. Moreover, scarcity made something precious, and every generation could only give birth to one phoenix. A phoenix also needed to be nurtured for 1,000 years before it could reach maturity, so phoenixes were very rare. The bird clans had always regarded phoenixes as the glory of their race. If Feng Jingyu was still there, how can the Yu family make any waves in the West Land? Yan Tianan said, Mao Mao is probably still searching for pieces of Ah Gu's soul in the 5 continents. I don't know how much he has found. This really is a curse. Hai Kuanglang shook his head. The Phoenix clan can never get around the curse of a scattered soul. This was also the case for his father. Everyone couldn't help sighing for a while, and they switched the topic. Half a month later, they parted ways when they were about to reach the royal heavenly capital. Yan Tianan went back to the royal heavenly capital together with Qi Fiqing, while the others went back directly to Fuyao sect, especially Bei Shishang. She had left the sect for a long time and also encountered some matters, so it was only natural that she go back and report her well-being to master. Before parting, Bei Shishang patted Yan Tianan's shoulder and lectured with profound meaning, prepare well after going back. Make sure you get admitted to Myriad Dao Academy this year, and then welcome the peak of my life by taking Warong's Sword Immortal as wife. Yan Tianan finished for her. The corners of Bei Shishang's lips twitched. No, or else your father will break your leg. Yan Tianan. Qi Fiqing burst into laughter. Yan Tianan turned and walked away. These were all his martial brothers and sisters under the same master. Can't afford to provoke, can't afford to provoke. Chapter 517. I'll take the bet. Yan Tianan left quietly, and he also returned quietly. However, he met Yan Chenxiao and his gang of scoundrels on the way, who had just returned from hunting outside. Yan Chenxiao had already passed by Yan Tianan, but he immediately stopped the unicorn and turned his horse's head around to face Yan Tianan, who was leisurely walking on the road. The young masters flocking around Yan Chenxiao also stopped and looked towards Yan Tianan. Yan Chenxiao looked down at Yan Tianan for a moment, then spoke in a strange tone, isn't this King Yi's heir? I heard that these days, you actually went to the southwest land to make a scene. To think you still have the leisurely mood to do this. It seems that you already plan to give up completely on Myriad Dao Academy's entrance exam. Yan Chenxiao had never gotten along with Yan Tianan. He was 3 years younger than Yan Tianan. This year, it just so happened that he would also be taking Myriad Dao Academy's entrance exam. He had an older brother, Yan Wanyu, who already had a good position in Myriad Dao Academy. He was the most dazzling person in the current generation's Yan family, and his brilliance was even enough to overshadow Yan Tianan's, so he had always been very proud and arrogant. Yan Tianan glanced at him and coolly replied, don't tell me that King Zhong's second son is a worm inside my stomach that knows exactly what I think. Must have been really hard on you. Yan Chenxiao sneered, the only thing you know how to do is blather pointlessly. Yan Tianan nodded, yeah, I can render you speechless just through pointless blathering, yet you can't even do that. What a shame. Yan Chenxiao was young and frivolous, with outstanding talent and a high status. Naturally, he couldn't stand this insult. He went on to say, this prince heard that all the divine clan disciples will be treated equally after getting admitted into Myriad Dao Academy, and the most important part is that you can't take your parents with you. For someone like you who hasn't even weaned off milk yet, don't cry for your mother when the time comes, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. The shallow friends who followed him also laughed. In the entire royal heavenly capital, who didn't know that King Yi's prince seemed as if he was a child who hadn't been weaned yet. All day long, he said my consort mother wants me to go home early and careful, or else I'll have my consort mother hit you. And once, King Yi's consort did indeed fight his way to someone's doorstep and make a fuss because someone had bullied Yan Tianan, so King Yi's young heir was privately called the unweaned child by those who didn't like him. There was strong mockery in this statement. For cultivators, the weaker their sense of kinship, the higher their Dao attainments. Yan Tianan's cultivation couldn't be considered low among his peers and children of the same status, but it also wasn't high. All in all, he didn't seem very outstanding. Yan Tianan was so dependent on kinship, which indirectly indicated that his affinity with cultivation was low, and his future wasn't very bright. Yan Tianan shook his head. That's hard to say. My consort mother said that one day, he would like to visit Myriad Dao Academy and have a good talk about life with its sect master. Maybe after a while, the rules of Myriad Dao Academy will be changed, and people will be able to take family with them. Yan Chenxiao was stunned. Are you fucking messing with me? Yan Chenxiao, very good. Laozi won't settle this with you for the time being. After I go back and polish up my swearing skills, I'll return again for a fight to the death. Bet on next month's exam for Myriad Dao Academy. Yan Chenxiao narrowed his eyes, and there was a calculating glint in them. Every year's assessment includes a duel. You can randomly choose your opponent by drawing lots, or you can choose your own opponent. I will compete with you in swordsmanship. If you lose, you will get the hell out of Myriad Dao Academy and continue to be your mommy's boy. How's that? Yan Tianan sneered. Do you even want face? This prince is called Little Pill King. Naturally, my alchemy path attainments are high. If you have the guts, why don't we compete in alchemy? Yan Chenxiao gave a cold HMPH. I think you're scared. I can't stand provocations. Don't provoke me. Yan Chenxiao responded. I think you just don't have the guts. Why don't you provoke me some more and find out? You're acting like such a girl. You don't seem like a man at all. Yan Tianan said, I'll bet. Fuck, whoever doesn't agree to the bet is the grandson. Yan Chenxiao curled his lips with satisfaction and made a contemptuous gesture at Yan Tianan. Let's make the rules clear first. If you are hurt or unfortunately killed, you can't have your dad find trouble for me. Yan Tianan sneered, if I were really killed, my dad would not trouble you. Instead, he would level the entire King Zhong's palace directly. Yan Chenxiao, Yan Tianan said with profound meaning, however, I, your Gurgur, will not give you this opportunity. Yan Chenxiao said angrily, who are you trying to befriend with such an affectionate address? I only have one Gurgur, and you're not even fit to carry his shoes. However, this prince is the second successor, but your eldest brother has nothing. Why don't you discuss with your dad? Let him step down first, and then let your eldest brother take the position. Yan Chenxiao's expression changed many times. You mustn't talk rubbish. Yan Tianan smiled without saying anything. It was extremely rare that direct blood relatives, especially fathers and sons, could have succession rights at the same time. Only when the father was dead would the son enter the succession ranking, or if the son died without leaving any heirs, then the father could possibly obtain a succession right. Generally speaking, this generation's succession ranking was the generation of Yan Tianan's father, King Yi, but because Yan Zhonghua voluntarily gave up his right of succession in order to protect his wife and son and because of the divination emperor's prophecy, which directly determined Yan Tianan's status, he was able to enter the previous generation's succession ranking. But if Yan Chenxiao or his eldest brother wanted to get the succession right in a legitimate way, they would have to kill their old dad, or he would have to abdicate of his own accord. But no matter which method, both of these signified a rebellion against one's superiors. If it wasn't handled well, then they would have no paths of retreat. The potential consequences far outweighed the gains. Moreover, if Yan Zizhong learned that his two sons actually had such an idea, based on his personality, perhaps he would end his bloodline with his own hands. Yan Tianan's attempt to sabotage relations could be considered very damaging. It hit the sore spot directly. This is treason. Yan Tianan shrugged indifferently and curled his lips happily. King Zhong is neither my king nor my father, so how can this be called treasonous? Your older brother, on the other hand, seems to have much more hope than King Zhong. You shut up. Yan Chenxiao's face flushed red. Although he was still pretty good at quarreling with people, who let his opponent be Yan Tianan. When talking about making trouble, inverting black and white, and speaking conceited nonsense, Yan Tianan regarded himself as a grandmaster-level expert. Your Highness, we should return. It's getting dark. A young man beside Yan Chenxiao opened his mouth. His place wasn't very close to Yan Chenxiao, and it looked like Yan Chenxiao was deliberately excluding him. Yan Chenxiao looked at him coldly, then gave Yan Tianan the middle finger. Wash up and wait for this prince. After saying that, Yan Chenxiao turned the horse around and swung his whip, riding towards the east along the center of the broad road. Several other distinguished families' young masters also followed. The young man whose appearance could be considered delicate and pretty was the only one who was in no hurry to leave. He looked at Yan Tianan for a moment, then commented, "Who would have expected that Prince Yi is not only articulate, but also so scheming?" Yan Tianan chuckled. "You flatter me. I can't compare to the dog-headed strategist beside King Zhong's second son." The dog-headed strategist was called xianxia. He was not of high birth, but he was a death guard trained by King Zhong's palace from an early age. He used to be the #1 person beside Yan Wanyu. Later, for some reason, when Yan Wanyu went to Myriad Dao Academy, he left Shen Qinghe in King Zhong's palace and didn't take him along. When Shen Qinghe next appeared in public, he was already an attendant by Yan Chenxiao's side. Calling Shen Qinghe an attendant wasn't incorrect. Yan Chenxiao's attitude towards Shen Qinghe was obvious, that is, he regarded him as a servant who handled odd jobs. However, Shen Qinghe was a foolishly loyal person. No matter how his master's family treated him, he still treated King Zhong's second son loyally and sincerely as before, and also dealt with a lot of troublesome matters for him. In the end, Shen Qinghe didn't say anything. He turned and followed Yan Chenxiao. Yan Tianan didn't pay attention to this incident and didn't take it to heart. He walked towards King Yi's palace, anxious to return. However, what made Yan Tianan speechless was that when he returned to the palace, he was told by the butler that Yan Zhonghua and Yu Ming were sparring and shouldn't be disturbed. Yan Tianan was speechless for a while, and he really disdained this pair of parents. In his heart, rolling in the sheets is rolling in the sheets, yet they had the audacity to say they were sparring. And it was still broad daylight right now. Having daytime sex, they really were manly. Yan Tianan didn't wait for them to come out, but went back to his bedroom to take a bath first, then told the maid to prepare some food. He then started to draw a portrait of Warong's sword immortal in the study. 4 hours later, someone finally came to tell him that his two elders had finished sparring, and asked him to meet them. Yan Tianan looked at that very abstract portrait, and the corners of his mouth twitched as he rolled up the portrait scroll and threw it aside. "I've no talent in drawing, I can only accept this fate." When Yan Tianan saw Yu Ming and Yan Zhonghua, the two were kissing and flirting together while eating the dinner that Yan Tianan had ordered. Yu Ming sat up straight when he saw Yan Tianan. "You returned quite early. I thought I'd have to wait until a few days before Myriad Dao Academy's entrance exam for you to return." Yan Tianan sat down beside Yu Ming. The matter was still easy to resolve. Fu Yu was killed on the spot by the man of my dreams. "The man of your dreams? Who is it?" Yu Ming was very curious. Yan Tianhe was very surprised. Yu Ming's intelligence network had always been very powerful, and so much time had already passed since the event. He was afraid that everyone in the 9 lands who had a right to know all did, but Yu Ming seemed to know nothing about this. Yan Tianan said, "Dad, it's been more than half a month since Fu Yu was killed, yet you don't even know who killed him." Yu Ming rubbed his nose and coughed softly. "Well, your father just returned over half a month ago, and I haven't seen him for 2 months, so you understand." Yan Tianan simply couldn't express what he was feeling anymore. He really admired Yu Ming and Yan Zhonghua. These two were able to get together and hang out for over half a month without minding any official business. They really were something. Chapter 518. Crush. Yan Zhonghua was slightly dissatisfied. "What are you saying in front of our child?" Yu Ming retorted. "Ah Hen will understand this kind of thing sooner or later. He's also not young now, but he is still a lonely virgin. How can you bear it?" Yan Zhonghua pinched the tip of Yu Ming's nose with a smile. "Only you have so much nonsense to say. You actually think what I said is nonsense. You don't love me anymore." Yan Zhonghua responded, "Rubbish." Yu Ming grinned without regard to his image. Yan Tianan, "Bitch it, you two are really enough. I'm telling you, your behavior is not conducive to the healthy development of a child's body and mind." Perhaps because he sensed the resentment from single Yan Zhonghua loosened the tip of Yu Ming's nose and spoke, "I've heard a little about the events in the Southwest Land, but you'll still need to tell me the details." Yan Zhonghua was a little more reliable. Although he had been hanging out with Yu Ming for a long time, he could also take some time to care about his son's movements while taking advantage of the temporary pause in between sparring. Yu Ming said, "So who exactly killed Fu Yu?" To think Fu Yu was actually killed, although he did deserve to die. Yan Zhonghua said mildly, "Warong's sword immortal." Yu Ming was surprised. "You actually took a fancy to Warong's sword immortal?" Yan Tianan nodded shyly. Yu Ming curled his lips and spoke disdainfully, "What's so good about him?" You can tell from first glance that he has a cold and indifferent personality. Yan Tianan said, precisely, I like the cold and indifferent ones. Yu Ming shook his head, then continued, even if you like him, he doesn't necessarily like you. Who knows, maybe he will inherit Myriad Dao Academy's orthodox Dao in the future. Yan Tianan pouted, my father was originally supposed to inherit the Qianyuan dynasty, but didn't you win him over just the same? Yu Ming was speechless for a moment. He didn't know that he had actually set such an example for Yan Tianan. Yan Zhonghua looked at his son and warned, Orthodox Dao is different from the secular dynasties. You will understand in the future. Yu Ming came to his senses. For those with sword bones, the higher their cultivation, the more emotionless and detached they are. If they fall in love, they might suffer a chi deviation or even die. Warong's sword immortal is someone with an innate sword bone that finally appeared after 10,000 years. Ah Hen, think carefully about what you want. Yan Tianan said thoughtfully, so it's like this. Then he smiled. I was just casually saying it. I admire Warong's sword immortal very much and hold him in high esteem. He is a towering mountain that people look up to. How can I have these selfish thoughts towards such a righteous person? It's already a great fortune that I got to know him. If I can become his close friend in the future, then I'll really have used up all the luck I've saved up over several lifetimes. As for other matters, naturally, they won't ever happen. Yu Ming also smiled as he patted Yan Tianan's head. Rascal, to think you can even joke about this kind of matter. If those old bastards at Myriad Dao Academy heard it, they'd definitely fight you. However, it's actually no big deal if you really did take a fancy to him. Your dad will just knock him out and carry him back. What's so difficult about that? Yan Tianan couldn't help but tearily say, you really are my biological dad, then mercilessly refused the offer. Yu Ming expressed that it was such a pity. In the end, the matter with Warong's sword immortal was still just a personal consideration. Since there was no hope for the time being, Yan Tianan didn't talk about it anymore. Yan Tianan remembered the idiot he met on the way home, so he changed the subject. By the way, Dad, when I returned, I met Yan Chenxiao on the road. He insisted on making an agreement with me to duel in swordsmanship. Whoever loses will get lost from Myriad Dao Academy. Yu Ming wasn't concerned at all. Then duel but you have to be merciful. You can't kill him in a moment of carelessness. Don't make trouble for me. Yan Zizhong has never liked me over the years. He's been trying to cause trouble for me, so don't give him any opening. Yan Tianan said, your esteemed self has quite the confidence in me. Of course, nobody understands one's son better than his father. Yan Tianan mentioned this matter precisely to let Yu Ming know in advance. If he half-crippled that Yan Chenxiao in a moment of carelessness when the time came, Yu Ming would also be prepared to clean up after him in advance. Taking advantage of meal time, Yan Tianan focused on telling all the events that happened in Fu Yu's wedding ceremony, including stuff about Westland's Yu family and Longyao Lingang. After hearing this, Yu Ming was not surprised at all. The West and North lands controlled two sources of sparrow spirits. If they cooperated, he was afraid that they wouldn't be far from the next disaster caused by sparrow spirits. Yan Zhonghua glanced at Yu Ming and asked, why did your eyes shine when you were talking just now? Yu Ming restrained himself a little and replied, life is too dull and cultivation is too boring. Sooner or later, some fleas will have to jump up to make life more interesting. Yan Tianan silently wiped his face. Dad, originally the Longyao family and the Yu family were both in seclusion, so they wouldn't come out and ask about worldly matters at all. Every year, they took the initiative to give many sparrow spirits. Thus, we let them go free even though they were so powerful. However, in recent years, they have other ideas. If they continue like this, perhaps the royal heavenly capital will have to change locations one day. Yu Ming smiled. How can it be so easy to change? Even if they have sparrow spirits, who has the most sparrow spirits in the world? It's none other than the Yan family. Do you think the Yan family has been hoarding sparrow spirits over the years for fun? Yan Tianan frowned. But sometimes I think there are some problems with this method. The Southwest Land's mines produce very little sparrow spirit, yet they have to pay the same amount of tribute as the West Land every year. Doesn't that make it clear that we want them to buy from next door? It's better to find another way to make up for the loss of sparrow spirits. Yu Ming rubbed Yan Tianan's head. You don't understand this. Of course the Yan family will never allow them to make up for their losses by other means. After all, The ultimate goal of the Yan family is to take back as many sparrow spirits as possible. The southwest land buying from the west land also means that there are fewer sparrow spirits in the west land. If the other 7 lands buy sparrow spirits from the west land, the disaster of sparrow spirits can no longer happen again. Yan Tianan suddenly realized, but after thinking about it, he was still worried. But what if this isn't handled well and the west land enters an alliance with the other lands? Yu Ming curled his lips. They don't even have sparrow spirits. How can they fight? Yan Tianan. Yan Zhonghua said after hearing this, I think the most difficult thing to explain is still the matter with Fu Yu. The pregnancy pills, right? This is one of them. Yan Zhonghua tapped on the tabletop. Pregnancy pills are extremely rare. Back then, your dad struggled just to get one. Who could easily batch refined pregnancy pills? Yu Ming's eyes sank. Bitch it's a waste of precious items to use it on women. If I learn the refiner's identity, I'll definitely force him to refine 8 or 10 for me. Yan Zhonghua. Yan Tianan wiped his sweat. Dad, be serious. Yu Ming said, I'm serious. Pregnancy pills can only be discovered in fortuitous encounters and not sought. If someone really can refine them in batches, wouldn't they be rich? I didn't say I wanted to eat it myself. Yan Zhonghua glanced at him and then continued, secondly, it is enough to wait for the Tiger clan to investigate. All divine clans have such taboo and unnatural techniques. At the beginning, for the sake of stability, the 9 divine clans gathered together to burn those taboo skills and return them to heaven. The Tiger clan has the least amount of taboo skills. I remember the forbidden technique to improve one's bloodline from back then, and it has indeed been completely destroyed. It's just that we don't know if someone from the inside or the outside spread the information to Fu Yu. If it's from an external source, then the situation is dangerous. Yu Ming clicked his tongue. Moreover, the Beast Emperor is also being haunted by the dream ghost now and can't wake up, so it must be hard on the Beast Empress, that tigress. Tigress. Yan Tianan nearly spat out a mouthful of tea. Yu Ming nodded. Yeah, of course she is a tigress, in every sense of the word. Yan Tianan. Yan Zhonghua calmly said, your dad had some friendship with her before, and he was even chased and beaten by the Beast Empress. Yan Tianan. I understand. This wasn't the first time that Yu Ming held a grudge. Yan Tianan was afraid that Yu Ming still remembered the scene when the Beast Empress first beat him. Yan Tianan suddenly thought of Reincarnation Palace and spoke with a frown. The Beast Empress made a deal with Reincarnation Palace, who actually knew that the Dream Ghost asked for Warong's Sword Immortal by name. I haven't heard Reincarnation Palace's name for a while. Yu Ming raised his eyebrows slightly. There is no conflict between Reincarnation Palace and Warong's Sword Immortal, is there? Yan Tianan answered, there shouldn't be any. I haven't heard anything about them making contact. Yu Ming added, but Reincarnation Palace also has no conflict with money. Yan Tianan. After thinking for a while, Yu Ming said, it's no big deal even if they did tell the Beast Empress. In any case, with Warong's Sword Immortal's temperament, he won't necessarily help the Beast Emperor. Why? Because he doesn't want to become entangled in worldly matters. Yu Ming spoke with profound meaning. Once he helps the Beast Emperor this time, I'm afraid that he will not be able to easily refuse assistance to any family that asks him for help in the future. Warong's Sword Immortal is a reasonable person and naturally will not change his principles easily. Yan Tianan said, then I'm relieved. The family of 3 chatted for quite a long time, and only under Yu Ming's urging did Yan Tianan go to rest. After Yan Tianan left, Yu Ming sighed and was a little sad. He seems to have fallen in love with Warong's Sword Immortal at first sight, unable to forget him. Yan Zhonghua said, this is not necessarily a bad thing. Yu Ming was confused. Why? If this is the case, then Ah Hen is destined to have a bumpy love life. Yan Zhonghua, however, was very open-minded. At least the person that Ah Hen likes is an honest man. Originally, Ah Hen was not keen on cultivation at all, but ever since he was rescued by Warong's Sword Immortal, he has worked hard, and now his cultivation is considered reasonable. I think he wants to be more qualified to stand beside Warong's Sword Immortal. Yu Ming's heart became sour. But what if Warong's Sword Immortal ultimately chooses the orthodox Tao instead? Won't my family's Ah Hen be broken-hearted? Yan Zhonghua looked at Yu Ming. Warong's Sword Immortal also treats Ah Hen a little differently. I don't see it. It's hard to say in detail, but no one can tell the future. Ah Hen has his own sense of propriety, so let him make his own decisions. Yu Ming could only nod, thinking, I'll have to pay Warong Sword Immortal a visit after Ah Hen gets admitted to Myriad Dao Academy. Speaking of which, ever since Yan Tianan reached Profound Realm, his need for sleep was much less, and even all-nighters didn't affect anything. Moreover, there were quite a few people in the Nine Lands who were bent on seeking the Tao, and many people wished to spend all their time on cultivation every day. Both sleeping and eating was regarded as a waste of life. Yan Tianan could be considered lazy. Although he didn't need to sleep, he still liked to lie in bed and empty his mind. Although he didn't need to eat, he was still interested in delicious food. Yan Tianan was lying in bed thinking about what happened before, but after a while, a fluffy tiger cub jumped onto his bed, pressing down on his chest. Yan Tianan turned to see Hu Po's beautiful eyes and couldn't help laughing. You haven't seen Ah Bai for so many years. You probably miss him too. How about I take you with me this time to Myriad Dao Academy? Hu Po stepped on Yan Tianan with a haughty catwalk, then nodded. Chapter 519. I'm a cut sleeve. A few days later, Yan Tianan was about to leave for Myriad Dao Academy. Before leaving, the Yan family disciples and other children of nobility who were going to participate in Myriad Dao Academy's exam this year all had to go to Royal Heavenly Capital's Crepe Myrtle Palace to meet the venerated emperor. In addition to them, the other courtiers and important figures of the royal family would all be present, but these people would only stand on both sides of the throne hall today. The middle position was, of course, reserved for disciples who were preparing to set out on the journey. In fact, this ostentation and extravagance was nothing. If it was another divine clan or a family outside of the divine clans, they would probably spend a fortune just to express the importance they attached to these disciples. It couldn't be helped. The Yan family had too many admission spots reserved for them every year. Even if the disciples ranked lower, there would always be masters willing to accept them as disciples. Even if Myriad Dao Academy didn't have a deep connection to the Qianyuan dynasty and accepted anyone within the Nine Lands, there would always be someone willing to open a back door for the Yan family. The emperor wasn't young anymore, but he was still considered young in terms of cultivators no matter whether it was his appearance or his age. It seemed that he could easily continue his reign for 180 more years. The purple emperor sat on the throne high above, and the people below couldn't see his face clearly and also dared not see it clearly. With a majestic presence, he scanned the Yan family's disciples standing in rows below, then spoke after a while. This year, there are a total of 32 people in my Yan family who want to take part in Myriad Dao Academy's entrance exam, and I hope that when the time comes, there will also be 32 people entering the sect. Apart from this, there are also 32 disciples from the various ministers and officials' families. This one also has high hopes for you all. The 64 disciples who were arranged neatly below spoke in unison. I will certainly live up to venerated emperor's expectations. The emperor nodded with satisfaction. In addition to this time we also asked for an extra spot for Princess Yuqing. Although Princess Yuqing is not a member of my Yan family, we are very optimistic about her. This woman is exceptionally intelligent and has good character, which makes her qualified enough to enter Myriad Dao Academy. As soon as he heard this, Yan Tianan internally rolled his eyes. The emperor was probably going senile from old age. Over the recent years, not only did he favor the imperial consort who popped out of nowhere, but he also favored his sister-in-law as well. Although this Princess Yuqing had some skills, she was also here to slow people down. More importantly, Princess Yuqing's skill in pestering people was simply top class. Yan Tianan was almost traumatized by her endless pestering. After the emperor finished speaking, a disciple of the Yan family spoke up. The venerated emperor is wise. If Princess Yuqing can represent our Yan family to participate in the entrance exam, I think our Yan family will make a big splash again this year. Yan Tianan said in his heart, yeah, make a big splash by losing face throughout all the Nine Lands. Another Yan family disciple also said, Princess Yuqing has the disposition and beauty of a celestial being. We have been looking up to her for a long time. Yan Tianan sneered in his heart, you'll only understand what the disposition and beauty of a celestial being is after you've seen Warong Sword Immortal. At best, Yuqing can only be considered someone with a weak constitution. You ignorant thing. Just when Yan Tianan's inner thoughts were being extremely rich and active, the emperor suddenly addressed him, Ah Hen. Yan Weijun had never married or had children so far. Even though Yan Weijun grew a little too restless and almost crossed the line when the emperor was in secluded cultivation a few years ago, he still held the emperor's favor. If he had children in the future, the emperor would probably treat him very well. In the end, there was still a difference between those born from the empress and those born from concubines, but this was a matter of birth and couldn't be changed with one's own power. The emperor asked, "What do you think of Princess Yuqing?" Everyone's gaze uniformly landed on Yan Tianan. Yan Tianan said magnanimously, "Your humble descendant doesn't have much contact with Princess Yuqing, so we aren't very familiar with each other. However, since everyone likes Princess Yuqing so much, and Grandpa Emperor also acknowledges her this much, she must indeed be a nice woman." Princess Yuqing, who had been standing in the adjacent room eavesdropping, stamped her feet bitterly and angrily said, "How dare he say he is unfamiliar with me? Don't you think he has the heart of a wolf and the lungs of a dog?" Clearly, she went to intercept, chase, and corner Yan Tianan very often, and they always made good conversation. The woman next to her, who was dressed in gorgeous palace clothes and wore noble emerald jade ornaments on her head, said, "Girl, what's the hurry? Keep watching." Princess Yuqing nervously clutched the handkerchief in her hand. "GG, if His Majesty the Emperor bestows a marriage on us and Yan Tianan refuses, what face will I have anymore?" The woman in palace clothes was the most favored imperial consort nowadays. She curled her lips and spoke softly, "If he dares to refuse His Majesty in public, I'm afraid he will have a hard time in the future. No one can refuse the venerated emperor, even if he is the second in line." Princess Yuqing's mood calmed down a lot. Outside, the purple emperor looked at Yan Tianan for a moment. "You have grown up in the blink of an eye. When your dad was your age, he was already chasing after Xianxia. Someone told me the other day that Princess Yuqing stopped your horse. We are very pleased after listening to it. Thinking about it, Ahen has also reached the age where love first awakens." Yan Tianan's heart was full of fuck. But he was all smiles as he responded, "What Grandpa Emperor said is right. I have no plans to die alone." The purple emperor was very satisfied and nodded. "Then, what do you think if we betroth Princess Yuqing to you?" As soon as this came out, everyone looked at Yan Tianan again, and their gazes were quite full of schadenfreude and sympathy. Yan Chenxiao was the one who was full of schadenfreude as he gloated at Yan Tianan's misfortune. The others had sympathetic gazes. Of course, there were also a few envious and hateful ones. Yan Chenxiao almost laughed aloud. Everyone knew what kind of temperament Princess Yuqing had. If someone took this kind of girl as wife and brought her back to his residence, then he would be inviting a queen mother into the house. What was even more hilarious was that Yan Tianan had no way to refuse. Yu Ming, who was standing with Yan Xianxia at the forefront on the right side, had an obviously dark expression. This fellow up there is making things difficult for his son. Yan Tianan couldn't help laughing. "Grandpa Emperor, you are making fun of your grandson. Although I really want to take a bride, if the upper beam isn't straight, then the lower beam will also be crooked. Your grandson is born a cut sleeve who likes males, and he's even the kind of cut sleeve whose sleeves are completely and utterly cut. If you betrothed Princess Yuqing to me, wouldn't that be akin to having the girl be a grass widow who has to wait forever for her husband? I've never been able to get hard for girls." Cough. Yan Chenxiao was almost choked by his own saliva. All the others also looked at Yan Tianan with shocked eyes. He's really fucking bold and audacious. While standing in this crepe myrtle palace, not only did he frankly admit that he is a cut sleeve to the venerated emperor's face, but he also said such colorful words. He's really courting death. Unexpectedly, the purple emperor also laughed. "You rascal, you dare to say anything. Your temperament is not like Xianxia, but like your dad, Yu Ming, don't you think so?" Yu Ming glared at Yan Tianan, then turned to the purple emperor. "That's true. It's not like he can take after his father in appearance, take after his grandpa emperor in heaven's fortune and talent, but not take after me in even temperament, right? At the very least, he's a little rascal that I personally gave birth to after much difficulty. If he doesn't take after me at all, wouldn't I have suffered a great loss?" Ha. The emperor laughed happily. Everyone knew that Yan Tianan's fortune was extremely prosperous, and his talent in alchemy was also quite shocking, so much so that it was even more prosperous than that of the emperor, who had been on the throne for many years. However, when Yu Ming said this, he held the purple emperor up high with flattery. For an emperor who cared so much about fortune, fate, and destiny, how could he not be happy with hearing that? "Oh, you will always find the truth," Yu Ming responded, naturally. Both father and daughter-in-law flattered each other and enjoyed themselves. Yan Tianan expressionlessly watched Yu Ming praise the Purple Emperor to the sky with extravagant embellishments and thought, "Ha, men." The Purple Emperor felt comfortable in his heart, so he no longer pursued the matter with Yan Tianan's absurd words. The Purple Emperor spoke, "When you all leave for Myriad Dao Academy this time, the mountains are high and the roads are far away. Once you leave, you may not come back for hundreds of years. We will give you some gifts to accompany you. It can be considered our kind thoughts and expectations." The disciples all said, "Many thanks to your majesty." Soon, ladies in waiting with good figures and good looks came down with trays, and there was a storage bottle on each tray. This storage bottle alone was a big deal. The disciples weren't inexperienced either. Although they were excited in their hearts, they didn't show it on their faces, so people couldn't look down on them. The Purple Emperor was very satisfied with their reactions. The chief steward, who had been with the Purple Emperor for many years, explained, "These bottles are engraved with everyone's names. The Emperor places much importance on you all. When you guys get there, you must devote yourself to cultivation and never let His Majesty the Emperor down." Everyone said in unison, "Your humble servant will devote himself to cultivation and live up to the Emperor's expectations." Since there were names written on these bottles, it wasn't difficult to guess that the contents were different, but it was inevitable that there would be disciples. The Emperor favored and those he was distant towards. Yan Tianan's identity was the most noble, so naturally, the first one was given to him. When Yan Tianan picked up the bottle, the venerated Emperor spoke again, "You are already an alchemist to begin with, so we didn't put medicinal pills in it, but just now, you said you are a cut sleeve, so we sent someone to include a bottle of soft lube made in the palace with a secret recipe." Yan Tianan almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He actually didn't realize that the venerated Emperor was so naughty and mischievous before. The chief steward's chubby face was bunched into a ball, and he looked at Yan Tianan with a smile. "Your Highness, if it works well, you can send a message to the palace. Although the palace doesn't have many things, we do have quite a few of these, so I can guarantee there will be enough." Yan Xianxia wanted to hold his stomach and laugh. The Purple Emperor's action really made him want to laugh until he exploded. However, Yan Tianan was a person with thick skin. Not only did he not flush red from embarrassment at all, but he even smiled and thanked him instead. "Truly, Grandpa Emperor is practical and doesn't engage in any tricks or pretenses." In the next room, Princess Yuqing was so angry that she was about to explode. She said with bloodshot eyes, "I don't believe he's a cut sleeve. GG, he must have said it on purpose. You can't believe him." The imperial consort said, "Does it matter whether or not I believe it, or whether or not it's true? After all, he has already spoken those words in front of the public, and this reason is very convincing. At least, not only does it preserve the Emperor's face, but it also doesn't make people feel he was half-hearted. Look at his two dads, perhaps he really is a cut sleeve. Disgusting. In the end, two men getting together is an act against the heavens. Ever since ancient times, yin and yang have to harmonize together. Sooner or later, they will suffer divine retribution." The imperial consort frowned. "Yuqing, it's fine if you say these words in front of me, but if you dare to say them outside, this one won't be able to protect you if you get into trouble. Although cut sleeves are rare in this world and cannot become the orthodox way, there are always a few people in high positions who like males. Right now, we can't afford to provoke even one or two of them. You'd better say less." Princess Yuqing covered her face and cried, "I don't care, I just want him. If he likes males, then I will kill all the men he likes one by one." After saying that, Princess Yuqing ran away. The imperial consort shook her head helplessly, but she was actually also unhappy in her heart. After all, no matter how you saw it, Yan Tianan still refused Yuqing. To be honest, it had never been about whether or not he was a cut sleeve. It had always been about whether his power, influence, and status were enough to oppose the forces behind Princess Yuqing. The imperial consort's eyes sank, and she thought, "It seems that all have to work harder." Chapter 520. The Emperor's Gifts. After leaving the imperial palace, Yan Tianan followed Yan Zhonghua and Yu Ming in the Luan bird carriage and flew straight towards King Yi's palace. On the way, Yan Tianan opened the storage bottle and poured out the contents to take a look. The corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching. "Grandpa Emperor actually gave me a bottle of lube." Yu Ming slapped Yan Tianan on the back of his head and said, "You were bold enough to say that you are a cut sleeve in front of so many people. Believe it or not, In a few days, everyone would know that the son of Yu Ming is a cut sleeve. Yan Tianan curled his lips and said, "It would be strange if you could give birth to a son who is not a cut sleeve. Your own sleeves are completely cut, and I am not allowed to cut mine." Yu Ming sighed and said, "I didn't announce it to everyone." Yan Tianan thought in his heart, "Don't everyone know right now?" Moreover, he heard that when Yu Ming was chasing Yan Zhonghua all over the 9 lands back then, didn't he also make it so that all the divine clans knew? Of course, he didn't have the guts to say it. Yan Tianan said, "I can't help it either. If I didn't save myself at that time, you might have an additional prospective daughter-in-law today. I don't like that Princess Yuqing. She's a crazy girl. I like the quiet and calm ones. What if Warong Sword Immortal is a woman?" asked Yu Ming. "Then I can only reluctantly like women," Yan Tianan answered. Yu Ming slapped him on the forehead again. Yu Ming said to Yan Zhonghua unhappily, "Really now, that father emperor of yours, even if he likes that imperial consort, he still doesn't have to spoil her sister. Even that would still be fine, but he just had to have ideas about my family's Ahen. I really don't know what your Yan family is thinking." Yan family. Yan Zhonghua also suffered a disaster that had nothing to do with him, but he said with a good temper, "Think about it from one side, father emperor didn't force Ahen to marry that girl in the end, right?" Yu Ming glared at Yan Zhonghua and said, "No, coercion does not mean that he didn't want to do it. If Princess Yuqing had done something more stubborn and your father emperor had been more fond of that imperial consort or whatever, who knows what the result would have been? Maybe he would tell Ahen directly, 'Oh, Ahen, although you can't get hard for women, your grandpa emperor has a bottle of golden spear pills, why don't you try it? Let me see if you can still be so calm when that happens.'" Yan Tianan was drinking tea, and he spat out a mouthful of water. Yan Tianan said, "Then I'd better smash my head on the wall." Yu Ming touched his chin and pondered and said, "Speaking of which, Jingshui is a very unusual woman. She can climb to this position in a few years and coax the emperor into smiling all day long. Dual cultivation is probably all he can think of right now. She really is something." Yan Zhonghua put the teacup on the table and said lightly, "The physical appearance of imperial consort Jingshui is very much like my mother. The empress died on the battlefield of the North Land in those years. My father emperor did not even get to see her one last time. Decades later, he still had some thoughts of her in his mind." Yu Ming suddenly realized and said, "I see. But isn't it strange that suddenly there is a person who looks like your empress mother?" Yan Tianan was also very surprised. Yan Zhonghua looked at the father and son staring at him with wide apricot eyes in the same way. He couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. He smiled and said, "Naturally there is, but in the past few years, the Yan family has never told anyone in order to ensure their transcendental status. Moreover, the spiritual qi of the big world nearby is not thinner than that of the 9 lands." Yu Ming's mind became alive. He squinted at Yan Zhonghua, leaned forward and squeezed his chin frivolously, saying, "The existence of the big world has always been hidden. I'm afraid it's not just because the Yan family wants to preserve their status, right? The Orthodox Tao and the secular dynasty originally were one and the same. They started to separate 10,000 years ago, and now they each manage their own affairs and rarely intervene in each other's matters. Do you think that has something to do with the other big world?" Yan Zhonghua shook Yu Ming's hand with a smile, and said, "Since you know it, why are you still asking about it?" Yu Ming said, "I want to see if you are honest, but I didn't expect you to be really dishonest." Yan Zhonghua said, "Don't you precisely like my dishonesty?" Yu Ming giggled, and his body fell into Yan Zhonghua's arms. "Yan Tianan, if you guys are not my fathers, I will definitely throw you off the carriage." Not only was he fed dog food, but he still didn't understand anything about the big world and the reasons for it being hidden. He had never heard of it before. Yu Ming had enough fun. He finally remembered Yan Tianan, who was left aside by him, and said, "Darling, do you really want to know about the big world?" Yan Tianan's head nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Yu Ming said, "Then cultivate hard. When you reach the peak of Earth Realm, you will know these things naturally." Yan Tianan, "Well, it's probably not going to happen for 180 years. Yu Ming said, "Let's look at the other good things." Yan Tianan counted a total of 3 things. In addition to the funny lube, there was a very ugly-looking dagger and what looked like a 6th-level demonic beast's inner core. Upon seeing this, Yu Ming took the dagger, and after pulling it away, he quickly cut it on his wrist. It was deep to the point his bones could be seen. What are you doing? Get the medicine. Hurry! Yan Tianan obviously didn't expect that Yu Ming would perform an experiment on himself. He quickly took out the ointment used to heal wounds from his storage ring. He also took out a blood tonic pill and stuffed it into Yu Ming's mouth. Aya, why are you all so nervous? Yu Ming watched Yan Zhonghua's worried face while healing his wounds, and said with indifference, I'm just trying to see if the dagger works well. Now it seems that your father emperor is really good to Ah Hen. After all, although Yu Ming's skin and flesh were very soft and smooth to the touch, in fact, he had a genuine tempered thunder demonic constitution, and ordinary weapons couldn't leave any marks on his skin. This dagger really was a divine item. Yu Ming wanted to put the dagger in front of his eyes to take a good look, but Yan Zhonghua decisively took it away. Yan Tianan had a headache. Dad, can't you save us the worry? Yu Ming touched his nose and said, I just want to see if there is a stamp on it. Yan Zhonghua handed the dagger back to Yan Tianan, who took it up and looked at it carefully. He raised his eyebrow and said, there is a Wen character on it. Yu Ming said, so it was originally refined by Bai Wen, the crafting monarch. That's why it could be so sharp. I'm afraid the material used for making this dagger is precious in heaven and earth, which is extremely difficult to find. Yan Zhonghua said, the crafting monarch has stopped refining anything now. I'm afraid this dagger is unique. Yan Tianan carefully put away the dagger and held it in his hand and stroked it. Although the purple emperor was quite foolish sometimes, Yan Tianan had to admit that he was kind to him. Ever since he returned to the capital 8 years ago, he still didn't not know how many rewards he had received from the emperor. The remaining demonic beast inner core had a bigger origin. This is probably a shark bead. Yan Zhonghua was knowledgeable. He took it in his hand, looked at it, and said, the shark clan has disappeared for many years, and the shark bead is also an extremely rare object. If you can refine it for your own use, then you can experience a great advancement in cultivation. With it, you can also swim in the sea without having to make any hand seals. Secondly, you can refine it into tools or pills. Yan Tianan asked, what if it's used just like this? Yan Zhonghua said, at least it can be used to guide the way and break through obstacles, and it can also illuminate. Yan Tianan said with joy, lighting is the most useful function, I like it. Yan Zhonghua, it's really a waste of this shark bead. Not long after returning home, Ji Ruyu and Qi Fiqing both came over. Qi Fiqing burst into laughter as soon as he saw Yan Tianan and said, I'm a cut sleeve. I can't get hard for women. Ha ha ha, if I dare to say this, my brother will have to break my leg. Ji Ruyu nodded and said, if my younger brother dares to say that, I will also break his leg. Yan Tianan uttered a tut and said, who let my dad set a precedent? And if I didn't say so, I'll have to marry that crazy woman. Ji Ruyu narrowed his eyes and said, do you really like men? Yan Tianan thought for a while and said, it depends on the person. He thought, if Warong Sword Immortal was a woman, then he would definitely like women. Qi Fiqing said, on our way to find you, we also ran into Yan Chenxiao's group of people. He also deliberately spoke to us, so that those childish princes and buddies would stay away from you in the future, so as not to be taken by you. Yan Tianan touched his nose and said, oh, then he is really worried for nothing. I have high standards. I won't ever take a fancy to his shallow and crooked friends. Ji Ruyu smiled and said, how are you going to leave? Yan Tianan said, originally, I planned to go with the main envoy, but now it seems that I'd better sneak away by myself, or else I'd be watched by that crazy woman. Every 7 years, the entrance examination of Myriad Dao Academy took the clan or the family as the unit. It was natural that they would compete with each other to show off their financial power and influence. But there were also relatively low-key candidates who acted alone and passed in silence. The Yan family had always made grand entrances. Just the guards who accompanied them alone numbered 1,000, and the mounts they used were all demonic beasts who had been tamed and were very obedient. Every single one of them looked prestigious and cool, which made them the center of attention. The ostentation of the other divine clans naturally weren't fat behind either. The best looking was the bird clans. Their feathers were already beautiful and colorful to begin with. They were also beautiful when flying in the air. Moreover, the bird clans were also famous for their beauty. Among the candidates competing to get into Myriad Dao Academy, the best-looking beautiful boys and beautiful women all came from the bird clans. Therefore, the annual recruitment of new disciples by Myriad Dao Academy was also a feast for the eyes. However, this year, Yan Tianan did not intend to go out to show his face. In any case, since he returned to the Nine Lands 8 years ago and became recognized as the second inline heir, his name had been mentioned over and over again by the Nine Lands families. If he wanted to be high profile, he only needed to report his name, and there was no need to show off. On the contrary, it was somewhat difficult for him to keep a low profile. Qi Fiqing was very suspicious. Going alone, can you do it? Yan Tianan was not happy, saying, how can you say that? Asking a man if he can do it alone. Are you asking to get beaten? Qi Fiqing, ha ha ha. Chapter 521. East Lands Jade Ocean City. Gu Ruyu laughed and said, it's good to be on the road alone. It's quiet. Yan Tianan asked, do you two want to go with me? Qi Fiqing sighed and said, I want to, but my elder brother probably would kill me. Gu Ruyu shrugged and said, I have to protect those Yan family disciples along the way. There's nothing that can be done about it, I can't walk away. The Gu family was the iron wall of the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital for generations, and Marquis Gu was the irreplaceable right arm of the Purple Emperor. He specialized in guarding the public order of the royal heavenly capital and commanded the Imperial Guard Corps. Ever since ancient times, it was said that there were the Gu family guards in the open and the black and white crow guards in the dark. As the eldest son and grandson of the Gu family, Gu Ruyu did not take up a temporary post in the palace because of his young age, but this was something that was bound to happen sooner or later. Naturally, he wouldn't be able to leave the Yan family's disciples on this journey. Although Yan Tianan was a little disappointed, he could only say, forget it, then this prince can only go on the road alone. Qi Fiqing said with a smile, maybe you can accidentally meet a beautiful young man on the road, and then start some kind of relationship with him. Oh, that's right, His Majesty did gift you with a bottle of lube. Don't waste it, ha ha ha. Yan Tianan kicked him and said, shut up, you, say one more word, and I will use that thing on you. Qi Fiqing ran away while laughing, just let me off. Ah. Honorable me doesn't like males. The rabbit doesn't eat the grass beside the nest. You are so crazy. Fuck off, Yan Tianan said. Within a few days, Yan Tianan went on the road alone. Before leaving, he asked his father specifically, saying that he wasn't going to bring any entourage or anything. However, if there was some accident on the way, what should he do? Yu Ming replied with great peace of mind and said, don't worry, son, you've been a tough one ever since you were a child. In the past, even the abortion pill didn't kill you when you were in the womb. Unless it's a great disaster, you generally won't die. Yan Tianan twitched his mouth and said, Daddy, you actually took an abortion pill. Yan Tianan walked on the road, still surprised that his life was so extraordinarily tenacious. Ah. In this way, a handsome boy in disguise, with a black tiger cub, went on the road together. The direction of Myriad Dao Academy was located in the overseas land connected by the East Sea and the North Sea. It was not under the jurisdiction of any one of the 9 lands, and was thus called the 10th land outside of the 9 lands. It had a vast area, rich soil, and dense spiritual qi. It had strict rules and was not controlled by the secular imperial court. Moreover, there were many experts and disciples. It was similar to a dynasty. However, this place was different from the secular dynasties in that there was no imperial system or nobility. Even if you were a descendant of the divine clans from the secular dynasties, if you weren't strong enough to earn people's respect, you would also be looked down upon. Myriad Dao Academy was the head of all the sects. There were so many secret scripts and magic treasures here. There were also countless celebrities and great powerhouses here, and the most powerful people in the entire 9 lands were all gathered together. The cultivators of the 9 lands were all proud of being able to enter Myriad Dao Academy, including those disciples of the divine clans who were used to being at the top. There would always be someone better. The Qianyuan dynasty couldn't really be considered a colossus when compared to Myriad Dao Academy. There were many rumors that if those powerhouses in Myriad Dao Academy wanted to act as regent, then the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital would probably have to change rulers and surnames overnight. Yan Tianan didn't believe this at first. After all, he didn't really believe that Myriad Dao Academy had no fears. It was nice and relaxing to travel alone. Yan Tianan had a lot of magic treasures for transportation. In addition, he had learned to fly on the sword a few years ago, so it didn't take long for him to reach the junction of the North Land and the East Land. Although there was still a Northeast Land between the North and East Lands, the Northeast Land was relatively small and was completely enclosed by the continent, so it had no connection with the ocean. Thus, it was not a necessary stop when traveling to Myriad Dao Academy. When Yan Tianan arrived at the overseas border, it was close to the day of Myriad Dao Academy's entrance exam. Therefore, it could be called a bustling place. The whole Jade Ocean City, which was located on the boundary line of the East Land, was crowded with disciples coming to take the entrance examination. It was estimated that there were no less than 100,000 people. Yan Tianan didn't want to enter Myriad Dao Academy with his real identity, so he changed his appearance. But he soon found out the disadvantages of doing this. Taoist Lord, it's really unfortunate that our inn has been fully reserved a month ago. What, not even 10 low-grade spirit stones will cut it? Do you know that the people who reserved our inn are the Divine Clan's one family? A brat like you can't afford to provoke them. Get lost, get lost. We've been exclusively reserved by Myriad Cloud Sect. Don't dawdle here. Yan Tianan expressionlessly walked out of the 8th inn he entered today. He silently looked at the setting sun that was already slanting west, thinking that he might be sleeping on the street on the first day he came to Jade Ocean City. Yan Tianan found a hidden corner and pinched a sound transmission talisman to Chi Fiqing and Ji Yu Ruyu. Have you two arrived in Jade Ocean City already? After burning the talisman, there was no reply for a long time. Yan Tianan casually pulled a passerby and asked, has that group of people from Purple Emperor's heavenly capital already arrived? The passerby glanced at him and said, are you new here? Those people from the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital have already arrived 2 days ago. The pomp is so big that half of the sky was completely covered, and they even reserved an entire street. I don't know what was going on yesterday, but suddenly all of them had disappeared overnight. We guessed that Myriad Dao Academy sent someone to pick them up. At this point, this person said with envy, it's good to have a backer. For people like us who have no backer and no money, we can only wait for the day when the sect opens its doors. Yan Tianan was full of disbelief. They only stayed here for 1 night and then disappeared without a trace. The passerby nodded and said, yeah, don't tell me that you think I am lying to you. Yan Tianan, there was nothing to lie about. After all, he would know the truth at a glance if he just went to the street the Yan family had reserved. However, Yan Tianan was surprised because when he went to inquire about the situation on Katong Street, which had been reserved by the Yan family, he found that even the bodyguards who escorted the disciples had disappeared. However, some of the luggage that they had carried with them were still in the yard. Yan Tianan suspected that something terrible had happened. Yan Tianan had a boat ticket in his hand. As said before, Myriad Dao Academy was located overseas, while the sea outside Jade Ocean City was an endless sea. The dark sea had no end at first glance. There were many barriers on it, and there were also countless monsters in the sea. If you wanted to reach Myriad Dao Academy successfully, you needed to take the boat sent by the academy. A person who got a boat ticket meant that they were qualified to take part in the examination. All the disciples of the Yan family who came to participate in the examination had a boat ticket. However, the other cultivators who had no background and no recommendation but still wanted to enter Myriad Dao Academy must wait for people from Myriad Dao Academy to come to Jade Ocean City. After several rounds of preliminary examinations such as spiritual root, cultivation level, talent, and age, those who passed the examination could get the boat ticket and advance forward to Myriad Dao Academy to participate in the real entrance exam. It seemed that the Divine Clans had not received any preferential treatment, but in fact, if you knew the primary assessment criteria for Myriad Dao Academy, then you would understand just how much the situation favored the Divine Clans. First of all, there were very strong restrictions on age and cultivation. For example, those at peak hardened body stage couldn't be over 18 years old, those at primary realms calcified bone stage couldn't be over 25 years old, those at primary realms condensed pulse stage couldn't be over 50 years old, and those at primary realms blood breakthrough stage couldn't be over 100 years old. Yan Tianan was qualified on this point. Right now, he had just entered primary realms blood breakthrough stage. As for Yin Nian's earlier guess that he was already at profound realms return origin stage, it was simply because he had brought a magic treasure specially used to disguise himself into seeming more powerful and deceived Yin Nian. But one should know that cultivators who could reach the calcified bone stage at the age of 25 were very rare, even in the Divine Clans. Of course, this was only for humans, and there were other requirements for the demonic beast clans, whose members accumulated their cultivation for much longer and whose infancy period could last hundreds of years. Secondly, there were restrictions on spiritual roots. If the number of spiritual roots was greater than 3, they would be eliminated directly, and there would be no chance for the next step. Finally, when testing talent, the talent stone was divided into 7 levels. If the talent stone was not lit up more than half, the person would also be directly out of the game. Putting it all together, if the divine clans really were required to go through these tests, probably half of them would be kicked out. The Yan family was a major family, and there were probably hundreds of disciples of the same generation as Yan Tianan, but only 32 people got the entrance pass. In addition, officials such as the Jiyu family and the Qi family could also get 1 or 2 boat tickets. As for other disciples of the Yan family or other aristocratic families who wanted to come to Myriad Dao Academy, they would have to be evaluated in a regular manner by passing these tests. Yan Tianan observed here for a while, and finally gave up because he couldn't find any traces of a fight. In the end, he took advantage of this and went straight to live in an empty room. Probably because the Yan family had reserved it for 10 days to half a month, although all the people here had disappeared overnight, no one dared to come and find out, let alone live in it. The next day, Yan Tianan went downtown to look for clues. However, he soon discovered that the other divine clans seemed to be particularly active. Those divine clans who came a few days ago were picked up by the ship of Myriad Dao Academy not long after they arrived. Countless people were envious. After inquiring, Yan Tianan estimated that there should be only the Wan family that hadn't arrived yet. Because Wan Yidong broke his relations with the Wan family, he would not be able to get the boat ticket, and his cultivation base couldn't pass the 25 years old cutoff, so he was not eligible to enter Myriad Dao Academy's examination. This was a bit regrettable. Just when he was thinking about it, the Wan family's team had already arrived in the city. The Wan family had a consistent tradition even before the people arrived, the sound would arrive first. The melodious music came from far and near, which made people feel more comfortable. There were actually some cultivators who broke through the bottlenecks of cultivation because of the superposition of celestial music. Looking up into the sky, Yan Tianan saw fairy clothes fluttering and stepping on all kinds of musical instruments. The disciples of the Wan family were standing in the air in the shape of a pipa. Some of them stood with their hands clasped behind their backs, some played flute, some plucked their pipas, some plucked gukan, and some directly shook the rattle drum. The clan of law and music takes rhythm as their instrument and music as their soul. Chapter 522. My name. Yan Tianan looked at the high-end inn that had been set up to warmly welcome the disciples of the Wan family. He couldn't help feeling that Wan Yidong didn't look like a member of the Wan family at all. Compared with the Wan family disciples, whose coolness even Yan Tianan himself admitted he couldn't match, Wan Yidong was more like a rough and vulgar man. Of course, Yan Tianan couldn't let Wan Yidong know about this, otherwise, he would carry his sword to chase Yan Tianan around the mountain 10 times. But soon enough, Yan Tianan found that the situation did not seem to be right. Because the second day after the Wan family arrived in Jade Ocean City, they all disappeared in the inn inexplicably. It was a young master of the Wan family who first discovered the situation. He fell out of the team, so he came a step later than the main envoy, and arrived in Jade Ocean City the next morning. However, when he went straight to the inn where the Wan family were staying, he found that there was no one in the inn. It was completely empty, but everything was still in place. The Wan family's young master immediately became angry and seized the boss from his sleep and asked him if he had done anything. When the boss saw this situation, he was flustered and said, "Where can I have the ability to fight against the Wan family members? I didn't hear anything last night, and I don't know what happened. My inn has been here for hundreds of years, and I haven't seen any accidents in any year." Naturally, the disciple of the Wan family didn't believe it, but he had to believe it. After all, he turned the inn upside down and didn't see any sign of fighting. However, he made such a fuss that the whole Jade Ocean City knew that the Wan family were missing. Suddenly, someone began to panic and said, "I came with a disciple of the same sect, but he is gone today." Another said, "I also have a friend missing." There were many such people. When the guards of Jade Ocean City came to check, the chief of the guard only said, "We will do our best to find the missing people." Then they continued patrolling Yan Tianan. They made it clear that they were just superficially placating people. However, after the disappearance of the Wan family, Yan Tianan calmed down. He believed that this was a prank from Myriad Dao Academy. When Yan Tianan asked about the missing people, they had the so-called ship tickets in their hands. The reason why the Yan family and the Wan family even disappeared together with their guards was probably because Myriad Dao Academy was worried that the guards of these aristocratic families were too fierce. Therefore, when they got rid of the disciples who came for the exam, they used the same method to make the guards disappear as well. Besides, according to the reaction of the guards in Jade Ocean City, they seemed to be informed of this matter. Looking at the leaf-shaped ticket in his hand, Yan Tianan walked leisurely towards the place where he lived last night. As soon as he got to the door, Yan Tianan stopped. He waved his hand gently, and a long sword of yin flames appeared in his hand. There was someone inside. Yan Tianan pushed open the door and saw a long-haired woman in green clothes lying on the ground with her eyes closed and her face looking pained. There was a wound on her arm that was currently bleeding. It looked terrible. Yan Tianan felt confused for a moment. At first, he thought that it was a prank made by someone. Then he suspected that someone was trying to assassinate him by using an illusion array. But he soon found out that it was not what he had imagined. Because this woman in front of him, the chi in her Dantian chi si was empty. It seemed that she had no cultivation. Among these 9 lands, how could there be any person who had 0 cultivation? The girl originally had her eyes tightly closed, but when she heard the sound, she suddenly opened her eyes. Yan Tianan seemed to be pinched in his heart, and his whole person was stunned on the spot. He had seen way more beautiful women than beautiful men. After all, women in the world always dressed themselves up, but men did not. However, Yan Tianan had never seen a person who was as elegant and refined as the girl in front of him. Although that look was a little cold, it seemed to contain thousands of stars in it, bright and radiant, making people feel moved. Good, good, Yan Tianan said, I've offended you, girl. Since you have taken the initiative to find my room, then I just need to help when the road is rough, and be a good person till the end. Girl, don't think too much about it. After all, I'm a cut sleeve. The girl, after Yan Tianan finished, he held up the girl in a princess carry. The girl looked at him straight and bit her bloodless lips. After struggling for a while, she heard Yan Tianan say, I don't easily hold others, so my skills are not good. If you move again, we will roll together in a moment. You should be more relaxed. The girl, Yan Tianan put the girl on the bed, tore open her broken sleeve, and checked the wound. Yan Tianan's face turned black in an instant. The wound was obviously injured by a demonic beast. It was covered with black mist and was bluish-purple, and part of it had already rotted. How painful it must be. Yan Tianan somewhat admired the woman who didn't make a sound. He looked at her and said, your skin is already rotten. I have to cut it off for you. It's going to hurt for a while, you can pinch the quilt. The girl finally spoke. She looked at Yan Tianan with a pair of deep black eyes, and her voice was a little dry and hoarse. She said, shouldn't I be pinching you? Yan Tianan was taken aback for a moment, and immediately became happy. He said, don't pinch me. I am most afraid of pain. If you pinch me, my hand will shake and maybe I will stab you through. Girl, the girl said, can you do it? If not, I will take a short rest and do it myself. Suddenly, Yan Tianan seemed to have been invigorated. He rolled up his sleeve, took out his knife, and began to act. He muttered, I can't. Girl, as a man, I suggest you don't say that a man can't do it under any circumstances, especially if that man can't take provocations. The girl's lips twitched, as if she had shown a very shallow smile. Yan Tianan took out the dagger which was gifted by the emperor, sharp enough to cut iron like mud, thinking that if the emperor knew that the first cutting of the knife was a test by Yu Ming to see whether it was sharp enough to use, and the second time was to dig out meat to cure a wound, the emperor would probably be so angry that he'd curse people. Yan Tianan took the knife and gestured on her arm for a moment, and said with a frown, girl, it just so happens that I don't have anesthesia for pain relief. Why don't I go out and buy some? It's no trouble. He had never been hurt very much. Even if he was injured, someone else helped him to bring tea and medicine. So he didn't have any medicine to relieve the pain on him. The girl said calmly, no need, you can start directly. Yan Tianan said, you really trust me? What if I don't have good skills and cut or pierce the good parts? The girl said, then you should take responsibility for me till the end. So what if you're a cut sleeve? There are always pills in the world that can cure you from being unable to get hard for women. Yan Tianan's hand trembled and was so scared that he hurriedly concentrated, not daring to make the slightest mistake. He thought to himself, This girl is much sturdier than his elder martial sister Beishi, she is really a female hero. The knife was a good knife, and cutting flesh was as simple as cutting vegetables. Yan Tianan saw that the rotten flesh was cut off, and even the bones in her arm were exposed. He could not help but feel the pain in his heart. Although the girl's forehead was violent with blue veins, cold sweat was flowing, and her face was as pale as snow. Her body was trembling, but she didn't say a word, even the arm was as still as possible. Yan Tianan's technique was good, and soon scraped off the rotten meat. He quickly opened a bottle of pills that he had prepared in advance and stuffed two in the girl's mouth. After taking the pills, the girl looked at Yan Tianan in surprise and said, "Muscle regeneration pill." Yan Tianan raised his eyebrows and looked at the wound that had begun to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye, and said, "This is not any ordinary muscle regeneration pill, but a super invincible awesomely enhanced muscle regeneration pill. I have developed it myself, and there is none other like it in the world." Girl, this man is so narcissistic. Although the muscle growth rate was very fast, it was a big injury after all, and it would hurt for a while. So Yan Tianan sat by the bed, planning to divert her attention by chatting with this girl. "What's your name, girl? I can't always call you a girl. How rude." The girl said, "Shouldn't you introduce yourself before you ask someone else?" "My name is Gu Tiantian." The name Gu Tiantian was an exclusive alias given by Yan Tianan to himself when he didn't want to reveal his true identity when he went out. Moreover, the identity behind the name was very real and well documented. When Yan Tianan came to the Myriad Dao Academy this time, he planned to act under the name Gu Tiantian. The girl said, "My name is Lin Jiji." Yan Tianan, "Girl, are you serious?" Lin Jiji said, "I also feel it's very predestined. Your name also has two repeated characters." Yan Tianan nodded while thinking, Laozi made up a fake name. "Don't tell me that you also used a fake name." Yan Tianan's face, however, was smiling and said, "Lin Jiji, dare to ask you where is your clan is?" Lin Jiji showed a trace of confusion and said, "I don't remember." Yan Tianan asked, "What do you mean by not remembering?" Lin Jiji said, "When I woke up, I was already here. I don't know why I came here. I don't remember what happened before. I just remember my name." Yan Tianan's lips twitched and he said, "Jiji, you're not be teasing me, are you?" Lin Jiji shook her head and said, "I wish I could remember who I am. Naturally, I want to find my family and friends to help me instead of being with a strange man like you." Yan Tianan, so he was convinced like this. "I'm not a disciple who will take advantage of others," Yan Tianan said patiently. Lin Jiji glanced at him and said, "I can see it. Otherwise, what you just fed me wouldn't have been a muscle regeneration pill, but an overpowering aphrodisiac instead." Yan Tianan said, "Jiji, you are a girl." Lin Jiji said, "Not necessarily." Yan Tianan, Lin Jiji explained, "Maybe I have a man's heart." Yan Tianan couldn't help laughing and said, "You are really interesting. I haven't seen a girl who is unpretentious and strong like you in a long time." Lin Jiji said flatly, "I'm alone. Even if I'm not strong, who will care? The world will want to see me make a fool of myself, and they won't care about me." Yan Tianan was suddenly hit with a knowing heart, and blurted out, "I care about you." Lin Jiji glanced at him and said, "What's the use of talking about it? Just now you didn't even let me pinch you, hypocritical." Yan Tianan, Lin Jiji turned over and said, "I am sleepy and want to rest." Yan Tianan saw this and said, "Then I'll go to the next room to have a rest. I have several sets of clothes in my storage ring, but I don't think you can wear them. Otherwise, you will make do with it first." Lin Jiji's dull voice said, "No need, I have clothes on me. I'll change them myself later." Yan Tianan then said, "Well, if there is anything else, you can call me." Lin Jiji gave a hum, and did not speak again. Yan Tianan picked up the two green hairpins scattered on the ground and put them by Lin Jiji's pillow. After checking the wound that was about to heal, he got up and left. After closing the door, Yan Tianan rubbed his face, thinking, "Indeed, Laozi really is a chivalrous gentleman." Chapter 523. Outer Hall disciple Yan Tianan entered the next room, but didn't sleep. He couldn't sleep in this kind of environment, so he just meditated cross-legged and refined a batch of muscle regeneration pills. It was almost evening before he knew it. Yan Tianan had just refined the pills when he heard someone coming towards this side. Lin Jiji's spiritual chi was empty. Obviously, Her cultivation was not good, or it was suppressed by something. Therefore, Yan Tianan could still hear the sound of her footsteps even when she walked very quietly. Yan Tianan opened the door and saw Lin Jiji standing at the door, ready to knock. Yan Tianan was stunned instantly. He originally thought that the women in the world were either as gorgeous as his senior martial sister, or as graceful and luxurious as the South Sovereign, or elegant or innocent, but the moment he saw the woman in front of him, he found that he was really a frog in the bottom of the well. His horizons were too shallow. There was also another kind of woman in the world. When you see her, you will know that she is not a person you can play with. She is not cold, not alienated, and her actions are not soft and gentle, but she is unforgettable and makes you forget all about the material world. Such a woman has her own immortal aura. Standing there quietly without opening her mouth, she becomes a beautiful ink painting. I ran out of rouge, my hairpin is broken, I'm hungry, and I want to buy new clothes. Lin Jiji said, adding, I don't have any money. Yan Tianan, it's better for you not to speak. Yan Tianan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She seemed like a baby chick who had imprinted on him, but indeed, she didn't make any pretenses and directly asked for things. She really didn't treat him as an outsider. No money is easy, this young master has plenty of money. Yan Tianan waved his hand and said boldly, let's go, Gerger will take you to buy everything. Lin Jiji curled her lips slightly and said, I am older than you. Yan Tianan glanced at her and said, I seem to remember forgetting to bring my wallet when I went out. Lin Jiji changed her words, Tiantian Gerger. Yan Tianan, if I had known, I would not have said a fake name. I always feel like she's not calling me. This is my loss. Yan Tiahan said, forget it, you'd better call me my name. Tiantian, Lin Jiji said. Yan Tianan then took Lin Jiji to the side of the street shopping. The half-street rented by the Yan family could be described as having the best location. It was not only close to the place where Myriad Dao Academy had appointed every year to pick up people, but also faced the most abundant square city in Jade Ocean City, so it was very convenient. The two arrived at the market within a short time. The square market in Jade Ocean City was open all night. After all, there was only one opportunity to rob visitors of their money every 7 years, so local residents naturally had to prepare well. So even though it was late, the streets were still bustling with people. The number of cultivators who had come here to wait for the examination was numerous, and many of them came with the mentality of watching a show or trying for fun. So in order to prove that they had been here, they naturally had to buy more local specialties. The market was quite lively all day long, with bright lights like daylight. Wishing Lane, Lin Jiji suddenly raised her eyebrows. Wishing Lane is not the same as that brothel. This is a shop that makes hairpin rings in the name of Heaven and Earth Pavilion. It's just a coincidence that they have the same name. Lin Jiji's eyebrows continued to rise. Yan Tianan's mouth was dry, and said, didn't you forget what happened before? How can you care about Wishing Lane so much? Lin Jiji said, I suddenly felt some impressions, but I don't know where this impression came from. Yan Tianan was shocked and thought to himself, it can't be that Lin Jiji worked in Wishing Lane before. However, if Wishing Lane could recruit such a woman, it would have spread in the industry. Although Lin Jiji pondered for a while, she finally stepped into Immortal Raymond's shop. There were countless kinds of clothes here, and most of them were well made and gorgeous. They were decorated with jewels, and more importantly, had some defensive functions, which was both gorgeous and practical. Of course, the price was also pretty high. The women next to them were all looking at each one of the items. They loved everything and thus had difficulty choosing, but Lin Jiji just glanced over and picked the blue dress with the simplest style. This set of clothes was regarded as a very simple style, and its color was very light. It had been hanging there for a long time without anyone interested. Lin Jiji said, I want that set. Yan Tianan looked at Lin Jiji and said, it's quite suitable for you. So he called the boss over and said, I'll take that set of clothes. The boss asked, do you want to order or get ready-made clothes? The ready-made clothes can be adjusted according to the size of the body, and the price will naturally be higher. Yan Tianan looked like a man who didn't lack money at all. He said, we'll have ready-made clothes. The boss smiled and immediately sent someone to take off the clothes carefully and said, my guest, you really have a unique eye. Don't look at how this dress looks very dull. In fact, the material is the best in the whole shop, and there is only one such set. Moreover, this material is warm in winter and cool in summer, it's invulnerable to weapons, and is also silky. Lin Jiji asked, is there a place to change clothes? The boss looked at the girl with a unique temperament and delicate appearance, which was inevitably pleasing to the eyes, and said with a smile, it's the most suitable match for you, lady. Little Meng, you take the lady to the back to change clothes. The girl called Little Meng immediately came over and said to Lin Jiji, this elder sister, follow me. Lin Ji nodded and followed her to the back. After Lin Jiji passed by, the boss felt her heart and said to Yan Tianan, my guest, your wife is really tall. Yan Tianan almost choked and said, she's not my wife, you can't talk nonsense about this. The boss was quite astonished, thinking, if she's not the wife, then she must be the lover. Otherwise, how could he be so quick and decisive when spending money? However, the lady did not look like the type to be someone's mistress. At this time, Yan Tianan thought in his heart, Lin Jiji is really tall. I'm already considered tall, Lin Jiji is still half a head taller than me. Yan Tianan asked, how much is it? The boss said, 10 middle-grade spirit stones. Yan Tianan readily paid the spirit stones. 10 middle-grade spirit stones. If placed in the ordinary family of the 9 lands, they probably wouldn't be able to get them for a lifetime. A middle-grade spirit stone was equivalent to 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, and a low-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 1,000 gold. Even though the 9 lands rarely traded in gold and silver, spirit stones were also rare in circulation, especially middle-grade and high-grade spirit stones. Yan Tianan was very generous, and the boss was overjoyed, so she went on, how about buying more clothes? The lady just now is very beautiful. She is tall, slender, and well-proportioned. She not only looks good in plain clothes, but also looks beautiful if she is dressed in full-styled clothes. Yan Tianan looked at it. He had not researched women's clothes before. He said, it's up to her to see what she likes. A moment later, Lin Jiji, who had changed her clothes, came out. All of a sudden, the whole clothing shop's line of sight swept towards Lin Jiji. Originally, Lin Jiji's height was imposing and her appearance was excellent. As soon as she entered the door, she was watched by many people. Now that she had changed her clothes, many women wanted to see the result. After they saw her, many guests who were looking at the gorgeous and colorful clothes asked the boss whether the clothes that Lin Jiji just tried were still in stock. The boss had been making clothes for many years and had a keen eye for business. She knew that most likely, only the woman in front of her eyes could wear this kind of clothes. Other people couldn't easily produce this effect. Lin Jiji walked to Yan Tianan, looked at the clothes, and asked, does it look good? Yan Tianan gulped and said, everything you wear looks good, so don't you want to buy more? Lin Jiji shook her head and said, I'm happy as long as I have clothes to wear, I'm not picky. Yan Tianan twitched the corners of his mouth, thinking that a good figure is happiness. What? Only one set of ready-made clothes? A girl's voice came, and she seemed very dissatisfied. I don't care. I've long been interested in that one, and the other clothes are not as good-looking as that one. Yan Tianan turned his head and glanced when he heard the words. A young master who was rich at first glance shook the royal blue fan in his hand, and said in embarrassment, the others are pretty good too, junior marshal sister, can't we pick others? I want that one. I have been fond of that dress for a long time. How can I give up easily when I went out of the sect to buy it? This girl could be called very imposing and walked directly to Lin Jiji and Yan Tianan. She raised her face and looked at Lin Jiji. Take it off, I will give you double the amount you paid for it. Yan Tianan was shocked. Ever since he changed from a no-named Yan to Little Prince Yan, he had not seen anyone making such a fuss in front of him for a long time. Lin Jiji was too lazy to talk nonsense with her, and said indifferently, number. The girl narrowed her eyes and said, I'll add money. Lin Jiji was a little moved, and asked, how much? Yan Tianan almost vomited blood. He pulled Lin Jiji's sleeve, and blocked the person behind him. He said, I won't sell it for any amount of money. Honorable me has already bought it. A gentleman doesn't snatch other people's possessions. Girl, please go and choose another. The girl said coldly, I'm talking to her, what are you cutting in for? Yan Tianan said, Honorable me paid the money. Who will interrupt if I don't interrupt? He turned to Lin Jiji and said, we don't need money. It looks best on you, not selling. A smile flashed in Lin Jiji's eyes, and she nodded and said, well, since Tiantian Gerger said no, then we won't change it. The girl probably really liked this dress. She immediately became anxious. You shouldn't have refused when I was asking nicely. Do you know who this young lady is? Yan Tianan said calmly, I don't know, but no matter who you are, this young master won't sell it. Lin Jiji nodded and said, let's go. The girl narrowed her eyes and said, you are here to participate in Myriad Dao Academy's entrance exam, right? Lin Jiji glanced at her and said, so what? The girl sneered, and said arrogantly, I am an outer hall disciple of Myriad Dao Academy's Tool Ocean Hall. Dare you offend me? The people around who had been watching the excitement couldn't help gasping. In this Jade Ocean city, Myriad Dao Academy meant absolute authority. No sect dared to provoke them easily. Yan Tianan stopped and asked, what's your name? The girl said, are you scared? I am Zhang Ziyu. If you know someone who is in Myriad Dao Academy, you must have heard of my name. Zhang Ziyu, so you're actually the Purple Moon Craftsman. This is the person most likely to be selected as a core disciple by an elder of Tool Ocean Hall this year. My brother is in the outer hall of Tool Ocean Hall and told me about this girl before. His to think she's this incredible. The eyes of everyone looking at Zhang Ziyu were suddenly filled with awe and fear. However, the boss here did not intend to intervene. After all, after staying in Jade Ocean City for a long time, she could always see the Taoist lords who came from Myriad Dao Academy, and their immortal raiment shop was the most popular with Myriad Dao Academy's Taoists. What kinds of people hadn't she already seen? I'm sorry, I haven't heard of it, Yan Tianan said. Zhang Ziyu changed her face and said, it seems that you don't intend to go to Myriad Dao Academy. Yan Tianan said indifferently, it is not you who decides whether I will go or not. If you can stop me from going, you will be considered to have some ability. Author's notes, of course Lin Jiji is one of Lin Xuanji's identities. Zaki, ACCCKKKK I thought so. This is exciting OMG. LXZ really will do every tricks to be with Ahen. IE Chapter 524. Ghost Infant Death Array. Zhang Ziyu wanted to say something, but she was stopped by her rich senior martial brother who came together with her. If you're outside, you'd better not make trouble. The good-looking man looked at Yan Tianan for a moment, then looked at Lin Jiji, and said, we are sorry for offending you. Yan Tianan sneered and said, at last, there is someone who can speak human words. Jiji, let's go. Lin Jiji coldly looked at Zhang Ziyu and turned her head and left. Zhang Ziyu was so angry that she turned blue and said to the man next to her, I'm fed up with you. How can you please me with that soft temperament? Get out of here. The man sighed helplessly, watching Zhang Ziyu disappear before his eyes. Zhang Ziyu went straight back to find the brothers and sisters who had come out with her. Oh, who has offended our Miss Ziyu? When Fang Yan saw Zhang Ziyu's terrifyingly dark expression, he immediately leaned forward. Zhang Ziyu said aggrievedly, just now I saw a piece of clothing in the immortal raiment shop. But there was an arrogant boy who took the dress away first with his girl. No matter what I said, they didn't want to give it to me and humiliated me. Fang Yan was surprised and said, is there actually such an arrogant person in Jade Ocean City? A leading elder martial sister in the Sword God Hall nearby comforted her. These are just mediocre people in the secular world. If they step into our Myriad Dao Academy, they will soon know how to behave. Zhang Ziyu said, how can these people ever be qualified to join Myriad Dao Academy? In recent years, the enrollment quality of Myriad Dao Academy has really deteriorated. Yes, the woman in charge said, I'll take you to meet Elder Martial Sister Qin Sang. She certainly has a way to teach this kind of person a lesson. Zhang Ziyu nodded and said, thank you very much, Elder Martial Sister Hong. The Elder Martial Sister Hong said with a smile, why are you so polite? You will be a disciple of Tool Ocean Hall in the future. There are many places where this Elder Martial Sister will have to rely on you. Zhang Ziyu's performance was not particularly top-notch, but it was definitely not bad. Those who could be remembered by people in Myriad Dao Academy were not ordinary people. Every single inner hall disciple of Sword God Hall and Pill Limit Hall had unfathomable potential. Naturally, it was necessary to establish a good relationship, which would be much more convenient in the future. The two went upstairs together, and Senior Sister Hong knocked on one of the inner doors. Come in, a woman said. The door opened without wind. After Li Hong walked in with Zhang Ziyu, she bowed to the woman who was burning incense and said, Elder Martial Sister Qin Sang. Qin Sang was a senior martial sister of Li Hong's under the same master and one of the persons in charge of this assessment. When she saw Li Hong, she smiled and said, why come to me at this time? Li Hong said, I didn't want to disturb Senior Sister originally, but just now, senior sister Ziyu was bullied outside, and we ask senior sister to demand justice. Qin Sang looked at the Zhang Ziyu in her eyes and said, if a person of Myriad Dao Academy is out of the door, how can she be bullied when she should be the one who bullies others? What happened? Tell me carefully. Zhang Ziyu said the matter again with added vigor and embellished facts. Although Qin Sang felt that a piece of clothing would not be made into a feud like this, since she had asked for it, she would not ignore it. The maid said, yes. Zhang Ziyu immediately became happy and said, thank you, senior sister Qin Sang. Qin Sang said, the assessment will begin in 2 days. There are still 300 people with tickets in hand who have not been caught. You two have worked hard these 2 days. Li Hong said, as long as they enter Jade Ocean City, they will inevitably not escape this surveillance. Qin Sang looked at Zhang Ziyu, and said, you go and handle your affairs first. I have something to say to Li Hong. Zhang Ziyu also wished to find the culprit to find trouble immediately and left with the maid. After Zhang Ziyu left, Qin Sang coldly said, Ah Hong, you should stay away from this Zhang Ziyu in the future. Li Hong was stunned for a moment, and said, senior sister, she is already an internally confirmed disciple of Tool Ocean Hall's 5th elder. So what? Qin Sang exclaimed, not to mention that she has not even entered yet, everything is full of variables, and that she has such a small and petty mindset, fussy and self-righteous nature, she will sooner or later offend those who should not have been offended. Li Hong hurriedly said, senior sister, calm down, I will definitely make my mind in the future. Qin Sang's tone eased, and said, that's fine this time. Li Hong nodded and said, thank you, senior sister. Qin Sang said, before the day after tomorrow, we will send 300 people who hold tickets to the array. Among them, there is a descendant of the Yan family. Our superiors have instructed that we need to give him a simple array, so don't worry about the others for the time being, we need to find him out first. Li Hong said, what is the background of that prince of the Yan family? I have never heard of anyone who can open the back door before. Qin Sang glared at her and said, these things are instructions from above, so don't ask questions anymore. Li Hong said quietly, yes. Yan Tianan took Lin Jiji and then went to Perilla Pavilion and Wishing Lane, and bought some rouge powder and hairpin jewelry respectively. In fact, Lin Jiji's skin was already so delicate. Her eyelashes were curled and long, and her eye sockets were a little deep. Her eyebrows were already extremely neat even without drawing them on. Compared with ordinary women, although they were slightly wider and longer, they had a unique charm. Probably the only place that could be decorated was her pair of bloodless lips. She had shed so much blood and had even been poisoned not long ago, so naturally, her lips wouldn't look good. Lin Jiji indeed just dyed some water-red rouge on her lips. The whole person became brilliant. Yan Tianan appreciated it for a moment and said, well, what's your plan next? Lin Jiji asked, what about you? I'm going to take part in the examination of Myriad Dao Academy, said Yan Tianan. Lin Jiji nodded and said, let's go together. Yan Tianan touched his nose and said, I have a ferry ticket, so I probably won't go for the first assessment. Lin Jiji took out a magic instrument with the shape of a leaf engraved with a name and said, coincidentally, I also have one. Yan Tianan, he took the leaf and found that Lin Jiji was written on it. However, she took one look at Yan Tianan's leaf and said, you lied to me. Yan Tianan was embarrassed and said, I used an alias when I was out. Lin Jiji glanced at him, holding the leaf engraved with the 3 words Yan Tianan, took out a forged pen and changed it, then blew it, and then handed it to Yan Tianan. All right, when Yan Tianan looked at it, the original Yan Tianan had become Gu Tiantian. Yan Tianan, there's something indescribable about this action. Lin Jiji left nobly and coldly. Yan Tianan followed along. Yan Tianan said, you can't do this. When they made this thing, it was as a pair. I have one here, and the other is in Myriad Dao Academy. Although my name has changed, the original name is still in the hands of Myriad Dao Academy. Maybe I can't get on the boat now. Lin Jiji said, you can. Yan Tianan said, the two have to match, so get on the boat. Lin Jiji said, they will match. Yan Tianan got stuck, walked 2 steps quickly to catch up, and said, your legs are really long. How do you know? Lin Jiji said, I guessed. Yan Tianan, you are awesome. However, it was probably because Lin Jiji was too outstanding. As a woman, she was taller than most men, and she was also very elegant and refined. Therefore, The two of them were arrested by Zhang Ziyu and a group of people before they left the city. Zhang Ziyu was holding 2 leaf tickets in her hand, and they were radiating white light. Zhang Ziyu walked to the two of them and sneered triumphantly, "Lin Jiji, Jiu Tiantian, your good days are over. Yan Tianan, bitch, the name on the other side really has changed." Lin Jiji glanced at Zhang Ziyu, and said, "Ugly people cause a lot of mischiefs." Zhang Ziyu immediately wanted to kill people, she didn't even want clothes, and said directly, "After a while, you will know how to behave." After speaking, she smashed the 2 leaves in her hand heavily. Yan Tianan felt a strong pull. He subconsciously grabbed Lin Jiji's wrist beside him and disappeared in place in the next second. The same was true of Lin Jiji. Fang Yan asked, "Which one is this transmission array?" Zhang Ziyu said, "It's the Ghost Infant Death Array." Fang Yan gasped and said with consternation on his face, "Isn't the Ghost Infant Death Array a profound rank assessment array?" Zhang Ziyu was quite pleased, and said, "It's just because this is a profound rank assessment array that I sent them in. It's better to have them enter and never come out." Fang Yan looked back at Zhang Ziyu with blinking eyes, and said, "Junior Martial Sister, I still have something to do, so I will bid farewell for now." Fang Yan turned pale as soon as he turned around. The assessment arrays of Myriad Dao had its own ranking system, divided into 4 major difficulty levels: Primary, Profound, Earth, and Heaven. Each level was also divided into 3 sub-levels, namely A, B, and C, for a total of 12 sub-levels. There were many ways to make a name for themselves in Myriad Dao Academy. The most popular and the most tried was to enter these transmission arrays, and then go to each different teleportation location to do tasks. Those who could complete the task would get a huge reward, which was contribution points, the currency used throughout the Myriad Dao Academy. However, at the other end of these transmission arrays, no one knew where it would be or what would appear. There, if you died, then you died for real. You would have no chance to come back again. Risk and profit were always proportional, so if you didn't have some ability, you either rashly challenged it anyways and died on the other side of the teleportation array, or you shrunk away and dared not try at all. Fang Yan was not very old, and at this time he was already at the peak of Primary Realm's condensed pulse stage. At most, he had entered the primary rank Tier B teleportation array. Although he had survived against all odds, he never dared to think about trying again in the next few years. However, now Zhang Ziyu had actually sent 2 disciples who came for assessment directly into a profound rank Tier A array because of her own personal interests. Not even the Profound Realm Peak Return Origin Stage disciples dared to easily enter this array. Fang Yan took a breath and decided to stay away from this woman. This year, Myriad Dao Academy did change the assessment conditions. The sect contributed hundreds of primary rank Tier C teleportation arrays and used the boat tickets that were tampered with in advance to send all these disciples into them, and then waited for them to come out. Although several Tier B transmission arrays had also been prepared, they were not really intended to be used. A woman's heart was the most toxic. Chapter 525. 12 Evil Spirit Temples. However, when Yan Tianan opened his eyes, he found that he was already in another unknown place. He was also still gripping a wrist. He twisted his head to look and saw Lin Jiji, who seemed to be in a comatose state. Yan Tianan felt the pulse of Lin Jiji, and when he found that the other party was still alive, he let out a sigh of relief in his heart. Lin Jiji's body was really worrying. It turned out she fainted again. Yan Tianan looked at the environment around them and found that they were in a wilderness, and the wilderness was covered with tall grass, and trees could not be easily seen. It was easy to see pairs of green eyes in the grass. Yan Tianan, a wolf pack, or some other wild beast. Yan Tianan felt his scalp go numb, and immediately stood up from the ground. At the same time he patted Lin Jiji's face and tried to wake her up. However, the latter entered too deep into an unconscious state. Yan Tianan called for a while and there was no response. He could only carry the person on his back and set off together. He found that if he took one step, those eyes would move forward one step. When he stopped, those eyes also stopped, as if they were intentionally fixed on him and following him. Yan Tianan felt his heart panic, so he grasped the yin flame whip in his hand, and in his other hand dragged Lin Jiji's thigh out of fear that she would fall off him. Yan Tianan pledged that he has absolutely no inappropriate ideas about Lin Jiji, even though the thigh in his hand feels very good. In the distance, Yan Tianan saw there was smoke rising from in front of him. He felt that there should be people at that place, so he quickened his steps and walked forward. When he arrived in a new place, Yan Tianan didn't dare ride his sword to fly. Who knew what the eyes that lied in wait in the grass were? Since those things didn't rush to attack him when he walked by himself just now, it seemed that there was something around here they were afraid of. Lin Jiji was not heavy, and Yan Tianan carried her and soon saw the city ahead. He called it a city, but in reality it wasn't that big. At most it was a small town. When they arrived at the gate of the town, there were 2 city gate guards dressed in bright red soldiers' uniform watching them warily and spoke, "Foreigners, where did the 2 of you come from?" Yan Tianan said, "It was from this road." He pointed the way which he came. The faces of the gate guards revealed a frightened expression. One of them asked, "Did you see anything when you came here?" Yan Tianan thought about it and said, "I saw a lot of strange eyes." "What exactly are they?" The guard's expression looked shocked, as if he had heard something horrible. The old man looked at Yan Tianan and Lin Jiji, and nodded and said, "Foreign visitors, those things you saw are wolf packs in the wilderness. They always come to hunt for food at dusk. They will pounce on those people who have not entered the city before sunset and bite them into pieces." Yan Tianan remembered those eyes staring at him, and then looked at the old man's eyes, which had a calculating expression. He said, "Let us enter the city. What conditions are there?" The old man smiled and his eyes narrowed, and said, "There are a lot of newly born babies in the city recently, and there is not enough milk, so there is a need to hunt some wolves who already have breast milk, and then bring them into the city to feed these babies some milk. However, the hunters in the city have recently organized some large-scale hunting activities, and they are not in the city. I wonder if the 2 of you can help." Yan Tianan cursed them in his heart. "They just want us to confront the wolves. It's no different from not allowing us to enter the city." Just as he was about to ask questions, Yan Tianan heard Lin Jiji lying on his shoulder lightly open her mouth and ask, "What is the time limit?" The old man said, 7 days. Lin Jiji replied, "Okay." So the old man let them enter. There was nothing special about the town except that there was a tree he couldn't name in front of every household. There were not many leaves and very few branches on the tree. It could be seen that they didn't grow well, which was probably related to the lack of spiritual qi here. Yan Tianan walked with Lin Jiji on his back, and soon noticed that there was a writing brush hanging on each of these trees. The stick was white. He couldn't make out the material used for the top brush tip, but it was mostly gray. The old man took them to an empty yard, glanced at them, and said, "No one has lived here for a long time, so you should live here. Don't forget to find a female wolf who has just given birth to a cub. Within 7 days, otherwise it is impossible to remain in our town." Yan Tianan nodded. "I know." Yan Tianan felt that those eyes were terrifying and also didn't want to go out, so he asked again, "Old man, what exactly is the wolf pack's cultivation level? Are they easy to get along with?" The old man glanced at Yan Tianan flatly. "Even if their cultivation is not high, wolves are pack animals, especially the northern wild wolf, so you should be careful." After that, the old man turned and left. Yan Tianan looked shocked and stood still for a moment before mumbling, "Northern wild wolf. He just said when it's the northern wild wolf. I didn't hear wrong, did I?" After 3 consecutive questions, Lin Jiji, who was still carried on his back, said indifferently, "Fear is fear, why doubt your ears? To think that the northern wild wolf would appear here." Yan Tianan couldn't help saying, "Where exactly were we sent? Is this place an illusion or a real place?" Lin Jiji got down from Yan Tianan's back. She had already recovered a lot by now, and her lips also had some color. "Have you ever heard of Myriad Dao Academy's 12 evil spirit temples?" Naturally, Yan Tianan had heard of the 12 evil spirit temples. And they were even quite famous throughout the 9 lands too. Legend has it that the 12 evil spirit temples were the real evil spirit arrays that Myriad Dao Academy used to assess their disciples. There were 12 evil spirit arrays of different levels. If someone could successfully challenge the 12 evil spirit temples, they could then become Myriad Dao Academy's sect master. However, Myriad Dao Academy had never had a sect master before. This meant that no one had ever been able to break through the 12 evil spirit temples. The 12 evil spirit temples are ranked according to difficulty. Lin Jiji explained, "There are endless Daos and outstanding arrays in Myriad Dao Academy. The reason for setting up these 12 evil spirit temples is not to choose the real sect master, nor to assess the disciples' cultivation levels, but to find magic treasures in different mysterious lands throughout the world." Yan Tianan could understand each individual word, but when combined, he couldn't understand them. "What does this mean?" Yan Tianan asked without shame. I don't seem to understand. Lin Jiji looked into his eyes and said, it's normal not to understand. To put it simply, the 12 evil spirit temples are transmission arrays left behind by ancient powerhouses. No one knows which world, which mysterious land, or which barren land these arrays connect to. These leaves in our hands are the arrays that can transport someone to the 12 evil spirit temples. Of course, if you want to activate the array, you need another array to complement each other. It's a stacked array, regardless of whether others understand not. At least Yan Tianan understood how he came here. Yan Tianan suddenly flew into a rage. I knew that woman was up to no good. It turned out that what she crushed was another transmission array. She's really too shameless, but based on your words, could this place be one of the 12 evil spirit temples? Lin Jiji said, no one knows exactly how many arrays there are in the 12 evil spirit temples, but there are only 12 difficulty ranks. Primary, Profound, Earth, and Heaven primary rank are all illusion arrays created by myriad Tao Academies Taoists and elders. If disciples enter these arrays, they wouldn't usually have to worry about their lives. However, the majority of evil spirit arrays, including certain primary rank tier A evil spirit arrays and everything above profound rank, exist for real. Nobody can predict what you'll meet in these, and you'll die for real if you're not careful. They're real. Yan Tianan was stunned. Lin Jiji nodded. Real powerhouses can create worlds. Yan Tianan was silent and didn't speak for a long time. Lin Jiji asked, scared? Yan Tianan said, definitely scared. It's so evil in here. Speak when you are afraid, don't keep it bottled up. Yan Tianan sighed and said, I'm afraid I will swear as soon as I open my mouth. Can I swear? Lin Jiji, suit yourself. Yan Tianan was still puzzled and asked, why would they want to leave so many evil spirit arrays? Lin Jiji said nonchalantly, naturally, it is because there are benefits to be obtained in these evil spirit arrays. Yan Tianan looked around. This stupid town. Benefits? If we can't find benefits, I'm afraid we won't be able to leave. Yan Tianan gasped. Speaking of which, how can these evil spirit arrays be cracked? How can we leave? Lin Jiji seemed to know everything. For the primary rank illusion arrays made by the elders, one can leave as soon as they achieve a certain goal, such as killing the demonic cultivators attacking the city in the illusion array or getting a certain magic treasure, but these real evil spirit arrays have no fixed conditions for leaving. Yan Tianan stared blankly once again. Lin Jiji patiently explained, for example, there was once an evil spirit array where the condition for leaving was that there could only be one survivor, and the survivor could leave. That's a little too cruel. But the purpose of most evil spirit arrays is not to kill people, nor to test human nature, but instead to bring out something that the outside world doesn't have: magic treasures, medicinal pills, secret scripts, talismans, arrays, and other treasures. Yan Tianan frowned slowly. But how do these arrays know whether the conditions have been reached or not? Lin Jiji said with profound meaning, therefore, the one who created the 12 evil spirit temples is a peerless genius. He is not only a prophet who knows divination, but he also has the ability to travel through different worlds and understands illusion arrays. There are 3,000 different paths, each with its own profound and unfathomable mysteries. This evil spirit array is naturally wonderfully complex. Yan Tianan said, to put it bluntly, you also don't know how he did it. Lin Ji nodded. That's right, how can we mortals guess the thoughts of someone who can create so many real people with his own power? That's true. Yan Tianan lifted his forehead, looked at the bare tree outside, and said, it seems that we really have to find a way to get rid of those northern wild wolves. The northern wild wolves were the kings of wolves. They were not demonic beasts and had no chance of ever taking human form, but they had a more frightening name. People called them vicious beasts. These vicious beasts were even more brutal than the demon clans, and more nimble than demonic beasts. It seemed that every single one of them was born to kill and was completely without mercy. Northern wild wolves could never be domesticated, but they were easily assimilated by the demon clans. Nearly 100 years ago in Qianyuan dynasty's Northlands, northern wild wolves broke into the city and slaughtered people because they were controlled by demons. The northern wild wolves fought in the vanguard, and the demon army then rushed over. After 7 days and 7 nights of constant fighting, the Tusu River on the border of the Northland turned into a blood-stained river. At that time, the master of the Ling family, Ling Feishuang, stayed behind his rearguard and personally wielded his red-tasseled spear on the battlefield. He managed to protect the Northland's border at the cost of his life and repelled the demon army and northern wild wolves. Chapter 526, Next Door Neighbor, edited by Rose. Nonetheless, since then, the northern wild wolf had left a deep psychological shadow on people of the Xianyuan dynasty, because these kinds of wolves were fast as lightning, and had sharp teeth that could bite off the neck of a primary realm cultivator with a gentle touch. What is more frightening is that this kind of wolf seems to be able to devour people's souls. Yan Tianan naturally heard of that part of history, so when he heard the name of the northern wild wolf, he had a sense that things weren't good. Where is this place? Why did the track of the northern wild wolf appear? Lin Jiji's eyes also fell on the bare tree, saying, only this tree has no writing brush. Yan Tianan said, so you have also noticed, why do they have to hang a writing brush on the tree at the door? I have never seen it before. Lin Jiji shook her head and said, I am not clear, however just go to another house and ask. Yan Tianan thought they could only do that. But at this time, the color of the sky was getting dark, and Yan Tianan planned to enter the house first and take a look inside. After entering, Lin Jiji looked around in the circle, touched the desk in the middle of the room, looked at the bed in the bedroom, and said, the old man lied to us. There were people living here a few days ago. It hasn't been empty for a long time. The tabletop was free of dust, and there was no stale smell in the air. What made people take more notice was that the bed and bedding were well made and clean, and smelled like sunshine. It seems that the owner of the house already knew that guests were coming, so they were greeted with the bed ready and it seemed prepared in advance. Yan Tianan touched his chin and said, why does this have a feeling of asking us to enter the boiling pot? Lin Jiji said, let's still ask about the use of the writing brush first. I feel that the circumstances are not quite right. Yan Tianan nodded and said, all right. As soon as he left the courtyard, he suddenly remembered one thing and said, Jiji, why do you know so much about Myriad Dao Academy's information? Didn't you lose your memory? Lin Jiji said casually, I just don't remember who I am, where I came from, and where I want to go. I still remember everything that has nothing to do with myself. Yan Tianan, Lin Jiji spoke, I know you don't believe me. If you don't believe me, then don't believe me. Yan Tianan said quickly, that's not the case, I still somewhat believe you. He has never heard of such a bizarre thing, excuse him for being ignorant. Lin Jiji looked at him, then lifted her foot and left. Yan Tianan hurried to catch up. There were other households nearby, but it was already evening, and every family had closed their doors. It was even more strange that they looked like they were unwilling to be disturbed. Yan Tianan said, I've been to the small town next to Royal Heavenly Capital before, and in the evening, when cooking and eating, they all open their doors and chat with each other. Why is it that in these courtyards, one is quieter than each other? When Lin Jiji heard that the person's footsteps seemed to be leaving, she continued to say calmly, the person next to me is a cultivator of the primary realm. He has a sword and whip in his hand. It only takes a light swing. The rest of the words didn't get a chance to be said, the door of the courtyard was opened from the inside. Yan Tianan, Godbitch, so this also works. What appeared in front of them was a middle-aged man with coarse weather-beaten skin and slightly tanned skin. He stared at Lin Jiji with vigilance and fear, then looked at the Yan Tianan next to him and said, cultivator. Lin Jiji nodded and said, naturally. The man said, don't tell any lies. How can you prove that you are a cultivator, and not a demonic cultivator? Yan Tianan held a whip in his hand and hit the ground. A stone 3 feet away became powder. The man was silent for a moment, looked around and said, you came from the north. Lin Jiji shook his head and said, we came from the east. The man thought for a moment, hesitated for a moment, and said, you guys come in first. So Lin Jiji and Yan Tianan smoothly entered the neighbor's yard. There were not many people in the neighbor's house, only 6 people, the man named Zhou Chong and his wife, Zhou Chang's parents, and a baby swaddling among clothes. The child had gone to sleep after drinking milk, and the hostess's face was lifeless. She just looked up at the 2 strangers, then kept her head down and continued to raise rice into her mouth, acting like a puppet. The old couple was old and had already gone to bed, so Yan Tianan did not see them. Zhou Chong looked at the baby fast asleep in its swaddling clothes and said, what are you doing here? Yan Tianan felt that this family was strange but couldn't say how, but he said, it was a simple accident, it seemed there was only this small town 100 meters, we could only enter. Zhou Chong looked up at them and seemed to show a sarcastic smile. You saw an old man with a face full of bark at the city gate. Thinking of a full face of wrinkles, Yan Tianan knew who he was talking about. Yan Tianan said, yes, we met him, he let us in. He also pointed to the east yard and said, he let us live there. Zhou Chong looked at the yard, revealing an expression of fear in his eyes. Although it quickly flashed in the past, it was still caught red-handed by Lin Jiji. Zhou Chong said, oh, that's the place where foreigners stay. Our town is a small town. There is no need to build an inn when no one ever comes. If foreigners come, they will go there if they want to stay for some time. Yan Tianan asked, who is that old man? Zhou Chong said, he is also a cultivator. Lin Jiji opened her mouth and said, I saw that every household hung up a writing brush, however, what is the story behind it? Zhou Chang's expression slightly stiffened and quickly returned to normal. He said, it's like some towns like to hang up red lanterns in every household. It's just a tradition here. Yan Tianan asked, what is this tradition? Zhou Chong said, it is said that this can ward off evil spirits. Yan Tianan frowned and said, then why didn't you hang this writing brush in front of the house for foreigners? Zhou Chong said indifferently, because foreigners are not cursed, they don't need this writing brush to ward off evil spirits. Zhou Chang's words didn't seem to have too many problems, but they wouldn't stand under careful scrutiny. Before Yan Tianshan could scrutinize it, Lin Jiji asked again, what kind of curse have you received? Zhou Chong shook his head and said, it's all the sayings handed down from elders. I don't know what the curse was. In any case, it's a curse. Lin Jiji asked, can you give us one of these writing brushes? After all, when you are away from home and encounter such misfortunate things, you should first ward off evil spirits and be safe and sound. Zhou Chong looked at Lin Jiji, then looked at Yan Tianan, and said, there are no extra writing brushes. If you want to know more, wait until tomorrow, when you have a chance to ask others. Now it's time for my family to rest. You guys go ahead. Yan Tianan wanted to ask some more questions, but Zhou Chang's mouth closed like a clam, and he said no more. He couldn't actually threaten Zhou Chong with a sword. It was no use to waste any more time. Yan Tianan and Lin Jiji glanced at each other and decided to leave. When passing by the tree in front of Zhou Chang's house, Yan Tianan really wanted to take down the writing brush, but in the end, he didn't do it. After all, he didn't want to harm others. They went back to the courtyard, closed the gates, entered the room, and lit the lights. Under the dim light of the lights, Lin Jiji's appearance was like jade, like being coated with a layer of soft light. Yan Tianan sat down opposite her, saying, that family just now really was strange. If I hadn't heard their breathing, I would have thought all of them were people in an illusion. Lin Jiji said, whether it's an illusion or not can't be calculated like this. A real high master of arrays can definitely make the people inside the same as real people. Since that great power can create a world, the world is real. Yan Tianan sighed and said, if we can't get this writing brush, maybe something will happen tonight. Lin Jiji said, then tonight, you and I should take turns to keep watch. Yan Tianan looked at Lin Jiji's not healthy looking face and shook his head. Rather I'll take vigil, so you should have a good rest. Lin Jiji looked at him and asked, are you always so gentle with girls? Yan Tianan said with a smile, no, sometimes I can be mean to girls, depends on the person. Lin Jiji smiled, and her smile was even more beautiful, like the bright moon shining on a loose hill. Yan Tianan indescribably stopped breathing, the idea he had became clearer and clearer, but he still felt like it was impossible. Yan Tianan suddenly stood up and said, you can sleep in this inner room. I'll go outside for the vigil, and you can call me if you have anything. Wait a minute, Lin Jiji said slowly, I suddenly just remembered something. What? According to next door Zhou Chang's words, many foreigners should have lived in this room. And it's a real world connected by the evil spirit array, and people who come in must meet a set condition before they can leave. Lin Jiji's pair of black eyes were heavy, and her slender fingers like scallions touched the desktop once, then held her cheeks and said, once this evil spirit array is solved, the entrance will be closed forever. Since we can come in, it shows that no one can solve this evil spirit array. Then the question becomes, Lin Jiji looked very clever and beautiful, and softly asked, where did the people who used to live here go? Yan Tianan was sweating all over his body. Where did the former people go? Do you have to ask this question? Naturally, they are dead. Yan Tianan was absolutely terrified and said, don't scare me, I can't stand being scared. Lin Jiji bit her lower lip and looked pitiful. I'm afraid, too, can't you stay with me in the house? Yan Tianan just listened to Lin Jiji's speculation, and he didn't want to go out. He didn't know why. Clearly Lin Jiji had no cultivation and seemed like a hindrance, but when he was by Lin Jiji's side, when he looked at her, he had a feeling of peace of mind, as if he had been beaten shot full of adrenaline, and had infinite power. Is it possible that it's really because Lin Jiji looks pretty? Yan Tianan quickly dismissed this idea. However, since Lin Jiji gave Yan Tianan an opportunity to remedy the situation, Yan Tianan immediately had the appearance of being able to support both heaven and earth. He changed his departing steps and turned to the direction of Lin Jiji, taking a few steps and sitting down at the table, covering the table with his sword, and said, "Okay, I will guard you tonight." Lin Jiji's heart was content and laid back and went back to sleep. Yan Tianan thought that this girl was really big-hearted. A man and a woman lived in the same room and at night, and this woman was still an empty Dantian person who had no cultivation. Was there no fear he could do something in the middle of the night? There was a mirror inside the house. When Yan Tianan turned his head, he could see himself in the mirror. He looked at this altered face with no memorable features and thought to himself, could it be that honorable me looks like a chivalrous gentleman at first glance? Yan Tianan couldn't help but feel some happiness in his heart when he thought of it that way. After all, there were few people in this world who liked others to look at them and think they had the look of a thief. To be treated with the resemblance of a thief was rather unsettling in the middle of the night. Yan Tianan was originally in the process of meditating with internal techniques, but he heard a strange sound outside. Chapter 527. Discovering Clues, edited by Molly. It sounded like the sound of both wolf cubs howling and also babies crying, which was very unsettling. Then, Yan Tianan heard the sound of scratching at the door. Yan Tianan frowned slightly and wanted to get up and see it, but heard Lin Jiji, who already fell asleep, say, "You don't have to pay attention to the ghosts and spirits outside." Yan Tianan turned his head and looked at Lin Jiji, who still had her eyes closed and was laid down to sleep. He said, "What if they break into the house?" Lin Jiji yawned and spoke, "If they break down the door, then we'll talk about it. For now it seems that they can't get in." Yan Tianan thought about it and agreed. If it was really the North Wild Wolf and there really was nothing special inside the courtyard, then perhaps those things would have already broken in. There was no way they'd be scratching at the door. When Yan Tianan saw Lin Jiji, a girl, so calm and collected, he also became a bit more calm. He continued meditating with internal techniques and let his soul roam to the sky. The internal technique was Thousand Clear Heart Method, which was a very common internal technique set in the Nine Lands mainland. Originally, Yan Zhonghua and Yu Ming could find more suitable internal techniques for him to clear his heart and desires, but he didn't want his two parents to know that there was an inner demon in his heart, so he found this common internal technique method himself. In short, it isn't too big an issue for him to use it. Yan Tianan had always been using this cultivation method for the past few years. This world's techniques were divided into 4 ranks: heaven, earth, profound, and primary. Heaven was the highest, and primary was the lowest. Everyone pursued more mysterious, more sophisticated, and harder to find cultivation methods. However, it seemed that many people didn't understand that the road starts at 1, 1 grows into 2, 2 grows into 3, and 3 grows endlessly. Those most foundational basic moves and basic forms served as the foundation to evolve into so many wonderful methods. He didn't know who once told him these words, but they always easily busted into his mind. As though they were some major principles, and seemed like little things that anyone could understand. Yan Tianan calmed down and his spiritual qi also swam around in his body in a large circle. Until he opened his eyes again and suddenly discovered that it was already bright. He turned to look behind him, and the bed was laid neatly, as if no one had slept there. Lin Jiji was no longer in bed, and Yan Tianan suddenly thought of a possibility. When his heart was tight, he suddenly stood up. Lin Jiji didn't have any cultivation. If she left his side, even if he wholeheartedly entered meditation with internal techniques, it was impossible for him not to sense it. Lin Jiji was probably taken away by someone. Or, maybe another transmission array appeared. Just when Yan Tianan thought through all the bad possibilities, a tall and elegant young girl walked in. Yan Tianan reacted half a beat late. After a pause, he slowly sat down again and said, "Where did you find it?" Lin Jiji said, "Just after going out and turning right, on that road I saw a breakfast shop, soybean milk and fried dough sticks. I had eaten these side dishes outside of the Myriad Dao Academy, and it had tasted very good." Yan Tianan smelled the food, especially the dense fragrance of beans. He remembered that back then in the royal heavenly capital, Yu Ming liked to eat meat, but because of his constitution, he couldn't eat too much meat, otherwise his blood and qi would easily rise and he would feel unwell. Yan Zhonghua invited an extremely hard-to-find food cultivator, and let the food cultivator use various bean products to imitate the texture and taste of meat. The so-called caring and sincere attitude was precisely this. Although cultivation could reach a certain level and allow one to abstain from eating, Yan Tianan felt that he was a person with a desire to eat good food. He was not an immortal and couldn't tolerate the feeling of not eating. Yan Tianan smiled and said, "Thank you." Lin Jiji sat down and said, "Between you and me, we have a friendship that surpasses this life. Why say thank you?" Yan Tianan took the fried dough sticks, looked at the stick that was fried fat, golden and steaming, suddenly smiled and said, "That is so." No matter what stories Lin Jiji had and what she had hidden, he had nothing to doubt or mind. If it was something to hide, he was the same. Everyone had secrets that they couldn't share with others, just like how he wouldn't tell anyone that these years when he repeatedly tried to break through, there was always an inner heart demon related to the same person. After it made him fail once, he never easily tried to break through. There were a lot of things Lin Jiji was not willing to say, but he wouldn't ask about them. A friendship between gentlemen, strangers coming together by chance, was generally this way. After eating breakfast, Lin Jiji felt her mouth and said, "This place's soybean milk and fried dough sticks are pretty good, just they are a little greasy and the materials are not very good." Yan Tianan also wiped the oil on his mouth, without any form, said it's already considered quite good. This town is basically not a town for cultivators. The majority of people here do not have cultivation, they are just ordinary people. Lin Jiji nodded and said, "That's not wrong, but these people seem very odd." After breakfast, Yan Tianan felt satisfied and it was time to work. He said, "We might as well walk around today, ask about the situation, and maybe we find something." Lin Jiji said, "Okay." The two people went out together. At the gate of the courtyard, Lin Jiji looked at the two doors that looked like they were crumbling from the outside, as if they were not careful they would fall down. Yan Tianan also noticed it, and his eyes grew slightly colder. Indeed, it was not wolves who came knocking at the door last night. Above the black wooden door, there was an extra row of messy bloody handprints. There were sharp scratches between those bloody handprints, like nails scratched abruptly on the door, but no matter how you looked at it, it was not something that wolves could do. "More like a child," Lin Jiji said, "when I left this morning I already saw it." Yan Tianan was puzzled and said, "If it is really something dirty, it should not be blocked by this kind of door." I also looked at it carefully. There are no charms or defensive arrays at all. It is reasonable to say that it can't block anything. Lin Jiji stared at the door and said, "If it wasn't for the extra defense of the array, it means that the door itself is strange." Yan Tianan thought about it and said, "I can't see anything special about this door." Lin Jiji glanced at the door and said, "Maybe we should go and ask other people first and wait until after we come back to study this door." People in this small town did not come out easily at night. Only when the sun illuminated everything during the day could many pedestrians be seen on the roads. The two people stopped a lot of people throughout the entire way to ask questions, but as soon as they heard their accents, they knew that they were from outside, and were wary of them. They hesitated and didn't want to say anything. However, Lin Jiji had many ideas. After discovering that such a gentle manner was fruitless, she rolled up her sleeves, knocked out a man who looked strong but unintelligent and brought him home. Yan Tianan watched her brazenly kidnapping in broad daylight, outwardly displaying admiration, but inwardly thinking that he could not afford to offend her. He had seen many women, but rarely seen any as persistent and authoritative as Lin Jiji. This was really not an ordinary woman. Lin Jiji just explained, "It's a waste of time to ask those who walk past one by one. It's clear that these town residents know everything, and it seems that what they know is about the same. Why bother?" Lin Jiji continued, "If they hesitate when we're asking politely, then we'll just have to get rough. I've already given them a chance to talk yesterday. We didn't hang the writing brush on the tree. 9 times out of 10, that's the reason that attracted those ghost children. The old man who was guarding this town has bad intentions." When she finished talking, she gave that pitiable scapegoat a pinch. That man woke up leisurely and cried when he saw 2 foreigners. Lin Jiji took a mass of cloth and stuffed it into the man's mouth. She squatted down and smiled, saying, "You screamed too early. We not only kidnapped you, but also dragged you to this courtyard in the town, which is specially used for foreigners to rest. Having said that, Lin Jiji clearly saw the veins rise on the man's forehead. His eyes were faintly red, obviously terrified. Lin Jiji was satisfied and went on to say, "There is nothing hanging on the tree at our door. Do you know what it means? Perhaps those infants who will climb out in the middle of the night and eat people will come and find you this evening. How about it? Do you want to scream more now?" After that, Lin Jiji removed the cloth from his mouth and said, "Why don't you scream a couple of times, hem?" The man really couldn't scream. Because of excessive intimidation, he had lost his voice. Yan Tianan stretched corners of his mouth. In his heart he thought Lin Jiji really took delight in fear, but she looked a little cool. The man's throat made a wheezing sound, after a long time still not saying a word. Lin Jiji was impatient and said, "Answer whatever I ask, otherwise I will let you be fed to the ghost infants tonight." "Don't!" The man gave a miserable cry, and his entire person was about to collapse. Tears and mucus flowed out steadily across his entire face, clearly scared to the point of peeing himself. "Don't feed me to the ghost babies. I didn't feed the children to the wolves. It was those old people who did it. It had nothing to do with me." Yan Tianan was originally standing on the side watching with relish, but after hearing these words, his face suddenly froze, and his hands across his chest were put down. However, Lin Jiji didn't change the expression on her face, but said lightly, "I didn't guess wrong. It's really a ghost infant. There is really something wrong with your town." Lin Jiji's lips couldn't help but sneer slightly, saying, "The ghost infant we were unexpectedly given a profound ranked Because Lin Jiji stood with her back to Yan Tianan couldn't see Lin Jiji's expression when she said these words, but if he could see it, he would inevitably feel that this expression held some cruelty that didn't match her aura, but the man saw it fully, and felt that this beautiful goddess at this time was like malicious ghost, and was really scared to the point of peeing himself. Lin Jiji showed an expression of loathing, and immediately stood up and retreated 3 meters away. "You keep questioning him." Lin Jiji covered her nose and said, "I'll go out and have a look first." The cultivation of Yan Tianan was not low, and his sense of smell was extremely sensitive. This man was ordinary. Unlike cultivators who have washed their muscles and refined their marrow, his urine smell was extremely strong, which made him almost fall over. Alas, when a beautiful girl gave a task, he couldn't just shirk it, and in the end, Lin Jiji was a girl. Author's notes. Wearing women's clothes doesn't mean he is a woman, and also Lin Xuanji has his own hardships and reasons for doing this. He won't make himself like this for no reason. I don't know what some readers dislike about this. If they can't accept it, they can ignore this section. There is no need to make themselves feel uncomfortable. Chapter 528. The third person, edited by Molly. When he thought of this, Yan Tianan couldn't help but sigh. The girl was even tougher than he was, although if they were a girl or not, still needs to be verified. Holding his breath, Yan Tianan pulled up a chair, sat down with his legs crossed, and remaining calm, asked, "What's the use of the writing brush hanging from trees?" The man stated while trembling, "It is used to ward off evil spirits and expel ghosts." Yan Tianan said, "What evil spirits and what ghosts?" "It is those ghost infants at night. They are no longer living, they are dead, they are too terrifying, they will eat people, and will bite people until they are beyond recognition. I'm so scared, so scared." Yan Tianan frowned and said, "Where did you get those brushes from?" "It's from the east of the town. There is a shop in the town that specializes in this kind of writing brush. It's run by the mayor's family. You can buy it from there. We all buy the writing brushes from there." Yan Tianan asked again, "Why are there so many ghost children in this city?" The man shivered with fear and shook his head furiously and said, I don't know anything. Don't ask me any more, ask others." Yan Tianan looked easy to bully, and when Lin Jiji started hitting people and threatening people, he stood by and didn't say a word, so when this man faced Yan Tianan he didn't have much psychological pressure. However, it was quite obvious he thought wrong. Yan Tianan took out a pill from the storage ring, and threw it accurately into the man's mouth with a flick of his finger. He said, "A truth pill worth thousands of gold, so you're really getting a bargain." The man stared at Yan Tianan in panic, like he just ate intestinal poison. Yan Tianan waited slowly for it to take effect and said, "Let me ask you something, why do so many ghost babies appear in the town at night?" The man opened his mouth and said in a trance, "Those ghost babies are all the children who have died in the town." Yan Tianan said, "Why are there so many dead children in this small town?" The man said in a daze, "There are northern wild wolves outside. Northern wild wolves like to eat human flesh and children's souls. Our mayor said that he has already discussed with the head of the wild wolves, as long as we offer fresh flesh and a child's soul to the wild wolves every 7 days, it will keep us safe for 7 days. Yan Tianan was dumbfounded, he never expected it to be like this. He frowned and said, "Where are your children coming from?" The man said, "It's a child born to every household. All the families take turns to send a child to the wild wolves. My family only has me. There are no women and no children in my family, so it has not been my turn to send one. However, they won't let me go. They will definitely make me marry and have children as soon as possible." Yan Tianan's heart couldn't help but sink. How could there be such a ridiculous thing? Yan Tianan thought for a moment and then asked, "How do you settle the problem of human flesh?" The man said, "There will always be outsiders coming in, and the mayor makes them look for the northern wild wolves' mother wolf, and they never return." Yan Tianan thought that the old man really was not a good thing, and he said, "What if the outsider doesn't listen to him, and doesn't court death?" "At most 7 days. The man smiled and said, "If you stay in this house for more than 7 days, you will be eaten by the ghost babies. If the ghost babies eat flesh, they will revert to beings with flesh, the babies will run out of town and be eaten by the wild wolf. There is always a steady stream of outsiders coming in, and the wild wolf always has flesh to eat." Yan Tianan trembled. This place is a cursed land. When compared to Fuyu who ate his own children, it is even worse. The north wild wolves murdered and did evil. The people here didn't try their best to get rid of them, but used their own children and innocent passers-by as rafts. It's a bit too detestable. Yan Tianan's expression turned cold and he said, "Are there any cultivators in your town?" The man nodded and said, "Yes, our mayor is a cultivator. Otherwise, how else could he have helped us think of this way to avoid the wild wolf?" Good, so very good. Yan Tianan said, "You can get lost." So the man ran away, rolling and crawling. Lin Jiji quickly came in and said, "I went to check the situation at our door. There is something wrong with our door. There are 6 bones hidden in it. Are the 6 bones human bones or?" "It's human bone," Lin Jiji said, "and it is the bones of a baby's skull." Yan Tianan, "To think this can actually be used in furniture." Yan Tianan said, "I just asked about some things, and it's bizarre." Therefore he clearly explained the details and answers of the questions asked just now. After listening, Lin Jiji looked at Yan Tianan and said, "I'm a little scared." Yan Tianan didn't expect Lin Jiji would say those words, because Lin Jiji behaved as though she were brave and fierce from the beginning, and even made a big man like him lacking and useless. But now, when Lin Jiji talked about being sacred, Yan Tianan did not feel anything wrong with it. He patted his chest and said, "Don't be afraid, I will protect you. There is nothing to be afraid of among the people here, probably only the mayor is a cultivator. If there are any problems, you can just hide behind me." Lin Jiji's expression softened and smiled, "Thank you, Tiantian Gerger." Yan Tianan trembled for some reason and said, "Forget it, it's better if you call me Ah Hen." Lin Jiji shook her head and said, "If you put on a show you have to do it completely. If there are people you know around here, your identity will be exposed." Yan Tianan said, "Even if other people come, they should not be from our place." However, when the sound of his voice faded away, he was slapped in the face. "This is the house we have for people from other places. There is no inn in town, you will not be wronged if you live here." A familiar voice, a familiar formula, and an unfamiliar young cultivator. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he saw a man and a woman currently looking at the door in the courtyard. The two sides looked at each other and confirmed through their eyes. They were people from the same world. When that old man saw the two of them, his expression changed slightly and he said calmly, "Don't forget the 7-day deadline, or you will be driven out of town." Yan Tianan nodded, and Lin Jiji rolled up her sleeves and walked towards the old man. Then she grabbed his collar. The old man was not tall, so he was picked up easily by Lin Jiji. His face flushed with anger. "What are you doing?" Although the cultivator next to him looked appalled, he didn't do anything. He just stood by and watched, and also walked back 2 steps. He even unconsciously touched a bag on his side. After opening it, he took out 2 peeled walnuts and stuffed them into his mouth. It was like drinking tea, eating melon seeds and watching a show. Yan Tianan, the person who came was probably not someone who was easy to deal with. Lin Jiji asked, You are the mayor, right? The old man angrily spoke. Yes, this is how you treat people who are kind enough to let you stay here. You've gone too far. Get out of town today. Lin Jiji hooked her lips and said, it's impossible to leave. In my life it's impossible. The pens you made are made of baby bones. The hair on them seems to be from wild wolves. You use babies to exchange with wild wolves, and the wild wolves leave a pinch of their hair as a reward. By making writing brushes with bones and wolf hair and by hanging them at the gates of those families you can scare off the ghost babies. Also, you are the only one who can practice cultivation in this town. It turns out that you are not advancing forward, and you don't even think about how to get rid of those north wild wolves. Instead, you seek temporary relief regardless of the consequences and kill foreign visitors. What are your intentions? The old mayor was red-faced and coarse-necked. He felt that he had lost his face, and he was lifted up by a woman like a chick. And he couldn't resist it, which was greatly shameful. Secondly, he had never met an outsider who came here and on the next day had discovered so many secrets in the town, so he was shocked. Of course, more of it was that he probably turned his shame into anger. The old mayor's throat made a sound of hee-hee, and wanted to roll his eyes over. The man watching the exciting scene from the sidelines looked at it. He first slowly swallowed the walnut in his mouth, then came over and said, "This young girl, let's put the old man down first. Look at his appearance. It's probably not long before he dies. If you continue like this, I'm afraid he won't last long." Lin Jiji felt it was very reasonable. Just now she just wanted to scare the old mayor. Who let him want to cause them harm before, but Lin Jiji did not want to kill him. As a result, the old mayor's life was saved, and he covered his neck with all his might, desperately coughing like he wanted to cough up all his lungs. The old mayor looked warily at Lin Jiji, as if looking at a brutal goddess. Yan Tianan walked over, but ignored the old mayor. Instead, he opened his mouth and asked the young man who seemed to have clean and refined features, "Are you from Myriad Dao Academy?" The young man smiled and said, "The outsiders who can come here are all naturally from Myriad Dao Academy, but I have never seen the two of you in the academy." While he was saying these words, his eyes stared at Lin Jiji. After all, if a woman who was so elegant, beautiful and refined, like smoke and mist, just like clouds, ever appeared in the Myriad Dao Academy, he would know it well. Yan Tianan said in his heart, "We are here for the exam, how could you have seen us?" But he didn't say it. After all, they didn't know the other side's background. Lin Jiji glanced at the youth and said, "What are the benefits of getting out of this evil spirit array?" The young man seemed to be surprised and said, "You came in here without knowing the final reward." "Are you kidding me? Many people have died in this evil spirit array. However many disciples come in, and many of them have died. Are you actually really not afraid of death?" Lin Jiji said calmly, "Just randomly picked one and came in. We'll think about the matter of life and death later." The young man smiled and said, "That is intriguing." Yan Tianan said, "What are you called?" The young man said, "My surname is Wan Miantang, a disciple of the East Courtyard of Myriad Dao Academy." Yan Tianan thought to himself, the outside world said that there were 12 peaks and 3 halls in the Myriad Dao Academy. In reality, this wording was very amateur. The correct saying should be 3 halls, 4 courtyards, and 12 divisions. The 4 courtyards were the East, West, North, and South courtyards, and the 12 divisions were the Dao divisions, Alchemist divisions, and Craftsman divisions that belonged to each of the 4 courtyards. Among them, the Dao division was subdivided into different specialties, which was even more. However, Wan Miantang, this name, Yan Tianan had often heard it before. Wan Yidong used to say, "Our Wan family, in my generation, can actually be considered as half destroyed and not completely destroyed. My father's generation was called talented people emerging in large numbers. My closely related little uncle, Wan Miantang, was what you would call a genius. He had outstanding talent and was a master in music cultivation, incomparable in the entire world. At 8 years old he was already foundation stage. At age 14 he entered Dao and reached primary realm. At the age of 20, he had already mastered the Gukan and beat all 4 of Myriad Dao Academy's East, West, North and South courtyards 4 great Dao divisions, and that elegant manner is simply the sun and the moon avoiding the light." In fact, what he said was more or less exaggerated. Wan Miantang was indeed really powerful, but at the age of 20 beating the entirety of Myriad Dao Academy, these words were very exaggerated. After all, there were many miscellaneous paths in music cultivation. It could be used to attack, defend, advance, retreat, used in medicine, and break arrays. For the most part, music cultivation was mostly a supplementary path, and few people specialize in one direction. As well as, Myriad Dao Academy had many sword cultivators and array cultivators, it would not be easy for a person from a musical family to win the top spot. Author's notes. Ah Heng will leave the array very soon. Chapter 529. Intimidation and Persuasion, edited by Molly. At the time, Yan Tianan also asked what he honestly thought, but Wan Yidong's expression was a profound mystery and said, as long as you know he is very powerful, it is enough. The other things should not be said, cannot be said. In the future, if you meet my little uncle, who's left the family already, if you don't want to offend him, don't casually mention the matter of the past. Originally, Yan Tianan thought, how can it be possible to see your little uncle so easily when Myriad Dao Academy is so big? He didn't expect that they would be brought together by fate, but Wan Miantang didn't have an instrument on him. He only took out a bag of nuts and ate happily, biting in like a little squirrel. Wan Miantang's left eye's outer corner had a little red birthmark, which added a bit of a bewitching and confusing feeling to his peach blossom appearance. Yan Tianan remembered that Wan Yidong seemed to have a tear-shaped mole in the same place, and his eyes were also peach blossom eyes, which seemed to seduce people. This was probably a hereditary characteristic of the Wan family, actually passing on beauty. Carefully considering it, this was the turning point. Yan Tianan said, "My name is Jiyu Tiantian, from the Alchemist Division in the South Courtyard." Wan Miantang smiled and said, "Oh, South Courtyard's Alchemist Division. How has Bai Yancho from South Courtyard's Alchemist Division been recently?" Yan Tianan thought in his heart, who in the world is Bai Yancho? But he said out loud, I am not very familiar with him, but I think he can't be doing too badly. Lin Jiji originally wanted to interrupt, but she didn't expect Yan Tianan to weave a lie so quickly and furthermore expose himself so quickly, and could only sigh in her heart. Bai Yancho was the person with the highest cultivation in the Alchemist Division of all 4 courtyards of Myriad Dao Academy. If there were no problems next year, he could directly enter Pill Limit Hall and become an Inner Hall disciple. However, he was a member of the West Courtyard, the sworn enemy of the South Courtyard, and it was impossible for any disciple of the Alchemist Division in the South Courtyard to not know this person. Wan Miantang's teardrop mark moved as he smiled and said, "Little brother, don't casually tell lies." Yan Tianan knew that the other had baited him into a trap. Lin Jiji looked at Wan Miantang, and was not happy with his deception of Yan Tianan's feelings. Shortly speaking, a 180-year-old man still pretending to be a disciple of East Courtyard. Do you have no shame? Also, you should not casually call people little brother. Stop trying to be close to him. Wan Miantang probably didn't expect that among these two people, one of them knew his information. Being treated this way by Lin Jiji, who didn't give him any face, he didn't get angry. He just raised his eyebrow and stated, "Which courtyard's disciple are you? How come I have never seen you?" Lin Jiji said, "I won't tell you." Wan Miantang said, "Don't be like this, we are all people of the same sect." Lin Jiji gave him a slanted look and said, "The relationship between the 4 courtyards is not good. I am not of the same cultivation path as you, and I am in a different division." Wan Miantang clicked his tongue as he said, "Your temper is really quite hot." Lin Jiji's expression darkened greatly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yan Tianan immediately said, "Let's not say any more needless words, and try to figure out how to get out of here." Lin Jiji said, "Since Mr. Wan is here, we need not spend any more effort here." "Why do you say this?" Yan Tianan was puzzled. Lin Jiji said, "Just now I have told you all the useful information. If you still can't guess how to crack it, you should stop being the dean." Wan Miantang sighed and said, "As expected, you are a student of Myriad Dao Academy." Lin Jiji did not answer, but said, "What is the reward?" Wan Miantang said, "It's a fan." Lin Jiji frowned slightly and said, "Just a fan can make you personally enter." Wan Miantang sighed and said, "It's something left by an old friend. I searched for it for a long time, and found out yesterday that it was a reward for this evil spirit array, so I had to come in person." Lin Jiji was lost in thought and said, "If that's the case, you might as well directly send little Tien out of the evil spirit array." Wan Miantang asked, "Why?" Lin Jiji said, "Otherwise, I'll solve this evil spirit array before you, so you won't get the fan." Yan Tianan, Wan Miantang. He was actually being threatened. Wan Miantang was almost enraged to the point of laughing by the woman in front of him and said, "Do you know who you are talking to?" Lin Jiji said, as I just said, you are the dean of the East Courtyard, you usually don't care much about official matters. Now, you are more or less a figurehead. Wan Miantang narrowed his eyes as though he was in disbelief. He said, you know who I am, and you dare to threaten me like this. Aren't you afraid I'll make life difficult for you after going out? Lin Jiji faintly smiled and said, that will have to wait until we go out. Furthermore, you and I want different things. I just want to get out earlier and you seek results. It would be better to happily cooperate. Wan Miantang thought, why would I want to help you? Even if the two of you are added together, you are not a match for me. On the other hand, I am very curious about who this woman is. Who on earth is she? Wan Miantang could not feel the fluctuations of spiritual qi in Lin Jiji's body, and at the moment he could not be certain whether her cultivation was too low or if it was deliberately hidden. Of course, judging from the situation of Lin Jiji, how could Wan Miantang be naive enough to believe that her cultivation was low and she came in by mistake? Just as Wan Miantang was thinking, Lin Jiji went on to say, there is a disciple in the East Courtyard called Xianxia. After you go out you should deal with her properly. Although Wan Miantang had not been concerned with East Courtyard's matters for a long time, he was basically considered a figurehead dean, but he had still heard of the new important powerful students of the East Courtyard. Also Zhang Ziyu had only entered the academy 3 years ago, the elders of Tool Ocean Hall had already settled on her and she had been selected as an outer hall disciple. Naturally, she was East Courtyard's craftsman division's favorite child. What's more, she was also a woman. Women who cultivated the craftsman path were rare. Zhang Ziyu was good-looking and talented, which naturally attracted many people's attention. Wan Miantang asked, what mistakes did she commit? Lin Jiji lightly said, because she is narrow-minded, oppressive, and retaliatory, she also violated the rules and sent participants of the entrance examination this year here. According to the rules of the academy, she should be directly expelled from the sect. Wan Miantang's expression remained unchanged and said, is it just because she retaliated? Lin Jiji said, no, it's because she offended me. Wan Miantang looked up and down at Lin Jiji and said, if you let me handle it, I handle it. But, isn't it shameful for me? Moreover, she is a disciple of my East Courtyard. Of course, I want to protect my own disciple. This little friend has not even stepped into the academy, so he is not considered a disciple of the academy. So even if Zhang Ziyu was scheming against people outside, it is not against the rules. Lin Jiji sneered and said, you do not want me to handle her personally. When Wan Miantang heard these words, he had a strange feeling in his heart. Under normal circumstances, who had the confidence and talent to say such a thing to a grand dean like him? Wan Miantang made countless guesses as to the identity of the woman in front of him, but still couldn't guess when Myriad Dao Academy had a woman with high status and such outstanding appearance. However, Wan Miantang asked cautiously, may I ask you how you are called? Lin Jiji answered, my last name is Lin and I live in Penglai. Wan Miantang, what the fuck, living in Penglai and surnamed Lin? He only knows one person, that is, Warong Sword Immortal, Lin Xuanji, but this person is obviously a fucking woman, but speaking of which, it does seem that this woman is a bit flat-chested and is a bit taller. If she uses bone transformation arts to change her body shape slightly, she can have this kind of figure. And most importantly, people's temperaments are not easily changed, and it is not easy to practice. Having a different temperament, the woman in front of him really has the demeanor of Warong Sword Immortal. Yeah, right. Wan Miantang's heart was in chaos. He had never been so greatly shocked since he was born. However, right before his eyes, this person really struck him with lightning, which split him open and burned him inside. Lin Xuanji, Warong Sword Immortal, this woman in front of me, the world is so incomparably mysterious, it is seriously terrifying. Wan Miantang seemed to see a lofty mountain collapse easily right in front of his eyes. How can the immortal figure who once discussed zither with me be this rude and overbearing? Well, woman. But Wan Miantang soon calmed down, looked at Lin Xuanji with a complicated expression in his eyes and said, after I go back, I will visit you. Lin Xuanji reservedly nodded and said, hurry up, don't waste time. Wan Miantang turned to Yan Tianan, who was confused by the situation, with a rather complicated and inquisitive eyes, and said, you are a new student this year. Yan Tianan was much more respectful after learning that Wan Miantang was the dean of the East Courtyard, and said, my name is Ji Yu Tiantian, I am a new student from the exam this year. Wan Miantang nodded and said, the aptitude is quite good. After I go out, I will demand an explanation for you. Yan Tianan said, thank you, Dean. Wan Miantang waved his hand and said, I will send you out now. Yan Tianan said, don't you have to break the array before you go out? Wan Miantang looked at Lin Xuanji and said, the Dean naturally has some privileges. As long as the students in the profound ranked array are still alive, I can send them out of the array. Come on, take the ship ticket out. Yan Tianan took out the leaf-shaped ship ticket, looked at Lin Xuanji, and said, where is your leaf? Lin Xuanji also looked at him and said, my cultivation is higher than his, so he can't send me out. Yan Tianan looked at that pair of eyes, which were ancient, not startled but gentle, and his heart tightened inexplicably. You live in Penglai, then are you a disciple of Penglai Island? Lin Xuanji seemed to laugh. There is only Warong Sword Immortal on Penglai Island. Without waiting for Yan Tianan to understood what this sentence meant, he saw Wan Miantang bite his finger open and draw an array talisman. The talisman was formed in midair and entered into the ship ticket in his hand. The next second, he reappeared in front of a mountain gate. There were many disciples standing around, surrounded by the boundless and surging sea. The ship was like a huge monster, beheading the winds and braving the waves. It was as high as 10 floors of a pavilion. It looked formidable and steady. The big sail of the ship had myriad Dao those 2 words written on it, letting people see and know where it came from. These young people dressed in different styles were chattering away in 2s and 3s. Those who wore swords and the same uniforms that seemed like they had the imposing manner of hosts were naturally the actual students of Myriad Dao Academy. These disciples seemed to come from different divisions, so their clothing's colors, style, and decorations were all different. Some were dressed in black robes with numerous embroidery, some in scholarly women's opera robes, and some in noble and clean, simple yet elegant white clothes. Some sashes were embroidered with the design of alchemist medicine bottles and alchemist furnaces, some were embroidered with forged engraving pens and magic tools, and some were embroidered with swords. You could tell at a glance which division they came from. Most of those disciples didn't pay much attention to these new students, but there were also a few warm-hearted disciples who were surrounded and were answering their questions and doubts. Yan Tianan suddenly appeared on the boat, but it didn't attract much attention. But not long after he arrived, another student inexplicably appeared beside him. Seeing the situation around him, he suddenly screamed. The people around him came towards him, and some also laughed. It's another one who just came out of an evil spirit array. It seems that he was very scared. The evil spirit array is really scary, people can't see what is real or not. However, I'm considered lucky. In the same evil spirit array I entered was a good friend of mine. He is very powerful and not after long he took me out of the evil spirit array. Chapter 530. Rules of the Evil Spirit Array. Wow, you're so lucky. There were demonic beasts that were actually taller and bigger than 3-storied buildings in my evil spirit array. Many people died inside, and they couldn't kill that thing at all. Fortunately, I ran fast. The candidate who was greatly traumatized didn't calm down for a long time. He froze for a while and suddenly burst into tears. They are dead, so many people are all dead. Wah, it's so horrifying. Ah. They're dead, dead. A disciple in white came up to comfort him. It doesn't matter. Everything in there is an illusion. Even if they are killed by monsters, they will be sent back directly to Jade Ocean City. Those who come out alive will come here, and their lives will be safe. The examinee cried while saying blankly, but what if they were killed by someone who also went into the evil spirit array? The white-robed disciple was stunned. Then they're dead. The examinee was dazed for a moment. He sat down on the ground with a pale face, soulless. Many people gasped in horror. The disciple in white sighed and patted that examinee on the shoulder, giving comfort. Then another disciple in a black robe came over and spoke coldly. This happens every year. Some people arrogantly think that they can only come out after killing all the others. However, there is no such requirement at all for primary ranked illusion arrays. The white-robed disciple looked at an examinee with a green ticket with complicated eyes. It's good that it's not him. Another disciple said coldly. Even if it is not him, there will still be others. It seems that this year's disciples are not peaceful. Killing people in the evil spirit array would turn one's leaf ticket red. This kind of character would not be rejected by Myriad Dao Academy, of course, but the sect also wouldn't let them enter the 4 main courtyards east, west, north and south. They had their own places to go, and those places were almost always the envy and longing of Myriad Dao Academy's other disciples. Perhaps they might be able to ascend to heaven in a single step. But most disciples were still unwilling to interact with such people. After all, they were terrifying. Yan Tianan searched the whole ship, but didn't see a single familiar face. After looking for someone to inquire about it, he realized that in reality, whichever evil spirit array someone entered was entirely up to chance, and the transport ship they landed on was also random. A total of 64 large ships had come to Jade Ocean City to receive people, and each ship could accommodate 500 people. However, in reality, each ship had only 120 people from disciples to examinees, including 100 examinees and 20 disciples. They would have to be very lucky to be assigned to the same ship. Obviously Yan Tianan didn't have such luck. However, Yan Tianan was not in a hurry to find someone. Most of what he was thinking in his heart now had nothing to do with the examination content but was more important than the assessment, such as Lin Jiji. When Yan Tianan first picked up Warong's Sword Immortal, he said that he couldn't remember anything. But his name, which didn't seem to be fake. Obviously, Warong's Sword Immortal didn't plan on continuing to hide his true identity after seeing Wan Miantang, so that's because Wan Miantang brought him a feeling of peace of mind. Yan Tianan somehow felt unhappy in his heart. In fact, from the very beginning, when he first saw Warong's Sword Immortal, he felt a sense of familiarity, which was why he brought a strange woman with him and was very kind to her. Yan Tianan slowly lowered his eyelids, blocking the gaze in his eyes. Others couldn't see through Warong's Sword Immortal's identity, but for those who truly loved and admired him, how could they be easily deceived by shallow appearances? It's just that the very idea was too strange, and Yan Tianan couldn't be certain. In the evil spirit array, Wan Miantang straightened out the information revealed in the conversation between him and the mayor, and threatened the mayor kindly before driving the person far away, then closed the door and looked at Lin Xuanji with a slightly heavy expression. Wan Miantang frowned slightly. Warong's Sword Immortal, why are you dressed like this? Lin Xuanji, who appeared here, was not ashamed of his present attire at all. He looked at Wan Miantang indifferently. I was injured and poisoned when I was chasing the vicious beast that escaped its prison. I can't use my cultivation for the time being and was also chased by my enemy, so I could only dress like this to avoid them temporarily. Enemy? Wan Miantang frowned. Who is it? Are they powerful? They're naturally powerful. Otherwise, why do you think I had to dress like this? Wan Miantang listened to him explaining everything so simply and lightly, and knew that things were not actually so simple. However, Lin Xuanji really was flexible. If it were him, he probably wouldn't be able to do this. But Wan Miantang thought, the reason I can't do it is because I haven't come across a moment where my life is at stake. In the face of life and death, what does cross-dressing matter? Wan Miantang asked a few more questions about Lin Xuanji's enemy, but they were all downplayed by him. Since Lin Xuanji was unwilling to say it, Wan Miantang would not bother to ask a clear question. Myriad Dao Academy was situated in the sea, and there was a prison within the sea, where heinous vicious beasts and great villains were held. A few days ago, a man-eating vicious beast escaped from the prison, and Myriad Dao Academy sent many resident cultivators to eliminate the evil. He just heard that the vicious beast was mentally sound and had a high capacity for cultivation, and actually escaped from Myriad Dao Academy successfully. As for what happened after that, Wan Miantang was unclear. At this time, Wan Miantang was nervous for a moment and asked, what happened to the vicious beast now? Half dead, and should have been subdued by the cultivators who had hurried over. Wan Miantang breathed a sigh of relief. When the vicious beast appeared, he happened to have something to do and was outside, so he didn't participate. In fact, as the Dean of the East Courtyard, he had the obligation to participate in the roundup. As long as Warong's Sword Immortal moved to help, then everything was good. Wan Miantang looked at the woman in front of him, who didn't look unnatural at all, with admiration. Many thanks. Lin Xuanji's wave a hand lightly. You need not say these words. I let you know only because you don't have a loose tongue. Wan Miantang's lips twitched, then he smiled. I thought it was to send away the disciple just now. Lin Xuanji said, both. Wan Miantang and Lin Xuanji had met several times. When they played chess, sparred with swords, or discussed meditation techniques, they could find common ground, so they had a good impression of each other. Wan Miantang especially wanted to make friends with Lin Xuanji, so now that he knew Lin Xuanji's little secret, he naturally wouldn't spread this information. Wan Miantang asked, who exactly was that person just now? You were transported in together with him. He is going to enter Myriad Dao Academy in the future, and his name is Ji Tiantian. If he enters the East Courtyard, I will rely on you to take care of him. Wan Miantang was taken aback. He can actually make you open your mouth to ask for protection on his behalf. Not necessarily asking for protection. Lin Xuanji said lightly, I can protect him by myself, but I just want to make his future journey smoother. Wan Miantang was really shocked now. For many years, Warong Sword Immortal had never asked about worldly affairs and only ever sought immortality. He had already been in closed-door cultivation on Penglai Island for 7 years without coming out. But when he left seclusion this time, he actually expressed his intention to care for another person so bluntly. How could this not surprise people? Wan Miantang pondered who exactly Ji Tiantian really was, and he couldn't figure it out, so he simply asked, this is a fake name. Warong Sword Immortal glanced at him. Yes, but as for his real name, let's talk about it again when he is willing to tell you. Wan Miantang thought in his heart, you really are protective of this calf. But his mouth replied, if he wants to come to my East Courtyard, I will naturally welcome him, but which path does he cultivate? He cultivates the alchemist path. Ah, Wan Miantang was a little disappointed. If alchemists want to have a better future, to tell the truth, it's better to go to the West Courtyard. Among the West Courtyard's divisions, the alchemist division was the most incredible. Bai Chuyan, the most powerful alchemy disciple in all 4 courtyards of Myriad Dao Academy, was from the West Courtyard. In there, the teacher configuration was also the strongest, and the student lineup was also very strong. Almost all alchemy disciples wanted to go to the West Courtyard. The East Courtyard was the typical the Dao division is strongest, while the alchemist and craftsman divisions are slightly weaker. From the teachers to the students, those in East Courtyard's alchemist and craftsman divisions were lazy and seemed like they had no energy, which really attracted the contempt of the West and South Courtyards. As for the North Courtyard, they had always been so aloof and cold that they didn't even bother to sneer at others. Wan Miantang said it from a very considerable point of view, but he didn't expect for Lin Xuanji to say without any worry after hearing that, it's precisely because I value your East Courtyard's undisciplined and free habit of letting the students develop at will without pushing them that I feel the East Courtyard is most suitable for him. Wan Miantang wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Is my East Courtyard actually like this in the eyes of Warong Sword Immortal? Warong Sword Immortal glanced at him. Isn't it, Wan Miantang? It really is. Wan Miantang became happy. Warong Sword Immortal continued, he doesn't need too much restraint. He knows how to develop himself. Wan Miantang sighed. With your help, even if he is a piece of mud, and even if he is in a muddy predicament now, none of that will matter. Why don't you directly accept him as a disciple? I have no teacher-disciple affinity with him, and I don't want to push him to the forefront of rumors. Wan Miantang stared at Lin Xuanji. I'm getting more and more curious about his identity. You'll know before long. Wan Miantang didn't say more, but instead changed the subject. It's not difficult to crack this evil spirit array, but is there anything Sword Immortal wants to take out? The world inside the evil spirit array was real, so naturally, one would be able to take out some items. It's just that the reality of these worlds were based on certain rules different from that of the outside world, and items couldn't be taken out casually. For example, there was an evil spirit array before where if one wanted to take out spiritual plants from that world, they must first water it with the blood of a local demonic beast. Otherwise, even if they took it out, it would still turn into bubbles in the outside world. The reason Lin Xuanji stayed here was surely not just because Wan Miantang couldn't send him away. Lin Xuanji said, I want to find out the relationship between the northern wild wolves and the ghost infants. The northern wild wolves are growing restless on the Northland's border, killing many people. Since this small world is related to the northern wild wolves, we might as well explore it for a few more days, so as to find a way to resolve the northern wild wolves' siege in the Northland. To put it bluntly, small worlds were just creations made by powerhouses on the outside. They would always reflect some part of the outside world. Aya. Happy New Year Chapter 531. Ethereal City. The purpose of the powerhouse in creating this world was unclear, but he obviously wanted Myriad Dao Academy's disciples to obtain some magic treasures, pills, and secret scripts hidden in the evil spirit array, as well as obtain ways to fight certain enemies. For example, this strange town Wan Miantang and Lin Xuanji guessed that they had to skillfully find the method to counter the northern wild wolves. Wan Miantang nodded. That's right. After all, This is just a profound ranked array. It's not difficult for us to leave. Profound ranked tier A arrays were not difficult for Warong Sword Immortal and Wan Miantang. This evil spirit array's world had a rule: as long as someone killed all the villains in this world, the array would break on its own, so Lin Xuanji and Wan Miantang had nothing to be afraid of. If worst came to worst, they would just kill all the wild wolves. Outside the evil spirit array, the ship went on for 7 days before arriving at the mainland on the other side of the sea. This continent was the legendary 10th land, surrounded by the sea. Its size was naturally inferior to that of the other 9 lands, so much so that it was even less than 1/10 of those lands. At best, it was a relatively large city. The name of the city was not Myriad Dao Academy but was called Ethereal City instead. There were residents living in Ethereal City. Most of them were different from the disciples from mainland cities who came to study. These residents were born in Ethereal City and died in Ethereal City. The vast majority of them had never even set foot outside Ethereal City all their lives. Because for the residents of Ethereal City, this was a paradise. There was no war and no politics here, only stable, peaceful days and abundant spiritual chi. There was a rule for the permanent residents of Ethereal City: if someone wanted to leave Ethereal City, then they would have to leave it for the rest of their lives. Nobody wanted to leave paradise, so very few people wanted to enter the secular world. Although there was abundant spiritual chi and it was backed by Myriad Dao Academy, the most famous sect in the 9 lands, Ethereal City's residents didn't necessarily have high cultivation levels. They were content with peace and enjoyment and saw through life and death. They accepted that all living beings experienced prosperity and decline, and life and death were impermanent, so they were not keen on cultivation, and there was almost no one with a high cultivation, but they also didn't really have many uses for cultivation in their entire lives. After all, if foreign enemies invaded, Myriad Dao Academy would meet them. During the spring plows and autumn harvests, there were disciples from Myriad Dao Academy who came to help. These natives all received rent payments. As long as Myriad Dao Academy didn't fall, they would never die of hunger. The ship stopped at the port, and 120 disciples and examinees on board came down methodically. Looking at the ethereal Myriad Dao Academy in the distance, the examinees showed their yearning for the future, and even events like how they had almost been scammed out of their pants at the sect gates were suddenly thrown aside. Wow, the spiritual chi here is very rich, much stronger than in my hometown. It's so beautiful here. Ah. Look, is this Myriad Dao Academy's main mountain in front of us? It looks so powerful and tall. I think I heard the sound of bells ringing. There were not many rules in Myriad Dao Academy, but each one was very strict. For example, if you weren't a disciple of Myriad Dao Academy and also didn't have important matters, you wouldn't be able to casually step foot into Ethereal City, even if you were a prince or nobility. Yan Tianan had wanted to come to Ethereal City many times before, but was stopped by Yu Ming. Yu Ming said, "Let's not talk about whether you can even find Ethereal City by yourself. Even if you can, you may not be able to enter Ethereal City. Why bother making things hard on yourself?" Myriad Dao Academy was both mysterious and dignified. It had existed since ancient times, and already had a longer history than the Qianyuan dynasty. Sects were made of iron while dynasties were like flowing water. Myriad Dao Academy was akin to a colossal stabilizing force, towering outside of the 9 lands from the ancient times until now. It overlooked every living being in the 9 lands and also nurtured the 9 lands' new powers. The residents of Ethereal City didn't really feel much for these batches of disciples who would arrive every 7 years. These disciples twittered and laughed as they walked and observed everything in the streets. The native residents next to them only glanced at them a few times at most, but they didn't say much, and soon they continued doing their own things. However, everyone had a love for beauty. If they saw any boys or girls in the group who looked amazing, the residents were still willing to talk about them. Just like the youth walking beside Yan Tianan, he had a very beautiful appearance. His beauty was exquisite and indistinguishable from male and female, but he himself was cold, like an unsheathed sword. If someone dared to disturb him, he would give that person an icy glance. Yan Tianan actually had great immunity to beauty. After all, he lived among a group of beauties from an early age, and his sweetheart was a peerless beauty in this world. But when he saw the youth, he still couldn't help giving this person a few more glances at first. His lips were as red as blood, his skin was as white as milk, and his eyes were black and bright. He wasn't very expressive, which made him look like a beautiful doll. However, Yan Tianan withdrew his gaze after only a few glances, which was fundamentally different from those inexperienced fools who kept staring. Probably because Yan Tianan's attitude could still be considered satisfactory. In the next few days on the ship until they arrived at the city, that gorgeous youth took the initiative to follow beside Yan Tianan. Yet Yan Tianan's disguised face didn't seem to stand out very much at this time. At most, it could only be considered pleasing to the eye. Naturally, he didn't have much presence. There was also no brother who experienced hardships with him and entered the same evil spirit array with him on this boat. Thus, he ignored the others, and other people also didn't take the initiative to pay attention to him. Ethereal City was very big. After all, this city occupied an entire mainland. No matter how small the mainland, it was still pretty big when compared to other cities. People were allowed to fly on their swords in Ethereal City, and there weren't too many restrictions in this area. It's just that so many new disciples were already disturbing enough, and if you added flying swords to the mix, who knows whether accidents beyond your control would happen. So when people entered the city, they were not allowed to be more than 3 feet above the ground. As for those who entered Myriad Dao Academy, they definitely weren't allowed to fly on their swords. Such an act was expressly forbidden for students. After walking rapidly for an hour, the ship's batch of new radishes finally saw the sect's main gates after much difficulty. Myriad Dao Academy used academic-style architecture. Even from the outside, it looked like an academy. Compared with some sects in the 9 lands, the gate did not give the slightest feeling of hating how high the heavens are. However, it was extremely wide and was also engraved with complicated array patterns. It looked heavy and full of vicissitudes, which was very reassuring. 18 gates opened towards both sides, and in the front was Myriad Dao Academy's public square, which was said to be able to accommodate 100,000 disciples at the same time. Immortal and ethereal, cranes and Luan birds spread their wings and flew in the air. Disciples stood at the gate and sighed one after another, glad that they could arrive here smoothly. A little while later, someone came to receive them. This was a woman dressed in a steward's uniform. She wore a high bun with an ebony hairpin inserted diagonally. She didn't smile much and had some fine wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. One could tell at a glance that she wasn't young. "My surname is Ruan. You may call me Steward Ruan." Steward Ruan said, "Today, I'll be the one to receive you all. You are the 64th batch. Later, I'll take you to the temporary accommodations. When you all pass the final assessment, your accommodations will be changed." With that, Steward Ruan turned and began walking. Several sect disciples followed up and spoke to Steward Ruan. Steward Ruan asked, "How is the state of mind of this batch of students?" By Steward Ruan's side, there were 4 disciples in black, white, blue, and purple robes. They were probably the leaders on this ship for the east, west, north and south courtyards. The black-robed martial brother answered, "I'm afraid some examinees' state of mind has already collapsed. They are quite unlucky. They had been selected for the primary rank Tier B Evil Spirit Array, or they had met mass murderers. It seems that they will need treatment and guidance." Steward Ruan nodded, accustomed to this. "A common occurrence. It's inevitable." The white-robed martial brother added, "There are a few incredible examinees. The candidate with the most people surrounding him, Shen Kongrong, is from the 7 Stars sect of the outside world. He is calm and steady, and is a good sprout for the sword path." Steward Ruan nodded and lifted her right hand, which had a transparent ring. The ring reflected the images of some disciples behind them. Shen Kongrong was easy to distinguish. After all, he was surrounded by the most people and was also very good-looking. He was handsome in appearance and had a somewhat wicked smile, which made it easy for people like him. Steward Ruan put down her hand. "He looks good, you can recommend him." The young man in purple robes said with a smile, "I didn't find any powerful people, but I saw some disciples who were quite good-looking. The examinee with simple clothes and a high-profile face is named Yin Changge. Although I haven't gotten his origins for the time being, he must be a person who can cause some rumors." Steward Ruan smiled and knocked on the purple-robed youth's forehead with a jade tablet. "I had you receive them, but this is how you receive them. I shouldn't let you go next time, you lecher." The purple-robed youth smiled and happily made a silly face. The blue-robed young man said, "Their east courtyard has always been like this. They're not serious at all." The young man in purple said, "Your west courtyard is very serious and proper. Every single one of you seems to be an ascetic maniac all day long. You don't know how to dress yourself well. If you go out looking ugly, you'll lose all of our sect's face. The blue-robed youth said, be more careful. If you say any more nonsense, I'll see you on the dueling field. The young man in purple responded, then I'll see you there. Who's afraid of whom? The people in front were bickering, while the people behind were nervous. I originally thought that as long as I left the evil spirit array, I'd have already passed the assessment. I didn't expect that we actually have to continue the exam. He also didn't know what this year's topic was and whether or not it would be too difficult. I heard that in the exam 7 years ago, only 1,200 people were left, and 100,000 people came to take the examination. And 1/5 of the 1,200 people came directly with ship tickets. Heavens I'm starting to feel nervous now. If I get rejected after getting this far, I won't live anymore. TCH, look at your state of mind. Don't even mention the assessment, you won't even be able to pass the Heartstone's test. Speaking of the Heartstone, that round can cut down 10% of students every year. Yeah, it's difficult to pass the Heartstone test. It can show people what they fear most in their hearts. Speaking of which, in Myriad Dao Academy's entrance exam 7 years ago, a Warong Sword Immortal walked out. It's said that when they tried to test his innermost fears, they ultimately found that his heart lacked any fear or desire. The result that was displayed actually turned out to be blank. Warong Sword Immortal is the person of my dreams. I have 3 dreams in coming here, one of which is to see Warong Sword Immortal. Forget it, everyone wants to see him, he is a legend of Myriad Dao Academy. Yan Tianan listened with relish to these fans mentioning Warong Sword Immortal with tones of worship, but in his heart, he nobly and elegantly thought, you all can only think and talk about him, but you can't touch him, but this prince actually shared a bed with him. If you round up, living in the same room is basically the same as sharing a bed. There's nothing wrong with this logic. It's perfect, Yan Tianan thought happily, and soon followed the group to the temporary residence. Chapter 532, Blood-Colored Leaf Ticket. The entrance exam that only occurred once every 7 years naturally wouldn't be too simple. At least everyone in a 4-person living quarter had their own bedroom, which made it less likely to disturb each other. Dormitories were built in the courtyard, surrounded by lush forests and flowers, which was much better than some people's residences outside Ethereal City. Most of the disciples present were children of ordinary families, but they were lucky and have good talents, so they just had the opportunity to take the Myriad Dao Academy's exam. Thus, many candidates expressed their satisfaction with the dormitory. There was also a dormitory for 2 people, which could be bought with spirit stones, but the price was slightly more expensive. 1 low-grade spirit stone for 1 night, and you couldn't change the dormitory until the end of the assessment. The examination lasted for 1 month. If you lived for 1 month, it would be 30 spirit stones. For ordinary families, 30 spirit stones were already a huge sum. Yan Tianan could afford it, but he didn't plan to pay. In any case, where he lived, what dormitory he lived in, and whom he lived with, had no impact on him. But Shen Kongrong said, Steward Ruan, please give me a room for 2. Steward Ruan looked at him and asked, how long do you want to stay? Shen Kongrong answered, 30 days. So he wanted to stay until the end of the examination. Steward Ruan nodded and didn't say much. You can come with me to the accounting office to pay the money later, and then choose a residence. Shen Kongrong smiled. Thank you for your troubles. Shen Kongrong was indeed polite in etiquette, so that people couldn't be disgusted or annoyed with him. However, after that, Shen Kongrong came to Yin Changge and stood in front of him and asked, would you like to live with me? Yan Tianan was close, so he could feel that when Shen Kongrong asked this sentence, Yin Changge's body suddenly stiffened, and he didn't know whether he was afraid or nervous. Yin Changge bit his lower lip and shook his head slowly without speaking. Shen Kongrong didn't say anything, but spoke to Yan Tianan instead, he trusts you. Please take care of him. Yan Tianan was a bit surprised. Do these 2 people know each other? But it doesn't look like it. One could feel from Shen Kongrong's clothes that his family was well off, middle class, well spoken, and his words and deeds were very appropriate. It was obvious that he had received special instruction. However, Yin Changge was dressed in coarse hemp garments. Rather than saying that he treated people coldly and acted high above them, Yan Tianan observed him and felt that it was just because he was nervous and afraid. Clearly, he had never seen much of the world, and his heart couldn't keep up. Since there was a sucker willing to pay for it, Yan Tianan was naturally willing, so he stopped asking and bluntly said, deal. Yin Changge bit his lips till they turned white and hung his head, not daring to look up. Shen Kongrong didn't pay attention to it either. He swept a glance at Yin Changge. I'll pay. Choose a room. After saying that, Shen Kongrong left with Steward Ruan. The other students present couldn't help looking at Yan Tianan and Yin Changge, and kept whispering to discuss the relationship between these people. When they were on the boat, Shen Kongrong obviously had the status of a leader, and Yin Changge had a beautiful appearance. It was still alright when the two didn't have any interactions, but when they did, some people couldn't help gossiping. The consistent principle of Yan Tianan was to act in a low-key manner, and that was, if others said anything, as long as they didn't step on his bottom line, he would pretend that he didn't hear them, so he ignored the gossip and spoke to Yin Changge. We got this thanks to you, so you can choose the room. Yin Changge looked up and saw Yan Tianan, and Yan Tianan discovered that his eyes were already red. Yan Tianan got a fright, wondering whether he was angry or moved. Yin Changge said, I want to be closer to him. Yan Tianan realized who he was talking about as soon as he wanted to ask. He casually pointed to a room and followed a guide martial sister to the other side. On the way, he asked, you two really know each other, ah? Then you might as well live with him. Yin Changge whispered, we don't really know each other, but if I knew he was going to get another room, I would definitely agree to his initial proposal. Then he said, can we go back on our word and return this room? 30 spirit stones are too expensive. You can't earn so much, even in 3 years. Yan Tianan, no, I refuse to go back on our word. After choosing a dorm, Yan Tianan and Yin Changge each chose a room. Yan Tianan didn't carry many things with him, only a storage bag and a storage ring that could accommodate all kinds of things. Both of them were impressive magic treasures that could accommodate both living things and dead things. All of Yan Tianan's belongings were in it. Yin Changge was different. No matter how cheap a storage bag was, it was still calculated based on spirit stones. Yin Changge didn't have a single spirit stone on him. He only had one suitcase that looked heavy, but there were many scratches on it. The scratches had rough edges and looked recent. After packing his things, Yan Tianan went out of the door, and he happened to see Yin Changge coming out. The two looked at each other, and Yan Tianan showed a friendly smile. Are you going to eat? Yin Changge's face was a little red, and he said hesitantly, I brought food. Yan Tianan laughed, and his eyes looked like crescent moons. What do you eat? Can you give me a taste? I don't think you are a child from the city. Maybe you have brought a lot of hometown specialties that I haven't tried before. When Yin Changge heard him say that he was not a child in the city at first, he still felt apprehensive, but after hearing the rest, he gradually became cheerful. Yin Changge didn't want to talk with people along the journey here. On one hand, he was not good with words, but on the other hand, it was clear from first glance that he was a person who walked out of the remote backcountry. He heard some candidates pointing at him and saying some unpleasant words, which made him even more unwilling to listen. It's just that Yan Tianan's words made him very comfortable. So Yin Changge also showed a smile, showing 2 sharp little tiger teeth. My hometown is remote and poor, but there are some special products to eat. Yin Changge opened a simple cloth bag hanging around his waist and took out a handful of dried fruit and a few pieces of air-dried meat from the inside. He generously handed them to Yan Tianan. This is a kind of spiritual fruit and venison, which is a specialty of my hometown. Try it. He then took out a small bottle. There is also a kind of fruit drink in our place, which makes people feel refreshed after drinking it. Yan Tianan accepted them with a smile. If I eat your food, what will you eat? There won't be any problems even if I don't eat. I have been fasting for a long time. Yan Tianan stuffed a piece of fruit in his mouth. How about this? Since you invited me to a meal, I will also invite you to a meal. Let's order some local specialties together. After all, we're new here. Hey, this fruit tastes really delicious. What's it called? Yin Changge was even more happy when he saw that he liked it. My hometown calls it zoo fruit, and it grows all over the trees. Yan Tianan put the rest of the zoo fruit in a medicinal pill bottle. This zoo fruit can be used as medicine, so don't casually give it to others. Yin Changge was confused. Why, I'm an alchemist. I've seen no less than 10,000 exotic flowers and plants. I only need to eat one of your zoo fruits to detect that it is actually a great tonic that has aged for a long time. You said that this thing can be seen everywhere in your hometown. If people find out, it will bring disaster to your hometown. Yin Changge gasped, it's so serious. Yan Tianan nodded. Believe me, this Myriad Dao Academy is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. If I can tell, then others will also be able to sense it. Yin Chang'e seemed to think of something, so he nodded. Gravely. Yin Chang'e was still wet behind the ears, and he soon got along with Yan Tianan. He originally didn't want to take advantage of Yan Tianan, but he was fooled into going out for a meal with him. When they were about to leave, Shen Kongrong suddenly came in from the outside. His face was slightly gloomy. He blocked Yin Chang'e as soon as he entered the door. Give me back the ticket. Yin Chang'e was a little flustered and lowered his head. I don't know what you are talking about. Shen Kongrong whispered, don't be silly. You shouldn't take that thing. Yin Chang'e bit his lower lip hard. No, Shen Kongrong said, if you don't give it to me, I will take action. Yan Tianan came forward. Fellow Shen, if you have something to say, then discuss it civilly. You are changing your face way too fast. Shen Kongrong frowned and looked up at Yan Tianan. That ticket of mine is a blood-colored one. If he holds it, he will invite disaster upon himself. Yan Tianan was stunned. A blood-colored ticket. He had also learned the origins of this item these days. If you killed people in the evil spirit array, the original green leaf-shaped ticket would turn red, and the more people you killed, the deeper the bloody color would be. Shen Kongrong looked graceful and elegant, calm and generous, but the meaning of his words was that he had killed people in the evil spirit array. It's just that why would Yin Chang'e insist on taking his ticket? Yin Chang'e couldn't persuade Shen Kongrong, and he also couldn't beat Shen Kongrong. In addition, Yan Tianan stood by and didn't act, so a leaf-shaped ticket was quickly found on his person. Yin Chang'e was very reluctant, as if he had been humiliated. When Yan Tianan saw the ticket, he frowned involuntarily. It was a very deep bloody color. He didn't know how many people had to be killed to make it like this. Shen Kongrong put away the leaf ticket, curled his lips, and looked at Yin Chang'e. I don't know you that well, we've only met a few times. You will continue to pretend that you don't know anything in the future, and everything has nothing to do with you, got it? Yin Chang'e clenched his fist. Okay, he could only say yes. Shen Kongrong probably only wanted this leaf ticket. After he got it, he left. Yan Tianan looked at Yin Chang'e, who was obviously depressed. You indeed know him. Yin Chang'e shook his head but then nodded again. He raised his head and looked at Yan Tianan. He asked blankly, will he fail the sect entrance examination like this? It's hard to say. If he is ruthless, merciless, and has a disregard for human lives without any attention to right and wrong, then I'm afraid he will never get a chance to step in here again in his life. If he has excusable or pardonable reasons, he may be able to ascend to the heavens in a single step. Although Myriad Dao Academy advocated education for everyone, irrespective of background, it still didn't mean that it was willing to accept just anyone. For some wicked scoundrels or evildoers who had problems from the root, it was obviously better to kill them than to bother guiding them. As for which kind Shen Kongrong was, this was unclear to Yan Tianan. Chapter 533. Meeting Warong again. On the afternoon of the same day, the examination contents and the arrangements had already come out. All the disciples who had entered the sect would be assessed according to 3 categories: alchemy, crafting, and Tao. In addition to the practical portions, the disciples needed to take 2 other assessments first. One was specialized basic knowledge, and the other was general basic knowledge. The 2 subjects would be assessed together and finished in 2 hours. It was said that these 2 subjects didn't need to be assessed before, but later a gentleman from Myriad Dao Academy thought that in order to cultivate a path, one had to start from the fundamentals and become an all-rounder on the topic, so the gentleman added these miscellaneous comprehensive examinations, which brought a lot of pressure to the candidates. But there was nothing they could do. Myriad Dao Academy's rules couldn't be easily changed. Fortunately, there were still 7 days to go before the written test, and the candidates could cram for a review, so they weren't too nervous. Yan Tianan went to look for Jiyu Ruyu and Qi Fiqing on the same day. The disciples of the divine clans stood out and were easy to find, because their regulations and accommodation were completely different from those of other candidates. They were many times fancier. After all, in the words of Myriad Dao Academy, fairness and equity were aimed at the disciples of Myriad Dao Academy, but right now these candidates weren't official disciples yet. Therefore, the Academy wouldn't care about ostentation and hierarchy for the time being. Yan Tianan soon found Qi Fiqing, who lived in a single-person luxurious dormitory in Falling Plum Park. Jiyu Ruyu lived next door to Qi Fiqing. The 2 of them grew up more spoiled than Yan Tianan, so they would not wrong themselves when they were away from home. When the three people met each other, Ji Ryu looked pale. If it wasn't for Yan Tianan's face, he would have started swearing on the spot. After enduring for a while, Ji Ryu asked, "Where on earth have you been these days? Why didn't you even send me a message? I thought something happened to you, and you couldn't reach the Myriad Dao Academy." Qi Fiqing also looked at Yan Tianan's disguise. "Say, Ah Hen, aren't you playing too much? Does this mean that you intend to use Ji Tiantian's identity to enter Myriad Dao Academy?" When the three people were traveling outside before and didn't want to reveal their identities, Yan Tianan would also take on this appearance, and the name he used was also Ji Tiantian, so they soon recognized his disguise. Yan Tianan felt guilty about making them anxious and rubbed his nose sheepishly. "It's a long story, I'll tell you when I have a chance. By the way, were you safe in the evil spirit array?" Qi Fiqing nodded. "It wasn't too hard to leave, and I didn't know until I came out that our assessment scores were calculated according to the time spent in the evil spirit array. The shorter the stay, the higher the score, but I still don't know how many points we got." Yan Tianan remembered that when they were in the evil spirit array, Warong Sword Immortal tried many methods to send him out as soon as possible, and his heart became warm. So there was also this layer of meaning behind those actions. Yan Tianan was in an extremely good mood. He smiled. "I came to see you too. Firstly, I wanted to report my safety. Secondly, I wanted to ask you if there's any information about the exam." Ji Ryu took a deep breath. "There are some. Just now, I asked several elder martial brothers and sisters. They told me that it is enough to just answer correctly the parts you know well. They said that it is extremely difficult to answer these basic knowledge exams. People who can answer 10% correctly are already considered experts. So far, only that genius from the prophet family could answer everything correctly." Ji Ryu said with disdain, "You only know how to walk these crooked paths and enjoy your success without putting in any effort." Qi Fiqing blinked. "Didn't the elder martial brother say just now that we shouldn't confine ourselves to outer appearances? If we can cheat successfully under the proctor's eyes, we can also be regarded as capable. But if you're caught cheating, you will directly be disqualified from the exams." Ji Ryu shook his head. "Let's play it safe and steady. Don't provoke the academy's authority." Qi Fiqing said, "Then I'm done for." Ji Ryu took out some books from his storage bag. "These are the exam topics I bought from the previous exam's senior martial brother, and I also bought books for each of you. You can memorize as much as you can over these few days. This kind of thing actually exists." Yan Tianan took the book and flipped through it. His entire person became dumbfounded. This is clearly just a list of book titles. It was full of appreciation of 100 kinds of continental spiritual plants, 81 paths of craftsmen, illustrated handbook of spiritual beasts, etc. From those that flew in the sky to those swimming in the sea, from those running on the ground to those growing on the ground, the list even included 100 named weapons and all kinds of rare treasures mentioned in ancient legends. The exam could be called all-encompassing with an extremely broad focus. Yan Tianan looked puzzled and pointed to the book. "What the hell is this?" Ji Ryu answered, "Ha, these are the test topics. It's said that they won't test anything outside of these topics." Yan Tianan, he decided to give up. Who are they kidding? I can't even read so many books in a year, let alone 7 days. Qi Fiqing had more of a reaction than Yan Tianan. He tore up the book in anger, indicating, "Do what you want, Honorable Me won't accompany you." Ji Ryu also said, "It's fine if you don't look. In any case, there's nothing to see." The three people hit it off immediately and decided to enjoy themselves. Thus, they left the sect and ordered a table of food in Ethereal City's biggest restaurant, eating and chatting. "Which courtyard do you all want to go to cultivate?" Qi Fiqing stuffed a piece of cake into his mouth and asked. Ji Ryu answered, "I'm going to the east courtyard." Qi Fiqing blinked at Ji Ryu. "Shouldn't you inherit the family tradition and go to the north courtyard to cultivate? How come I remember that your dage came out of the north courtyard?" Ji Ryu nodded. "Yeah, the north courtyard has tough rules and really suits our Ji family's style, but before I left, my dage told me that I must go to the east courtyard." Qi Fiqing was puzzled. "Why? The atmosphere in the east courtyard is good, and there are too many rules in the north courtyard. My dage hopes that I can have more choices." Qi Fiqing smiled while propping his chin with his hands. "On the other hand, I prefer the south courtyard. It's said that there are the most beauties in the south courtyard. If I go there, I'm afraid I will take to it like a fish to water. Gu Ruyu said, rest assured. I will report it all to your Dage truthfully. Shi Fiqing, don't I'm just saying this. I'll go wherever you guys go. Two pairs of eyes looked at Yan Tianan, and Yan Tianan slowly picked up some food with his chopsticks. I want to go to the East Courtyard too. Gu Ruyu said, I have inquired. The East Courtyard's alchemy division is the worst among the 4 courtyards, alchemy divisions. You might as well consider again. Yan Tianan shook his head and looked at them. Do you guys think that I really came to Myriad Dao Academy just to cultivate? I can cultivate anywhere. I have more important things to do here. Gu Ruyu, as if deep in thought, said, indeed, this is a great opportunity to win over talented people and keep an eye on the other divine clans. It's more important than cultivation. Your Highness really is far-sighted. No Yan Tianan's expression screamed, the fuck are you talking about? Instead, he explained, the East Courtyard is the closest to Penglai Island. If I want to see Warong Sword Immortal, it is also the most convenient. Gu Ruyu, Shi Fiqing, how come we still don't know you after so long? These 3 people were big-hearted. The others were all burning the midnight oil, trying to cram more knowledge into their brains, but these 3 were fishing in troubled waters outside, drinking tea and wine. Ethereal City's restaurant did not disappoint, it was just a little more expensive. After they were full, the 3 people walked towards the Myriad Dao Academy together. The location of their accommodations in the sect was not where the official disciples live, but in the peripheral guest area, so the curfew management was very loose. When they got back, they happened to see a lot of other young masters wandering back as well. When they were about to reach the dorms, the 2 sides parted ways. Gu Ruyu really wanted to send Yan Tianan back, but was rejected by Yan Tianan on the grounds that there was someone in the room. Back in the dormitory, Yan Tianan was just about to make a hand seal for cleaning his body to wash up and sleep when Hu Po suddenly jumped out from his storage ring and shouted at Yan Tianan after bobbing his head a few times, then jumped out of the window. Yan Tianan knew that Hu Po's reaction was definitely abnormal, so he could only jump out the window and follow. At the back of the dorms was a mountainous forest, where pear tree blossoms were blooming at this time of the year, with rich fragrance and white pear flowers. It was probably because everyone was studying hard and cramming, so no one was watching such beautiful scenery. Yan Tianan ran for a while, only to hear a tiger roar all over the place. He suddenly realized something, and his entire person became light and happy. A ball of white fluff rushed out like lightning and collided with Hu Po. Hu Po jumped up and pressed another tiger cub beneath him, then rolled together very intimately. Yan Tianan was naturally delighted to see Bai, especially when he saw Bai's present master. Warong Sword Immortal. Yan Tianan looked at the man with white robes and black hair standing under a blossoming pear tree, then grinned happily. Lin Xuanji also nodded slightly to him and beckoned, come here. Yan Tianan eagerly ran over and stood 3 feet away from Lin Xuanji. He said somewhat nervously, so you've already left the evil spirit array Lin Xuanji said, the person in the evil spirit array isn't me. Yan Tianan, don't deny it, I can see it. Lin Xuanji looked at Yan Tianan's expression, which was constantly fluctuating between don't tease me and should I pretend I don't know, and couldn't help smiling faintly. I'm just joking with you. Yan Tianan was full of questions. Now that he had caught the culprit red-handed, he naturally wouldn't let go of this good opportunity so easily. Yan Tianan asked, Warong Gerger, why were you dressed as a woman? You even said that you couldn't remember anything except your name. Things happened for a reason. What's the reason? Lin Xuanji looked at him and didn't speak. If he didn't want to say it, then most people wouldn't ask any more questions, but Yan Tianan was different, he genuinely cared. He knew that if it weren't for a major disaster, Lin Xuanji would never dress up like that. Yan Tianan frowned and continued asking, Warong Sword Immortal, when I saw you, you were seriously injured, and you didn't even have any cultivation in your body. This can't be fooled over by a word or two. I also saw the toxin. It wasn't enough to make you lose all your cultivation. So, you either took some strange pills, or something went wrong with your cultivation techniques, right? Chapter 534. Away for a long time. Lin Xuanji's eyes narrowed slightly, and he thought to himself, Hen has been away from me for many years, and his gaze has become sharper and sharper, which is quite different from that of the former teenager who didn't think and was clueless about what was happening. However, there was a price to pay for growing up. At this moment, Lin Xuanji didn't know whether his mood was more pained or proud. In any case, it was almost like this youth had been completely reborn after leaving his shelter, becoming more and more dazzling. Lin Xuanji looked at Yan Tianan's face, which did not hide his worries at all, and answered very lightly, "It's just some residual injuries left in earlier years. Once my spiritual qi is consumed excessively and reaches a critical value, I will temporarily lose my cultivation, but it won't hinder anything, and I will soon recover. It's just that this time I was unlucky, and I was poisoned when my cultivation was gone, so I recovered slowly." Speaking of this, Lin Xuanji added, "And then I met you." Yan Tianan shook his head. "Warong Gerger, don't fool me. If it was just this, then you wouldn't have had to disguise yourself as a woman." Lin Xuanji smiled. "I can't hide anything from you. In fact, after my cultivation was completely lost, I happened to meet several former enemies. I was originally hiding in an inn to avoid them. I didn't expect them to go door to door to find an injured man. I borrowed a set of women's clothing from the female innkeeper, avoided their pursuit, and took advantage of my last energy to return to Ethereal City." Yan Tianan gasped. "Who are your enemies?" Lin Xuanji raised his hand and rubbed Yan Tianan's head. "I really can't tell you this, because you are no match for them. It's useless to say it." Yan Tianan felt the tenderness and warmth from Lin Zuzni's palm, as if he had returned to the time when he was hugged and taken out of danger by this person during that life-threatening moment many years ago. "Okay, I won't ask this anymore," Yan Tianan said, "but why did you tell me your name was Lin Jiji when you saw me? If you had told me that you're Warong Gerger, I definitely wouldn't have treated you so badly." He remembered when he cut into flesh with his bare hands. Back then, Lin Xuanji was sweating profusely, and Yan Tianan couldn't stop feeling unhappy in his heart whenever he thought of that. Although he called himself playful and flirty, in reality, Yan Tianan was a person who had no tender feelings for the fairer sex. It was already enough that he saved Lin Jiji's life after all. They were strangers who met by chance and happened to be brought together by fate, but how could he actually give her life-saving medicinal pills? However, Lin Xuanji was different. "I originally meant to tell you my identity." Lin Xuanji curled his lips, and his smile was shallow yet profound. "But you just had to tell me that your name is Jiu Tiantian, so I changed my words and omitted a character." Yan Tianan, "How I grieve and lament this. Besides, I thought that if you heard the name Lin Jiji, you'd be able to guess who I am. Who could have expected that you didn't even know my name?" Lin Xuanji sighed imperceptibly. Yan Tianan felt very guilty. "I thought your name was Warong Sword Immortal." Lin Xuanji, "Who gave him the title?" Yan Tianan said, "I'm sorry. It's not your fault. After all, the name Lin Xuanji has not been used for many years." Lin Xuanji paused for a moment and didn't speak. The pear blossoms were dotted with white. The moonlight dissolved, floating and falling. He had other things to do and went to other places. Lin Xuanji said faintly, "He's already left me for a long time." Lin Xuanji's tone was calm, insipid, and flat, but Yan Tianan somehow recognized some sadness in his voice. Who knows whether it was because he was feeling sorry for Lin Xuanji or whether Lin Xuanji was truly sad. Yan Tianan said, "He was actually willing to leave you. He couldn't bear to, and I also couldn't bear to either. It's just that there are some things that we can't help but do according to the heavens." Yan Tianan said, "If I don't want to leave someone, even if I have to oppose the heavens, I still won't be willing to leave him." Lin Xuanji resisted the urge to rub Yan Tianan's head. "Childish thoughts." Yan Tianan said, "I am serious." Lin Xuanji smiled. "It is precisely because you are serious that I call you childish." Just when Yan Tianan wanted to refute, he heard a distant crane's cry in the mountain forest, which was empty and distant, and it was very beautiful. Lin Xuanji glanced towards the east. "Let's stop here for today. I still have some things to deal with. Go back and have a good rest." Although Yan Tianan still wanted to learn more, being able to see Lin Xuanji again had already given him an unexpected but pleasant surprise. So Yan Tianan nodded. "Can I see you again?" "Naturally, you can. After you enter the academy, I will give you a token. You can meet me on Penglai Island whenever you want." Yan Tianan's heart jumped uncontrollably, as if about to break through his chest. "As for these 2 tiger cubs, I'll take them away for now." Lin Xuanji smiled at him as if he was giving him bewitching drugs. "Since you want to hide your identity for the time being, don't let anyone see the tiger cub, or you will be easily seen through." At this time, even if Lin Xuanji wanted his little life, Yan Tianan would probably just giggle like a fool and say, "Oh, that. If you want it, then just take it." So Hu Po had been sold clean by his own master without even knowing it, and Lin Xuanji was already flying towards the east on his sword while holding 2 tiger cubs. That night, Yan Tianan kept burning the midnight oil as took out the book from Jiyu Ruyu, and picked out the titles he had already read before, and recited them silently from beginning to end. He had originally had nothing to fear, but right now he was in a nervous mood for fear of being eliminated in the written portion. Over there, Lin Xuanji flew straight to a peak clearing. There was a Baifeng standing on one foot, leaning against a gorgeous man dressed in a red robe. The man had bare feet and a string of silver bells hanging on his ankles, which looked very demonic. "Did you go see your lover?" Yin Chongyu curled his lips and asked. Lin Xuanji glanced at him. "It's so late. What did you call me back for?" Yin Chongyu yawned. 20 of the candidates in this batch of examinees have killed people in the evil spirit array. Lin Xuanji waited for the rest. Those who killed 1 or 2 will be fine. That's not worth worrying about. However, one person killed everyone else in the array except for himself, and the other killed everyone in the array except for another examinee. Yin Chongyu curled his lips and spoke bewitchingly. "In my opinion, if they killed, then they killed, but some people just don't want to let the killers go so easily." Lin Xuanji glanced at him. "After the assessment, someone will naturally check the leaf tickets. It can't wait," Yin Chongyu said. "Just now, the deans of the East, West, North, and South courtyards have gathered to discuss this matter." Among the group with only 2 survivors left, the other 9 people who were killed were disciples from several divine clans, and people are unwilling to let this go. Lin Xuanji truly didn't know about this matter. After all, he didn't usually care much about the assessment. But since Yin Chongyu came to him specifically for this matter, Lin Xuanji could only take care of it. "Which families?" "The Voodoo Ying family, the musician Wan family, and there's also East Land's Zan family." Yin Zongyu clicked his tongue twice. "Don't you think I treat you well? I even told you specifically whenever there is something to do with the Zan clan." Lin Xuanji glanced at him. "No wonder it's a difficult situation. It won't be easy to handle if these 3 families exert pressure at the same time." Yin Zongyu nodded. "Originally, if they die, then they die. It's not like nobody ever died before. But the Ying family member who died just happened to be from the main branch, so the Ying family refuses to cooperate no matter what. I'll go back and investigate." This year, all the leaf tickets were made by Lin Xuanji. If they wanted to investigate those red leaf tickets, it was natural that he would be the fastest and most accurate person for this job. After Yin Chongyu finished discussing official matters, his mind began to wander. "You've been restraining yourself for 7 years, and finally you can't hold back any longer." Yin Chongyu teased. Lin Xuanji said, "It's not as bad as that. Don't talk about me like I'm you." Yin Chongyu laughed. "What about me? I wasn't the one who stubbornly insisted on seeing my sweetheart despite being seriously injured. I heard that you even cross-dressed." Lin Xuanji, Lin Xuanji, since when did you become so shameless? "Well, how about it? Are you happy or not to see that your family's hen is so attentive to you when you're in women's clothes?" Lin Xuanji said coldly, "If you have nothing else to say, I will leave first." Yin Chongyu lifted his foot and followed. They walked towards Penglai Island together. Yin Chongyu asked, "Have you decided to live on Penglai Island for several years?" "A tentative arrangement. Then I'd better return to Reincarnation Palace and watch it. In the past few years, Reincarnation Palace has been too popular. In these years, we might as well vanish temporarily and take on fewer tasks and earn less money." Lin Xuanji nodded. "That's also my intention. Since Hen is here, I naturally won't put my mind too much on the outside. Moreover, little Nian is also going to pass the entrance exam and study here. He's so naughty and mischievous, I always have to keep an eye on him." "How is my son naughty? He's so obedient." Yin Chongyu was dissatisfied and went on to ask, "So is it really okay for little Nian to swagger into the sect, just like that?" Myriad Dao Academy provides education for everyone, irrespective of background. It doesn't ask about worldly matters and has even accepted demonic cultivators. What's a young palace master of a cult to that? I understand all the reasons, but why do you say that the reincarnation palace you personally built is a cult? Lin Xuanji, I'm sorry, my bad. In the early morning of the second day, they heard the distant and vigorous early bell ringing. The bell was located at the peak of the mountain, but it could resound through the entire academy. It was said that even in Ethereal City, which was outside the academy, the sound of the morning bell and the evening drum could still be heard, which had become symbols of Ethereal City. However, today's bells seemed to be somewhat different. In a short time, Steward Ruan took several disciples to the accommodations of the 64th ship's examinees. She always had some kindness on her face before, but now she showed a rare grave expression. She looked at the candidates who had run out after hearing the movement. "Where is Shen Kongrong?" Shen Kongrong, who was dressed neatly, straightened his sleeves. "I'm here." Chapter 535, Trial by Decree, edited by A. Steward Ruan slightly narrowed her eyes and stepped forward. "Show me your leaf ticket." Shen Kongrong raised an eyebrow and said so fast as he took out his leaf ticket without any resistance. Just looking at his leaf ticket, a few candidates who had gathered around him immediately gasped and stared at Shen Kongrong with frightened and confused eyes. A blood-red leaf ticket represented that he killed multiple people in the evil spirit array. Looking at the color, Steward Ruan's eyes changed. She held the leaf ticket in her hand, as if she could feel the coldness in her bones. This was a leaf card that had been soaked in the blood of countless numbers of people. Shen Kongrong was indifferent, as if it didn't matter to him. That was precisely what was most frightening. Steward Ruan took a deep breath and stared at Shen Kongrong. "Come with me." Shen Kongrong didn't resist and followed her to leave. "Wait a minute." Yin Changge stood up. He was not good with words, but now, he was pale and said, "I'm with him." "I'll go with him." Steward Ruan frowned. "Take out your leaf ticket." Yin Changge brought out his own leaf ticket, which was clear and transparent, a very beautiful green without any blood. Steward Ruan said, "Come along." Shen Kongrong frowned. "It has nothing to do with him. I don't know him at all." Steward Ruan gave him a deep look and repeated, "Let's all go together. In any case, everyone can watch today's trial." When this came out, all the disciples in the courtyard were eager to move and see it. After thinking about it, Yan Tianan took the lead in following. Shen Kongrong kept shooting Yin Changge a warning glance, but Yin Changge turned a blind eye to it. At this time, Yin Changge thought, "My mouth is on me and belongs to me. Why do you want to block my mouth?" Along the way, many disciples of the sect saw Shen Kongrong with Steward Ruan, and all of them showed very complicated expressions, such as disgust and fear. This was normal. After all, they seldom saw people who would recklessly kill others in a primary ranked evil spirit array. Especially since this person was still young. There were already many people sitting in the hall, and the heads of the 4 courtyards east, west, north, and south were sitting on the trial seats. In the absence of the headmaster, the vice headmaster would take his place as judge in the trial. There were quite a few disciples who wanted to see with their own eyes which examinee was so powerful. Behind the long table on the right side, there were several noble young masters sitting side by side, surrounded by disciples wearing the clan's robes. Yan Tianan stood at the back. At a glance, he knew some basic knowledge. Those who were sitting at the back of the long table on the right were all disciples from the families of divine clans, but some of them had already entered Myriad Dao Academy in the early years, and some of them were only ready to enter this year. Shen Kongrong most likely offended the wrong people. Although there was no aristocratic family in the Myriad Dao Academy and it disregarded secular status, that was only under normal circumstances. As long as Myriad Dao Academy was in the 9 lands, it was bound to be influenced by secular dynasties. The person in charge of the Academy's laws was the sect judge, whose position was similar to the 3 hall masters and 4 deans, but he was the one most feared by the disciples. When they saw the sect judge and his inspection team who worked for him, it was like a mouse meeting a cat. They couldn't wait to run away. Yan Tianan stood in the crowd and looked up. Sitting in the most central position, the honorable judge looked very young, probably because of his high cultivation. His eyes were cold, his lips thin and pale, and he had a kind of otherworldly aura. No wonder the disciples were afraid of him. Yan Tianan was suddenly hit. Looking back, it turned out to be Chief Iching. Although there were a lot of people standing here, there were no noisy and disordered voices. This was probably because the trial had a sense of dignity, which made people dare not to speak out at will. Chief Iching asked in a low voice, "What seems to be the matter?" Yan Tianan also whispered, "Just look." Just then, the judge who sat on the main seat spoke. "Shen Kongrong, it's been reported that after you were sent into the evil spirit array, you killed 9 people who entered the evil spirit array with you. Is this true or false?" The judge was direct and went straight to the point without a word of nonsense. Sitting next to him, the head of the south courtyard seemed to be unaccustomed to his style. He frowned slightly, but in the end, still didn't say anything. Shen Kongrong was worthy of his name. He was in full view by the public and put under great pressure, but he just stood calmly and said, "Since your honor can ask this question, it is naturally true. Yes, I killed people, and it should be 9 of them." The originally quiet atmosphere suddenly changed, and the disciples couldn't stop talking. "He's so calm. I've never seen anyone confess to murder while on trial, so outspoken and without explanation. He killed 9 people at once. Maybe his cultivation will be crippled and he'll be thrown out of the sect." I think there were several disciples of the divine clans sitting in those high positions. It seems that this matter is not good. Qi Fiqing couldn't stop whispering, "This is too fucking cruel, killing 9 people at once. What's the deep hatred?" Yan Tianan looked up at Yin Chang'e standing in the front row. He always felt that something must have happened between them. He wondered if Yin Chang'e would stand up and say something. Yan Tianan said, "This is not necessarily the case. Let's keep listening." Shen Kongrong's calm attitude suddenly angered one of the disciples sitting on the podium. The disciple wore a jade hairpin and a black robe, signifying his status as a student of the North Courtyard. He stood up, pointed to Shen Kongrong, and said sharply, "How can such a ruthless and heartless person continue to take part in the examination of Myriad Dao Academy? Your honor, I implore you to punish him severely, otherwise such things may happen one after the other." Qi Fiqing was stunned. "Isn't this Ying Guanchao from the Ying family? The one who died seemed to have been from the Ying family. Ying Guanchao is part of the Ying family's main branch, and his uncle is the current master of the Ying household. Although he's not the legitimate son, his status is not low. After all, the Ying family was one of the divine clans, and there were not many disciples in the later generations, so every child was highly valued." After Ying Guanchao finished, a Wan family disciple next to him stood up, his face as black as death. He really dared to kill just anyone. Once such a person enters the sect, he will certainly be the cancer of the sect. The remaining disciple was a member of the Zan clan. He didn't speak, as if he was just going to sit here and listen. After hearing this, the judge asked, "Shen Kongrong, why did you kill them?" Shen Kongrong said lightly, "They wanted to kill me first, so I fought back." Impossible. Ying Guanchao stood up and was very agitated. "Absolutely impossible. My brother is not the kind of person who would take the initiative to kill people. He is only 18 years old this year. His cultivation is not high enough. Most of his cultivations are stacked through medicinal pills. He also knows his own situation and has never taken the initiative to provoke anyone. What's more, your cultivation is obviously higher than his. How stupid is my brother to provoke a person who is better than him?" Even the fact that his brother's cultivation had been stacked up by medicinal pills was revealed, which could be seen that Ying Guanchao's dead younger brother was really not someone who would easily provoke people who were stronger than him. However, Shen Kongrong contemptuously sneered. He really doesn't have the courage, but if there are other people brave enough to do so, it's not certain that he would continue to be a coward. Shen Kongrong's voice just fell, and several disciples of the sect who were sitting there were angered. "You mean, my Wan family's disciples deliberately made trouble with you? Even if there was some quarrel, so many people couldn't have been killed at once. Why don't you talk?" Ying Guanchao said discontentedly to the Zan disciple who hadn't spoken next to him. The disciple of the Zan clan, named Zan Zion, never had much energy. He yawned and glanced at Shen Kongrong. "You are capable of killing 9 disciples of a noble family by yourself. You do have ability. However, I don't think you are stupid enough to not know that those people were disciples of the divine clans and kill for the sake of killing. If there was a reason, let's talk about it. I'd like to know what they did." Ying Guanchao frowned and said discontentedly, "What is the reason for him to do this? I think he is deliberately provocative." The judge knocked on the mallet. "Is there anything you want to explain?" Shen Kongrong replied, "I have just said that they first challenged me to kill me. In order to defend myself, I returned it in a personal way." Zan Zion raised his eyebrows and leaned against the chair, with a helpless expression. "In this case, the Zan family must pursue it to the end." Ying Guanchao grew red in the face. "Who can prove they were the ones to provoke? You're just making excuses." Turning to the judge, he said, "Your honor, you can see his attitude. He not only has no regrets, but also poured sewage on the dead. When people with such low character and murderous intentions are released, they will become the devils of the world." Just like the current Feng Juqing in Reincarnation Palace. I humbly ask your honor to be the director of justice. Feng Juqing was originally a proud pupil of Myriad Dao Academy's Sword God Hall. He was a twin with the current Hall Master, and was also one of the 7 stars of the original Sword God Hall. Many years ago, Feng Juqing killed all the other disciples who entered with him in an Earth-ranked evil spirit array. He took all the life in the evil spirit array and stole a pair of magical swords, Proud Frost Sword. At that time, he was also sentenced to a trial. Feng Juqing only said that those people were killed by accident, and because there was no evidence, he had to be released. But later, Feng Juqing became more and more possessed and indulged, so that on a night when it seemed calm and nothing should have happened, he killed 5 of his classmates with the pair of Proud Frost Swords. The current Hall Master of Sword God Hall, one of the twin stars of that year, would have been killed too if he had not been cultivating outside. Since then, Feng Juqing had disappeared into the world without a trace for decades. However, 5 years ago, he reappeared in the world as the Wind Envoy of the 4 envoys of Reincarnation Palace: the Wind, Flower, Snow, and Moon Envoys. Maybe the world didn't know what Feng Juqing had done, but when the news reached Myriad Dao Academy, everyone from the instructors to the disciples were in uproar. It was also from that time that the sect began to change its attitude towards the slaughter of their own disciples in the evil spirit array. They would not tolerate it and would investigate it out to the end. Everyone was immersed in the memories of Feng Juqing, and suddenly a young man's voice rang out, "Say, it's all fine and good if you all just discussed this Shenkongrong, but why would you involve our Reincarnation Palace?" When Yan Tianan heard this voice, his heart could not calm down. When Yin Nian finished speaking, he felt more and more that there was going to be quite a show today, and he looked in the direction of that voice. Yin Nian was originally in the crowd, and at this time, the space around him was suddenly empty. Inquiry, suspicion, consternation. All kinds of eyes fell on him. Reincarnation Palace? What do you mean by our Reincarnation Palace? This boy has lost his mind. He seems to be a disciple who came to take the exam. The demonic cultivators and heretics have dared to come here. Chapter 536, Trial Result, edited by Aya Silence. The judge knocked for order with a gavel, and a buzzing sound filled everyone's eardrums. The disciples couldn't help but feel dizzy and didn't dare to say more. However, Wan Miantang, the dean of the East Courtyard, quirked his brows and said, "I didn't expect Myriad Dao Academy to be so attractive. What's your position in Reincarnation Palace?" Yin Nian came out and gave a salute. To answer the dean, "My name is Yin Nian, a disciple of the Palace Master of Reincarnation Palace, son of the Moon Envoy, and also the young Palace Master of Reincarnation Palace. I've always held great respect for Myriad Dao Academy and have come to take the exam." As soon as Yin Nian said this, there was an uproar around him. Wan Miantang was about to laugh. 7 years ago, there was a Warong Sword Immortal, who was unparalleled in the limelight and made all the candidates less famous since then. 7 years ago, there hadn't been other interesting people. But this exam was different. The exams had just started and it had only been a few days since entering the school. It turned out that there were such interesting things happening already. It seemed that the days of Myriad Dao Academy would not be so boring. Wan Miantang said, "Okay, I understand. Please step down for the time being." Yin Nian agreed. In a move to provoke Ying Guanchao, who had offended him, he raised his chin and returned to the crowd. After Yin Nian walked back, there was a large empty space around him. An unknown disciple gritted his teeth. "Don't tell me that Myriad Dao Academy will even accept adulterers and murderers from Reincarnation Palace." Yin Nian kicked over and said, "You tell this young master clearly. Who is the adulterer and who is the murderer?" The disciple got kicked and immediately laid on the ground, crying. Yin Nian drew down the corners of his mouth, rolled his eyes, and stood silent. It seemed that some veins were standing out on his forehead. Wan Miantang enjoyed himself for a while, and the dean of the South Courtyard, who was next to him, glanced at him. "It seems that you want to accept him." Wan Miantang said, "It depends on fate. Courtyard choice goes both ways. No one can force another person to choose a courtyard." The dean of the South Courtyard was a woman with fine wrinkles on the corners of her eyes, but the years had not taken away her beauty. On the contrary, it gave her a heavy feeling of experience. The dean of the South Courtyard said, "Since you are willing to speak for him, it seems that you really have a good impression of him." Wan Miantang replied, "It is better to say that it's not bad." Some of the disciples below expressed great suspicion and dissatisfaction with Yin Nian's arrival. They all thought that Yin Nian, the evil spirit of Reincarnation Palace, would bring in the style of Reincarnation Palace into Myriad Dao Academy, so they immediately expressed resistance. Everyone's line of sight went back to Shen Kongrong. The judge said, "Do you have evidence?" Shen Kongrong knew he was asking about those people who wanted to kill him first. Shen Kongrong said faintly, because it was at a critical moment, there was no time to procure evidence. The judge's long, narrow eyes squinted slightly, saying, "This sect will not tolerate murder in the evil spirit array. Since you can't produce evidence, this judge will hand down the sentence." Shen Kongrong seemed to have anticipated it. His face did not change as he said, "It's up to you." Shen Kongrong was obviously a temperamental person. He didn't want to say much. Even if people forced him to speak, he would never say more. Ying Guanchao had been thinking about how to kill Shen Kongrong. As long as he didn't enter Myriad Dao Academy, he wouldn't be protected by the sect's rules. It was as simple as killing an ant. Besides, it was said that there was another person who came out with Shen Kongrong. He was the only one alive, and he likely had something to do with this matter. While the man still wasn't admitted, he wanted to grind him down for a good while. He was sure he could get something from asking him. However, just when the verdict was ready to be decided, Yin Changge stood up. He said, "I disagree." Shen Kongrong suddenly raised his eyes and looked at Yin Changge, who had already walked out of the crowd. He said, "What are you doing? I didn't have much expectation from Myriad Dao Academy, so I'll just leave." "What does that have to do with you?" Yin Changge looked at Shen Kongrong, and his pale face showed a sarcastic smile. "Did you really think that if you shouldered everything and left, it would end the matter? It isn't that simple." The man sitting over there, the person from the Ying family, he pointed towards where Ying Guanchao sat. "Do you know what he's thinking in his heart? As soon as you step outside this sect, he will kill you. And you want to protect me, but don't forget that I am the only one who left the evil spirit array with you. Even though it seems it has nothing to do with me, do you think they will believe this?" Shen Kongrong froze. Ying Guangchao was grim-faced as he looked at this guy who came out from nowhere. The judge looked at Yin Changge and asked, "Is there something hidden about this matter?" Yin Changge nodded. "Naturally, there is." Yin Changge rummaged through a small cloth bag hanging around his waist, took out a palm-sized crystal jade, and presented it to the judge. Then he backed away and bowed his head. "It was them who bullied me first, and Shen Dage attacked them to protect me, but those people became angry from embarrassment, and they wanted to kill Shen Dage. So this is considered justifiable defense." Looking at this piece of crystal jade, the 4 deans sitting beside the judge also saw this crystal jade. Although the 5 people didn't speak to each other, their eyes were communicating with one another. This child was dressed in rags and looked like a child from a poor family. Unexpectedly, he made such an expensive move. Crystal jade was something that you couldn't exchange for, even with pounds of spirit stones. Crystal jade was used for recording events, and it couldn't be forged at all. It could record events for a long time, so it was an excellent natural material for preserving evidence. The judge performed the hand seal to look into the crystal jade. After a moment, his face changed with a scary expression. The disciples below were startled. The 4 deans next to him also had jury rights. Wan Miantang first took the crystal jade from the judge, and after checking the crystal jade in the same way, he sighed. Until all the 4 deans finished watching the crystal jade, they all looked at each other again and felt that, even if those people were dead, they hadn't died unjustly. The judge looked at Yin Changge, whose face was pale, and asked, "Why didn't you stand up and speak before?" Yin Changge answered at a leisurely pace, "It's because Shen Dage doesn't want me to get involved with this matter again. He thinks that telling this kind of thing will have a very bad influence on my future days in Myriad Dao Academy and might even get me killed. He said that if I stand up and speak, he would be saving me in vain. I didn't want his intentions to be wasted." The judge asked, "Then why did you stand up and speak now?" Yin Changge looked at Shen Kongrong. "Because someone wants to harm him, and I want to protect him." The judge nodded, saying, "Since there are recorded events in the crystal jade, the truth has come to light. Although Shen Kongrong killed many people, it can be regarded as self-defense. If Shen Kongrong becomes a Myriad Dao Academy disciple in the future, he will copy the meditation mantra 100 times as punishment." The verdict is settled. It was bewildering that the judge suddenly changed his attitude. No one knew what happened, but the truth should appear in that piece of crystal jade. The crystal jade suddenly became a hot item that attracted much attention. Ying Guanchao was stunned at first, then suddenly stood up and said, "I'm not convinced." "Then just endure it," the dean of the North Courtyard said. Ying Guanchao. The judge said, "The events in the crystal jade are related to personal privacy, so it is not convenient to disclose them." However, this judge has never been biased. This judge can swear with all his heart that every verdict is worthy and just. Ying Guanchao's face was stiff and he clenched his fists, staring intensely at Yin Changge and Shen Kongrong standing on the stage. He wished to see them not alive. "No, I will never let you go so easily." Ying Guanchao gnashed his teeth. He was a student of the North Courtyard, and the dean said, "Ying Guanchao, since the honorable judge has already spoken, it is indeed those people who have gone out of line and asked to suffer. If you have any comments on this matter, I will give you an explanation in person later." Although Ying Guanchao wanted to make a big scene, he had to restrain himself for a while. After all, this was not their Ying family's territory. All of the divine clans were here, and he didn't want to let the other aristocratic families continue watching this show. No one thought that the killing in the evil spirit array case would be put down so gently, and the murderer went unpunished. After the 4 deans and the commanding judge left, the students of the inspection team began to rush out. Yan Tianan said goodbye to Ji Yu Ruyu and Qi Fiqing, and soon after returning to the dormitory, he heard some news outside. Yin Changge came back. Yan Tianan thought about it, but he was still unable to restrain his curiosity. He opened the door and peeked his head out, blinking at Yin Changge. "Do you want to know the recording in that piece of crystal jade?" Yin Changge asked before he could open his mouth. Yan Tianan nodded, touched his nose, and came out. "I'm really curious, but if it's an invasion of your privacy, you don't have to tell me." Yin Changge said, "It's nothing." He handed the crystal jade to Yan Tianan, who had seen one before. Naturally, he knew how to communicate with it, and soon, there was a moving picture in his sea of knowledge. The sunset was lonely, the river long, and the picture before him was extremely heroic and desolate. Several demonic beasts were strangled by 9 teenagers, whose faces were unruly. Soon, however, things took a turn for the worse. After killing the demonic beasts, it was inevitable to have a sense of satisfaction. The teenagers who had never suffered a setback since childhood were almost ready to ascend to the sky. A young man from the Ying family went to Yin Changge with raised eyebrows. "You followed us these 2 days and took advantage of it. Without us, you would have died in the hands of the demonic beasts. Isn't that right?" Yin Changge nodded and said, "Yes." The young member of the Ying family smiled, pinched Yin Changge's chin with one hand, and vaguely rubbed the corner of his mouth with a finger. "When this young master first saw you, he wanted to fuck you. This face of yours really was born to seduce people. Now, at the right time and in the right place, the demonic beasts have died and there is a cave over there. If you follow this young master to have a good time, it will be regarded as repaying your benefactor." Chapter 537, The Art of Reading Minds, edited by Aya. Without thinking about it, Yin Changge said, "Number." Naturally, he didn't want to, but several teenagers beside him all booed at him one by one. No one knew how much darkness there was in the hearts of these old family disciples. People outside knew nothing about what was going on in this evil spirit array. Even if he was humiliated and told someone, no one would believe him. Moreover, even if they were discovered, their identity alone would be more than enough to suppress such a trivial matter. The complexity and filth of the human heart would always be magnified infinitely when privileges were concerned. Yin Changge's resistance was very strong, and eventually the other teenagers also developed bad thoughts. Yin Changge was dragged into the cave and stripped off his clothes, despite crying out and begging to them. But those people acted deaf and were spurred on by lust. Just before it started, Shen Kongrong appeared at the cave entrance like a god falling from the heavens. While holding a sword in hand, he said, "You people are just as bad as animals. Don't you see that he's unwilling? Let him go." Yin Changge never knew that there was another person in this evil spirit array. Shen Kongrong just came in and saw this scene before he could understand the situation. When a good thing was interrupted, these young masters naturally refused. The Wan disciple said, "You guys continue. We'll take care of this short-sighted boy first." Someone made the move to kill him first, and Shen Kongrong naturally wasn't going to stand there and take it. In this way, the two sides started attacking one another, and the group of young masters who were used to bossing people around were all killed. Shen Kongrong put his clothes over Yin Changge, who was shivering in the corner of the cave. They were too much, right? Yin Changge was red-eyed, looking like a frightened rabbit. He blankly said, "But am I not a man? They can do this kind of thing to men." Shen Kongrong was stunned, then smiled lightly. "Where are you from? Men and men are not uncommon in this world. In fact, men can be happy with each other, but those people were really despicable." Yin Changge was obviously frightened. Along the way, he followed Shen Kongrong, and soon changed to addressing him from fellow Shen to Shen Dage. Shen Kongrong never mentioned those people again. A few days later, they found a way to leave. Before leaving, Shen Kongrong said to Yin Changge, "After you go out, don't talk to me anymore. Those people had good identities and all died in the evil spirit array. Their people will surely investigate. I'll do things by myself and take care of them. Just pretend you don't know anything." Yin Changge shook his head. "I don't want to." Shen Kongrong seemed to be coaxing a child, saying, "Good boy, even if I don't enter the sect, I still have a place to go. You've come all the way from home. That probably took a lot of effort." Yin Changge was silent, then said, "You saved me, how can I abandon you?" He went on to say, "Oh, moreover, you think I'm a pretty troublesome person, easy to get into trouble, and you still think you should stay away from me." Yin Changge appeared very calm, but his voice inexplicably sounded like he had a few grievances. Shen Kongrong's facade was seen through, and he was mentally shocked. When Yan Tianan looked at this scene, he couldn't help thinking that Shen Kongrong must really want to ask Yin Changge how he knew these thoughts. However, Shen Kongrong didn't ask. His eyes sank and he said, "It's good that you know." That was the end of the recording. Everything was now clear. Yan Tianan returned the crystal jade to Yin Changge. "Those people really deserved to die. I didn't expect them to be so crazy and do such nasty things." Yin Changge nodded. "In fact, even without Shen Kongrong, I would not have been bullied by those people like this. If Shen Dage had arrived later, they would still be dead. Since I hurt him, I take responsibility for him to the end." Yan Tianan always felt that this wording sounded strange. Yan Tianan asked, "Why did you tell me such an important thing?" In fact, he was not familiar with Yin Changge at all and they had only spoken a few words to each other from beginning to end. Yin Changge gazed at Yan Tianan with a pair of gray-blue transparent eyes, looking very pure. "Because you have the purest heart, and I like to be with people with pure hearts. Although you always think about how to obtain another man, you've never thought of forcing him." Yan Tianan was dumbstruck. It was like he'd been stripped naked and was running around bare in broad daylight. "What did you say?" Yin Changge continued, "You miss him in your heart. He is the person you love most in your life, but you can't see his face clearly. You forgot what happened between him and you, but you always feel that he had already." "Don't say it, don't say it, this matter, this person, don't mention these again." Yin Changge nodded. "I'm sorry." Yan Tianan took a deep breath and calmed down slowly. "You can read minds." Yin Changge nodded. "Yes, but it consumes a lot of spiritual energy. Under normal circumstances, I would not use it easily." Yan Tianan had only heard that some people were born with the skill of reading minds. This skill couldn't be cultivated just after a day, so it could be regarded as the Tao of Heaven's love. Unexpectedly, he was able to see a mind reader with his own eyes today. "It's terrifying," Yan Tianan murmured. "The art of reading the mind is really too heaven-defying." No matter what he thought, this mind reader could easily detect and discover the deepest secrets in his heart, which made Yan Tianan feel extremely insecure. Yin Changge also read this, and he had already found the dark corner in Yan Tianan's heart that he was unwilling to ever mention. Yin Changge regretted letting Yan Tianan know about it. As a matter of fact, there was no one who knew that he could read minds except for his father. Even Shen Kongrong was amazed at his sensitivity to the human heart, but he would never suspect that he could read minds. But somehow, he wanted to tell Yan Tianan. Probably because Yan Tianan's heart was too pure and good, and he could read the good and evil of people's hearts. Naturally, he also knew that Yan Tianan was a man who could keep a secret, so he couldn't help but let him know about it. Of course, there were other reasons. Yan Tianan asked, "Why do you want to tell me such an important thing? Aren't you afraid I'll betray you?" Yin Changge's eyes were dim as he said, "People's hearts are changeable. I really can't guarantee that your heart will be so clean in the future, but I do believe you now. Moreover, my father said that everyone needs to talk. If you keep so many heavy secrets by yourself but have no outlet, and no one can understand your pain, then something will go wrong one day. There was something sad in Yan Tianan's eyes. Looking at Yin Chang'e, he said, "Some things do make me feel painful when I think of them, but I think I can adjust myself well. I hope you don't mention it again in the future. If others don't mention it, I won't easily think about it." Yin Chang'e nodded. "If you want to talk about it someday, I am willing to listen to you." Yan Tianan wanted to pull up a smile, but he was in a bad mood now, so he didn't want to show any enthusiasm. Yin Chang'e also mentioned, "Your cultivation is much higher than mine. I have to spend a lot of effort and spiritual energy to listen to inner thoughts, but I can do it. If you want to listen to what your sweetheart thinks, I can help you." Yan Tianshan's heart moved, but it was just a moment's hidden movement. It was unknown, but it made his heart itch again. Forget it, he would not like others prying into his mind like this. What was more, even if one day he wanted to know what Lin Xuanji was thinking, he would rather Lin Xuanji tell him himself. Yin Chang'e changed the subject with great perceptiveness. "Which courtyard do you want to enter?" Yin Chang'e asked. "East courtyard." Yin Chang'e nodded. "There is no other way to Penglai. The east courtyard is the nearest place to Penglai Island. It is reasonable for you to choose this." Yan Tianan had a headache and he held his forehead. "Would you please stop talking about this matter?" Yin Chang'e raised his lips in a vague way. "You like him, but you don't want him to know. You don't understand." Yan Tianan shook his head. "It's not that I'm unwilling. It's that I can't." Yin Chang'e said, "If I were you, I would definitely let the person I like know, and then try my best to make him belong to me." Yan Tianan listened to his words and couldn't help thinking of the past. "I used to be as indomitable and fearless as you. But then I found out that many things in this world can't be achieved by fearlessness alone. And then one will become more cowardly. So cowardly that they don't even understand themselves anymore." The day of the written examination came as scheduled. 6,400 examinees walked uniformly towards the square of the Myriad Dao Academy, which could accommodate tens of thousands of people to listen to the lectures at the same time. The desks had been set up. On the square small table, there were writing brushes and test papers. Behind the table, there were futons for candidates to cross their legs and sit. Walking around the area were academy inspectors who were divided into 10 teams to monitor the disciples in different regions. They were afraid that these candidates would cheat restlessly. The examinees sat down in their own positions. Once the bell rang and the sun rose, the examination began. Yan Tianan scanned through the topics, and indeed included everything from divination to deduction, from alchemy to crafting, from birds to animals. It included all manifestations of nature. In fact, these were not too difficult for Yan Tianan. For example, some rare materials and spiritual herbs may be unheard of for children from ordinary families, but they were not so rare among the divine clans. Therefore, for a long time, the probability of a disciple from the aristocratic families being admitted to the Myriad Dao Academy was much higher than that of children from ordinary families. It seemed unfair, and in reality it indeed was unfair. Only in this world, where was there such a fair thing? The examination lasted for 2 hours, and Yan Tianan quickly finished most of the questions. He didn't read a lot of books, so there were many rare and even unheard of magic weapons like medicinal pills and demonic beasts that he didn't know. He racked his brains and couldn't write them at all, so he simply gave up. It was easy for Yan Tianan to successfully pass the written examination. The tense atmosphere in the past few days were just created by most of the candidates. Soon, Yan Tianan turned to his last question. After reading the question, Yan Tianan had a better understanding of Myriad Dao Academy. It asked, "Do you think sparrow spirits should be owned by one family? A family who owned it?" This was pointing to the Yan family. Yan Tianan was surprised and appalled. How pure and refined Myriad Dao Academy was that they dare write such a question on the 6,400 papers in the entrance examination. Chapter 538, Pill Assessment, edited by Aya and Molly. It was very courageous and very fearless too. In particular, there were 32 disciples of the Yan family present, as well as 1,000 disciples of the other 8 divine clans. Yan Tianan felt that the question they actually wanted to ask was, "Do you think that the monarchy is reasonable?" Yan Tianan couldn't help but laugh. It would be ridiculous if Myriad Dao Academy was serious. However, the Myriad Dao Academy was not absurd to this extent, so they could only test the minds of these examinees in this indirect way. On this basis, it gave a further peek into the future evolution of the 9 lands. Therefore, Yan Tianan wrote the words "rule by the strong" and then explained, "Change means blood, and the dynasty has yet to reach the end of its road, so change is not necessary. If you want to reduce the number of corpses, it is better to remain unchanged. When the bell rang and the exam was over, Yan Tianan wrote the false name Gu Tiantian in the seal and then the courtyard and division he wanted to enter. Afterwards, he handed in the examination paper. Instead of waiting around, Yan Tianan calmly got up and walked towards the dormitory. On the way, he heard someone say, "The last question is really a trick question. I really don't know what those people in the Royal Heavenly Capital would think if they knew this year's exam questions. In any case, I dared not write any objections. Who knows if Myriad Dao Academy and the Yan family are actually the same people? Shish, don't talk about the Purple Emperor's Heavenly Capital. I'm sure their eyes and ears are everywhere." Yan Tianan, however, felt that this kind of thing really didn't matter. In any case, there were countless people who had cursed the Yan family over the years. Every divine clan probably harbored some treasonous intent, and similarly, the Yan family's reign wouldn't necessarily be as eternal as the purple moon that watched over the Royal Heavenly Capital. However, up until now, the legendary first heir of the Qianyuan dynasty appointed by heaven still hadn't appeared. Others didn't know, but Yan Tianan's heart was clear. This was the most important matter that the emperor of the Yan family cared about now. However, this had nothing to do with him. After 3 days, the results came out. Candidates who passed the written test would have to go to the next round of examination after 5 days. Those who failed would go back to their homes on the same day, or leave the next day at the latest. Some people laughed, some people cried, some people were happy, and some people were sad. It was the same year after year. What Yan Tianan didn't expect was that the person with the highest score turned out to be his roommate, Yin Changge. Yin Changge smiled shyly. There are more than 6,000 people present, and there are always people who can answer some questions. If I just expend some effort and will to read their hearts, it'll be solved. Serious respect. What Yan Tianan used was his own. He remembered that his pill furnace was called Xianxia, but for the life of him, he couldn't remember who gave it to him. He knew that there was a part of his memory missing, but he couldn't remember what happened to that part of the memory that was obliterated for some inexplicable reason. Yan Tianan did not refine a high-level medicinal pill whose names would give away their rarity, but refined his own ice muscle snow bone pill. For a time, Yu Ming, who was extremely vain, complained that his skin was not very good and that the corners of his eyes seemed to have wrinkles. Yan Tianan couldn't take it, so he had to use all kinds of expensive spiritual herbs to refine a youth medicinal pill, which could make his skin smoother and more delicate. After Yu Ming's personal test, he felt that the effects were good, so he took 1 pill every day for half a year. Unexpectedly, the secret poison that had accumulated for many years in his body was completely discharged. Yan Tianan's alchemist hands were very stable, and he had also mastered control of the fire very well. As he was engaged in his refinement, he devoted himself to an extremely high concentration. His serious appearance made people think that he was looking at his sweetheart. Above the high platform in the distance, a row of alchemists were here to watch these candidates refine in person. Alchemists should have a pill fire in their bodies, and their spiritual roots must be related to wood, fire, or water. If it was gold or earth, their rate of success in alchemy would be extremely low. Therefore, the disciples in alchemy were always as few as the disciples in the crafting path. There were only 200 students who wanted to be admitted to the alchemy path this year, which was already a lot. 7 years ago, there were only 160 students who came to the alchemy path, and the numbers for the earlier years were also similar. Yan Tianan was particularly prominent among the alchemists. Because all the spiritual herbs he used were extremely mild and harmless, a rare sight in refinement. What medicinal pill is he refining? Mr. Li looked at Yan Tianan's technique, slightly puzzled. Among them, there were 4 masters who were very good in alchemy, and they were called Kai Lan Dong Li. Among them, Mr. Dong and Mr. Li were specialized in teaching the principles and practical application of alchemy. Mr. Lan, who had a perceptive eye, taught the identification and planting of spiritual plants, while Mr. Kai taught about mutual interaction between different herbs and pharmacological knowledge. Of course, the 4 gentlemen in the Kai Lan Dong Li were all people who carried the name of alchemy on their backs. Any one of these people was enough to cause forces from the 9 lands to scramble to win him over like a hot pastry. Their alchemy attainments were already so extraordinary that it was hard to guess the true extent of their abilities. After Mr. Li finished speaking, Mr. Lan tapped on the desktop and said, "Bring me this boy's name card. He is refining a medicinal pill of his own creation. At least I have never seen this kind of pill before. Self-made medicinal pill, Mr. Dong raised his eyebrows to show his interest. He leaned forward and said, I remember that 7 years ago, Yancho also refined a medicinal pill he created. At that time, he refined for 3 days and 3 nights, which almost led to a pill tribulation. Since then, his name became known throughout all 4 courtyards and 3 halls. He was promoted as an outer hall disciple of Pill Limit Hall as soon as he entered the academy, and he is still unparalleled in the limelight. I wonder if there will be a second by Yancho this year. I'm afraid not. Mr. Lan was the most creative of the 4 alchemists, and he had probably created about 80 pill formulas, if not 100, which was very powerful. At first glance, he saw that the medicinal pill refined by Yan Tianan was not too complicated, but these spiritual plants were very rare and hard to find, and even included things that ordinary people could not afford. This boy, I'm afraid his position is not small. But in the minds of these alchemists who had made great achievements, medicinal pills piled up only with rare spiritual plants was nothing at all. They even suspected it as being too opportunistic. After staring at Yan Tianan for a moment, Mr. Li said, his technique is excellent, and he can sync his mind and stay calm. His potential is limitless. It's a pity he's a good seedling, but he is not a good prospect for creating pills for the masses. Mr. Lan seemed to feel a little regret. These medicinal pills he refined are absolutely unaffordable for ordinary people. The 4 most authoritative alchemists in the academy sat here, not only to judge which alchemy direction these disciples were suitable for, but also to score their abilities. Originally, Yan Tianan was sure to get the highest score. However, when his score came out on the spot, he felt very dumbfounded. He thought he was at least 90 points out of a full score of 100, but he didn't expect to only get 72 points. Mr. Lan had a slightly cold and aloof personality and seldom wasted words with students. Mr. Li, on the other hand, was gentle and polite and was deeply loved by the students. Therefore, the results were announced by Mr. Li. Those under 50 can pack up and leave. I'll see you in 7 years if we have fate. Although Mr. Li's tone was amiable, the content was not tactful at all. For the rest, your score will be superimposed with the first exam and the written exam, and it will be counted as your final score. According to the traditional rules, the 8 students with the highest scores can choose their courtyard, and the remaining students will wait for the courtyard to choose you. Now, you can see the score ranking. The alchemy scores came out on the spot, and together with the previous superposition, they were publicly displayed on a gourd-shaped stone standing in front of the Pill Limit Hall. The top 8 showed that Yan Tianan's refinement of the medicinal pill could only be regarded as an average achievement. With his previous results, he ranked 9th. The 4 candidates in front of him had alchemist grades above 90. In particular, the first-ranked candidate got a high score of 98. Yan Tianan refused to accept it. His speed in refining medicinal pills had always been fast. Just now, when he had finished refining his pills, he also specially looked at the refining situation of the others around him and noticed the examinee named Shibai, who was now ranked first on the list. Shibai did have some ability. He could use the most common spiritual plants to refine high-quality medicinal pills, which was especially valuable for alchemists. But to be honest, Shibai's medicinal pill was nowhere near enough to make him receive such a high score of 98. For one thing, what he refined was using a formula written by his predecessors. And another thing, half of the 10 pills he refined were mid-grade pills. As far as Yan Tianan was concerned, medicinal pills below high grade were all trash, and they didn't have much value or use. Shibai might have hidden the extent of his abilities, but what he showed was not enough to make him the best one. Usually, Yan Tianan would speak his mind if he had something to say. So he stood up and did a courtesy first. Then he cleared his throat. I don't accept it. All the candidates around him couldn't help but look up at him with all kinds of gazes. Mr. Li didn't expect a candidate to jump out to fight against their authority. But it wasn't too unexpected. After all, this was Myriad Dao Academy. Anything that happened was possible and could even be tolerated. Mr. Lan had been closing his eyes to rest. When he heard this crisp voice, he lifted his eyes and saw a young man standing beside his pill furnace. His jaw slightly lifted to look at them. His eyes were very calm and there was no trace of anger in them. Mr. Lan asked, "Where are you dissatisfied?" Yan Tianan stepped forward and spoke in a tone neither humble nor arrogant. I am not convinced by the score given to me. Mr. Lan rarely met such people who dared to question their authority face to face, so he was interested. Tell me why you refuse to accept it. Yan Tianan replied, I know the level of the medicinal pills I refined. I chose this ice muscle snow bone pill firstly, because it's my own original pill recipe. Secondly, after it was finished, there were 3 pills in the furnace. Each one was top grade, and there were no wasted materials, which means my results should have been above excellent. Why did you only give me a barely passing grade? When the candidates heard the word top grade medicinal pills, they couldn't help expressing surprise. And those disciples already in the academy, who started watching the examination, couldn't help but laugh when they heard Yan Tianan speak. Top grade medicinal pills weren't a big deal either. If you compared it to Bai Yancho, he could probably produce 10 such top grade medicinal pills in one batch. In Myriad Dao Academy's pill limit hall, many of them could produce top grade pills with no waste remaining in the furnace. This boy is really a frog in the bottom of a well. When Yan Tianan heard this, he chuckled. He said to the elder martial brother who deliberately raised his voice at him, I'm not saying that the others don't deserve high marks. I'm just talking about myself as the criteria for judging medicinal pills, not the rate of success and the quality of the medicinal pills. Since I can reach a good standard, I naturally deserve higher marks. Mr. Lan glanced at Yan Tianan. This score is the final score given by all 4 alchemy teachers. Are you questioning us, Aya? It's great to see YTH speaking his mind and being his own person.